At this moment, it is the biannual Chunin Exam, and the immense psychological pressure exerted by Ibiki is almost unbearable for the candidates below. Suddenly, a mysterious voice, not resembling that of a human, echoed through the classroom. Question: the fifth Kazekage, in a bid to protect the village, expended tremendous energy and was ultimately captured. Who ultimately brought him back? I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall never give up. I accept this exam, and even if I am destined to remain a genin for life, I will become Hokage to prove it to you all. There is nothing to fear. I am not afraid of you. This unexpected declaration startled all the candidates, causing the entity reading the rules to momentarily falter. Truly, Naruto Uzumaki is a force of unpredictability. Answer: time seemed to slow down exponentially, with everyone fixated on Naruto, who, despite the intense scrutiny, displayed no sign of embarrassment. Correct. As the peculiar voice faded, an ethereal firework appeared above Naruto's head. Bang. The firework erupted with a certain comedic flair. In truth, Naruto felt somewhat dazed. He had been immersed in the psychological pressure of Ibiki and had barely registered the sudden, strange voice. He had simply felt compelled to speak and stood up to deliver his impassioned declaration, only now realizing the magnitude of what had transpired. The sudden silence in the air was palpable. At this moment, none present could decipher the origin of the enigmatic voice or comprehend who the fifth Kazekage was. Then, the bizarre voice resonated once more. The rules have not yet been fully declared. Let us continue. Rules. 1. All life forms within the domain may participate in the answering. 2. There are 3 opportunities to answer. Those who answer incorrectly will have any one of their ninja's 8 attributes reduced to 0 or be directly eliminated. 3. If no correct answers are provided after 3 attempts, the domain's barrier will be lifted, and an image will be projected. If there is a correct answer within the 3 attempts, the barrier will be lifted, and the correct respondent will receive a reward, and an image will be projected. Upon hearing these strange rules, everyone felt relieved they hadn't spoken recklessly earlier or otherwise, facing immediate elimination or having a critical ninja attribute stripped away would be dire consequences. Not to mention, the 8 attributes ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, intelligence, strength, speed, precision, and seals are all crucial for a ninja. For instance, if Lee were to lose his physical prowess, or if Naruto were to lose his precision, it would be catastrophic. Moreover, should one be unfortunate enough to draw the intelligence attribute, they might be reduced to foolishness. Before anyone could dwell further on the implications, the peculiar voice continued. Reward 1. A portion of Shikaku's chakra. Upon hearing this, the observers from Sunagakure all changed expressions, as did several proctors from Konoha. However, Naruto and his companions were entirely oblivious to what Shikaku was, displaying only curiosity. Reward 2. The corresponding ninja village of the correct answer will randomly select 5 deceased entities. The correct answer may choose one to resurrect. At this revelation, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Is this truly possible? Resurrection. As ninjas navigating a realm rife with conflict, who among them does not cherish certain individuals? If resurrection were indeed feasible, it could mend many regrets. The first entity, known as Shikaku, was unknown to the crowd, thus eliciting little concern. However, the second rewarded chance for resurrection transformed the atmosphere dramatically. Although the selection of individuals for resurrection would be random, it is conceivable that one might draw a cherished figure. For example, if they could resurrect several deceased Hokage from Konoha, the village's strength would undoubtedly surge. Shortly thereafter, the peculiar voice continued. The answer has successfully buzzed in, and due to the rules and rewards not yet being fully declared, the rewards are doubled. Reward 1 has been successfully doubled. The answerer receives half of Shikaku's chakra, which has been distributed. Yet, despite the announcement of Shikaku's chakra being successfully distributed, Naruto felt no discernible change. Before Naruto could fully process the situation, a tremendous commotion erupted in the classroom. Swish, swish, swish. Before the class, 5 figures suddenly materialized where there had previously been nothing. The appearance of these 5 figures left everyone present momentarily stunned. Then, the mysterious voice continued. For reward 2, Please select one individual from the following 5 for resurrection. Ninjas from various villages gazed in astonishment at the 5 somewhat ethereal figures before them. According to the mysterious voice, the resurrected individual would be a deceased ninja from the village of the correct answerer. It was clear that these 5 individuals were likely ninjas. Naruto, however, stared at the 5 figures before him in bewilderment. He did not recognize a single one. The commotion in the classroom had already drawn attention from those outside the examination venue, and Kakashi and others had arrived at the scene. However, despite their efforts, they found themselves unable to enter the examination area. Moreover, they were entirely unable to communicate with those inside. Though both parties could see one another, true communication was utterly impossible. At this moment, Orochimaru, concealed within the examination arena, licked his lips upon witnessing the 5 figures. He seemed to recognize them all. The first figure was a red-haired woman clad in casual attire. For reasons unknown, upon seeing this individual, Naruto felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. The silhouette of the first red-haired woman sent a shiver through Naruto's heart, yet he knew he should not recognize her. Shortly thereafter, the second figure appeared. The moment the Konoha ninjas caught sight of this apparition, they collectively inhaled sharply. With his golden, unruly hair and striking blue eyes, he possessed a face so exquisitely handsome that even women would feel envy. Indeed, this figure was depicted in the textbooks of most ninja villages. Clad in the Konoha Jonin uniform, adorned with a short-sleeved ceremonial robe, his resplendent golden hair did not lose its brilliance despite the ethereal nature of his presence. Even as but a mere shadow, he emanated an overwhelming aura. The golden flash of Konoha, the 4th Hokage. In an instant, the onlookers were struck with astonishment at the sight before them. One of the proctors could no longer contain himself and rose from his seat, taking a step forward in excitement. Lord Minato, the 4th Hokage, Lord Namake's Minato. After a moment, the crowd's rationality began to restore itself, and all eyes converged upon Uzumaki Naruto. Under the scrutiny of so many, Naruto instinctively swallowed hard, deciphering the messages conveyed through the myriad of gazes upon him. It was evident what choice lay before him. Yet, inexplicably, his gaze oscillated between the first red-haired woman and the figure of the 4th Hokage. Both figures evoked a similar, subtle sensation within him, which perplexed Naruto. He unconsciously linked this feeling to guilt, as he recalled what Somu had said, that the 4th Hokage had perished because of him. However, what of the first woman's silhouette? She too seemed to evoke that same peculiar sentiment. Naruto found himself unable to comprehend it fully. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, Kakashi observed the 2 figures before him and felt a tickling sensation in his throat. He had not anticipated that Naruto would have such an opportunity. However, this was destined to be a difficult decision. Kakashi then glanced at the remaining 3 individuals. The third was a man who appeared to be around 20 years old. Someone Kakashi recognized, a ninja who had perished on a mission about 3 years prior. The 4th figure was unfamiliar to him. However, the attire bore the Senju clan's emblem, and combined with the Konoha headband, it suggested he was from the Senju clan during the early days of Konoha's founding. As for the 5th individual, Naruto too surveyed the remaining 3 and found them unknown to him. Just then, the previously excited proctor shouted, "What are you hesitating for? Quickly choose the 4th Hokage." Upon hearing this, Naruto stepped forward, ready to resurrect the 4th Hokage. Yet, at that moment, a familiar figure lunged forward, reaching for the final silhouette. However, the hand merely passed through the apparition. In the following instant, several proctoring Chunins swiftly subdued the individual. Witnessing the scene, Naruto hastily seized the individual and exclaimed, "Sasuke! What has happened?" Indeed, the figure rushing forward was none other than Sasuke. He shouted, "Okayasan!" Sakura quickly ran over, and together with Naruto, they shielded Sasuke, fearful that the supervising Jonin might harm him. At that moment, Naruto finally turned his gaze towards the last figure, discovering a tall woman with raven black hair, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke. In fact, it would be more accurate to say that Sasuke resembled this woman. In an instant, Naruto seemed to have an epiphany as he looked back at the figure and then at Sasuke, his mind evidently forming some conjectures. Certain truths are not difficult to discern. Although the concept of parents was exceedingly distant for Naruto, having never laid eyes on his own, it did not hinder his yearning for family and kin. Naruto understood all too well the sensation of being devoid of parents and family, a profound loneliness that resonated deeply within him. Meanwhile, Sakura found herself in a quandary. Rationally speaking, reviving the fourth Hokage would bring immense benefits to Konoha, making it a choice that should be made with a clear head. Yet, the fifth figure, the woman, was likely Sasuke's mother. In that moment, Sakura glanced at Sasuke, then at Naruto, ultimately choosing silence. Naruto too looked at the fourth Hokage, then at the fifth woman with black hair, and inexplicably turned his gaze towards the first woman with red hair. Subsequently, Naruto closed his eyes, aware that Sasuke was watching him. This decision weighed heavily on Naruto. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by a voice. It was Sasuke. Naruto had never heard such a tone from him, fraught with pleading, yearning, and anguish, devoid of the pride and stubbornness he once knew. At that moment, Sasuke resembled a drenched kitten, pitiful and helpless. Naruto observed all of this, though Sasuke himself seemed oblivious. Abruptly, Sasuke saw Naruto smile at him, akin to the warm sun in winter, both radiant and comforting. Almost immediately, Naruto pointed towards the last figure of the dark-haired woman. That question and answer trickster. Did you not ask me whom I would choose to revive? I choose her. I choose Sasuke's mother. If you can bring her back, then let it be so. As Naruto's words echoed, an instant of silence enveloped the scene. Outside, Kakashi, the third Hokage, and others stared in disbelief at Naruto Uzumaki. Simultaneously, Uchiha Sasuke, who had lost all hope, gazed in astonishment at Naruto beside him. Indeed, had the choice rested with Sasuke, he likely would have opted to revive the fourth Hokage as well. Yet, true to his reputation as the most unpredictable ninja, Naruto, in that very moment, chose to resurrect Sasuke's mother, Mikoto Uchiha. The Jonin who had initially spoken, in a fit of rage, shouted, "You wretched, demonic boy." As he spoke, he prepared to strike Naruto with a fist. In a moment, the situation spiraled out of control, and Kakashi suddenly realized that as Naruto chose the one to be resurrected, the invisible barrier had abruptly vanished. In the next instant, Kakashi utilized his body flicker technique to appear beside Naruto, swiftly subduing the Chunin who was poised to attack him. Almost immediately, a mysterious voice resounded, confirmation of the resurrection of Uchiha Mikoto. At the sound of this announcement, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. The next moment would reveal whether resurrection was indeed possible. Suddenly, an immense, intangible life force manifested within the classroom. As this energy surged forth, all but the final figure of Uchiha Mikoto began to slowly dissipate. Observing this, Kakashi sighed but withheld his words. As the essence of life grew increasingly vibrant, Mikoto's presence became ever more tangible. The proctoring Chunin from Konoha seemed to perceive something and turned towards the entrance of the classroom, bowing in unison. "Lord, third Hokage." The third Hokage merely acknowledged with a murmured sound, his gaze fixed upon the Chunin who had attempted to strike Naruto. In that moment, he resembled a formidable lion, and as his presence radiated, it startled everyone in the classroom. Even Gaara regarded the elder with a newfound gravity. Meanwhile, Temari and Kankuro, sensing the Hokage's aura, pondered the feasibility of their current mission. Gaara, too, found himself reflecting on the Chunin's demeanor towards Naruto, which bore a striking resemblance to the attitude of his own villagers towards him. The third Hokage's presence was as fleeting as it was powerful. After a brief pause, he instructed, "Take him away." Instantly, two figures appeared behind him, escorting the Chunin away. Naruto's identity was one of Konoha's most closely guarded secrets, and with so many individuals present, including numerous outsiders, the Chunin's indiscretion constituted a breach of S-rank confidentiality, which would inevitably lead to his imprisonment. At this moment, Naruto seemed oblivious to the weight of the Hokage's presence, gazing at the two figures that were gradually fading. Kakashi, witnessing their disappearance, turned away in guilt. "I'm sorry, Sensei Minato, Kushina-sensei." Finally, as the last four figures completely vanished, Kakashi's gaze fell upon the final figure, a woman with her eyes closed. Kakashi smiled and remarked, "Well done. Naruto, you have indeed discerned the true answer. By the way, what did you say earlier?" In response, Naruto chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "Haha, I'm not sure. I just stumbled upon the right answer, I suppose. Maybe I was just lucky." Kakashi wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, well aware of Naruto's extraordinary fortune. He could pick up a lottery ticket and win the grand prize, a stroke of luck that truly marked him as a child of destiny. Suddenly, Naruto appeared to recall something and turned to Kakashi, inquiring, "By the way, Kakashi-sensei, what is Shikaku?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi was taken aback. He had arrived during the selection for resurrection and was unaware of the matter concerning Shikaku. However, this was not the time for such concerns. Everyone could sense that at this moment, the life energy emanating from Mikoto Uchiha had reached its zenith. At the same time, Naruto's Ninetales seemed to have sensed something. Abruptly opening its eyes and gazing at the commotion before it, murmuring uncertainly, "Is this Inyang release?" As the immense life force began to gradually dissipate, the woman stirred her eyelids. This did not escape the watchful eyes of Sasuke, who, overwhelmed with excitement, activated his Sharingan, fearing he might be mistaken. In the next instant, Mikoto Uchiha slowly opened her eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. Without hesitation, Sasuke rushed forward, this time unimpeded by anyone. Yet, no one noticed the look of regret in Kakashi's eyes or the soft sigh from the third Hokage. At that moment, upon hearing a voice, Mikoto Uchiha initially seemed bewildered, but then recognized it, turning to the young man before her with a smile, saying, "It's Sasuke, isn't it?" Although phrased as a question, her tone was affirming. Several years had passed since the night of the massacre, yet as a mother, Mikoto Uchiha instantly recognized Sasuke. Then, her gaze swept around the room, noting the third Hokage, Kakashi, and others, before lingering on Naruto for a moment, all while becoming aware of the Umbu lurking in the shadows. Though Mikoto had taken on the role of a homemaker after marriage, her past as a Jonin made it unsurprising that she could detect the presence of the elite Umbu surrounding her. Finally, Mikoto's gaze settled on the third Hokage, her expression a mix of vigilance and respect. She distanced herself yet spoke with reverence. "Lord Third, what is the current situation?" The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, took a puff from his pipe and approached the classroom window, casting a glance at Naruto. Following his gaze, Mikoto had already noted Naruto as a close friend of Kushina. She was well aware of Naruto's identity. The third Hokage took another deep puff from his pipe, exhaled the smoke, and slowly began, "As for the specifics, I currently lack sufficient information, but I know that Naruto seems to have answered a question correctly, allowing him to choose one person from several to resurrect. He chose to revive you from among Kushina, Minato, Takashi, Toka, and yourself." As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi was familiar with the names of all ninjas in the Leaf Village, having presided over the village for 63 years since its founding. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto turned her gaze back to Naruto and softly murmured, "Minato, Kushina." At that moment, Sasuke, nestled in Mikoto's arms, clearly heard his mother mention the fourth Hokage. As the top graduate of the Ninja Academy, he had a solid grasp of his studies and certainly remembered that the name of the fourth Hokage was Namikaze Minato. The familiarity with which she spoke suggested a deeper connection than mere acquaintance. They must have been well acquainted in the past. Additionally, who was Kushina? Reflecting on Naruto's past, Uchiha Mikoto felt a pang of sorrow. While Naruto was oblivious to the identities of his parents, she could never be so. A single, unfortunate deviation had robbed Naruto of the chance to reunite with them, and Mikoto felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Unconsciously, she called out, "Naruto." At that precise moment, the enigmatic voice resonated once more. Reward 2 has been issued, and an additional reward is now being dispensed. Just as Naruto was astonished to discover that Sasuke's mother knew him, the mysterious voice continued, "Reward 2 has been issued. An extra reward is being granted for the respondent's early correct answer." As the voice faded, a box measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length, width, and height materialized in the classroom. Following this, the mysterious voice spoke again. The box contains all possibilities, including character cards, skill cards, pet cards, ninja tool cards, Ninja 8 attributes cards, and special cards, all categorized by rank: gold, red, blue, green, and white. Character card can resurrect the character depicted on the card. Skill card contains all ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, and bloodline limits from the ninja world. Using the ninjutsu card grants immediate access to the recorded jutsu. Pet card grants the summoning contract of the pet depicted. Ninja tool card provides the corresponding ninja tools. Ninja 8 attributes card. Drawing the corresponding card can max out the respective ninja attribute to 10, if the current attribute is already 10. A substantial amount of chakra is added. Special card. Effects vary based on usage. The minimum rank for special cards is blue. The lottery countdown begins, 30 seconds. 29 seconds. Upon reviewing the introduction, Naruto comprehended the situation. A lottery was about to take place, relying solely on luck. In matters of fortune, Naruto considered himself rather fortunate. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Hinata and Niji realized that even with the power of their Byakugan, they could not see through the lottery box. Without hesitation, Naruto approached and placed his hand inside the box. Kakashi, wary of potential deception from an unseen adversary, noticed that, aside from Naruto, no one else could draw near the box. Thus, everyone focused intently on Naruto, eager to see what he would draw. Naruto slowly inserted his hand into the box, randomly grasped a card, and upon confirming its identity, he prepared to withdraw his hand. Just then, the box vanished entirely, leaving Naruto's hand suspended in the air. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon Naruto, who clutched a golden card in his hand. Before he could fully grasp its significance, a mysterious voice resonated once more. Character card, QB successfully activated. Resurrection complete. In an instant, all present were rendered speechless. Naruto swallowed hard, and, with a bewildered expression, exclaimed, Sasuke, am I hearing things? It seems something extraordinary has been resurrected. Sasuke, equally perplexed, shouted, You idiot, what on earth did you draw? At that moment, the entire classroom was aware that Naruto had drawn a reward to resurrect the QB, yet none understood who this QB was. The name was foreign to everyone. Save for Shikaku, the beast residing within Gaara, none knew of the Nine Tails. Moreover, Shikaku could not divulge the name of the Nine Tails to the others. Confusion enveloped Shikaku as he pondered whether he had misheard. When had the Nine Tails perished? He was utterly unaware. Oh heavens, which celestial being had avenged him? Unbeknownst to all, the entity known as QB had resurfaced in a realm unknown. As the crowd speculated, Naruto remained in a daze. Meanwhile, QB itself gazed around in astonishment. To elucidate the situation, just moments before, in a bid to assist the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, in vanquishing Kagaya Otsutsuki, QB had sacrificed its life and all its chakra to activate a powerful mode. After defeating Kagaya, QB had shared an emotional farewell with the boy it had watched grow for over 30 years, only to find itself inexplicably returned to the confines of its seal. The familiar dark golden cage surrounded it, adorned with sealing symbols left by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Yet, that was not the most pressing concern. Suddenly, a voice boomed nearby. Hey, who are you? A deep voice erupted beside QB, startling it. Turning to investigate the source of the voice, QB was taken aback to see a familiar figure. What is happening? Why is this raccoon also inside this boy? Indeed, within Naruto dwelled not only QB, but also the young version of the Nine Tails and Shikaku. The originally cramped confines now felt even more congested with the addition of Shikaku and a fully manifested QB. It could be stated that the three formidable beasts within Naruto were nearly suffocating the space. Fortunately, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto naturally possessed an immense reserve of chakra. Otherwise, even a single-tailed beast would have caused him to lose control. QB scratched its ear and remarked, This will not do. We must hasten to have Naruto tear the seal apart, thus providing us with more space. As the voice of the Nine Tails faded, Yang Jiawei sneered. Humph, were it not for the existence of this seal, I would certainly have dispatched that little brat. At that moment, Shoha surprisingly refrained from opposing Jiawei, echoing with a shrill voice, Indeed, kill him, eliminate them all. The Nine Tails cast a sidelong glance at Shoha and then slowly lay down, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, If that is your desire, you may find it eternally unattainable. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiawei, infuriated, retorted, What did you say? Once I am free, I will surely slay that little demon. Although Shoha had a strained relationship with Jiawei, it was difficult for him to disagree at this moment. As fellow-tailed beasts, none knew the Nine Tails better than Shoha. Furthermore, due to their fraught relationship, he was in fact the most familiar with Jiawei among all the tailed beasts. Had it not been for the extreme confinement of their cage, where the three-tailed beasts had no space to turn, a brawl would likely have already ensued. Beyond the cage lay a dark tunnel, and at the end of the tunnel resided a realm of light. Unbeknownst to Naruto, within him existed a half Nine Tails and a half One Tail. However, the timing of when the cage might be released remained a mystery. The tailed beasts sealed within could potentially resonate with the legendary Child of Prophecy, unleashing their most formidable powers. Yet, how long until that day would arrive was uncertain. In the classroom, everyone was astonished by the sight of the deceased being resurrected before their very eyes. They could hardly believe it was real. The Uchiha clan massacre was a well-known tragedy throughout the ninja world, and everyone was aware that only 2 Uchiha descendants remained. Yet, at that moment, before the eyes of all the participants in the Chunin exam, another member of the Uchiha clan appeared. Although the genin named Naruto Uzumaki seemed to have drawn another character card, seemingly resurrecting some tailed beast, most present were entirely ignorant of what a tailed beast was. Moreover, as the commotion of the resurrection occurred within Naruto's body, the onlookers remained oblivious to the events transpiring within him. Naturally, they could not grasp the significance of it all. However, the resurrection of Uchiha Mikoto was undeniably unfolding right before their eyes. Having concluded the matter, the third Hokage and Kakashi exchanged glances before departing with Uchiha Mikoto. Before leaving, Uchiha Mikoto cast one last glance at Sasuke, smiling as she said, "Sasuke, do your best." At her words, Sasuke's face flushed, and he awkwardly replied, "I know. Mom, you're so naggy." Observing this, Uchiha Mikoto said nothing further, turning to Naruto and encouraging, "Naruto-kun, you must also strive hard." Upon hearing this, Naruto laughed heartily, nodding in agreement while clutching his head. Finally, after the unrelated individuals had departed, Sanai Ibiki cleared his throat and announced, "All right, now the exam shall continue." In an instant, the atmosphere around Ibiki shifted, pressing down upon the candidates present. The fear that had only recently dissipated resurfaced, enveloping the participants once more. However, at this moment, bolstered by Naruto's earlier words and the sudden appearance of the viewing screen, the candidates found themselves devoid of fear. After a brief pause, upon witnessing the unwavering determination in the eyes of all the candidates, Ibiki realized that none would abandon their ambitions. Prior to the examination, the participating ninjas from various villages were gathered: Sunagakure, 30, Amigakure, 21, Kusagakure, 6, Takigakure, 6, Konoha 87, Otogakure, 3, totaling 153 individuals. Yet, following the first round of examinations, only 78 remained in the testing arena. Typically, in previous Chunin exams, the first round would eliminate over 2/3 of the participants. The subsequent second round would similarly filter out more than 2/3. Consequently, by the time the third round commenced, only a handful of candidates would remain. However, in this particular Chunin exam, a significant portion of the participants had persevered through the first round, resulting in an unusually high number of candidates continuing on, effectively creating an additional preliminary round. Nevertheless, it was still premature to draw conclusions. Observing that none had chosen to forfeit, Ibiki wasted no time in declaring, "Your resolve is commendable. Therefore, I hereby deem all of you who remain here as having passed the first round of the Chunin exam." The announcement left everyone momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the rationale behind it. Ibiki then proceeded to elucidate that the first 9 questions of the examination were designed to assess a ninja's ability to gather intelligence. As long as the methods employed were not excessively crude, the examiners would not be overly critical. The 10th question served as a psychological pressure test, emphasizing that even in the face of fear, a ninja must endure and complete their mission. Although Naruto had submitted blank answers for the initial 9 questions, he achieved a score of 10 on the final question, thus not receiving a 0 and qualifying as having passed. As Ibiki concluded his explanation, he suddenly seemed to sense something, casting his gaze toward the window. In the next moment, a figure wrapped in a massive cloth shattered the glass and entered the classroom. Upon entering, the individual tossed several shuriken, securing the cloth at the front of the classroom. The students then beheld a slender figure emerge, accompanied by the large cloth bearing the inscription, "Second Exam Proctor Mitarashi Anko, reporting for duty." Subsequently, Anko introduced the situation and prepared to escort the remaining candidates to the location of the second exam. At that moment, an unknown voice murmured, "What did that kid named Naruto Uzumaki say to be deemed correct by that mysterious entity?" Initially, the crowd was merely curious, but suddenly, the enigmatic voice that had vanished for a time resounded once more. As the sound resonated, everyone instinctively covered their mouths. However, Akatsuki Red Bean, new to the scene, was unaware of the rules and exclaimed, "What is that?" Almost immediately, someone noticed a colossal screen materializing in the sky. The examinees exchanged glances and realized that the barrier from earlier had vanished. They could now exit. In no time, the entirety of Konohagakure's populace emerged from their chambers, gazing up at the enormous curtain above. Unbeknownst to them, this screen was visible not just to the people of Konoha, but to all within the shinobi world. Within the screen appeared a vast desert city, slowly coming into view. At this moment, all the shinobi across the realm were taken aback. Kakashi, observing the scene, furrowed his brow and murmured, "Is this Sunagakure?" It was not only the inhabitants of Konoha who were gathered, the ninja of Sunagakure had also assembled, staring at the immense screen in the sky. Why is our village being displayed? What has transpired? Similarly, it was not just Sunagakure. Ninjas from Awagakure, Reigakure, Kirigakure, and even Kusagakure were also fixated on the imagery above. Some had even discovered that if they wished to remain in their rooms, they could simply close their eyes and still see the spectacle. In a moment of speculation, the ninjas from various nations began to ponder what this phenomenon could be. Could it be an illusion? Yet, after some attempts, they found that this occurrence did not hinder them, and thus began to gather in small clusters to watch. The screen revealed a magnificent white bird, upon which a figure appeared. As the focus sharpened, the silhouette became discernible, a young man clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, wearing the headband of a Awagakure. No, it was a rogue ninja from Awagakure. The identity of the figure atop the white bird was recognized by many from the various ninja villages. Although he appeared youthful and was unfamiliar to most, there were those who knew him. At that moment in Awagakure, a black-haired girl gasped as she recognized the figure on the screen, exclaiming, "Brother Deidara?" Indeed, the individual depicted was none other than Deidara, the disciple of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Seeing Deidara on the screen, Inoki clenched his teeth and remarked, "That brat Deidara has indeed become a rogue ninja." Meanwhile, on the screen, Deidara rode atop the white bird, circling above Sunagakure, seemingly gathering intelligence. What could he be planning? As dusk settled, Deidara seized the opportune moment and expelled 3 clay spiders from his mouth, subsequently casting them downwards. As the clay spiders descended silently to the ground, they stealthily crawled onto the backs of the 3 sand shinobi tasked with aerial reconnaissance. At that moment, the inhabitants of Sunagakure tensed with apprehension, unfamiliar with these clay spiders. They were oblivious to the extent of their effects, yet it was evident that the golden-haired rogue from Awagakure harbored malicious intent. Indeed, the 3 clay spiders swiftly latched onto the sand shinobi, and before they could react, they detonated, resulting in the immediate demise of all 3. Kakashi, witnessing the scene, furrowed his brows and remarked, "Explosive clay, is it?" Concurrently, all the shinobi villages began to document information concerning Deidara. After eliminating the scouts, Deidara ceased his concealment and leapt from the back of his white bird. At this juncture, the entire shinobi world was abuzz with speculation regarding Deidara's intentions. It was noteworthy that he dared to infiltrate Sunagakure, one of the 5 great nations, alone. All eyes were riveted on the unfolding events. Upon entering Sunagakure, Deidara triumphantly declared, "Successful infiltration." Yet, in the next instant, his smile vanished as he perceived an individual standing before him. As the visuals expanded, the entire shinobi realm beheld the figure that had caught Deidara's attention. It was a boy with short red hair, inscribed with the kanji for love upon his forehead. He donned a brown sand shinobi uniform, complemented by a gray chest plate, and bore a large gourd on his back. Upon seeing him, Temari exclaimed, "Gaara?" The shinobi and villagers of Sunagakure furrowed their brows in recognition. "It's that monster. Why is it him?" Gaara, with an unperturbed demeanor, stated, "This is where it ends." As the scene gradually receded, the people of Sunagakure recognized that they stood at the location of the Kazakage's office. Curiously regarding his discovery, Deidara inquired, "How did you find me?" Gaara lifted his gaze towards the white bird Deidara had arrived on and replied, "There are no such birds in the desert." From that point onward, neither side seemed inclined to engage in further banter. It was clear that a confrontation was imminent. Noticing Deidara retreating his hands into his bag, Gaara wasted no time. With a mere thought, he commanded the sand to rise and surge towards Deidara. A battle had commenced. Naruto, witnessing such a high-caliber confrontation for the first time, felt a surge of excitement. Sasuke glanced at Gaara in the distance, scoffing slightly before returning his attention to the unfolding drama. In the ensuing clash, as Gaara maneuvered, Deidara leapt onto his white bird, while the pursuing sands relentlessly chased after him, determined not to let him escape. In the heart of the desert, where I love the manipulation of sand, I possess a distinct advantage. The colossal waves of sand surged towards Deidara, and it appeared that he could not endure for long under such relentless pressure. However, it soon became apparent to Deidara that Gaara harbored reservations. Though this was indeed a desert, it was also the homeland of Sunagakure. And Gaara evidently wished to prevent the battle from affecting his village. Temari seemed to sense something, murmuring, "Could it be that Gaara?" Yet Gaara remained silent. His brow furrowed as he gazed at the sky. Seizing upon Gaara's vulnerability, Deidara was unwilling to relent, deliberately unleashing his clay birds in an attempt to bomb Sunagakure below. In the next moment, all of his assaults were thwarted by the sand manipulated by Gaara. Confirming his suspicions, Deidara intentionally slowed his pace, and Gaara, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a torrent of sand that surged toward Deidara's arm. As Deidara's arm was ensnared, a plethora of explosive clay erupted from the mouth on his hand, mingling with Gaara's sand. The entire shinobi world, observing the unfolding scene, took note of this crucial detail. Yet, it was evident that Gaara remained oblivious. In an instant, Kankuro could not help but exclaim, "Gaara, be careful." At the sound of his voice, Gaara hesitated momentarily. Was this concern? No. It was merely his own sense of responsibility toward the village. Instantly, Gaara's expression returned to its usual stoic demeanor. As the scene unfolded, guided by Deidara's deliberate actions, the explosive clay began to saturate Gaara's sand over time. In that moment, even those from Sunagakure who were not particularly fond of Gaara wore expressions of grave concern. From the earlier battle, it was evident that Gaara was constrained in his full fighting capacity as he sought to protect his village. However, the absence of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, raised questions among the villagers. Deidara fashioned the remaining clay into a massive bomb, and as it descended, the faces of the Sunagakure villagers filled with terror. In that instant, even from a distance, all the shinobi villages were struck with dread. Deidara was undoubtedly an S-rank rogue ninja. In the scene, the boy adorned with the symbol of love on his forehead exerted every effort to shield his village with sand just before the clay bomb could strike. At this moment, the people of Sunagakure anxiously watched the image in the sky. Chio observed the unfolding scene with hesitation and remarked, "Could it be that the child is protecting the village?" Though they could scarcely fathom why the boy would act thus or why the fourth Kazekage had yet to appear, in this moment, their thoughts varied. Yet the villagers of Sunagakure collectively focused on the tense spectacle before them. At the moment Gaara was withstanding the explosion, he sensed something amiss. In the next instant, everyone watching the scene noticed an unusual presence amidst the sand. Tension filled the air as all eyes were fixed on the unfolding drama. The inhabitants of Awagakure perceived something significant. Kuratsuchi hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, "Could it be that the clay bomb just now activated the clay mixed within the sand?" In the subsequent moment, Deidara began to speak on the screen. "From the instant your sand crushed my arm, I seized the opportunity to blend my clay into your sand. The earlier clay bomb has now triggered these explosive clays, thereby signaling the end of your good fortune as you attempt to defend with sand." Upon hearing Deidara's words, Gaara's expression shifted dramatically. Soon after, everyone noticed that numerous clay spiders began to crawl out from the sand that had enveloped Gaara. Deidara smirked on the screen, forming a hand sign as he proclaimed, "Art is an explosion." As the scene zoomed out, the previously suspended sand sphere suddenly expanded with a violent explosion, followed by an eerie silence. At that moment, the entire ninja world watched in anxious anticipation. To be candid, most had never witnessed such a fierce confrontation. Whether it was Gaara manipulating sand or Deidara employing clay bombs, even the untrained could discern the formidable prowess of both. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, reflecting on the abundance of talent emerging in the ninja world. From observing their battle, he recognized that both individuals possessed strength akin to that of a Kage. However, these two belonged to Sunagakure and Awagakure, respectively. Although the latter was a rogue ninja, the third Hokage glanced toward the distant ninja academy, the site of the first exam, pondering whether Konoha too would nurture such outstanding young talents in the future. On the screen, Gaara's sand began to dissipate gradually. Any discerning observer could see that the power of this strike was not to be underestimated. This battle commenced when Gaara detected Deidara's intrusion. He saw through the clay bird Deidara rode upon and immediately soared into the sky to confront him. After a prolonged standoff, Gaara initiated the attack, elevating his sand to engage Deidara. Overall, with a geographical advantage, Gaara appeared to hold the upper hand. Yet, it was evident that Deidara possessed a high tactical intelligence, swiftly identifying Gaara's vulnerabilities or hesitations. Deidara first tested the waters with clay bombs, and upon confirming his suspicions, he deliberately exposed a flaw, allowing Gaara's sand to ensnare him. Seizing this opportunity, Deidara infused his clay into Gaara's sand. Subsequently, by attacking Gaara and Sunagakure, he compelled Gaara to use the sand for village defense, thereby activating the clay concealed within. As Gaara engaged in self-defense, he allowed an intrusion into his sand shield, rendering him vulnerable to attack. At this juncture, it seemed inevitable that Gaara would face defeat. Indeed, the next moment revealed Deidara employing the same tactic once more. Deidara unleashed a massive clay bomb directed at Sunagakure, leaving Gaara with no choice but to confront it head-on, while Deidara activated all the remaining clay hidden within the sand. Despite sustaining severe injuries from the assault, Gaara continued to expend his chakra relentlessly, preventing the clay within the sand from detonating. He exerted every effort to transport the remaining sand mixed with clay out of the village. At this moment, Temari and Kankuro gazed in disbelief at Gaara on the screen. Kankuro murmured in astonishment, "Is that really Gaara?" It was no wonder he was taken aback. The contrast between this Gaara and the one who frequently threatened to kill him was strikingly profound. Anticipating Kankuro's thoughts, Gaara let out a disdainful snort, his gaze piercing as he warned, "Speak another word, and I shall end you." Witnessing this version of Gaara brought a sense of relief to Kankuro. Indeed, this was the true Gaara. The scene then shifted back to Gaara, who, with the last remnants of his chakra, managed to remove all the sand infused with explosive clay from the village's vicinity. Yet, at that moment, he could no longer withstand the strain and plummeted from the sky. Subsequently, Deidara, riding a white bird, caught him, turning to glance at Gaara behind him, exclaiming, "One tail, captured successfully." Upon hearing this, the many jonin present in Konoha shifted uneasily, their expressions changing as they regarded Gaara with caution. An inexplicable tension began to brew in the air. Kakashi Hitaki, finally aligning his thoughts, turned his attention to Gaara, murmuring, "Is he a Jinchuriki? But why would a Jinchuriki be sent out of the village?" Naruto, standing beside Kakashi, overheard his words and curiously inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, what are you talking about? What is a Jinchuriki? And what did that image mean by one tail?" Sasuke, too, perked up at the mention. Recognizing Gaara as a formidable adversary and realizing that acquiring more intelligence would be beneficial for their eventual encounter. However, Kakashi refrained from elaborating further. Meanwhile, the scene continued, shifting to the trio of sand shinobi led by their teacher, Matsuri. Upon witnessing Gaara's capture, Matsuri grew anxious and promptly began issuing commands to the sand shinobi behind him. "What are you standing around for? Hurry and assist Lord Kazekage." At that moment, the villagers of Sunagakure looked up with concern as Gaara descended from the sky, calling out, "Lord Gaara, Kazekage-sama." Across various factions, expressions shifted dramatically as they pondered the unfolding situation. The boy named Gaara was, in fact, the Kazekage? What? He has actually become the Wind Shadow? Just as Naruto gazed in astonishment at Gaara, he couldn't help but question how the latter had ascended to such a position. In that very moment, the enigmatic voice resonated once more. Question: after the fifth Wind Shadow Gaara was captured, who was the first ninja from Sunagakure to pursue him? Before the mysterious voice could finish, a ninja from the Rain Village, who had been eliminated in the first round of the exam and was unaware of the circumstances, bewilderedly exclaimed, "What is this?" The next instant, incorrect answer. Commencing penalty extraction. Boom. A spinning wheel materialized in midair, adorned with 16 segments, 8 of which were marked with various ninja abilities, while the other 8 bore the word life. As the wheel began to spin, everyone watched it with heightened vigilance. Finally, after several seconds, the pointer came to rest on life. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, the previously vibrant Rain Village ninja collapsed with a resounding thud. Panic-stricken, all eyes were fixed on the unfolding scene. A Leaf Village Chunin, who had been overseeing the examination, approached to inspect the fallen ninja. After a prolonged moment, he swallowed hard and, with a look of horror, declared, "He's dead." Everyone listened in hushed silence, the rules and the preceding question remaining unchanged. Soon after, the rewards were to be announced. Reward 1. Human Puppet of the Third Wind Shadow. Upon hearing this reward, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. No one could forget the catalyst behind the Third Great Ninja War. According to the records in the textbooks of Konoha, shortly after the Second Great Ninja War, the sudden disappearance of the Third Wind Shadow led Sunagakure to believe he had been assassinated by Konoha, thus igniting the Third Great Ninja War. Yet now, it appeared that the Wind Shadow had been transformed into a puppet. The mysterious voice continued without pause, announcing the next reward. Reward 2. For the correct answerer's corresponding ninja village, randomly select 5 deceased beings. The correct responder may choose one to resurrect. At that moment, all present swallowed hard. It could be said that while the penalty was severe, the reward was equally substantial. However, how could one possibly answer such a question? With so many ninjas in Sunigakure, who could possibly know who it would be? The crux of the matter was that without absolute certainty, who would dare to step forward? In that instant, everyone within the confines of the barrier fell into a profound silence. Naruto, several times, attempted to voice his thoughts, only to be firmly silenced by Sasuke's hand over his mouth. He certainly did not believe Naruto could provide the correct answer. Time slipped by silently for half an hour. Inside the Ninja Academy, despite being filled with people, an eerie quietude prevailed. After all, this was no trivial matter. A slip-up in answering could lead to dire consequences. From the moment the question had been posed, anyone who spoke would be deemed to be answering. Should their answer be incorrect, there was a 50% chance of death. Such a penalty rendered everyone mute with fear. Suddenly, the mysterious voice echoed once again. Due to the absence of answers for half an hour, and with remaining opportunities to respond, the format has now been changed to multiple choice. Please select from the following 3 options. 1. Kankuro 2. Temari 3. Gaara. There is no time limit for this question. Evidently, this enigmatic presence granted everyone a chance. After all, choosing from 3 options is certainly more manageable than guessing blindly. However, this time, a response was imperative, for the barrier would remain unbroken otherwise. Upon seeing the 3 options, Gaara remained silent, observing with a detached gaze. Conversely, Kankuro and Temari were momentarily taken aback. Yet, they quickly recollected their identities as Gaara's older siblings. Subsequently, they pondered the vision they had just witnessed, where Gaara exhausted his chakra to protect the village. Determined, Kankuro gritted his teeth and declared loudly, "I choose one." Kankuro is the first to pursue the ninja of Sunigakure. At this proclamation, all eyes turned towards Kankuro, including Gaara, who gazed at him in surprise. Soon after, Kankuro seemed resigned, speaking with a hint of despair. "Although I am reluctant to admit it, I am indeed that guy's brother. If he were to be captured." At this juncture, Kankuro's eyes exhibited a determination never before seen by Temari and Gaara. "I will definitely bring him back." In that moment, Gaara felt a tremor in his heart. Murmuring to himself, "Brother?" In an instant, Kankuro noticed that Gaara did not appear as intimidating as before. As Kankuro's voice faded, the mysterious voice resonated once more. Response. In that moment, it felt as though an eternity had passed, and Kankuro closed his eyes, awaiting the judgment of this enigmatic entity. Finally, the verdict was rendered. Correct. The next moment, a firework similar to the one that had erupted above Naruto's head when he answered correctly appeared above Kankuro, bursting forth with a dazzling display. Although his expression remained stoic, for some unknown reason, Gaara no longer seemed as fearsome. With Kankuro's correct answer, a cloud of smoke enveloped him. As the mist dissipated, a man clad in the garb of the Kazekage, with blue hair and yellow eyes, materialized before Kankuro. Upon sighting this figure, the ninjas of Sunigakure gasped in unison. The third Kazekage, Kankuro, equally astonished, found himself at a loss. He never anticipated that someone could turn the third Kazekage into a puppet. Yet, the identity of this individual remained a mystery. Then, the mysterious voice echoed again. Reward 1 has been issued, commencing the issuance of Reward 2. In an instant, 5 phantoms appeared before Kankuro. The first 4 figures seemed unremarkable, but the final silhouette caused Gaara's expression to shift dramatically. It depicted a young man, approximately 20 years of age, with sandy yellow hair, adorned with the headband of Sunigakure. Gaara gazed at the shadowy figure before him. A flicker of anger mingled with nostalgia in his voice as he uttered, "Yasamaru?" Indeed, among the 5 individuals present, the last was none other than Yasamaru, the uncle of Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. The moment Gaara laid eyes on Yasamaru, a troubling memory resurfaced, casting a shadow of melancholy and wistfulness upon his visage. Since it was Kankuro who answered the question correctly, the choice naturally fell to him as well. However, Kankuro first glanced at Yasamaru among the 5 and then hesitated, casting a doubtful look towards Gaara. In response, Gaara merely snorted coldly and turned his gaze elsewhere. Naruto, initially disinterested in the affairs of the Sand Village's candidates, inexplicably sensed a familiar aura emanating from Gaara. This sensation was none other than solitude. Earlier, he had inquired of Kakashi about the Jinchuriki. Yet Kakashi had pondered for a long while before ultimately withholding his answer. But what authority did he possess to dictate who should be revived? In that moment, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he could perceive that Gaara harbored a trace of affection for that fifth shadow. At that juncture, Kankuro, after much hesitation, suddenly proposed, "Gaara, why don't we revive Uncle Yasamaru?" From Kankuro's words, Naruto discerned that Kankuro must be Gaara's brother. Yet, the manner in which the elder spoke to his younger sibling carried an air of subservience. Upon hearing Kankuro's suggestion, Gaara simply turned away, coldly remarking, "You need not inform me whom you wish to revive. Speak thus again, and I shall kill you." Upon hearing this, Temari sighed in relief. She exchanged glances with Kankuro, and both shared a smile. Though Gaara had spoken harshly, they both understood that he did not oppose the notion, for his words lacked any murderous intent. Kankuro, too, breathed a sigh of relief, then nervously approached the shadow of Yasamaru, declaring, "I wish to revive Uncle Yasamaru." As Kankuro's words resonated, a mysterious voice echoed once more, confirming the revival of Yasamaru. With the emergence of this enigmatic sound, a greater number of onlookers witnessed the tremendous commotion caused by Yasamaru's revival. This disturbance evidently contained an immense vitality. At that moment, the nine tails within Naruto, previously lying dormant, suddenly rose, astonished by the spectacle unfolding outside. What is this? Yin-yang release. The yang aspect of the nine tails and the half-shikaku had evidently encountered such a technique earlier. Yet they now observed the scene with keen interest. To the nine tails, the resurrected individual appeared to be sculpted from an overwhelming surge of life force, with the soul returning from the Pure Land to inhabit the newly formed body, thus completing the revival. Such a technique was undoubtedly yin-yang release, and moreover, it encompassed more than mere yin-yang release. Although Yang Jiawei and Shoha had previously witnessed the commotion surrounding the resurrection of Uchiha Mikoto, they could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment at such a display once more. As the life force from the outside world reached its zenith, the vast barrier encircling the Ninja Academy dissipated entirely. At last, the essence of life faded, and the man known as Yakamaru slowly opened his eyes. Yakamaru gazed around in bewilderment and hesitantly spoke, "Am I not dead?" Soon after, he noticed the distant Hokage rock and, with uncertainty, murmured, "Is this Konoha?" Finally, Kanjuro looked at the figure before him and called out, albeit uncertainly, "Uncle Yakamaru." Upon hearing the voice, Yakamaru turned his gaze to the young boy before him, and faint memories stirred within him as he tentatively remarked, "Is that you, Kanjuro? You've grown so much." Temari, as the elder sister, could not help but shed a few tears at this reunion. Meanwhile, Naruto also observed Gaara, who had initially intended to leave, casting a sidelong glance at Yakamaru. Yakamaru noticed Gaara and was about to call out, "Gaara," but before he could finish his sentence, Gaara abruptly turned away, and a wall of sand obstructed Yakamaru. Then, Gaara's emotionless voice echoed, "The second exam is about to commence. How long do you two intend to delay? Be careful, or I shall take action." With that, Gaara strode away. Temari and Kanjuro exchanged apologetic farewells with Yakamaru, after which Kanjuro produced a sealing scroll to encapsulate the puppet of the third Kazekage, while Temari hurriedly sought out Maki to hand over Yakamaru to him. Although Maki was astonished by Yakamaru's revival, he ultimately decided to ensure Yakamaru was settled in. Considering the mysterious circumstances surrounding him, they would need to remain in Konoha for nearly another month. On the other hand, Naruto, seemingly endowed with eyes that could peer into the depths of one's heart, was seen with his hands clasped behind his head, following Sasuke and Sakura to the venue of the second exam. As they walked, Naruto remarked, "Hey Sasuke, I just noticed that guy named Gaara seemed eager to approach the one called Yakamaru, yet he just walked away. How strange." In response, Sasuke scoffed derisively, "Idiot. What do you know?" Offended by Sasuke's retort, Naruto shot back angrily, "You don't understand anything, you jerk." Witnessing the impending quarrel between the two, Sakura could only manage a weary smile. Suddenly, Naruto seemed to recall something, leaping in front of Gaara. "You're Gaara, right? I heard you're going to become the Kazekage someday." Gaara, taken aback by Naruto's sudden approach, soon heard Naruto continue, "I am Uzumaki Naruto. One day, I too shall become Hokage, and I won't lose to you, you know." Gaara gazed at the foolishly beaming face before him and coldly declared, Impossible. Naruto was momentarily struck down by this proclamation, yet he swiftly adjusted his mindset and shouted back at Gaara, "Just you wait. I will defeat you and become the Hokage. I swear." "I have no interest in the weak," Gaara remarked, indifferent to Naruto's reaction as he walked past him. At that moment, Temari cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, saying, "You think you can win against Gaara? Call upon your dark-haired companion." Although, he too would stand no chance. Kankuro also looked at Naruto with a smirk. "Are you still half asleep?" With that, the trio walked away. Furious at their dismissive behavior, Naruto clenched his clothes and bit down in frustration. "Damn Sasuke. One day, I will defeat that jerk." Unbeknownst to Naruto, as he stormed off, the ninjas of Konoha began to murmur amongst themselves. Is he foolish? Challenging Gaara like that, and claiming he will become Hokage someday? What a disgrace to our village. Indeed, did you not notice that Gaara will soon become the Kazekage? His strength must be formidable by now. How could he possibly defeat him? However, if that monster from Sunagakure could eliminate that fox spirit, it wouldn't he be all bad? Shoo, keep your voice down. I am being quiet enough. That fox spirit is merely a creature. If it hears us, it matters not. Besides, at this point, the fox must already be aware, right? I even heard he stole some sealing scroll. After such deeds, I wonder why the third Hokage hasn't locked him up yet. Mind your words. As the distance widened, their whispers faded into obscurity. Meanwhile, Gaara murmured, "Fox spirit?" He then glanced towards the distant figure of Naruto, pondering, Naruto Uzumaki? The fox spirit? He is simply too weak, so weak that I could easily extinguish his life with a mere finger. Soon, the group arrived at the venue for the second exam. After signing their respective waivers, they prepared to enter the forest of death. Suddenly, Naruto exclaimed, "Oh wait. That puppet user answered the question correctly, didn't he? Shouldn't there be an explanation as to why he got it right? And what about me bringing back the Kazekage? Where is he?" As soon as he spoke, before Sasuke could respond, the mysterious voice resonated once more. Understood. In an instant, the screen, which had previously vanished into the sky, reappeared. The scene depicted the night in Sunagakure, where the rogue ninja Deidara was seen departing the village with Gaara. Soon after, another figure emerged on the screen. A man adorned with face paint and carrying several scrolls on his back, pursuing Deidara. "Return Gaara to me." This individual was none other than the future Kankuro. As the celestial spectacle unfolded, all candidates poised to enter the examination hall abruptly halted. At that moment, the scene revealed Kankuro furiously pursuing the abductor of Gaara. The candidates discerned with clarity that Kankuro was indeed the first to engage in the chase. As the imagery reappeared, ninjas from various villages within the hidden leaf, despite being unaware that this vision was broadcast across the entire ninja world, began to compose letters, sending forth their messenger hawks into the sky towards the major ninja villages. After an indeterminate period, as dawn broke, Kankuro finally caught up with the individual who had kidnapped Gaara. However, the footage depicted not just a single assailant. Among those present was another figure, cloaked in a black coat adorned with red clouds, hunched in stature. At that moment, Jiraiya, returning to the hidden leaf, observed the scene in the sky and furrowed his brow, pondering if it was a member of the Akatsuki. As the footage showed Kankuro attempting to regain Gaara using his puppetry, the other companion of Deidara made their move. Just as Kankuro's puppet neared Deidara's white bird, a metallic scorpion-like tail unexpectedly emerged from behind the assailant, swiftly ensnaring Kankuro's raven puppet. Meanwhile, Chiyo of Sunagakure, who had previously been indifferent, now wore a grave expression. Recognizing the craftsmanship of the child, she speculated about Deidara's ally but deemed it premature to draw conclusions. Is it truly you, Sasori? In the expansive screen above, Kankuro, maneuvering two of his puppets, launched an assault against Deidara's companion. Yet, it became evident that all of Kankuro's offensive tactics were effortlessly countered by the stooped figure. Even when Kankuro believed he had ensnared his adversary and delivered a decisive blow, it was swiftly neutralized by the enemy's sand clone. Subsequently, the adversary's onslaught thrust Kankuro into peril. Utilizing his salamander puppet, he shielded himself from the incoming attack. The salamander's defense can withstand even a ton of colossal boulders. Kankuro proclaimed with pride upon seeing his puppet block the assault. However, just as he reveled in his temporary triumph, the next moment revealed the enemy's scorpion tail, delivering a devastating strike that dismantled Kankuro's salamander puppet. Stunned into silence by the unfolding events, Kankuro did not surrender. Instead, he continued to manipulate his remaining puppets. Yet, before long, all 3 of his puppets lay in ruins. With only 3 puppets brought to the exam, their destruction left him in a dire predicament. The expression on Kankuro's face in the Chunin Exam arena reflected grave concern as he witnessed the calamity. Although his current prowess certainly pales in comparison to his future self, he nonetheless possesses a fundamental sense of perception. For the first time, he realizes that all his strategies have been completely discerned by another. How could such a formidable adversary exist? It is utterly terrifying. He cannot fathom how he would confront such an enemy in the future. Are you wondering why I have seen through all your tactics? Meanwhile, in the Chunin Exam arena, Kanjiro is contemplating this very question. In the next moment, the words of the enemy within the visual feed leave Kanjiro ashen-faced. Because the creator of the puppets, Crow, Black Ant, and Salamander, is none other than myself. The instant those words are uttered, not only does Kanjiro's expression change, but even Chiyo, the elder residing in Sunagakure and fishing in solitude, drops her fishing rod to the ground. At that moment, tears begin to well in Chiyo's eyes. Scorpion, is it truly you? In that moment, as Kanjiro hears those words, shock washes over him, rendering him unable to believe that the creator of the 3 puppets is indeed the adversary before him. At this juncture, not only Kanjiro but the entirety of Sunagakure is taken aback. Just then, as everyone in Sunagakure grapples with the revelation that the creator of the puppets is the hunchbacked man on the screen, the previously posed question resurfaces. Question, meanwhile. In the testing area outside the Forest of Death, Naruto is on the verge of speaking. Sakura, however, before Naruto can finish his statement, Sasuke swiftly covers his mouth. At this moment, Sasuke internally exclaims in frustration, "This fool, has he not heard that the question has reappeared?" Yet, in the next instant, the mysterious voice remains silent, failing to pose the question or punish Naruto for speaking out of turn. All present are left in anticipation of fate's judgment, some even gleefully watching Naruto. Finally, the voice proclaims, "Correct answer." The mysterious voice's declaration leaves all in the examination hall stunned. What is happening? How could it be correct? In the next moment, the mysterious voice fully articulates the question. Question: after Kanjiro was defeated by the enemy and poisoned, who was it that helped him to detoxify upon being brought back by the ninjas of Sunagakure? Rules: 1. All life forms within the domain may participate in responding. 2. There are 3 opportunities to answer. Incorrect responses will result in the nullification of one of the 8 ninja attributes or direct elimination of the incorrect respondent. 3. If no one answers correctly within 3 attempts, the domain barrier will be lifted and the footage will commence. 4. If a correct answer is given within 3 attempts, the barrier will be lifted, the responder will be rewarded, and the footage will begin. Once everyone has comprehended these rules, the mysterious voice begins to announce the rewards. Reward 1. Permanent doubling of chakra capacity. Upon hearing this reward, Kakashi, who has just arrived on the scene, looks at Naruto from a distance with a bemused expression. Originally, Naruto was already a powerhouse. One wonders what level he will now attain. The narrative is far from over. Shortly thereafter, the enigmatic voice resounded once more. Reward 2. Instant contract signing with one of the 3 sacred lands. Upon hearing this reward, Kakashi was at a loss for how to react. Was it a favorable reward? Undoubtedly, yet when compared to the opportunity for resurrection, it appeared rather mediocre. However, the revelations continued. Reward 3. One chance to spin the wheel, character card only. Upon seeing this notification, expressions across the crowd shifted dramatically. Those unaware of the situation were promptly enlightened by their neighbors. This so-called character card was, in fact, an opportunity for revival. Yet, the events were not concluded. The mysterious voice continued to proclaim. Due to the respondent's successful buzz-in, the reward is doubled. Note: from this point forward, answers may only be given after the question has been fully articulated. Any answers provided prematurely will not be counted. Upon observing this announcement, Kakashi regarded Naruto with a look of astonishment, remarking on his reputation as the most unpredictable ninja, capable of compelling a mysterious entity to alter the rules. Fortunately, this round of rewards remained intact. The mysterious voice began to dispense the rewards. Reward 1 has been doubled. The respondent's chakra has been permanently tripled, will increase in accordance with the respondent's physical chakra capacity, and it has been issued. Yet Naruto felt no discernible change within himself, and, perplexed, muttered, "What is this? Wasn't it supposed to be a doubling of chakra? I don't feel anything at all." At that moment, a petite, red-haired kunoichi from the grass ninja village, a peer of Naruto, timidly remarked, "It's grown. It has transformed into a vast ocean." Upon her utterance, the assembly fell into stunned silence. Meanwhile, another grass ninja in the crowd licked his lips with a serpentine tongue and chuckled. "The Uzumaki clan, I see." Naruto, oblivious to the girl's comment, continued to introspect, finding no alterations and thus dismissed it from his mind. Simultaneously, the Ninetales, previously confined within Naruto's cramped enclosure, along with the Sun Ninetales and Shikaku, suddenly sensed a shift. They soon discovered that the once crowded cage had expanded several-fold. In fact, if the three-tailed beasts desired, they could easily tumble about within their newfound space. The Ninetales opened his eyes and remarked, Has my chakra increased?" Following a moment of reflection, he declared, "Indeed, it has grown. It now surpasses that of the majority of adult members of the Uzumaki clan." TSK. At just 13, Naruto has encountered such fortune. The future holds even greater prospects. Meanwhile, Shikaku was utterly bewildered, casting a look at the Ninetales and exclaiming, "You foolish fox, what does it matter if it has grown? What is that to you?" In an instant, the Sun Ninetales cast a sly glance at Shikaku, leading to a sudden bout of combined assault. Although Shikaku stood no chance against the fully realized Ninetales, nor even against the half-formed Sun Ninetales, he was promptly overwhelmed by their joint onslaught. Yet, true to his stubborn nature, Shikaku remained defiant, even as he neared defeat. Certainly, unbeknownst to the outside world, Naruto remained oblivious to everything occurring, shielded by the deliberate protection of the Ninetales. The battles involving Shikaku and the young Ninetales did not disturb him. At last, following the distribution of the first reward, the second arrival manifested. In an instant, a toad, a slug, and a graceful woman floating in the air appeared before Naruto. At the moment the woman materialized, Orochimaru, hidden among the grass ninjas, was momentarily stunned. He recognized her. Though she appeared human, she was, in truth, a serpent, known as the deity of Tenshin. Tenshin was one of the three great sages under the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave, alongside Ichijo Island Heim and Takitsuki Heim, responsible for overseeing the contract scrolls of Ryuchi Cave and selecting those who would undergo trials there, thus instructing the contract holders in sage mode. Consequently, the identities of the other two sages need not be elaborated upon. Among the three great sanctuaries, the Wetbone Forest housed only the Slug Sage, whose summoning typically called forth a manifestation of the Slug Sage. Conversely, Mayaboka Mountain served as the residence of the Toad clan, where the Toad Sage boasted numerous descendants. And this time, it was an elder toad with white eyebrows, hair, and beard who had arrived. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Fukasaku. Upon their arrival, each sage understood their respective mission, and in an instant, a substantial scroll materialized before them. Fukasaku, seemingly aware, turned to Naruto and proclaimed, "You must be the contract holder. Come forth and sign the contract, young man." However, Tenshin retorted disdainfully, "Humph, any contract must first be established with us at Ryuchi Cave." At her words, Fukasaku and Tenshin immediately began to bicker. Ultimately, it was through the persuasion of the Slug Sage that Naruto successfully signed contracts with all three great sanctuaries. This spectacle left the surrounding ninja villages in envy. Typically, forming a contract with a single sanctuary is an extraordinary feat. Yet Naruto managed to secure agreements with all three simultaneously. Such fortune was indeed enviable. After Naruto completed the contracts, the three sages vanished. Shortly thereafter, the lottery box that Naruto had previously drawn from reappeared. Subsequently, the announcement echoed, "Reward 2 has been distributed. Reward 3 is now commencing. The respondent may draw 2 cards." As before, Naruto approached and extended his hand into the box. Moments later, after selecting his 2 cards, he withdrew his hand. The next instant, the box vanished from sight. Naruto then gazed at the 2 cards in his hand. Upon examining them closely, he paused for a moment, for this time, he clearly discerned the nature of the 2 cards. One was blue, while the other was gold. Although he was unsure why he could not use these cards immediately, one of them left Naruto momentarily stunned. At that moment, Naruto raised one of the cards high and cast his gaze into the distance. Sakura, noticing this, could not help but inquire with curiosity, "Naruto, what is the matter?" Naruto, somewhat puzzled, replied, "The figure on this card resembles the individual on Hokage Rock." Upon hearing this, Sasuke paused momentarily before approaching to examine the card in Naruto's hand. When he beheld the golden card that Naruto held aloft, his heart jolted, and he swiftly directed his gaze toward the location of Hokage Rock. Is this the second Hokage? Indeed, one of the two cards Naruto had drawn depicted a silver-haired, red-eyed man adorned with a metal forehead protector resembling a mask, 3 red markings gracing his cheeks, and clad in a black, form-fitting combat uniform complemented by blue layered armor and a white feathered collar extending from his shoulders to his back. It was unmistakably the second Hokage. Naruto, equally astonished, remarked, "He truly is the second Hokage. He appears so youthful. Judging by the card, he seems to be in his 20s. But how does one utilize this?" No sooner had Naruto finished speaking than 2 mysterious voices resonated. Revival of the Fourth War S. Tobirama Senju successful. Revival of Kagami Uchiha successful. In an instant, Sasuke's pupils constricted. Kagami Uchiha? Another Uchiha? At this moment, Sasuke's heart surged with tumultuous waves, realizing that yet another member of the Uchiha clan had been resurrected. Almost immediately, the formidable life force that had previously manifested reemerged, perhaps intensified by the simultaneous revival of 2 individuals. Everyone was tense, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Before Naruto, 2 ethereal figures gradually materialized in the clearing, their forms becoming increasingly solid as life energy infused them. Eventually, after a sustained influx of vitality, this energy began to slowly dissipate, indicating that the revival had concluded. The moment the revival was complete, an overwhelming aura erupted from Tobirama Senju, radiating outward. Subsequently, Tobirama opened his eyes abruptly. The immense pressure he exuded sent cold sweat trickling down the brows of the surrounding individuals, including Orochimaru, who was disguised as a grass ninja. It must be noted that while Tobirama's power may not have surpassed that of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, it was certainly beyond the capability of those present to withstand. Tobirama, visibly perturbed, surveyed the crowd. What is happening? Have I been reincarnated through impure world reincarnation again? And who is responsible this time? Why do they always disturb me in death? Consequently, Tobirama unconsciously released an overwhelming presence. However, in the next instant, his aura faltered as he sensed something unusual. This feeling. It is not that of impure world reincarnation. This is the sensation of blood flowing. Moreover, upon further examination of his own body, Tobirama hesitantly murmured, "And my physical state has returned to that of my prime in my 20s. What is going on?" Just then, a voice resonated beside him. "Teacher?" Upon hearing this, Tobirama turned to the side, momentarily stunned, before breaking into a smile. "Kagami." Suddenly, Senju Tobirama paused, casting a puzzled glance at Uchiha Kagami, and inquired, "Why do you appear so youthful? Could it be?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kagami chuckled softly, replying, "Master, I am as bewildered as you are. During a mission, I was presumed dead, and initially thought I had been resurrected by your Edo Tensei. However, upon closer inspection, that does not seem to be the case." As Senju Tobirama surveyed his surroundings, he too began to feel perplexed. He sensed that the chakra of those around him was significantly diminished. Just then, his gaze was drawn to the distance where he detected a familiar chakra approaching. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been startled by the disturbance caused by Tobirama's revival, arrived at the scene and, upon catching sight of the figure, found himself engulfed in a bittersweet mix of sorrow and joy. "Master, have you returned?" he exclaimed. Senju Tobirama turned his attention to the third Hokage, then glanced around, momentarily taken aback when he spotted the diminutive forms of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, and was again struck with astonishment upon seeing Gaara. Finally, he directed his gaze back to the third Hokage, asking, "Primate, enlighten me about the current situation." Subsequently, the third Hokage recounted the events that transpired during the first round of the Chunin exams, while Uchiha Kagami approached the side of Senju Tobirama. Initially, the third Hokage had been solely focused on Tobirama, unaware of Kagami's presence. However, upon the arrival of Mido Gate-un and Tono Kosuke, they first noticed Senju Tobirama, becoming somewhat agitated before their eyes fell upon Uchiha Kagami beside him. Although Senju Tobirama had taken 6 disciples, they typically executed missions in 2 teams. One team comprised Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mido Gate-un, and Tono Kosuke, while the other consisted of Shimura Danzo, Akimichi Torafu, and the present Uchiha Kagami. Due to Kagami's cheerful disposition, which starkly contrasted with that of the typical Uchiha clan members. He maintained amicable relations with Hiruzen, In, and Kosuke. However, as Tobirama and the third Hokage were engaged in conversation, there was little opportunity for further dialogue. It is noteworthy that the decision to resurrect Senju Tobirama was made with careful consideration. Having experienced the Fourth Great Ninja War, he possessed some foresight into future events, albeit not extensively. Additionally, his strength was not overly formidable. Had the first Hokage been revived, his power would have been excessively great. Furthermore, with the third Hokage still alive, reviving another third Hokage would be inappropriate, and reviving the fourth Hokage at this juncture was premature. It would be more opportune to resurrect him once Naruto fully comprehended his identity. Lastly, to clarify about the character cards, the golden card signifies an individual destined for future death or potential Edo Tensei, indicating knowledge of future events. The remaining cards are categorized by strength, all representing individuals who have perished in the past. After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's account, Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow, casting a glance around before stating, "So, we are in the 63rd year of Konoha?" At this moment, Senju Tobirama, though perplexed by the unfolding events, recalled that the day the Fourth Great Ninja War came to an end was none other than the 10th of October in the 67th year of Konoha, coinciding with Naruto's 17th birthday. With this thought in mind, Senju Tobirama turned his gaze toward the somewhat dazed Uzumaki Naruto. He approached the boy, who had fallen to the ground, overwhelmed by his aura, and with a smile, remarked, "Naruto, you truly are remarkable, managing to revive this old man." Upon hearing Tobirama's words, not only the third Hokage but also the two advisors and Uchiha Kagami were astonished as they looked at Naruto. The third Hokage found himself consumed by curiosity, pondering why the second Hokage would recognize Naruto. He was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how Tobirama could be familiar with Naruto, and his expression betrayed a sense of disbelief, especially as it was evident that Tobirama held a favorable view of the young ninja. However, it was common knowledge that the second Hokage had perished during the First Great Ninja War decades ago, while Naruto had only been born 13 years prior. Naruto, equally perplexed, gazed at the second Hokage before him and inquired, does this white-haired, fox-eyed gentleman actually know me?" For a moment, he felt a sense of familiarity with this individual, reminiscent of the figures carved into Hokage rock, but he dismissed the thought, believing that this man appeared much younger. Surely, it was merely a coincidence of resemblance. Nonetheless, the fact that this gentleman seemed to recognize him piqued his curiosity. In response to Naruto's words, Senju Tobirama found himself at a loss, placing a hand firmly atop Naruto's head. "If anyone resembles a fox, it is certainly you, young man. Do you truly think you can compare to me?" Taken aback by the sudden reprimand, Naruto appeared bewildered, tilting his head as he pondered, "Well, perhaps I do bear a closer resemblance to a fox. A fox cub, to be precise." Observing this, Senju Tobirama shook his head, bemused, and remarked, "You are indeed the reincarnation of my elder brother, exhibiting the same endearing foolishness." This statement left the third Hokage in a state of shock, thinking, "What is the meaning of this? It seems somewhat akin to my teacher reprimanding Lord Hashirama." Wait, what did he just say? The reincarnation of Lord Hashirama? Naruto? What does reincarnation even mean? In truth, the concept of reincarnation was foreign to the ninja world. According to legend, upon death, all souls were destined to enter the Pure Land, where they would lead an eternal existence. Thus, the third Hokage struggled to comprehend Tobirama's words. At that moment, everyone present was rendered speechless, astonished by the revelation. Though none understood the intricacies of reincarnation, it was evident that Naruto bore a striking resemblance to the first Hokage. In an instant, the ninjas of Konoha began to reflect on the descriptions of the first Hokage found in their textbooks, the one who quelled chaos, established the system of one nation and one village, and laid the foundation for countless generations with an unwavering spirit and indomitable will, the invincible god of the ninja world. Reflecting upon the contents of the textbook, when the visage of the first Hokage was replaced with that of Naruto Uzumaki, a collective shiver ran through the crowd. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. How could the legendary god of shinobi possibly resemble Naruto? It was inconceivable, utterly impossible. Meanwhile, Naruto rubbed his head and turned to Sasuke beside him, whispering, "Say, Sasuke, why is it that those of you who appear cleaner than girls possess tempers even more volatile?" The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, felt a surge in blood pressure. With his formidable prowess, he could hear even the softest of whispers. Yet, mindful of his status, he refrained from reprimanding Naruto. Nevertheless, while the second Hokage hesitated, Sasuke harbored no such reservations. He swiftly delivered a punch to Naruto's head. "Hey, you jerk Sasuke. I challenge you to a duel," Naruto exclaimed. "Humph, you idiot dead last." Sasuke retorted. "What did you say?" "Sasuke, you. I'll crush you." In an instant, the two appeared ready to engage in combat. Observing the interaction between Naruto and Sasuke, those around them couldn't help but smile. Who among us did not have a comrade who seemed awkward, yet had a deeply entrenched bond during our youth? Witnessing this scene, the third Hokage was reminded of Danzo, while Kakashi thought of Obito Uchiha. Tobirama, on the other hand, reminisced about his elder brother Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, pondering if this was indeed a consequence of reincarnation. Elsewhere, aside from Tobirama, the third Hokage also took note of the resurrected Obito Uchiha, and the group engaged in nostalgic exchanges. Since Tobirama had come from the Fourth Great Ninja War, he was unaware of when Obito had perished, yet he understood that the Uchiha clan's future consisted solely of Sasuke. Thus, he speculated that Obito might have met his demise during the clan's massacre or at some other point. At that moment, however, Obito appeared to be hesitating to speak. Tobirama noticed this, but subtly indicated with his gaze that they should refrain from discussing it further, suggesting they could talk when they returned. Just as the group was reminiscing, Kakashi suddenly recalled that when Tobirama Senju was resurrected, his title was that of Tobirama Senju of the Fourth War. Over the 60 years since the establishment of the shinobi villages, 3 great ninja wars had transpired. Thus, Kakashi pondered where this so-called Fourth War had originated. Immediately, Kakashi discreetly relayed his thoughts to the third Hokage. The third Hokage, having arrived later and feeling the immense fluctuation of chakra, was unaware of the matter. Upon receiving Kakashi's report, he expressed astonishment and subsequently summoned 2 Chunin who had been present at the time, confirming that others had indeed heard Kakashi's account. The third Hokage approached Tobirama to inquire about this matter. The teacher, based on the reports from those present, mentioned that at the moment of his resurrection, the enigmatic entity referred to him as Senju Hashirama. I recall that at this juncture, Hashirama raised his hand, signaling the third Hokage to refrain from speaking further. He then directly stated, "Monkey, summon the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages. We must convene a Kage summit." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage was taken aback and immediately inquired, "Teacher, is there something of such urgency that necessitates this?" Hashirama responded, "This matter pertains to the very survival of the ninja world." Aware of the gravity of the situation, the third Hokage understood that further discussions should not take place in that setting and promptly arranged for the sending of ninja hawks to each of the major villages to convene a new Kage summit. Just as the third Hokage was preparing to depart with Uchiha Kagami and Senju Hashirama to their quarters, an image reappeared in the sky. Although Uchiha Sasuke wished to inquire about his recently resurrected clansman, Kagami, the emergence of the image compelled him to focus on observing it first. Despite merely being an observation, the display showcased numerous combat techniques that would astound the average individual. From Gaara's battle against Deidara to Kankuro's confrontation with Sasori, both encounters exceeded Sasuke's current understanding of combat prowess. Even though Kankuro was decisively outmatched by Sasori in their duel, the level of skill he exhibited was far beyond what Sasuke could rival at present. Senju Hashirama gazed at the image, frowning, and remarked, "Is this the so-called projection?" The third Hokage nodded and succinctly recounted the visuals that had been presented during the previous appearance of this mysterious image. Consequently, Hashirama grasped the situation. According to the intelligence he had acquired during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Gaara had previously been a Jinchuriki but was later stripped of this status. Although the specifics of his survival remained unclear, he was indeed the Kazekage by the time of the Fourth War. Furthermore, based on Gaara's performance during the war, Hashirama held him in high regard. Thus, he turned to Gaara and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Gaara appeared somewhat perplexed, unsure of the second Hokage's intentions, mistakenly believing that Hashirama had uncovered his true identity. Nevertheless, Gaara remained indifferent, merely snorting without uttering a word. This behavior intrigued the second Hokage, who felt that this Gaara differed significantly from the fifth Kazekage he was familiar with. However, the second Hokage dismissed the thought and instead crossed his arms, calmly observing the unfolding imagery. The scene depicted the morning sun bathing Sunagakure in light. In the image, a group of Sunagakure ninja hurriedly carried an individual toward the village. Hurry, Lord Kankuro can barely hold on. Quickly, let us get him to Granny Chiyo. As the scene zoomed in, the faces of the individuals became clearer. At the forefront was Temari of Sunagakure, which was not particularly surprising. However, the appearance of the three individuals subsequently evoked a question mark above everyone's heads. In an instant, all gazes turned towards Kakashi's team. Indeed, the figures displayed on the screen were none other than Hatake Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura. Wait, is that person up there really me? Why do I appear older? And why is it only Sakura and me? Sakura, too, felt a twinge of embarrassment at her image on the screen, promptly delivering a playful punch to Naruto while exclaiming, "Be quiet." Kakashi silently materialized behind Naruto like a specter, remarking, "It seems I am invisible to you, Naruto-kun." His voice carried a note of melancholy. In response, Naruto quickly offered an apology. Observing the incessantly cheerful boy, Senju Tobarama couldn't help but smile. At that moment, the scene shifted, revealing Shizune and the members of Kakashi's team finally encountering the shinobi from Sunagakure. Has Lady Temari returned? Hurry, Lord Kankuro is in the hospital. Upon hearing this, Temari was taken aback and swiftly led her team towards the Sunagakure hospital. The scene then transitioned to the hospital, where in a medical room, Kankuro lay in excruciating agony. All viewers, merely from the sight of Kankuro's suffering, could discern that his condition was dire. His visage was ashen, and his breaths were alarmingly shallow. It was evident that without immediate treatment, Kankuro was on the brink of succumbing. Surrounding him were numerous medical ninjas, including Chiyo, a master of medical ninjutsu. However, she lamented, "I am at my wit's end. The only one more adept at antidotes than I is probably Tsunade from Konoha." These words caused a change in expression among all present, both within the scene and outside in the various ninja villages. It was common knowledge that Chiyo was among the best medical ninjas in the entire shinobi world, second only to Tsunade. If she could not save him, it was doubtful that even Tsunade could help. After all, while Tsunade was renowned as the foremost medical ninja, Chiyo was equally acknowledged as the second best. To many, Chiyo's statement seemed largely a source of comfort. Yet, in the next moment, the door to the medical room burst open. A voice from outside exclaimed, "Reinforcements from Konoha have arrived." Upon hearing this, all the shinobi of the ninja world speculated whether Tsunade was among them. However, those in the examination room collectively turned their attention toward Naruto and his companions. They remembered all too well that the mysterious voice had previously posed the question, after being defeated by the enemy and poisoned, who helped Kankuro, brought back by the ninjas of Sunagakure with the antidote? Unexpectedly, Naruto called out the name of the girl beside him, Sakura, who was deemed correct by the enigmatic voice. Subsequently, the answer revealed by the mysterious voice was none other than Haruno Sakura. In other words, the one who would assist Kanjiro in detoxification was this seemingly frail young girl. For a moment, all gazes turned towards Haruno Sakura with a peculiar mixture of curiosity and skepticism. After all, according to the words of Granny Chiyo in the footage, she was incapable of saving Kanjiro. Did that imply that this young girl possessed medical knowledge surpassing even that of Granny Chiyo? The scene revealed a girl equipped with a medical kit, unmistakably the grown-up Haruno Sakura. The ninjas of Sunagakure, upon seeing merely a young girl, displayed expressions of disappointment. However, as everyone in the footage shook their heads in despair over Kanjiro's plight, the pink-haired girl stepped forward to inspect his injuries and resolutely declared, "Leave it to me. I can save him." Yet, the medical ninjas of Sunagakure dismissed Sakura's words. Nevertheless, it seemed that Granny Chiyo perceived something significant in Sakura. At that moment, situated in Sunagakure, Granny Chiyo appeared to glean insight from the imagery. The medical ninja from Konoha, Sakura, responded in the footage. Instantly, the ninjas of Sunagakure erupted in derisive remarks. How could a mere girl accomplish what even Lady Chiyo could not? Indeed, such arrogance was excessive. As far as I know, Granny Chiyo is the finest medical ninja in Sunagakure, and perhaps only Tsunade Heim could rival her. What audacity for such a young girl! Just as the ninjas of Sunagakure continued their mockery, the scene shifted as Temari hastily interjected, "Sakura is Lady Tsunade's disciple. She must have a way." With this revelation, the entire ninja world fell into a stunned silence. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Naruto stared in bewilderment, uncertain of the weight that Tsunade's name carried. Although Sasuke lacked Sakura's prowess in academics, He was well aware of Tsunade's reputation as a descendant of the Senju clan, the most formidable medical ninja in the ninja world, one of the legendary three. Such accolades compelled Sasuke to take notice, and he found himself astonished that Sakura had become Tsunade's disciple. Conversely, Sakura herself was utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe that she had the fortune to become Tsunade's pupil. Observing her own image on the screen, appearing no older than 16 or 17, she realized that in the coming 3 or 4 years, she might indeed have the chance to be the disciple of Konoha's foremost kunoichi. This overwhelming revelation filled Sakura with uncontainable joy. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama seemed composed, as if he already knew this would transpire. Beside him, the third Hokage contemplated further. If Tsunade had taken Sakura as her disciple, did that not suggest a significant likelihood of her returning to Konoha in the future? For the increasingly aged third Hokage, this was undoubtedly a piece of fortuitous news. The imagery continued to unfold. Upon hearing this, Chiyo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A disciple of Tsunade, you say? Chiyo turned to Sakura, seemingly testing her, and inquired, "Can you determine what poison Kankuro has been afflicted with?" Sakura stepped forward, examined him briefly, and confidently asserted, "It is a type that affects the muscles and gradually destroys the bodily cells." Upon hearing her words, the medical ninjas from Sunagakure visibly shifted in expression, their faces etched with astonishment. This reaction clearly attested to Sakura's exceptional prowess in medical ninjutsu. Even Tsunade, far away in the gambling halls of the Land of Rivers, became intrigued upon witnessing this scene. Though unfamiliar with Sakura, she could glean much from the image of Naruto. Tsunade had never met Naruto, yet from the earlier footage, it was evident that he bore a striking resemblance to the fourth Hokage in both hair and eyes, coupled with a face reminiscent of Kushina. The inference was clear. The girl named Sakura appeared to be of a similar age to Naruto, likely around 12 or 13, while the Sakura in the footage appeared to be no older than 17. This combination suggested that if she were to take Sakura as her apprentice, within 3 to 4 years, the girl could reach such remarkable heights. Tsunade mused that even if she personally intervened, she would not be able to assess Kankuro's condition any faster than Sakura had. With this thought in mind, Tsunade rose from the gambling table. "Shizune, we return to Konoha." Shizune assumed Tsunade was merely changing venues, surprised by her sudden declaration. "Huh, Lady Tsunade, are we heading back to Konoha? Is it because of that girl?" Tsunade replied with a smile, "Enough chatter, let us move swiftly. Knowing there is such a prodigious talent, we must act quickly to secure her before someone else does." The scene continued to unfold. Sakura, having reviewed the test results from Sunagakure, quickly formed a hypothesis and began concocting an antidote. Before long, the antidote was successfully prepared. The footage showed Sakura meticulously extracting the poison from Kankuro's body. This potent toxin is lethal precisely because it can damage the muscle tissue of the heart. As Sakura proceeded, it became evident that she was effectively expelling the poison through her careful actions. This antidote can absorb the toxins within. As she spoke, the footage displayed Sakura gradually purging the poison from Kankuro. Observing her technique, the medical ninjas across the ninja world fell into a profound silence. Although the procedure appeared straightforward, Sakura's mastery of chakra was undeniably precise. Indeed, few medical ninjas in the entire ninja world possessed such skill. It could be said that had there been the slightest error on Sakura's part, Kankuro would have met a dire fate. After a moment, Kankuro erupted with a furious yell, the intense pain twisting his expression. However, it is evident to the discerning eye that the once purple-faced Kankuro now bears a pallid complexion. Clearly, Kankuro is merely a tad weakened. His physical condition has improved significantly. Upon witnessing this, Sakura in the scene also let out a sigh of relief. The toxins have been largely expelled, and the remaining residue can only be eradicated with the antidote. In the subsequent scene, the medical ninjas of Sunagakure, under Sakura's leadership, busied themselves. Some replenished water, others fetched instruments, while a few lent their assistance. Meanwhile, in the Chunin Exam arena, Naruto gazed at Sakura, who was orchestrating everything with finesse, and felt his eyes sparkle with admiration. Indeed, Sakura was the most formidable. This sentiment made Sakura, who was partaking in the Chunin Exam, feel a tad bashful. At that moment, even Kankuro and Temari from Sunagakure cast astonished glances at Sakura. The level of medical ninjutsu she demonstrated was simply extraordinary. Feeling the weight of so many gazes upon her, Sakura shyly lowered her head. Yet, from a distance, Hashirama Senju spoke up, Young lady, lift your head and look ahead. There is no need to feel embarrassed. When Tsunade returns, I will ensure she takes you as her apprentice. You will certainly blossom into a medical ninja of her caliber. Having witnessed the Fourth Great Ninja War, Hashirama understood well that during the tumultuous era when the entire world succumbed to the infinite Tsukuyami, Sakura, as a medical ninja of Team 7, was indeed a formidable force. As the scene of Sakura successfully treating Kankuro concluded, the screen in the sky faded to black and vanished. In the land of water, two figures traversed a pathway. If anyone were present, they would recognize these two as Deidara and Sasori, who had previously graced the screen. At this moment, Deidara chuckled, "Sasori, did you see? The image indicated that your poison was neutralized by that girl named Sakura." Haha, indeed, art must be explosive. Sasori merely cast a sidelong glance at Deidara, remaining silent. Unbeknownst to Deidara, the poison referenced in the earlier footage was one he had whimsically concocted for a new experiment. Alas, it seemed his endeavor had met an untimely demise. There was no longer any need to pursue further research. The two continued along the path, with Deidara chattering incessantly while Sasori maintained his silence, leaving one to ponder the dynamics of this peculiar pair. Meanwhile, in the distant Sunagakure, the inhabitants were rendered speechless by the shocking spectacle before them. Question: who is the true identity of the one who defeated Kankuro and destroyed his three puppets? As this inquiry arose, discussions erupted among the crowd. Fortunately, this enigmatic presence had altered the rules due to Naruto's influence. Otherwise, it is likely that several individuals would have met a dire fate on the spot. Following this, the rules and rewards were announced. Rule: all life within the domain may participate in answering. There are a total of 3 opportunities to answer the questions. Those who answer incorrectly will have one of their 8 ninja attributes reset to 0 or be eliminated entirely. If no one answers correctly after 3 attempts, the domain barrier will be lifted and the imagery will commence. Should someone answer correctly within those 3 chances, the barrier will also be lifted. The correct respondent will receive a reward, and the imagery will begin. The rules and rewards have been announced, and the quiz segment will commence. Compared to before, a new 5th rule has been added, specifically designed to rectify a loophole for Naruto. Upon hearing the rules, the villagers of Sunagakure were initially incredulous regarding the description. Yet given the myriad of unbelievable occurrences in the ninja world, they remained silent, taken aback. Next came the rewards. Reward 1. 10 tons of puppet-making materials. This reward is quite substantial, for puppets, being ninja tools, are not inexpensive, and the materials required for their creation are equally valuable. For instance, the 3 puppets currently utilized by Kankuro alone require materials worth over 1 million ryo. Thus, puppet masters are indeed a profession that demands significant financial investment. 10 tons of puppet-making materials, even at the most basic level, would cost at least 10 million ryo, equivalent to the remuneration for 10 S-rank missions under normal circumstances. Reward 2. For each correct answer, a corresponding ninja village will randomly select 5 deceased entities, allowing the correct respondent to choose one for revival. Upon seeing the second reward, though skeptical, the villagers of Sunagakure found themselves breathing rapidly. Suddenly, a ninja from Sunagakure could not contain himself and exclaimed, "But how do we answer? We don't even know this person." In the next moment, incorrect answer, commencing punishment. With a crash, a roulette appeared in the air, akin to the one previously seen in Konoha. All eyes were fixed upon it. The roulette was marked with options for the 8 attributes of a ninja and for life itself. Notably, the 8 ninja attributes occupied half of the space, while life constituted the other half. At that moment, the roulette began to spin. Finally, after several seconds, the pointer on the roulette came to a halt on strength. In an instant, the individual who had just spoken collapsed to the ground, lacking even the strength to rise. Witnessing this scene, everyone looked on in terror. Silence enveloped the crowd, yet amidst the tension, an elderly voice resonated. "Sasori, the red sand scorpion." Just as everyone was searching for the source of the fearless voice, that mysterious voice proclaimed, "Correct answer." In an instant, a burst of celebratory fireworks erupted above the head of a person in the crowd. All eyes turned to this individual, who was greeted with bows and respectful salutations. Elder Chiyo. Lord Chiyo. As Chiyo listened to the enigmatic figure proclaim the words "correct answer," she stumbled unexpectedly, her vitality seemingly dissipating in an instant. At that moment, disregarding the reactions of those around her, tears streamed down her face as she murmured, "Scorpion." It truly is you. Regardless of Chiyo's current state, the mysterious voice continued to resonate. Congratulations to the respondent for answering correctly. A reward is now being distributed. With a sudden thud, a vast array of materials appeared before Chiyo. In Sunagakure, where puppet masters were abundant, one of them gasped upon seeing the pile of materials, exclaiming, "These are golden patterned wood, starlit sand, and mysterious iron, along with a bit of chakra metal." There was no one more knowledgeable about the value of these puppet materials than a puppet master. In a daze, he murmured, "These materials combined should be worth at least 50 to 60 million ryo. This is simply astonishing." Chiyo, well aware of the value of the materials before her, instructed the covert division of Sunagakure to secure them and place them in the village's storeroom. However, what truly piqued Chiyo's anticipation was the second reward, the so-called resurrection. Reward 1 has been distributed. We shall now commence the distribution of Reward 2. In an instant, 5 figures materialized before Chiyo. The moment these 5 figures appeared, she instinctively knew what to do. By uttering the name of the person she wished to resurrect or pointing at them, she could bring them back to life. Chiyo's gaze, however, was captivated by the second figure. This figure was a young man with red hair, clad in the uniform of Sunagakure, appearing to be less than 30 at the time of his demise. Chiyo gazed at him with a sense of obsession, whispering, "Sasori." While some ninjas from Sunagakure were unfamiliar with his identity, seasoned ninjas recognized him immediately. This was none other than Chiyo's son, Sasori of the Red Sand, who had perished at the hands of Konoha's White Fang. Although the hope of resurrecting her son lay before her, Chiyo hesitated upon seeing another figure. The mysterious barrier had enveloped a quarter of Sunagakure, and naturally, Raza, as the Kazekage, sensed it. Upon receiving intelligence, he immediately set off towards Chiyo's location. Since the questioning had concluded, Raza encountered no obstacles in reaching Chiyo. Upon recognizing the 5 figures, he understood the source of Chiyo's dilemma. The figure furthest to the right was someone Raza knew well. This individual was a formidable warrior from the Wind Village, who had once served alongside the 3rd Kazekage as the 2nd Kazekage's right-hand man. It was widely rumored in the village that had this person not met an untimely demise, the position of Kazekage might not have been held by the 3rd. Although Raza, being the Kazekage, possesses greater knowledge, he understands that this individual could never rival the 3rd Kazekage. However, one undeniable truth emerges from various circumstances. This person is indeed a master of the shadow level. While Chiyo's son is also considered a prodigy, his confirmed combat prowess is limited to that of an elite jonin. In this moment of contemplation, Chiyo finds herself torn between personal desires and the needs of the village. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Sunagakure boasts numerous elite jonin, yet the number of confirmed shadow-level powerhouses is at most 3. The addition of another shadow-level expert could alleviate immense pressure on the village. At this juncture, Raza finally spoke. "Elder Chiyo, let us resurrect Elder Sasori." Upon hearing this, Chiyo was momentarily taken aback, turning to Raza as though she were looking at a stranger. "I cannot believe you are unaware of the renown of Kankuro. He fought valiantly against the 2nd Tsuchikage for a day and a night during the First Shinobi World War, buying time for the Sunagakure forces to retreat, emerging unscathed." How could Raza be oblivious? He fell silent for a moment, then his gaze grew resolute. The rogue ninja from Sunagakure who defeated Kankuro in the earlier imagery must be Sasori, right? As Kazekage, he naturally possesses access to more hidden information. Upon hearing Sasori mention that the 3 puppets were crafted by him, Raza made the connection. He continued, if the resurrection of Sasori could bring him back to Sunagakure, that would suffice. Chiyo appeared to regard Raza with newfound eyes. To her, Raza had always been a calm individual, one capable of repeatedly pressuring his own children for the sake of the village's interests. She had not anticipated this facet of his character. Silence enveloped the entire assembly as everyone stood in contemplation, just as Sunagakure deliberated over whom to resurrect. The 5 great hidden villages and other smaller ninja villages received a series of quiz questions. The difficulty levels varied. Some were quite challenging, yet most were answered correctly. Due to the differing levels of difficulty, the rewards also varied, but at this moment, no one in the shinobi world realized that the future of the ninja realm was beginning to shift. Outside the forest of death in Konoha, just as everyone believed the imagery had ceased, once more it appeared in the sky. Consequently, the Chunin exams had to be paused as all eyes turned skyward. Soon, the scene shifted to a cave. Is that the Red Sand Sasori? Chiyo murmured, gazing at the hunched old man before her. Despite not having seen him for over 20 years, the craftsmanship of the puppets allowed her to confirm through the imagery that this so-called old man was indeed the puppet of Sasori. Yet, she wondered what had become of the child from her memories. As the camera panned, Haruno Sakura's voice echoed, "Grandmother, let us proceed." The words of Haruno Sakura brought Chiyo's thoughts back, and at that moment, the first wave of Scorpion's assault commenced. With his mouth agape, Scorpion unleashed a barrage of venomous needles, resembling a torrential downpour of rain. Countless toxic projectiles surged toward the direction of Granny Chiyo and Haruno Sakura. In this instant, the entire ninja world focused intently on this battle. So this is the nature of a ninja's combat? It is truly spectacular. Although the needles appeared insurmountable, Granny Chiyo deftly evaded them with apparent ease, while Haruno Sakura seemed even more relaxed. Moreover, within the scene, Sakura not only dodged but also strategized her counterattack, occasionally launching a kunai or shuriken toward Scorpion. Observing Sakura's responses, Granny Chiyo, a puppeteer herself, couldn't help but exclaim. To reach such a level in the first encounter with a puppeteer is indeed impressive for a newcomer. Shortly thereafter, she pondered, is it possible to achieve such proficiency in a first battle against a puppeteer? Truly remarkable. Hearing the words from the mysterious image, Granny Chiyo was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, in the Chunin Exam arena in Konoha, the other candidates gazed in astonishment at this seemingly harmless young girl from Kakashi's team. They had never anticipated that this initially overlooked girl could possess such formidable skills. While they speculated that the footage likely depicted a future 3 or 4 years hence, they wondered how many of them would grow to such heights by that time. At this moment, Sakura, watching her future self display such poise and grace on screen, was momentarily entranced. Concurrently, Kankuro, who had previously harbored suspicions about Scorpion's identity, found himself slightly bewildered by Chiyo's earlier words. The realization that he was indeed facing Scorpion set his cheeks aflame. As the video progressed, with Scorpion's relentless assault, both Chiyo and Sakura darted left and right to evade the onslaught. As they dodged, the distance between them and their opponent swiftly diminished, clearly indicating that they were intentionally closing the gap. To have evaded all attacks without any cover and to charge directly from the front, I truly underestimated her. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Scorpion's tail suddenly lunged towards Sakura. Those watching knew well that Scorpion's tail was laced with poison. However, in the next instant, Scorpion found himself immobilized. What is happening? I can't move. His gaze quickly shifted to Chiyo. It must be the old hag's doing. At that moment, Scorpion realized that Chiyo had ensnared him with her chakra threads. Simultaneously, Chiyo had also ensnared Sakura, as depicted in the scene, where chakra threads connected to Sakura's form led back to Chiyo's hands. In the examination hall of the Chunin Exam, Kanjuro could not help but be astonished by the unfolding scene. Truly, Chiyo-sama possessed remarkable skills. On the screen, Sakura, under the guidance of Chiyo's chakra threads, launched a formidable punch towards Sasori. The air trembled as the terrifying force of her blow surged forth. With a resounding crash, and under Chiyo's deft manipulation, Sakura executed her move flawlessly, and with her overwhelming strength, she shattered Sasori in a single strike. From the remnants of Sasori's form, a shadow abruptly emerged. As the dust settled, the true visage of the Red Sands Sasori gradually became clear. At that moment, Chiyo, who had returned to the Kazekage Tower alongside the 4th Kazekage to observe, was taken aback upon recognizing Sasori. Is it truly you? Yet, why has your appearance remained unchanged? Chiyo mused, her gaze fixed on the image, hoping it might provide her with answers. Meanwhile, as Deidara strolled along, he erupted into laughter upon witnessing the scene. Sasori, is that truly how you look? When I heard your voice, I imagined you as an old codger. His mirth subsided only when he met Sasori's emotionless gaze. Just then, both Sasori's and Deidara's Akatsuki rings began to glow simultaneously, signaling a meeting called by their leader. Promptly, they sought a secluded spot, and, through their rings, their consciousness was transported directly into a cavern. After their arrival, it took some time for everyone to gather. Before all were present, Haiden jestingly remarked, "I've always said our organization is one of beauty. When Sister Nan recruited me, she mentioned we were a beauty organization. I told Kakuzu, and he didn't believe me." Kakuzu replied calmly, "Be quiet." Undeterred, Haiden continued to laugh. "Sasori, hurry and reveal your puppet." I want to see what you're up to inside there. Before Sasori could respond, Deidara interjected, Hey, Haiden, you'd better show some respect to Sasori. He could poison you. Haiden, however, scoffed at the warning. Poison? I'm so scared. Come on, let us see whose poison is stronger, yours or my immortal body. Meanwhile, Itachi observed the commotion with an impassive demeanor. Of course, everyone understood that this was merely an illusion. Their true selves were engaged in missions across distant lands, making any real conflict impossible. Amidst the clamor of some and the detached glances of others, Kakuzu's eyes greedily lingered on Sakura. This young girl, skilled in medical ninjutsu and endowed with immense strength, was a disciple of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. She must be worth a considerable bounty. As everyone contemplated their own thoughts, a figure suddenly appeared in the center, silencing the gathering. If one were to take notice of this newcomer, they would discover that this individual possesses the legendary Rinnegan, a gift said to be exclusive to the Six Sages. At last, upon observing that all were gathered, the newcomer spoke. Just moments ago, Ju had reported to me that a mysterious quiz had emerged across various locations in the ninja world, and the imagery displayed from the heavens was likely a consequence of this event. Subsequently, members of the Akatsuki organization shared their intelligence, and all eyes turned to Konoha. According to the reports, the initial question surfaced during the first Chunin exam. Moreover, those who answered correctly would receive exceedingly generous rewards, including the extraordinary ability to resurrect individuals from nothingness. Even Nagato was acutely aware that such a power was beyond his own capabilities, the Rinnegan's ocular jutsu. The outer paths technique could only revive those with a complete physical form, lacking the capacity to conjure a body from thin air. Clearly, this development had exceeded Nagato's expectations. Meanwhile, in an obscure cavern, a figure adorned with a spiral mask turned to an individual behind him and inquired, Have you informed Nagato of the intelligence? Behind the masked man, Abegia provided an explanation. After listening, the masked figure nodded and stated, It appears we must pay a visit to Konoha. The battle depicted within the imagery continued unabated. What is happening? That child's appearance remains unchanged. It is as if time has stood still, exclaimed Sasori, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. What a rare occasion. A reunion after 20 years, he mused. Before the words had left his mouth, Sasori retrieved a scroll from his sleeve. Allow me to show you something special. This is a prized possession of mine. As he spoke, he unfurled the scroll. With a resounding bang, a cloud of swirling smoke enveloped the area, revealing a humanoid puppet with medium-length blue hair standing prominently. The moment the puppet's visage was recognized, the entire ninja world trembled. In the Chunin Exam arena of Konoha, Kanjiro stood in shock at this sight. This puppet, currently sealed within his scroll, was unmistakably the very creation of the third Kazekage. Although Kanjiro perceived Sasori's manipulation of the puppet as akin to a public execution within the ninja realm, a sudden realization gripped him, instilling a sense of dread. At that moment, in the Kazekage Tower of Sunagakure, Chiyo rose in astonishment. In an instant, she connected the dots. The time of Sasori's disappearance coincided precisely with the vanishing of the third Kazekage. Combining these two events revealed a troubling narrative. One might wonder how. When Sasori was merely a child of 10, he could possibly have overpowered the mightiest Kazekage of that era. Assassination does not always necessitate a direct confrontation. One may resort to poison or ambush to achieve their ends. Had the third Kazekage intended to visit Chiyo at that time and found her absent? If Sasori had merely applied a hint of poison, it is conceivable that, caught off guard, not only the third Kazekage but even the revered sage of the Six Paths, Hashirama Senju, would have been unable to anticipate a threat from a mere child of 10. Indeed, one might speculate that even Hashirama himself would have fallen victim to such treachery under similar circumstances. In this moment, all events converged. The third Hokage observed this scene with a wry smile, never having fathomed that the catalyst for the third great ninja war would stem from a child barely past their adolescence. Such is the nature of coincidence. The first great ninja war ignited with the demise of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, compelling the major ninja villages to challenge Konoha's supremacy. The second great ninja war erupted due to the sudden rise of Hanzo of the Salamander, who, dissatisfied with the international standing of the Rain Village, declared war upon the 5 great nations. Although the 5 great nations ultimately subdued the Rain Village, they did not cease hostilities but rather devolved into chaos. A few years later, The third Kazakage's mysterious disappearance led Tsunegakure to suspect Konoha's involvement, inciting the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, which became the spark for the Third War. As the saying goes, opportunity must not be squandered. Observing two nations at war, the other ninja villages eagerly joined the fray, leading to a brutal free-for-all. Thus, the Third Great Ninja War resulted in unparalleled devastation across the ninja world. In this conflict, the third Mizukage fell, the third Raikage perished, and the third Kazakage was already missing before hostilities commenced. The immense losses incurred during this war ultimately ensured a fragile peace that lasted over a decade. Consequently, the accounts of the Third Great Ninja War are the most vivid among all nations. Historical records from the major ninja villages indicate that the catalyst for the Third Great Ninja War was indeed the disappearance of the third Kazakage. Today, the ninja world has finally come to realize that the so-called strongest Kazakage met his downfall at the hands of a mere child. How dramatically ironic. At this moment, all eyes were intently fixed on the unfolding scene. Is that really the third Kazakage? Before Chiyo could fully express her astonishment, she observed Sasori of the Red Sand make a subtle gesture. Then, let the battle commence. With a flick of his fingers, Sasori's arms rose, and 10 fingers coalesced with chakra threads. In an instant, the third Kazakage surged forward, targeting Sakura. How swift! Although Chiyo was taken aback by the speed of the puppet, she was quick to react, enveloping Sakura's back with chakra threads. In that moment, Sakura truly became a living puppet. As Chiyo maneuvered, Sakura evaded the onslaught of the third Kazakage's puppet. Oh, my grandmother has seen through my attack and is using puppet strings to control that girl. How intriguing! As the words fell, the face of the scorpion of the red sand morphed into a fierce expression. Die, thousand hands manipulation. With this declaration, the third Kazakage's puppet unfurled, transforming into thousands of slender arms, each laden with lethal poison. In the next moment, these myriad arms descended upon Sakura. Witnessing this scene, the majority of ninja across the shinobi world fell into silence, contemplating how to counter such an onslaught. The arms began to emit a noxious mist, and all knew that inhaling this toxin meant certain death. Chiyo, too, sensed the impending danger. This is bad, Sakura. Hold your breath. While speaking, Chiyo attempted to use her chakra threads to extricate Sakura from her bindings. However, grandmother, this won't work, Scorpion's voice interjected as countless arms ensnared Sakura. In this dire moment, Scorpion and Chiyo pulled at Sakura from either side, and it became evident to all that she would soon be unable to hold her breath. As Sakura's complexion grew increasingly pallid, her expression twisted into one of agony. Everyone understood that if the poisonous gas did not dissipate soon, Sakura would not withstand it much longer. Chiyo harbored this thought, urging Sakura to endure until the toxin cleared. Yet, in the next instant, Scorpion appeared to see through her intentions, a faint smile gracing his lips. You didn't think I had only set one line of poison, did you? At these words, Chiyo's expression shifted, mirrored by the shock of the onlookers. Naruto's fury erupted into loud cries, but thankfully, Kakashi restrained him, preventing any rash actions. On the screen, as Scorpion's words echoed, the thousands of arms manipulated by the thousand hands manipulation revealed yet another spray nozzle for the toxic mist, all aimed directly at Sakura. This spectacle left ninjas from every nation in stunned disbelief. Even those who had endured the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars had never encountered such a formidable puppeteer. Particularly, Kenkaro, who aspired to restore the glory of puppet masters, was astonished beyond measure. Is this the true essence of a puppeteer? It seemed the path ahead was still long. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the major ninja villages meticulously organized the intelligence they had gathered on the Akatsuki organization. They realized that if all members of Akatsuki possessed such capabilities, it would be a grave predicament. According to the collated information, known members of Akatsuki included Scorpion, Deidara, the rogue Uchiha Itachi from Konoha, and the rogue Kisame from the Hidden Mist Village. Furthermore, intelligence indicated that the rogue Orochimaru had previously been a member of this organization, while information on other members was scarce for various reasons. The known 4 rogue ninjas suggested a conclusion. The power of these so-called Akatsuki members far exceeded that of ordinary elite jonin. If everyone were to possess the prowess displayed in the recent imagery, the overall strength of this organization could rival that of one of the 5 great ninja villages. This remains a conservative estimate, considering only the elite combat capabilities. who can ascertain whether this organization harbors lower-tier ninjas. In an instant, the entire ninja world was stirred by the revelations concerning the Akatsuki organization. Meanwhile, the battle depicted in the footage continued unabated. Sakura, seizing the opportune moment, tossed a smoke bomb, allowing Chiyo to pull her out of the poison zone. However, Scorpion had evidently anticipated this turn of events and, taking advantage of Sakura's airborne vulnerability, unleashed poisonous needles from the third Kazekage puppet. Just as the poison needles were about to strike Sakura, Chiyo swiftly produced a scroll inscribed with father and mother in both hands. In that fleeting moment, two puppets, a male and a female, interposed themselves before Sakura, intercepting the incoming attack. This sudden appearance of the father and mother puppets dramatically altered the course of the battle. As the combat intensified, the puppets manipulated by Chiyo engaged in fierce combat with Scorpion's third Kazekage puppet. The dazzling display of puppet mastery unfolded like a chaotic ballet, leaving the audience in awe. The third Hokage, contemplating the scene for a moment, concluded that despite Chiyo's advanced age and the consequent decline in her abilities, she still possessed strength on par with that of a Kage. Observing this spectacle, Kankuro felt invigorated rather than disheartened, declaring, "One day, I shall surpass them and become the world's foremost puppet master." The second Hokage regarded Kankuro with a somewhat peculiar expression, but refrained from comment. It is essential for individuals to harbor dreams. Who knows what may come to fruition? As this thought crossed his mind, the second Hokage gazed at the distant Naruto Uzumaki. This brash, boisterous youth, who could have imagined he would ascend to surpass all previous Hokages? Even though Tobirama Senju had not witnessed Naruto assume the mantle of Hokage, he had already envisioned this moment. A smile graced Tobirama's face as he continued to observe the imagery. Only Kakashi noted the second Hokage's gaze. From his earlier demeanor, it was clear he recognized Naruto and likely understood his lineage, which was all the more astonishing given his apparent endorsement of Naruto. Although the reasons remained elusive, it was undoubtedly a positive development. Returning to the aerial imagery, after an intense confrontation, both sides appeared evenly matched. The arms of the third Kazekage puppet, along with its deadly poison blades, were utterly dismantled by the father and mother puppets. Likewise, the weapons of the father and mother, including their chain blades, were also destroyed by the third Kazekage puppet. However, before Chiyo could catch her breath, a smile crept across Scorpion's lips. "What a hassle. It seems I must resort to that," he remarked, as torrents of iron sand poured forth from the mouth of the third Kazekage puppet. After all, isn't this what earned him the title of the strongest Kazekage? Before his words could fully resonate, he unleashed Iron Sand Rain. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entire ninja world. No one anticipated that the corpse of the third Kazekage, transformed into a puppet by Sasori, could still wield the techniques it had in life. Moreover, this was a bloodline limit technique. The most alarming revelation was that, from the perspective of those elders who had witnessed the third Kazekage in action, the power of this puppet seemed indistinguishable from that of the Kazekage in his prime. In an instant, the previously balanced situation was shattered. Chiyo's puppet was rendered immobile, its joints clogged with iron sand, clearly unable to engage in combat for the time being. Chiyo herself quickly sensed the shift in dynamics. "Sakura, flee," she urged. However, the Sakura of this moment had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to her former self. She clenched her fists, her expression resolute. "Chiyo, please utilize me. I fear no sand. I am ready to fight as a puppet. Though I lack the extensive weaponry of a puppet, the indomitable spirit instilled in me by my master is etched deeply in my heart. My ninja way does not permit retreat." Her declaration was unwavering. In that instant, everyone in the ninja world, despite their varied reactions, deeply remembered this young woman. It was unclear who first called out Sakura, but as time passed, the entire world echoed with the chant, "Sakura! Sakura, the iron-blooded hero." Even Naruto, present in the Chunin Exam arena, felt invigorated by Sakura's words and exclaimed, "Sakura, you're incredible." Even Sasuke's gaze towards Sakura shifted, no longer as it had been. At that moment, all acknowledged the girl named Sakura. The ensuing battle was equally fierce, as Sakura and Chiyo joined forces. After enduring the third Kazekage's iron sand assault, they engaged in a fierce confrontation. Capitalizing on Sasori's ignorance, Sakura feigned poisoning and landed a decisive blow, reducing the Kazekage puppet to mere fragments. Subsequently, Chiyo's father and mother puppets clashed with Sasori's 100 puppets. Ultimately, Sasori was defeated by Chiyo's command of her puppets. Those with keen insight could see that Sasori had relinquished his will to resist, perhaps even harboring a death wish. As the battle between Chiyo and Sakura against Sasori concluded, the images in the sky vanished once more. Yet, before anyone could process the recent events, the sky illuminated again. An elderly man, his head wrapped in bandages and bearing gray hair and beard, spoke. "What are your intentions? And what exactly is the Moon Eye plan?" Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him, and some seasoned ninjas recognized him as Mifune from the Land of Iron. The scene shifted to reveal a man clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, his face obscured by an orange whirlpool mask, gazing down with an air of authority, to resurrect the Ten Tails and to initiate a certain jutsu. The scene swiftly shifts to an elderly man with a prominent nose. "What ninjutsu? What are your intentions?" At this moment, the ninjas of Awagakure, upon recognizing the old man on screen, exclaim, "It is indeed Lord Sasuke. Who is this masked man that dares to speak to Lord Sasuke in such a manner? Humph, merely a coward who conceals his true visage. When Lord Sasuke takes action, he shall surely meet his doom." In the frame, the third Sasuke hovers with his hands clasped behind him. Both the third Sasuke within the image and the one outside it find the masked man's voice vaguely familiar. However, the owner of this voice should have perished at the hands of the first Hokage decades ago. How could it possibly be him? Just then, the camera zooms in on the masked man's face. "Infinite Tsukuyomi, a Jinjutsu cast upon all beings on this earth, where I shall control one within the illusion, unifying the world as one." At that moment, through the soul opening in the mask, all within the ninja world discern a three-tomo Sharingan. As the identity of the masked man becomes clear, it is understood that he hails from the Uchiha clan. Upon seeing the Sharingan, Sasuke is momentarily taken aback. Yet, at this juncture, the image freezes. Question: P.S. I initially intended to write only 2 chapters on the battle with Scorpion, but inadvertently, I have penned more. So I shall condense it. The crux of this narrative lies in public executions. What constitutes a public execution? It involves exposing matters that render the individual involved quite embarrassed. For instance, Naruto's first kiss, or Obito being deceived by Madara, or Madara being misled by Black Zetsu. Suddenly, a mysterious voice resonates. In an instant, the previously cacophonous Chunin Exam's venue falls into an eerie silence. Everyone present comprehends that answering this enigmatic question incorrectly could indeed spell doom. Question: what is the purpose of the masked man's appearance at the meeting? Upon hearing this query, everyone is left bewildered. Hadn't he just mentioned casting a certain technique? As this thought crosses their minds, a realization dawns upon them. This cannot be so simple. There must be some ulterior motive at play. Although the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, is aware of the fourth Great Ninja War, he remains oblivious to this scene. When he was revived, the war had already reached its climax. How could he possibly know the purpose of that boy's appearance at the meeting? Subsequently, the mysterious voice begins to outline the rules. The rules remain largely unchanged, save for the addition of a 5th clause. After the questions and rules, and the rewards are declared, the answering segment commences. Observing this, all eyes involuntarily turn to Naruto Uzumaki, as it appears that this unexpectedly prominent ninja has prompted the mysterious entity to alter the rules. One cannot deny, it is truly splendid. Following the announcement of the rules, the rewards are then presented. The rewards this time are equally abundant. Reward 1. Vortex Mask, which conceals chakra detection. This must be the mask of the masked man. Capable of obscuring chakra probes, it is likely made from some rare chakra metal. Regardless of the type of chakra metal, it is undoubtedly of considerable value. Reward 2. One chance to draw a lottery, is that all? Everyone is expressing their dissatisfaction, lamenting that the rewards are indeed becoming increasingly meager. Yet, at that moment, no one dared to voice their concerns. While some believed that the masked man's purpose was to elaborate on the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi, they were too apprehensive to take risks. After all, a wrong answer could lead to death. Consequently, all were inclined to prolong the question and answer segment until it transformed into a multiple choice format. As time passed, evening descended, and half an hour had elapsed since the announcement of the questions. Finally, due to the lack of responses within half an hour, the question is now adjusted to a multiple choice format. Please select one answer from the following options. Remaining chances, 3. Immediately, for options appeared. 1. The masked man is here to discuss the infinite Tsukuyomi. 2. The masked man is here to declare war. 3. The masked man is here to save people. 4. The masked man is here to intimidate. In an instant, everyone beheld the 4 options, and the choice most imagined by the majority was indeed among them. At that moment, a lower ninja from Takigakure could no longer contain himself. I choose A. The masked man is here to discuss the infinite Tsukuyomi. Incorrect answer. The expression of the lower ninja from Takigakure instantly morphed into one of terror. However, no spinning wheel appeared this time. The moment the mysterious voice declared his answer incorrect, he abruptly lost his life essence. Supplementary rule. In the multiple choice segment, incorrect answers result in immediate obliteration. Upon witnessing this so-called supplementary rule, everyone internally cursed. What kind of wretched quiz is this, with additional rules being read aloud? Yet, no one dared to speak, fearing they might violate the rules. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama, observing the obliteration of the Takigakure ninja, began to formulate thoughts. He approached the fallen ninja and, after a thorough examination, confirmed that the individual bore no physical wounds, yet had completely lost his life essence. Clearly, the mysterious entity had directly extracted this person's soul. With the soul gone, life ceased to exist. Such methods were unfathomable. On the other side, Kakashi seemed to have recalled something. He had long noted that upon the resurrection of the second Hokage, there was a prefix denoting the 4th Great Ninja War. Could it be possible that the second Hokage had come from the future? As a skilled jonin of Konoha and the disciple of the 4th Hokage, Hatake Kakashi possessed knowledge unknown to many ordinary jonin. Additionally, Kakashi had once been granted permission to peruse the Book of Seals. According to the information known to Kakashi, within the Book of Seals lies a forbidden technique known as the Edo Tensei. Thus, in this so-called 4th Great Ninja War, could it be possible that the second Hokage was resurrected through Edo Tensei? The appearance of the masked man this time likely signifies the announcement of the 4th Shinobi World War, one must ponder. Upon grasping this, Kakashi spoke up, well, since we are not discussing the infinite Tsukuyomi, I shall choose option 2, which is to declare war. At the moment Kakashi voiced his thoughts, Naruto and the other 2 looked at him in terror, for they did not wish to see Kakashi obliterated by that enigmatic entity. In the next instant, the mysterious presence elongated its voice. It felt as though an eternity had passed, leaving everyone with dry throats from tension. At long last, the previously manifested firework exploded above Kakashi's head. Observing this, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Naruto dashed over, still shaken, exclaiming, "Ah, Kakashi-sensei, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Witnessing Naruto's nervousness, even his speech faltering, Kakashi couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, a vortex mask appeared before Kakashi. He picked it up, examined it, and remarked, "This item is indeed quite valuable." Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately grew excited. "How much is it worth?" Kakashi pondered for a moment before playfully tapping Naruto on the head and laughing. "I want to tell you." Naruto, clutching his head, retorted with disdain, "Humph. Kakashi-sensei is so stingy." As soon as Naruto finished speaking, a voice announced, "Reward 1 has been issued, and we shall now commence with the issuance of Arrival 2. With a loud thud, a box appeared in midair. Kakashi approached and retrieved a card from the box. Once he extracted the card, the box vanished without a trace. Everyone understood that the rewards had been completely distributed, and it seemed the viewing would commence shortly. However, someone recalled that Naruto was supposed to bring back the 5th Kazekage. That question remained unanswered amidst the chaos. Yet the mysterious presence paid no heed to their thoughts and continued with the scenes featuring the masked man. At last, Kakashi could finally examine the card. Upon gazing at it, he fell into deep contemplation. Naruto, noticing Kakashi's pensive demeanor, also turned to look at the card. It was a red ninja tool card, bearing the name White Fang Short Sword. The 3rd Hokage, upon hearing this, seemed to recollect something and sighed. "Ah, White Fang. What a pity." Senju Tobarama also appeared to recall something, stating, "White Fang, if I am not mistaken, is the heirloom weapon of the Hatake clan, reserved solely for the clan head." The 3rd Hokage nodded and continued, "After the death of the previous clan head, Hatake Sakumo, this sword passed into Kakashi's possession. It is said that during the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, the White Fang short sword broke, and since then, the Hatake family has been without it. In this present moment, a mysterious entity has bestowed upon Kakashi the White Fang short blade as a reward, which can only be viewed as a fortuitous event for him." Silence enveloped the gathering as Kakashi proceeded to utilize the card associated with the White Fang short blade. One cannot deny the blade's exquisite pearlescent hue, which is undeniably aesthetically pleasing. More significantly, this blade holds profound significance for the Hitaki clan. Meanwhile, Naruto, unaccustomed to wielding a blade, merely cast a glance before shifting his attention to the unfolding spectacle in the sky. The image displayed the words, "A world without barriers, without disputes, shall be created by me." The masked man continued to articulate his grand vision for a world shaped by illusion. To unify all is the essence of my Eye of the Moon plan. Almost immediately thereafter, the scene transitioned to reveal a fervent individual. In an instant, the ninjas of the village hidden in the clouds erupted with excitement. It was none other than Lord Eye, the fourth Raikage. The image depicted the fourth Raikage, Eye, vociferously exclaiming, "What nonsense! How could the world be entrusted to someone like you?" The focus then shifted to a young man standing alongside the fourth Raikage. Illusory peace is but a lie. True peace can only be realized in the tangible world. As the identity of the young man became apparent, the inhabitants of Sunagakure and those present at the Chunin exams in Konoha were momentarily struck dumb. The young man bore a kanji for love on his forehead and sported crimson hair. While there had been a previous utterance of Lord Kazekage, the denizens of Sunagakure had not anticipated Gaara ascending to the role of Kazekage. They had merely assumed someone had called for the fourth Kazekage to rescue Gaara. However, the current imagery shattered all preconceived notions. Why was Gaara participating in a meeting of such high caliber? Wasn't he regarded as a weapon of the village? Most astonishingly, the Gaara depicted on the screen exuded no murderous intent, appearing as a completely transformed individual. In Sunagakure, disbelief permeated the atmosphere as everyone grappled with the surreal scene before them. It must be a deception, that monster. Meanwhile, a nearby Jonin gazed intently at the image of Gaara, murmuring, "Such an aura, it resembles." Though he did not finish his thought, those surrounding him comprehended his implication. The Gaara portrayed in the imagery bore an uncanny resemblance to the Kazekage, embodying a leader's charisma and vision that starkly contrasted with that of an ordinary ninja, radiating authority. The notion of peace emanating from Gaara's lips struck the people of Sunagakure with an unimaginable impact. Concurrently, Gaara, present at the Chunin exams in Konoha, stared at the image of himself in the sky, momentarily lost in disbelief at his transformation. Just as Gaara was enveloped in thought, a striking kunoichi clad in a sensual aquamarine attire spoke up. "Indeed, what significance does living in such an illusory world hold? There is neither hope nor dreams. Merely an evasion of reality." The ninjas of the Hidden Mist village were utterly astonished by the scene before them. They recognized the figure instantly. It was none other than the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, who had recently defeated the fourth Mizukage and put an end to the blood mist policy of the Land of Water. In that moment, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist enthusiastically called out her name. Following her, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki of the Two Sides, began to speak. "Unifying the world, you say?" I recall that Danzo once uttered similar words. However, rather than unifying the world, what you truly seek is the creation of a world that belongs solely to you. Upon hearing the words of the various Kage, the masked man let out a cold laugh. "What contributions have you five Kage made? Surely, you must realize by now that this world holds no hope. Hope coexists with despair. It is merely a deceitful illusion." Then, the tone of the masked man shifted abruptly. "Surrender the remaining 8 tails and 9 tails to assist with my plan, or else I shall initiate war." At this proclamation, the atmosphere in the examination hall of Konoha village grew tense, revealing the true purpose of the masked man's visit, a declaration of war. However, most present were unfamiliar with the 8 tails. In fact, the existence of tailed beasts was beyond the comprehension of all but the most seasoned ninjas. The ninjas of Konoha had heard tales of the 9 tails, and there were even legends that Naruto Uzumaki was the embodiment of the 9 tails. It was not the villagers' fault for their ignorance. They simply did not understand what a Jinchuriki was, having received word from unknown sources that Naruto was the 9 tails. In reality, most Jonin believed that Naruto was merely a diversion set up by the third Hokage, and the true Jinchuriki was likely concealed. Consequently, all Jonin-level ninjas bore no ill will towards Naruto, seeing him merely as a decoy. Some even speculated that the third Hokage had named him Uzumaki Naruto to lend credence to the belief that he was the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Thus, the ninja world regarded him as a false member of the Uzumaki clan, especially since there were no blonde-haired Uzumaki clansmen. When Naruto heard the mention of the Nine Tails, he appeared to recall something, his expression turning somewhat melancholic. Yet, the vision did not end there. The various Kage firmly rejected the masked man's demands. In response, the masked man issued a warning. While I may lack power, I possess the strength of all the tailed beasts I have collected thus far. You stand no chance. Then, the Kage solemnly declared, we will not relinquish hope. Observing the united front of the Kage, the masked man casually replied, very well. The masked man spoke with an air of indifference, announcing, the fourth great ninja war is hereby declared. Upon hearing these words, the shadows were momentarily struck with disbelief. Yet they observed as the masked man gradually rose to his feet. Then, until we meet again on the battlefield, he concluded, before vanishing into the whirlpool formed by his right eye. With that, the projection came to an end. Although the imagery had ceased, the impact on everyone present was profound. The third Hokage found himself momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling something as he turned his gaze towards the second Hokage. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, nodded and remarked, the purpose of summoning the leaders of each village to Konoha for the 5 Kage summit was indeed to address this matter. At this moment, even the third Hokage, despite his disbelief, was convinced that the figure before him was the second Hokage from the future. Meanwhile, in an unknown dark cavern, numerous rogue ninjas of shadow and super shadow levels had gathered. The information gleaned from the projection was rife with inconsistencies, leaving the members of the Akatsuki momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was the youngest among them, Deidara, who broke the silence. With an astonished expression, he turned to the extraneous member, Toby, exclaiming, hey, is that eye of yours a Sharingan? I can't believe our organization has 2 Uchiha. I must have known you for quite some time, yet you never mentioned it. Following this, Deidara glanced at Itachi Uchiha and questioned, are you 2 related? Itachi, I recall you have a brother. Could this be him? After his inquiry, he smugly added, however, I think the 2 of you bear no resemblance at all. Not even a little. At that moment, Itachi found himself bewildered, first glancing at Deidara and then at the masked man. He was perplexed as to how he had become known as Madara's brother. Unbeknownst to him, there was a grain of truth in the assertion. For if one were to consider lineage, Sasuke could indeed be regarded as Madara's reincarnation. Hearing this, the masked man, Obito, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. When had he become Itachi's sibling? If anything, he referred to Fugaku as older brother, which would make Itachi his nephew. Fortunately, at that moment, Scorpion intervened to ease the tension. His voice resonated through the air. You little brat, if you wish to live, close your mouth. Yet Deidara showed no signs of gratitude. Scorpion, am I wrong? Also, why is it Toby who declares war? Shouldn't it be the leader taking that role? Even if the leader is busy, can't I declare war? After all, I am a formal member of Akatsuki. Why should an extraneous member be the one to declare war? Suddenly, Deidara recalled something else. Oh, and what is this Moon Eye plan? What is Infinite Tsukuyami? I've been in the organization for some time, yet no one has ever mentioned this to me. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone turned their gaze toward the masked man, then back to Pain. This inquiry struck at the heart of the matter, as they were all curious about the Moon Eye plan and the Infinite Tsukuyami. At last, Pain spoke up. Ahem. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent. It must be noted that as the apparent leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain commanded considerable authority. He then proclaimed, as the footage indicated, our next plan is. Fei Duan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he interjected eagerly, the Moon Eye plan? The moment he uttered this, it nearly caused Konan, who stood behind Pain, to choke. Kakuzu swiftly pulled Fei Duan back, admonishing him, silence, you fool. Pain chose to disregard Fei Duan's interruption and continued, our primary objective is to gather the tailed beasts. To be honest, it was also Pain's first time hearing about the Moon Eye plan. Previously, Obito had merely spoken of collecting all the tailed beasts and merging them to create an ultimate weapon, allowing everyone to comprehend suffering, thus achieving peace. However, judging by the footage, Obito still donned the Akatsuki uniform, suggesting that he had not yet betrayed the organization. Pain proceeded. Your task is to gather intelligence on the 9-tailed beasts. We must capture all 9 within 3 years. Success is imperative. Failure is not an option. At that moment, Deidara had a thought and remarked, you know, in the previous footage, after Scorpion captured a Jinchuriki, he was killed by that Chiyo and that girl named Sakura. I have a feeling my fate may not be much better. Moreover, It seemed they ultimately failed to capture the 8 tails and 9 tails. What perplexed him most was why it was Obito who declared war. He found it unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Fei Duan scoffed. You truly have a clear understanding of yourself. You might very well have met your demise then. Haha. Perhaps even by your own explosives. This remark ignited Deidara's fury. You, ritualistic imbecile, know nothing. That was art. Yes, art. Art. How tedious, Fei Duan retorted. You are the one, always fussing over useless rituals, a waste of effort with no real purpose. What did you say? Repeat that. In an instant, the dark cave was enlivened by the bickering of these two fools. Meanwhile, Scorpion and Kakuzu had lost interest in the squabbling. They had discerned that the one called Obito was no ordinary individual. After all, they noticed the leader had not even questioned the matter, showing a lack of discernment. Finally, Pain could no longer tolerate the commotion. Silence. I will handle the 8 tails and 9 tails. Do you have any objections? After delivering this command, Pain surveyed the group, and the atmosphere immediately grew quiet. Observing this, Pain continued, Good. If there are no issues, then get to work. Seeing their leader's ire, the others naturally had no further objections, collecting their new bounty lists from Kakuzu before departing. Once all had left, Pain sought out Konan, intending to inquire further of Obito regarding the Moon Eye and the infinite Tsukuyami. As the images of the masked man's declaration of war came to an end, the shinobi eagles from all corners of the ninja world began to soar through the skies. Over in Konoha, the second round of the Chunin exams was postponed by a day due to the sudden appearance of the footage, rescheduled to commence the following morning. With the announcement made, the genin from various teams hastily departed the examination grounds. Naruto, observing Sasuke's hurried exit, realized he was off to find his mother. In that fleeting moment, Naruto felt a twinge of envy, but more so, he celebrated his friend's joy, tinged with a yearning for familial connection. For a long time, Naruto had harbored a desire to draw closer to Sasuke, yet found himself at a loss for words. Curiously, the two often found themselves embroiled in playful arguments over trivial matters, a testament to their unique bond. With a sense of melancholy, Naruto made his way back to his apartment, while Sasuke, nearing his clan's territory, came to a halt by the water's edge, staring blankly at the tranquil surface. Memories of his clan, once vibrant and full of life, echoed in his mind, their laughter and warmth still vivid in his recollections. Kind uncles and aunts would always offer him treats, and when his brother was not on a mission, he would fetch him from the ninja academy. Although their father seemed to favor his brother, it was often Sasuke who was mentioned in conversations between his parents. When practicing fire release by the water, if he ever burned himself with a stray spark, his brother would come to console him. Even when he mastered the great fireball technique, their father would generously praise him, exclaiming, "Well done, my son." Lost in these thoughts, tears welled up in Sasuke's eyes. Just then, an unexpected voice broke through his reverie. "Hey, Sasuke, you're not crying, are you?" Naruto's large face suddenly loomed before him, their noses nearly touching, and all Sasuke could see were those blue irises. It dawned on him that this foolish underachiever not only had golden hair, but golden eyebrows as well. "No, you're too close, idiot," Sasuke exclaimed, shoving Naruto away. Sitting at the water's edge, Naruto stumbled precariously close to the water, but Sasuke quickly reached out to pull him back. The sudden turn of events caused both of them to tumble onto the grassy bank. Yet, neither made an effort to rise. Instead, they gazed at the evening sky, laughter erupting between them. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Their laughter echoed for what felt like an eternity until it finally subsided, leaving them in a serene silence as they admired the heavens. Eventually, Sasuke broke the quietude. "Naruto, thank you." His voice was soft, yet Naruto heard him clearly, originally lying on the grass. Naruto thought he had misheard and sat up to inquire. "What did you just say, foolish Sasuke?" Sasuke immediately rolled his eyes and stood up, preparing to leave. Observing Sasuke's retreating figure, Naruto chuckled. "Hey, you really are quite awkward, Sasuke, aren't you?" With that, Naruto turned and departed. Sasuke glanced back at Naruto's vanishing form, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly murmured, "Thank you, Naruto." Soon, the next day arrived. It was evident that Sasuke's mood appeared quite buoyant today. This was understandable. He had previously believed there were only 2 Uchiha left in the world, one of whom he was destined to eliminate. Under such circumstances, realizing his ambition of reviving the Uchiha clan would prove exceedingly difficult. However, the situation had changed. Not only had his mother, Mikoto Uchiha, been resurrected, but also a clan member named Kagami Uchiha had returned, who, by generational reckoning, he ought to refer to as grandfather. Yet, at least due to this mysterious occurrence, the possibility of his kin returning to life was now a reality. This alone was more than sufficient for Sasuke. Before long, all the genin participating in the exam had gathered. Since the celestial scrolls had been drawn and consent forms signed the previous day, the examination commenced at that moment. As the numerous gates of the Forest of Death swung open, all the candidates surged in. Naruto and his companions entered the arena for the second stage of the Chunin exams, much like in the original timeline. However, this time differed significantly. Due to the earlier footage, everyone was aware that Naruto and his peers were likely formidable. Although the footage had only showcased Sakura, all the participants recalled the enigmatic presence posing the first question: who brought back the fifth Kazekage? The answer was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. This implied that in the future, Naruto could very well possess strength comparable to that of a Kazekage. Defeating such a potential powerhouse would undoubtedly present an opportunity for glory and fame. Therefore, Naruto's team faced more than just Orochimaru this time. Of course, those intrigued by Naruto were not merely the malevolent ninjas, but also the offspring of the three Kazekage from Sunigakure. Gaara had learned from the villagers of Konoha that Naruto was likely a monster akin to himself, prompting him to seek a meeting with Naruto. Despite having branded Naruto a weakling earlier, curiosity transcended notions of strength. Upon entering the exam arena, Gaara unleashed the Eye of Sand, swiftly locating Naruto's position. However, en route to Naruto, he encountered a squad of Rain Village ninjas. Without hesitation, Gaara dispatched them all, discarding their scrolls as they were of no use to him. Consequently, this scroll was discovered by the members of Team 8 from Konoha, specifically Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino, who realized it was precisely the scroll they were missing. Thus, it can be said that Team 8, much like in the original timeline, managed to stumble upon a fortunate find. Meanwhile, after entering the Forest of Death, Naruto and his companions found themselves confronted with their trials. However, this time, faced with a greater number of adversaries, it remains uncertain whether they will successfully endure the challenges ahead. At this moment, as Naruto and his group traversed the Forest of Death, they were oblivious to the presence of a young boy, seemingly no older than 6 or 7, who lay hidden in the grass, clutching a kunai with heavy breaths. Fixated on Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Although concealed amidst the foliage, the boy's labored breathing did not escape the keen senses of Naruto and Sasuke. The two exchanged a discreet glance and nodded subtly. The boy, concealed in the grass, continued to fixate on Naruto, his breaths growing increasingly labored. An inexplicable feeling surged within him. Whether it was hatred or sorrow was unclear. His clammy hands began to slip from the grip of the weapon he held. Naruto and Sasuke communicated silently through their gazes. The individual lurking in the shadows could not even mask his own presence, indicating that his abilities were evidently limited and posed no real threat to them. They decided to wait for him to reveal himself. As anticipated, the boy did not maintain his concealment for long and charged directly at Naruto, brandishing his weapon, embodying an apparent willingness to meet his end. The sight was jarring. This child, appearing no older than 6 or 7, donned ill-fitting armor, yet his intentions were unmistakably lethal. "Damn the Uzumaki clan," he shouted. His youthful voice and stature paired with a disproportionately large sword created a striking discord. Sasuke, upon seeing the approaching figure, was momentarily taken aback. A child? Despite Naruto's lack of notable prowess at this stage, he effortlessly disarmed the boy and restrained him. The boy's sword spun through the air several times before crashing to the ground. The child struggled desperately, but could not free himself from Naruto's grasp. As Sasuke discerned the identity of the intruder, he smirked and remarked, "Not a candidate, and he bears no village forehead protector." The boy, thrashing in anger, shouted, "I don't understand what you're saying, you wretched Uchiha traitor, mingling with the Uzumaki clan." Sasuke was taken aback by the accusation. How had he become a traitor of the Uchiha clan? Furthermore, while Naruto bore the Uzumaki surname, he had never heard of a clan by that name. Confused, Sasuke urged Naruto to release the child. The boy glared furiously at Sasuke, and then cast a resentful gaze toward Naruto and Sakura. Although the child could not comprehend why a person adorned with the emblem of the Uzumaki clan would possess golden hair, believing that all members of the clan bore red locks, he remained resolute in his conviction that he had not erred. The insignia clearly marked this individual as one of the Uzumaki, and even if he were not a true clan member, he could very well be an adopted son-in-law of the Uzumaki. Even if the child had yet to notice that Naruto was merely 13 years of age, making such an adoption rather premature. At that moment, Naruto scrutinized the child, seemingly uncovering something significant. A mischievous grin crept across his lips as he remarked, "Hey, foolish Sasuke. Have you noticed how much this child resembles you?" Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically at this comment, retorting, "Shut up, you underachiever." It was then that the child appeared to finally discern Sasuke's features. "Brother Izuna?" Suddenly, the child seemed to recall something and continued, "Wait, you're not Brother Izuna. Although your hairstyle is similar, your visage resembles that of my elder brother even more." This revelation left Naruto and his companions utterly bewildered. They were at a loss, unable to grasp the child's cryptic words about resemblance. Suddenly, the child seemed to have an epiphany. Could it be that the clan had formed an alliance with the Uzumaki? That seemed implausible, as the Uzumaki were allies of the Senju and had historically been adversaries of his clan. Meanwhile, Naruto was taken aback. It was his first encounter with the mention of the Uzumaki clan. He bore the surname Uzumaki. Could it be that he had kin? If that were true, what a splendid revelation it would be. Eagerly, Naruto approached the child. "You mentioned the Uzumaki clan? Is it possible there are others with the Uzumaki surname in this world besides myself? Are they perhaps my relatives?" The child paused, realizing that Naruto had never heard of the Uzumaki clan. Yet, the emblem emblazoned on Naruto's attire was undeniably that of the Uzumaki. Moreover, the individual named Sasuke bore the insignia of the Uchiha clan. According to the teachings the child had received, no one was permitted to display their clan's emblem prior to reaching adulthood. What was the situation with these two? Most crucially, the child noticed that each of Naruto's trio wore a forehead protector resembling a leaf. This was a symbol the child had never encountered before. With this thought, the child resolved to probe further. "You've never heard of the Uzumaki? Then what does the emblem on your attire signify?" Naruto, glancing at the spiral symbol on his clothing, replied with a hint of confusion. "This symbol is a standard emblem found on the uniforms of all leaf ninjas. It is merely decorative, is it not?" Upon hearing this, the child was even more perplexed. "What is this leaf?" Furthermore, he exclaimed with fervor, "How could this possibly be a mere decoration? This is the emblem of the Uzumaki clan. How can you deceive me with such words while claiming to be an Uzumaki?" At this point, the child hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he realized he had forgotten Naruto's name. Upon witnessing the scene, Naruto exclaimed with excitement, "It's Uzumaki Naruto. I isn't it?" Sasuke had already deduced that this individual was certainly not from the Hidden Leaf Village. After all, although he was reluctant to admit it, the truth remained that there were likely many who did not recognize Sasuke, yet those unfamiliar with Naruto were few and far between. Ignoring Sasuke's reaction, the child turned to him and pointed at the Uchiha clan emblem on his back, inquiring, "That surely isn't just mere decoration, is it?" The child's tone betrayed a hint of apprehension, even a subtle fear, as he dreaded the possibility that Sasuke might indeed claim it was merely ornamental. However, upon hearing Sasuke's cold snort followed by the assertion, "How could that possibly be mere decoration? This is the emblem of the Uchiha clan," the child sighed in relief. Noticing the child's expression, Sasuke curiously asked, "Child, who are you?" He then glanced at Naruto before continuing, "Do you harbor a grudge against the Uzumaki clan?" The child hesitated for a moment before responding, "My name is Muku, but due to certain circumstances, I cannot disclose my surname." Naruto, hearing this, pouted and retorted, "Why can't you share your surname? I've already told you mine." Muku looked at Naruto with a puzzled expression, remarking, "Isn't it peculiar that you, as a ninja, would divulge your surname to others? P.S. Has anyone guessed the child's identity yet? If not, it's no matter. Muku is the youngest brother of Madara. The original text does not mention his name, but both Madara and Izuna's names are derived from Japan's northern Shingyurit. Madara is associated with Mount Madara, Mount Izuna, also known as Izuna, Mount Tagakushi, Mount Kuroheim, and Mount Muku. Notably, the readings of Madara and Izuna correspond to the pronunciations in Japanese. Following this line of thought, I named the youngest brother of Madara Muku, based on the ranking of the northern Jat. Does that pose any issues? Just as this child named Muku was voicing his thoughts regarding Sasuke and Naruto, a rustling sound emanated from the bushes. Naruto and the others instantly became alert. Muku, noticing their reactions, also heightened his vigilance. Subsequently, their gazes fixated on the rustling foliage. The figure concealed within trembled under their scrutiny, but dared not emerge. Sasuke, growing impatient, called out, "Who goes there? Step out quickly." Yet, the bushes remained silent. In his irritation, Sasuke swiftly darted into the underbrush. The slight figure concealed within realized it had been discovered and, with determination, brandished a knife and charged forth. Upon seeing this figure, Naruto's group was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was happening today? Wasn't this the forest of death? Why were they only encountering children? Indeed, the figure that rushed out was yet another child. Appearing no older than 6 or 7, with light brown hair and a crisscross scar on his face. Much like Muko before him, this child charged at Sasuke with a knife raised. The cursed Uchiha, much like the recently encountered Miao Kao, had a long knife in the hands of the child effortlessly dislodged by Sasuke, who then retreated cautiously, glaring with resentment at Sasuke. This time, it was Sasuke who found himself under scrutiny. Observing this, Naruto burst into hearty laughter. "Foolish Sasuke, look, you've been targeted too." Haha. Ignoring Naruto's taunts, Sasuke cast a glance at Miao Kao before turning his attention to a newly appeared child. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke inquired of the two children, "Do you two know each other?" Miao Kao briefly scrutinized the newcomer, noticing that, like himself, the child bore no insignia denoting their clan. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Miao Kao remarked, "I don't know this person at all." The newcomer, glancing at Miao Kao, realized he was unfamiliar with him as well. However, he quickly recognized the Uchiha emblem adorning Sasuke's attire and shot a furious glare at him, exclaiming, "Evil Uchiha." Suddenly, he spotted the Uzumaki clan symbol on Naruto. But upon noticing Naruto's golden hair, he curiously questioned, "Why does a member of the Uzumaki clan have golden hair? I thought it should be." Then an epiphany struck him, and he glared at Naruto, demanding, "Since you bear the insignia of the Uzumaki clan, you must be one of them. Why are you associating with an Uchiha?" Could it be? Seemingly grasping a troubling thought, the brown-haired child staggered back a step, a look of fear crossing his face as he uttered, "Could it be that the Uchiha and Uzumaki have formed an alliance?" Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were all taken aback, questions swirling in their minds, feeling as though they had heard such words before. Meanwhile, Miao Kao's expression gradually darkened at the newcomer's words, his gaze filled with animosity directed at the child. Without warning, Miao Kao sprang into action, producing a shuriken from his hand and charging towards the newcomer. Yet, due to his youthful age, Miao Kao's movements were easily anticipated by Sasuke. Just as Miao Kao was within 3 meters of the newcomer, Sasuke swiftly intervened, subduing him once more. The arrival of this commotion startled the new child, immediately alerting him to the scene of Sasuke restraining a child of similar stature. Sensing an opportunity, the newcomer seized a fallen sword from the ground, preparing to attack Sasuke. Sakura noticed the newcomer's intent and gasped, "Sasuke, be careful." Naruto, too, was quick to recognize the child's actions and began forming hand seals. In an instant, 4 copies of Naruto emerged in place, and as the newcomer lifted the sword to strike, Naruto disarmed him and pinned him to the ground. At that moment, not far from the entrance of the Death Forest, Sasuke and Naruto each held a child in restraint, plunging the scene into a tense stalemate. At last, Naruto could no longer contain his curiosity and directly inquired, "Who are you exactly, and why do you resort to attacking others so readily?" Sasuke pondered for a moment and replied, "I have conceived a possibility." Naruto, somewhat bewildered, pressed on, "What is it?" Ignoring Naruto's reaction, Sasuke turned his gaze towards the 2 children beneath him, stating, "We will release you shortly. However, you must refrain from any hostile actions. Should you dare to strike again, do not blame us for being ungracious." Upon hearing this, the children remained silent. Noticing their lack of response, Sasuke insisted, "If you comprehend, speak up." Finally, the newly appeared child hesitated momentarily, realizing that the Uchiha clan member before him seemed distinct from those he was familiar with. After a brief contemplation, the newcomer declared, "Understood." Upon witnessing this, Mayoko also chimed in, "Understood." Sakura nearly burst into laughter at their antics. These 2 children, merely 6 or 7 years old, possessed such tender voices whilst attempting to adopt a demeanor of maturity. As both children acquiesced to Sasuke's proposition, he signaled to Naruto, and together they released their grip, lifting the 2 children from the ground. Ultimately, the 3 of them formed a circle with the 2 children, and Sasuke spoke, "Let us each introduce ourselves. I shall go first. I am Uchiha Sasuke, a genin of Konoha, and this is the Forest of Death in Konoha. This year marks the 63rd year of Konoha. Upon hearing Sasuke's introduction, the two children reacted differently to his surname, yet they were utterly perplexed by the subsequent remarks, unable to comprehend them. Regardless of their reactions, Naruto and Sakura proceeded to introduce themselves as well. When the children heard Naruto's surname, Uzumaki, their responses varied, while Sakura's introduction elicited no particular reaction. Finally, it was the turn of the two children to introduce themselves. Mayoko exchanged glances with the newcomer. Mayoko was the first to speak. "My name is Mayoko. I cannot disclose my surname." Following suit, the new child, having observed everyone else introduce themselves, stated, "My name is Waken, and for certain reasons, I cannot reveal my surname either." Upon hearing Waken's words, Sasuke felt his suspicions solidified. At last, the child named Waken could no longer contain himself. "That Uchiha you mentioned, what exactly is Konoha? I have never heard of such a clan." Upon hearing Waken's query and noting Mayoko's reaction, Sasuke became increasingly convinced of his assumptions. It was inconceivable that anyone in the world had never heard of the name Konoha. Although Sasuke's knowledge of cultural studies might not rival Sakura's, he was still aware of some fundamental historical facts. Thus, he recounted, in the first year of Konoha, under the leadership of the Senju clan's head, Senju Hashirama, the Senju and Uchiha clans signed a pact of alliance, jointly establishing the Hidden Leaf Village. As soon as these words left his lips, the two children erupted with excitement, exclaiming in unison, "Impossible!" In that moment, Waken expressed his fury, exclaiming, "How could this be? How could my elder brother ally with the Uchiha?" Upon hearing this, Sakura gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. What had that boy named Waken just said? He referred to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, as his elder brother? Suddenly, Sakura recalled Waken's name, and then remembered the second Hokage's name, Tobirama Senju. Could it be that Hashirama, Tobirama, and Waken were indeed of the same bloodline? Meanwhile, Naruto remained oblivious to this revelation. His academic performance was rather mediocre, and he was not well versed in the history of Konoha as recounted by Sasuke. Consequently, he failed to notice Waken's slip of the tongue. However, Sasuke was keenly aware of it. He turned to Waken and inquired, "Your surname is Senju, isn't it? Therefore, your full name must be Waken Senju?" At that moment, Waken realized his mistake and hurriedly covered his mouth. On the other side, Miyuku regarded Waken with a perplexed expression. Had it not been for the presence of Naruto and others, the two children might have already engaged in a scuffle. Yet, Sasuke's subsequent words left Miyuku's face pale with shock. "As for you, if I am not mistaken, your name must be Miyuku Uchiha." Indeed, upon hearing Sasuke's words, Miyuku's countenance darkened to match Waken's. Observing their reactions, Sasuke exhibited no surprise, instead stating calmly, "Since the Uchiha clan has ceased to exist, I often peruse the clan's genealogy, which contains records of all Uchiha members since the founding of Konoha. However, here Sasuke turned to Miyuku. There is no mention of anyone named Miyuku." Upon hearing this, both Naruto and Sakura exchanged puzzled glances with Sasuke. If there was no record of Miyuku within the genealogy, how could they ascertain his identity as an Uchiha? Miyuku, too, regarded Sasuke with curiosity. He had never encountered any genealogical records, as the prominent families of the Warring States period did not possess such a tradition. After all, the average lifespan of a ninja during that era barely reached 30, with many perishing by the tender age of 6 or 7. Most crucially, both Waken and Miyuku suddenly recollected that they should have perished at the hands of their enemies. Yet, inexplicably, they found themselves awakening in a strange place. Utterly unaware of the events that had transpired, Sasuke disregarded the reactions of the two children and turned to Naruto and Sakura, asking, "Do you remember the quiz we encountered earlier?" Upon hearing this, Sakura seemed to grasp the implication, while Naruto appeared utterly bewildered, lacking any comprehension of their discussion. Sakura, noticing Naruto's confusion, directly stated, "Naruto, do you not recall how Sasuke's mother was resurrected?" This remark instantly triggered a realization in Naruto, and he gazed at the two children in astonishment, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that these two were brought back to life by that quiz?" As he spoke, Naruto suddenly burst into tears. In an instant, everyone gazed at Naruto in bewilderment, unsure of the reasons behind his tears. However, the words he uttered amidst his sobs left everyone in fits of laughter. "How tragic it is to have perished at such a tender age, looking even frilier than I did at 6 or 7. Such a fragile child, yet already departed from this world. What a lamentable fate. Woe is me. You must not have even tasted the delicious ramen, nor experienced the sweetness of kissing a girl. How pitiable. As he continued, a bittersweet memory surged within him, invoking a wave of nausea when he mentioned the taste of a girl's kiss. Sasuke, instantly enraged, struck Naruto on the head with a fist. If you utter another word about this, I swear I shall end you, you foolish laggard. The retching sensation that followed was mirrored in Naruto, who recalled his own unpleasant memories. You idiot, Sasuke. I told you it was a misunderstanding. Their teammate, Sakura, also recollected this incident, her face instantly shadowed by a dark expression. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Mayoko were utterly perplexed, bewildered by the sudden turn of events leading to their retching. After a brief moment of heaving, Sasuke regained his composure and turned to Kakashi and Mayoko, stating, I believe you must be the Uchiha and Senju clansmen who perished nearly a century ago, resurrected by some enigmatic force. As he spoke, Sasuke looked at Naruto and added, in truth, verifying their identities would be quite simple. We need only summon the second Hokage. Naruto inquired directly, but how do we go about that? We are currently in the Forest of Death, and the second Hokage is likely enjoying tea and perusing the newspaper in the Hokage office. While his point was valid, it was inconceivable for them to bring two children along during the Chunin exams. The Forest of Death was fraught with dangers. Even seasoned genin would struggle to navigate its perils, let alone two 6- or 7-year-olds. Suddenly, Sasuke glanced in a particular direction, stating, I have a solution. We entered through the entrance and haven't traveled far. If all else fails, we can retrace our steps and hand these two over to the proctors. If this one, Kakashi, is indeed the brother of the first Hokage, then the second Hokage. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sakura's eyes lit up. Indeed, if he is the brother of the first Hokage, he must surely know the second Hokage. As for the Uchiha clansmen, they could simply escort him to the Uchiha clan grounds. At that moment, Naruto interrupted, I need to relieve myself. He began to prepare to do so on the spot, only to be met with a vigorous reprimand from Sakura, who insisted he move away to a more suitable location. Sasuke, upon hearing Naruto's words, felt a few dark lines appear on his forehead. Nevertheless, he reminded Naruto of the secret signal and urged him to remember it for later. Eager to answer nature's call, Naruto falsely claimed he had memorized it and dashed off towards the distance. Miao Gao and Wei Jian gazed at the departing Naruto, utterly perplexed by how such a person could become a ninja. With this thought lingering, their eyes shifted towards Sakura, leaving her bewildered. Miao Gao remarked, I must say, why don't you dye your hair a different color like that Naruto Uzumaki? Upon hearing this, Wei Jian nodded in agreement. Sakura, somewhat confused, replied, what does it matter? Our hair is naturally this way. Miao Gao scoffed lightly, while Wei Jian candidly stated, though your hair color is quite striking, don't you think it's a bit too ostentatious? In such circumstances, it would hinder stealth. At this, even Sasuke paused momentarily, comprehending the implication that Naruto and Sakura's hair colors were too conspicuous for covert operations. Although Sakura grasped their meaning and feigned a humble acceptance, internally, she had already scolded the two youngsters numerous times. After a brief moment, Naruto returned, exclaiming, that was refreshing. Sakura instantly fumed. How could he utter such words in front of a girl? Just then, Sasuke realized something and swiftly stepped forward, delivering a punch that sent Naruto flying. Sakura was taken aback by this scene, but she soon noticed that the two boys, Miao Gao and Wei Jian, had drawn their weapons, adopting a defensive stance. Recognizing their reaction, Sasuke understood that they too sensed something amiss. Meanwhile, Naruto was still attempting to argue, excitedly questioning, what are you doing? Sasuke, his expression growing cold, inquired, where is Naruto? Wiping the corner of his mouth, Naruto replied, I don't understand what you're talking about. Sasuke smirked and remarked, do you think a right-handed person would keep shurikens tucked in their left leg? Furthermore, when Naruto signed that summoning contract yesterday, he had a cut on his hand and was wearing a band-aid, while your hand is completely unscathed. Your transformation technique is far inferior to Naruto's. Realizing he had been exposed, a cloud of smoke enveloped the figure of Naruto, revealing him to be a ninja from the Rain Village. Calmly, the Rain Ninja stated, it seems I've been discovered. There's no turning back now. With a steely gaze, he directed his attention toward Sasuke, Sakura, Miao Gao, and Wei Jian, demanding, who possesses the scroll? Unfazed, Sasuke leaped into action, forming hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Instantly, several fireballs erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward the rain ninja. In response, Weijian and Miao Gao were not to be outdone. Fire style, great fireball technique. Earth style, earth flow wall. In an instant, Weijian's earth flow wall obstructed the rain ninja's escape route, while Miao Gao's great fireball surged forth, targeting the rain ninja. However, it is evident that although the rain ninja's escape route was obstructed, the speed of the great fireball technique was remarkably sluggish. The rain ninja effortlessly evaded Myoko's fiery assault. Although Sasuke had not anticipated that 2 6- or 7-year-old children would employ ninjutsu, he was not one to overlook the opportunity they presented to aid him. He swiftly pursued them, and in the moment the rain ninja sought to dodge the fireball, he seized the opportunity with his kunai and easily subdued them. At that moment, as the great fireball struck down the earth-style wall and subsequently dissipated, Sasuke beheld Naruto, bound like a rice dumpling beneath a tree. He approached and freed Naruto, muttering under his breath about the foolishness of the delay. Naruto, acknowledging his shortcomings this time, refrained from retorting, yet internally he pondered how to redeem himself. Suddenly, a formidable presence was sensed by the group, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. An intimidating foe was approaching. They quickly concealed themselves. However, after an extended period with no sign of the enemy, they emerged to search for Naruto. Upon finding him, Sasuke inquired about the secret code, to which Naruto fluently recited the content. Yet this was precisely the information that true Naruto would have been unable to articulate. Realizing that he had been exposed, the intruder dispelled his transformation technique, revealing himself to be a grass ninja. The grass ninja possessed an alluring visage, appearing to be a strikingly attractive woman. Nevertheless, Sasuke, Sakura, Mayoko, and Wakin remained vigilant, eyeing the individual before them with utmost caution. In truth, even Wakin and Mayoko failed to notice that they, who should have been adversaries, were now united against a formidable opponent. The grass ninja's gaze swept across the four, lingering momentarily on Sasuke and Mayoko. It must be said, the Uchiha bloodline was indeed peculiar. Despite the generational gap, there were striking resemblances between them. The grass ninja then produced a scroll inscribed with the character for Earth. You possess the Book of Heaven. I presume you seek the Book of Earth that I hold? In the next instant, the figure opened her mouth and swallowed the scroll whole. This spectacle elicited a wave of nausea among the four onlookers. Yet, the grass ninja then declared, "Let the scroll contest begin. I assure you, I will give it my all." In an instant, a formidable killing intent surged towards Sasuke and his companions. This aura was palpable, and for Sasuke and Sakura, who had little combat experience, it felt as though they had already met their demise. Conversely, Mayoko and Wakin, having faced life-and-death situations before, exhibited minimal reaction. At that moment, Orochimaru, who had been primarily focused on Sasuke, found himself inexplicably intrigued by the two young children on the battlefield. Sasuke, utilizing the sensation of pain to counteract his fear, swiftly led Sakura and the two children into hiding. However, how could the opponent possibly let Sasuke go? Utilizing the summoned snake, they launched an assault against him. Just as the attack was about to reach Sasuke, several shurikens flew through the air, forcing the grass ninja to evade. Everyone turned towards the direction of the incoming shurikens, only to discover that Naruto had arrived. Just as Naruto prepared to mock Sasuke and steal the spotlight, the mysterious voice echoed once more. In an instant, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Sasuke and Sakura hurriedly covered the mouths of Wakin and Miku to stifle any sound. Meanwhile, the grass ninja listened with keen interest to the question posed by the enigmatic voice. Question: who was the hardest person to kill in the current death forest? Upon hearing this question, Sasuke and his companions were somewhat perplexed. What did it mean to inquire about the hardest person to kill? Shortly thereafter, the mysterious presence reiterated the previously mentioned rules, culminating in the announcement of the rewards. Reward 1. A bloodline summoning experience voucher, 7 days. This reward was unfamiliar to everyone, leaving them uncertain of its purpose. Reward 2. For those who answer correctly, 5 deceased beings from the corresponding ninja village will be randomly selected, and the correct respondent may choose one to resurrect. This reward seemed more conventional, yet the dilemma remained. Who could possibly know who the hardest person to kill in the death forest was? How could one even begin to answer such a question? The barrier formed by the emergence of this question was not extensive, merely encompassing a radius of a few kilometers. However, with the barrier's manifestation, Konoha had already taken notice. Everyone was aware that the peculiar mysterious entity had once again made its presence felt. As Naruto, Sasuke, and the others pondered the answer, the grass ninja across from them suddenly began to wash his face with his tongue. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of Naruto and his companions. The grass ninja then chuckled and stated, "If you ask who is the hardest to kill in the entire ninja world, I might not be so confident. However, if you inquire about the hardest person to kill in the current death forest, that would undoubtedly be me. My answer is Orochimaru." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's heart raced, while Sakura gazed at the grass ninja in terror. Meanwhile, Naruto, Miku, and Wakken remained utterly bewildered, genuinely unaware of who the hardest to kill could be. The next moment. Correct answer. In an instant, a burst of fireworks erupted above the head of the individual who claimed to be Orochimaru. Following this, the mysterious voice began to dispense rewards. Abruptly, a card materialized in Orochimaru's hand, its background of vibrant blue, adorned with bold letters. Bloodline Summoning Experience Voucher, 7 days. Bloodline Summoning Experience Voucher, 7 days, has been successfully used. Personnel have been summoned within a 5-kilometer radius of the user. Reward 1 has been distributed. Now commencing the distribution of Reward 2. As the enigmatic voice faded away, 5 ethereal figures suddenly materialized before Orochimaru. Upon discerning the identities of these 5 apparitions, Orochimaru was struck by a wave of incredulity. He then remarked in a dispassionate tone, "Mysterious one, have you perhaps made an error? These individuals are all from Konoha." To his astonishment, the mysterious voice provided an explanation. "Ask your heart. To which ninja village do you truly belong?" At this utterance, Orochimaru felt a tremor of unease, instinctively retreating a step. He found himself reluctant to acknowledge the implication. As doubt crept into his mind, once more, he turned his gaze towards the 5 spectral figures. The sight of them caused Orochimaru considerable discomfort. The first was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. If he were to resurrect him, it was likely that Hashirama's first act would be to eliminate him, bypassing any pretense of diplomacy. The second was the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. No further explanation was necessary. He would swiftly be dismissed. The third was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Again, no elaboration required. He too would be disregarded. The fourth figure was a woman whom Orochimaru recognized well, the princess of the Uzumaki clan, Mito Uzumaki, wife of Hashirama Senju and the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Her prowess likely surpassed even that of Tsunade. Resurrecting her would surely invite unnecessary complications. So she was also overlooked. The final figure, equally familiar to him, was the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake. At that moment, Orochimaru felt a sense of paralysis. How was he to choose among them? Of these 5, Tsukumo was probably the weakest, yet even he was unlikely to be significantly inferior to Orochimaru himself. It was worth noting that Orochimaru had a certain familiarity with Tsukumo. During the Second Shinobi World War, they had once joined forces to lead an assault against Sunagakure. Orochimaru was well aware of Tsukumo's capabilities. While Tsukumo's strength could be described as relatively mediocre for a shinobi of his stature, Orochimaru was currently devising a plan to bring Konoha to its knees, a village that now boasted the presence of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Although he had previously tested the limits of his abilities and could still perform the Edo Tensei technique to summon the second Hokage, the balance of power had tilted significantly against him. The resurrection of any one of these 5 individuals would only serve to jeopardize his forthcoming plans. Contemplating this, Orochimaru's expression darkened. He sensed that this mysterious entity was somehow targeting him. Had he unwittingly offended this enigmatic presence? Despite his reluctance to resurrect any of them, Orochimaru realized he could not escape the vicinity of the 5 figures looming before him, unable to venture beyond a 10-meter radius. Yet he understood that the longer he lingered, the greater the commotion would become, making his eventual escape increasingly difficult. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Sasuke. For he had determined that Sasuke was the true objective of his endeavors. He resolved to create a diversion and make a hasty retreat. According to his knowledge, the enigmatic entity seeks to resurrect an individual, necessitating a substantial infusion of life force, which entails a process. Thus, Orochimaru resolved to place a curse mark upon Sasuke during the interim before the resurrection was complete. With this thought in mind, he cast his gaze upon Kakashi Hatake and smirked, uttering, "I choose to resurrect Kakashi Hatake." The moment Orochimaru's voice faded, a mysterious voice echoed once more, confirming, Confirm resurrection of Kakashi Hatake. Indeed, Orochimaru discerned that with his successful choice, the barrier preventing his departure dissipated, along with the protective seal enveloping the area. He realized that the occurrences here had undoubtedly caught the attention of those outside. Without hesitation, Orochimaru moved with lightning speed toward Sasuke. Even as he soared through the air, he swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, his neck elongated like that of a serpent, arriving before Sasuke. Before Sasuke could react, Orochimaru sank his fangs into his neck. The next moment, Orochimaru retracted his neck. "Come to me, Sasuke, for I alone can grant you power." Upon uttering these words and witnessing Kakashi Hatake's form becoming increasingly corporeal, he dared not delay further and fled. Orochimaru's actions were resolute. Having marked Sasuke with the curse, he promptly made his escape. Fortunately, his swiftness was commendable. Mere seconds after his departure, a figure clad in blue armor, adorned with a white fur collar, appeared beside Naruto. This was a space-time marker left on Naruto by Tobirama Senju, allowing for immediate access should any situation arise. Recently, Anumbu had reported to the Hokage that a barrier akin to one previously encountered had reappeared in the Forest of Death, suggesting the mysterious quiz had resurfaced. Consequently, Tobirama and his companions hastened to the barrier's periphery, and upon its dissolution, Tobirama sensed the space-time marker lingering on Naruto. He promptly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at Naruto's side, where he soon noticed Kakashi Hatake undergoing resurrection. The moment he recognized Kakashi, he recalled their shared history. Tobirama had known Kakashi since his youth, having issued his promotion to Jonin personally. Tobirama turned to Naruto, intending to inquire about the situation, but then noticed the figure of Hashirama standing nearby, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Naruto finally spotted Tobirama and exclaimed, "It's the second Hokage. You have arrived." Tobirama had long since abandoned the effort to correct Naruto's address, sighing internally as he reminded himself not to become frustrated like his elder brother. Then he addressed Hashirama, stating, "It seems I owe you a favor this time, Naruto." Upon the utterance of those words, Naruto and Sakura were momentarily taken aback, while Sasuke, despite the curse mark afflicting his neck, winced in pain, yet found himself momentarily stunned by the statement. They were all perplexed as to why Senju Tobirama would owe Naruto a favor. Although they recognized that even an explanation might not resonate with Naruto's naive disposition, Tobirama, one of the most reliable Hokage, remarked, "Though I cannot ascertain when it transpired, your ability to resurrect Wakken signifies that you have bestowed upon me a debt of gratitude." Noticing the bewildered expression on Naruto's face, Tobirama inwardly acknowledged the truth of his observation and sighed, "Let us bypass this topic." With that, he stepped past Naruto, making his way toward Wakken. He had never anticipated that he would witness him again. How he wished his elder brother were present, and perhaps even Hashirama. It seemed that the criteria for the aforementioned query required a reevaluation. If that were the case, did the Senju clan from the Warring States period also constitute a part of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire? And what of the Uchiha clan? As Tobirama pondered these thoughts, his gaze fell upon the child standing beside Wakken. The moment he beheld the child, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Frowning in contemplation, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, Tobirama abruptly turned to the child with unruly black hair and asked in a grave tone, "What is your name?" The child, feeling the formidable aura emanating from Tobirama, felt a surge of anxiety. However, compelled by the pressure, the child replied, "My name is Muku, but I cannot disclose my surname." At that moment, Naruto's boisterous voice interrupted, "He is an Uchiha. Sasuke just mentioned it." Naruto's words confirmed Tobirama's suspicions. He then tempered his imposing presence and turned to Muku, inquiring further, "Do you have an elder brother named Madara and another named Izuna?" Upon hearing this, Muku's expression shifted with alarm, a wave of trepidation washing over him. What had happened to his elder brother and Izuna? Though he refrained from answering, Tobirama discerned something from his expression. Yet, at that moment, what truly occupied Tobirama's thoughts was not idle conversation with the malevolent Uchiha child, but rather his attention directed toward Wakken. As Tobirama gazed at Wakken, Wakken returned the look. There was an oddly familiar sensation, and the sudden emergence of such a potent being suggested they were likely not adversaries. However, judging by Tobirama's earlier demeanor towards the Uchiha child, it seemed they were not in opposition either. As Wakken contemplated this, he felt a flutter of anxiety. Yet, amidst the recent battle, he recognized that although he belonged to the Senju clan, The Uchiha brother had been protecting him, and another from the Uzumaki clan, despite lacking in strength, had also been safeguarding him. In that instant, Waken found himself utterly bewildered about the world into which he had stumbled. On the forehead of Tobarama Senju, there existed a symbol akin to that of Naruto and his companions. This evoked memories of the earlier mention of Konoha. Could it be that this newcomer was indeed a member of the so-called Konoha clan? Yet, why did he feel such an inexplicable warmth emanating from this individual? Hello, Tobarama, who was inherently confident, found himself perplexed by the presence of this mysterious figure. Despite the welcoming aura he sensed, a tinge of trepidation prompted him to extend a greeting. At that moment, Naruto dashed over, exclaiming, "Ah, Tobarama, this is Waken, and I believe Sasuke mentioned he bears the surname Senju. Wait, isn't your surname also Senju? Could it be that you are related?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, Tobarama cast a glance at Sasuke, his expression radiating approval. Although he belonged to the notorious Uchiha clan, one could not deny their intellect. Yet, it was also true that they were somewhat susceptible to deception. He then turned his gaze back to Waken. Initially, Naruto was poised to continue speaking, but he noticed the peculiar expression on Tobarama's face. Though he maintained an impassive exterior, Naruto sensed a profound excitement within him, an overwhelming joy. Waken, too, felt a sense of intrigue but introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Waken." However, before he could elaborate on his surname, Tobarama grasped Waken's hand, and in an instant, a flying thunder god seal appeared on the back of Waken's hand. This time, nothing would deter him from reaching his brother in time. "Senju, your surname is Senju, and you are Waken Senju, who perished in battle at the tender age of 7. Waken was taken aback, his memories frozen at the moment when he was slain by the Uchiha and the Yui clans. Tobarama continued, "My name is Tobarama Senju, and you, my dear brother, are alive." Waken stood stunned, grappling with disbelief as he gazed at the man before him. Though Tobarama appeared significantly matured, Waken could still discern traces of his elder brother. The same innocent visage, the same wise demeanor, and most notably, the only one among their siblings with naturally fox-like eyes. In that moment, Waken hesitantly uttered, "Tobarama?" Tobarama nodded, his demeanor seemingly composed, yet his hand trembled slightly as he replied, "Yes, Waken." Simultaneously, Tobarama was reminded of his other brother, Hashirama, and even their father. With this enigmatic presence, was there a possibility for his entire family to be resurrected? Suddenly, Tobarama sensed the life force nearby begin to wane. Having experienced so much, he understood that the one who was meant to be revived had successfully returned. As anticipated, in the next moment, the recently resurrected Tsukumo Hatake scanned his surroundings warily, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Tobarama was all too familiar with this phenomenon. He had undergone the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei twice, and one could surmise that had he the choice, he would have instantly teleported away the moment he was revived. Alas, both prior instances of his resurrection had been under manipulation. At long last, the hidden Shikaku discovered the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, and simultaneously noticed that several nearby children were adorned with the Leaf Village headbands, while two others, seemingly younger, were devoid of such insignia. Subsequently, Shikaku's gaze drifted into the distance, where he gradually recognized several familiar figures. After a moment of contemplation, he emerged from his concealment. Naruto, upon seeing Shikaku step forward, found the figure increasingly familiar. Finally, he pointed and exclaimed, "Hey, you look just like Kakashi-sensei. Are you perhaps his brother?" At this remark, Tobarama coughed lightly. "Shikaku, I never anticipated that it would be you who was resurrected." Shikaku was equally bewildered. He distinctly remembered having taken his own life, yet now, he felt as if he had not perished at all. He was certain he had indeed died, but soon, an epiphany struck him. "Lord Second, is this truly your Edo Tensei? It is an astonishing forbidden technique. I feel no difference from when I was alive." Given Shikaku's prowess at the time of his demise and his former role as the leader of the Umbu, he was well aware of the existence of Edo Tensei. However, he had not anticipated its remarkable efficacy, for he sensed no diminishment in his strength. Such a jutsu was indeed worthy of the second Hokage. Yet, Tobarama chuckled, "I am gratified by your respect for my intellectual property. However, your words bring me no joy." Shikaku was momentarily perplexed, failing to grasp Tobarama's meaning. Before he could inquire further, the Leaf Village personnel arrived. Leading the group was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, followed closely by two Umbu members and several Jonin. Suddenly, Shikaku's gaze fixed upon one of the jonin with white hair, his face obscured by a mask. This jonin was none other than Kakashi Hatake. Upon realizing that the revived individual was his father, Kakashi stood frozen in place. He had never expected to see his father again in his lifetime. Shikaku then turned his attention to the jonin surrounding Kakashi, and a vague realization dawned upon him. Clearly, many years had passed, and Kakashi had grown significantly. Kakashi, gazing at Shikaku, felt a subtle connection, despite the mask concealing his features. Father. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the unfolding scene. He attempted to voice his thoughts, but was swiftly silenced by Sasuke, who covered his mouth. Though Naruto's mouth was covered, Sasuke's gaze was fixed upon Tsukumo Hatake and Kakashi. Surprised to discover that the individual who had been resurrected was, in fact, Kakashi's father. As everyone appeared to be spectators to this unexpected revelation, a sudden and intense battle wave emanated from a distance. It soon became apparent to all that this disturbance was exceedingly formidable. Senju Tobirama clarified the information that Naruto and the others had just shared, leading to a flurry of speculation among the group. Without delay, they rushed to the site of the commotion, where they beheld an open space within the forest where two individuals were embroiled in a fierce confrontation. One of these was Gaara from Sunagakure, while the other was a boy who appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years of age. Yet his techniques were strikingly familiar to those present, all of whom were seasoned jonin or higher. Gaara was manipulating sand to launch an assault on the boy, who elegantly evaded the attack without countering. The boy then spoke in a calm tone, acknowledging Gaara as the esteemed fifth Kazekage, remarking that despite his youthful appearance, his strength was comparable to that of an average jonin. However, he warned that should Gaara persist in his aggression, he would not hold back. Gaara, unfazed and with a countenance twisted by rage, declared with a hint of twisted satisfaction that his blood would surely please his mother. As Gaara's voice echoed, the sand in his grasp grew increasingly violent, surging towards the boy. With a sigh, the boy remarked that even the gentle Kazekage had once been a rebellious child. He then began to form hand seals, invoking lightning release, serpent lightning. As the boy executed his technique, a torrent of electricity surged forth towards Gaara. Although the lightning moved swiftly, Gaara's absolute defense sensed the malicious intent and preemptively countered, easily withstanding the assault. Not disheartened by the ineffectiveness of his attack, the boy continued to weave seals, gradually submerging his body into the ground. Suddenly, numerous serpents erupted from the earth, encircling Gaara. Together, they launched an attack. Employing Serpent's shadow, chaotic assault. However, it was evident that such an assault posed little threat to Gaara's formidable defenses. Seeing his efforts effortlessly thwarted, the boy prepared to pursue another attack when he sensed the approach of others. As Naruto and the others arrived, they discovered the boy engaged in his ninjutsu. Although they recognized the Leaf Village headband adorning his forehead, they had no recollection of him. Yet, as Sasuke observed the boy's techniques, despite the excruciating pain in his neck, a realization dawned upon him. Gasping for breath, Sasuke exclaimed to Naruto, "Do you remember the first reward that Orochimaru received?" Such matters, how could Naruto possibly recall? Sakura promptly replied, "Is Sasuke-kun referring to that bloodline summoning experience scroll?" Sasuke nodded and remarked, "I believe this individual must be someone summoned by Orochimaru." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, the third Hokage recalled Orochimaru. Since it was a bloodline summoning, it undoubtedly involved a relative with a familial connection. The child bore the Leaf Village headband and could wield the snake summoning technique. However, it was evident that the third Hokage, who recognized all the names of the ninjas from the Leaf Village, did not recognize this child. Contemplating this, the third Hokage turned his gaze towards Senju Tobirama. Could it be that, like the second Hokage, this child also hailed from the future? Although he could not fathom why Orochimaru's child would be a leaf ninja, this was undoubtedly fortuitous news for the 69-year-old elder. Might it be that the future Orochimaru? The third Hokage refrained from pursuing that line of thought and instead focused on the battlefield. At that moment, the youth had also noticed the arrival of everyone. First, he saw Naruto and Sasuke, followed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The youth ceased his assault, dispelling the summoned snakes, and approached Naruto and the others. However, his subsequent words astonished all present. Who would have imagined that they could witness 4 Hokage at once? Particularly the childhood version of the 7th Hokage? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. For Hokage, wasn't there only the 3rd and the 2nd? Who could this fourth Hokage be? And who was the seventh? The youth smiled and said, so this is what the childhood seventh Hokage looks like. Quite a transformation. And Sasuke-sensei, I see your hair was quite wild back then. Unexpected how it changed as you grew. All eyes turned toward Naruto and Sasuke as they processed this information. What did he mean by Sasuke-sensei? Could it be that the seventh Hokage is Naruto Uzumaki? As this possibility dawned on them, everyone's gaze shifted to Naruto, making him somewhat uncomfortable. Ultimately, it was the second Hokage who broke the silence. Who are you? The youth, still smiling, replied, I have met the second Hokage, but I never heard that you could live to this time. I recall the history books stating that you perished during the First Shinobi World War 20 years ago. Why? In response, Senju Tobirama said, now I shall inquire of you. What is your name? Naruto interjected with a chuckle. The second Hokage indeed died, but he was revived. I brought him back. At this point, pride illuminated Naruto's face. Hearing this, the youth seemed to grasp something and smiled. My name is Mitsuki, a leaf genin. It seems I truly have traversed time, returning to roughly 20 years ago. Meanwhile, Gaara, upon noticing that Mitsuki had ceased combat with him, was instantly filled with rage and sought to launch an attack. However, with merely a glance, Gaara found himself utterly captivated by Tobirama Senju. Tobirama, disregarding Gaara, furrowed his brow and inquired, you claim to hail from 2 decades hence. Then pray tell, who is your father? Upon hearing this query, the crowd leaned in with keen interest. It was then that Sasuke, in an almost reverent tone, declared, my father is Orochimaru. The revelation left everyone in stunned disbelief, as none could fathom that the infamous, thick-browed, and loathsome Orochimaru could possibly have offspring. Suddenly, Satsuki seemed to sense something and turned her gaze towards Sasuke, approaching him with purpose. The atmosphere shifted, and the crowd became immediately vigilant. After all, the child of Orochimaru warranted caution, regardless of the unknown future. As Satsuki's eyes settled on the markings upon Sasuke's neck, she exclaimed, so it is true. Mr. Sasuke has indeed been marked with a cursed seal? Until that moment, no one had paid heed to Sasuke's condition, but now they noticed the 3 tomo-like marks adorning his neck. Meanwhile, Sasuke felt the pain intensifying, to the point where he feared he might lose consciousness. Satsuki extended a hand towards Sasuke's neck, and though she had earlier addressed Naruto as the 7th Hokage, Naruto understood the gravity of the situation regarding Sasuke and instinctively moved to intervene. However, Kakashi was quicker, stepping protectively in front of Sasuke. What do you intend to do? He demanded. Satsuki replied with a smile, there is no need for concern, 6th Hokage. I merely wish to dispel the cursed seal afflicting Mr. Sasuke. This statement left everyone perplexed, with Kakashi particularly bewildered. I am not. I could never be Hokage, he thought, struggling to reconcile the reality of his future. His contemporaries were equally incredulous, unable to believe that Kakashi had ascended to the position of Hokage. Despite the astonishment at his future role, Kakashi remained focused on the matter at hand. He asked, do you comprehend what this is? Satsuki nodded affirmatively and explained, it is the heavenly cursed seal, which contains natural energy and fragments of Lord Orochimaru's soul. This technique was devised by Lord Orochimaru, inspired by the abilities of Jinchuriki and the combat methodologies they employ. While the user of the seal can harness immense power, prolonged use inflicts severe harm upon the user. The second function allows, upon Lord Orochimaru's demise, the ability to use the dispelling technique in conjunction with the seal to summon back a significant portion of the soul to the realm, thus enabling resurrection. Theoretically, even if Lord Orochimaru were to be sealed away, the heavenly curse seal could facilitate the escape of his soul from confinement, allowing for his revival. As she spoke, Satsuki's form began to transform. A singular horn sprouted from her forehead, and her body radiated with serpentine, translucent chakra. Upon witnessing this transformation, Tobirama appeared to recall something, exclaiming in astonishment, the sage mode of the dragon cave? Upon hearing the words of Senju Tobirama, Mitsuki nodded and remarked, indeed. The sage mode of the dragon cave ultimately stems from an unforeseen encounter with the Chu clan, which dwelled in the vicinity of the dragon cave. The natural energies emanating from the cave intermittently permeated the surroundings, bestowing upon the members of the Chu clan a distinct form of sage mode. Although this sage mode entails significant side effects, it undeniably enhances one's power. Thus, the heavenly curse mark can be regarded as a conduit for absorbing natural energy. amalgamated with the abilities of the Chu clan. To dispel this curse mark, there exist 3 methods. The first method allows Lord Orochimaru to seize the body of the cursed individual by utilizing the soul fragments within the curse mark as a guide, prompting the original soul to abandon its corporeal form and inhabit the body of the cursed individual. This constitutes a form of possession. Upon the successful possession of the cursed individual, the curse mark on their body dissipates. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama appeared to contemplate, stating, "This technique bears resemblance to the impure world reincarnation, albeit the latter employs the flesh and blood of the reincarnated as a conduit, whereas this technique utilizes the soul fragments from the curse mark. Nevertheless, the effects are strikingly similar. Impure world reincarnation necessitates a complete human body as a vessel, while this technique also regards the body of the cursed individual as a vessel for reincarnation. Theoretically, although the practitioner may weaken their soul through frequent reincarnations, rendering them susceptible to mental attacks or jinjutsu, as long as the soul endures, periodic body exchanges could indeed facilitate true immortality." At this juncture, Senju Tobarama could not help but commend Orochimaru's brilliance. Meanwhile, the others present were utterly astonished, many having grown up hearing tales of Orochimaru. The third Hokage, in particular, was aware of Orochimaru's experiments on human subjects, but had not anticipated such drastic measures. Mitsuki, however, chuckled and remarked, "In a few years, Lord Orochimaru will shift his approach, opting to cultivate his own body for reincarnation. This way, the damage to his soul will be negligible, and he will be able to acquire any desired bloodline." One cannot deny that white Zetsu cells are indeed versatile, capable of merging with any bloodline limit. As long as Orochimaru desires, he need only invest in procuring the blood of various bloodline users, and through white Zetsu cells, he can cultivate a body perfectly suited to his needs. Once the body reaches an appropriate state, he can seamlessly transfer his soul into the new form. However, it appears that Orochimaru is currently unaware of the existence of white Zetsu's cells. Nonetheless, everyone comprehends that the first method mentioned by Mitsuki is utterly impractical. Such an approach would be tantamount to suicide. Regardless of the thoughts of others, at this moment, Yosei Akane anxiously inquired, "What about the remaining 2 methods?" Upon hearing this, Miue turned to Mitarashi Anko, her expression filled with confusion as she momentarily failed to recognize the individual before her. Suddenly, it seemed that a realization dawned upon her. So it was indeed Teacher Anko. It was unexpected that, just as Lord Orochimaru had mentioned, "You were so slender in your youth." As these words left her lips, the gazes of all present converged upon Mitarashi Anko. Anko, taken aback by the remark, pondered its implication. Did this mean she would become overweight in the future? The thought unsettled her, for a woman's struggle with weight is often a sensitive one. Without allowing the audience to linger in silence, Miue continued, "The second method, as previously mentioned, entails that after Lord Orochimaru's demise or sealing, it suffices for one of his most trusted followers to perform the unsealing ritual, utilizing the curse mark of heaven to achieve resurrection. Naturally, upon Orochimaru's revival, the curse mark would dissipate." Not pausing for breath, Miue went on. "The third method involves the members of the Roga clan or those who have mastered the Dragon Cave Sage art, who can directly absorb the curse mark." Upon hearing Miue's explanation, the assembly began to comprehend why she had transformed into Sage mode. Consequently, Kakashi stepped away from Sasuke, signaling Miue to proceed. Approaching Sasuke, Miue placed a hand upon his neck, and all present observed as the 3 black tomo-shaped curse marks upon Sasuke's neck gradually faded away with her movements. At long last, after several breaths had passed, Miue withdrew her hand from Sasuke's neck, and the agonized expression that had marred his features vanished in an instant. With the burden lifted from his heart, Sasuke could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to the ground. Kakashi hurried forward to assess the situation. Breathing a sigh of relief upon discovering that he was merely asleep, Miue then turned her attention to Mitarashi Anko, glancing at the curse mark upon her neck. "So, Teacher Anko, do you wish to?" Anko, after a moment of silence, gently touched the curse mark on her body and resolutely replied, "No. I believe Lord Orochimaru will no longer have the opportunity to use this. Moreover, judging by your demeanor, it seems that the future Orochimaru will have reformed. I shall keep this as a precaution." Seeing Anko's decision, the others refrained from persuading her otherwise. Miue did not press the matter further, and subsequently relinquished her sage mode. Meanwhile, the third Hokage reflected on Miyue's earlier words, a sense of inexplicable joy swelling within him. Having watched Orochimaru grow, he had witnessed the moment when Orochimaru strayed from the path. Now, hearing that the future Orochimaru might find redemption brought him unparalleled happiness, though his responsibilities as Hokage restrained him from expressing it outwardly. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, noted the situation and remarked, Orochimaru is a complex individual, having endured much in terms of life and death, which has shaped him into who he is today. It is only after seeing through the cycle of life and death that he may return to the right path in the future. As the words of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, lingered in the air, an image materialized once more in the heavens. The moment this vision appeared, Shikamaru Nara's senses heightened immediately, and Satsuki transformed into sage mode in an instant. Shikamaru discerned that this was not an illusion. Meanwhile, Kakashi, recognizing the visage of his father, calmly reassured, "Father, there's no need for concern. This should be the viewing segment following the quiz." A viewing segment? Upon the emergence of the image in the sky, it became apparent to all that another sequence was about to unfold. The shinobi promptly retrieved paper and pens to record the impending information, while the non-shinobi prepared to enjoy the spectacle. In the Death Forest, Shikamaru, enlightened by Kakashi's explanation, grasped the situation. Subsequently, perceiving that there was nothing amiss, the Hokage and the Jonin began to withdraw from the scene in an orderly fashion, ready to depart the Death Forest. The remaining genin continued with the ongoing competition. The second stage of the Chunin exams would span 5 days, and they were merely on the first day. Taking advantage of the lull during the Hokage and Jonin's exit, Naruto and Sakura, accompanied by Sasuke, also made their departure. As for Satsuki, she followed the second Hokage and others away. Alongside them were Miyuko and Wakin. Upon realizing that Miyuko was a member of Sasuke's clan, Naruto asked Kakashi to escort her to the Uchiha compound and hand her over to Mikoto Uchiha. At this moment, the Uchiha estate had, in fact, been reclaimed by Konoha, retaining only the grand residence of Sasuke's family. Naturally, Konoha had compensated Sasuke handsomely at market value, amounting to several hundred million ryo in cash alone. Consequently, Sasuke was far from lacking in funds. Fortuitously, Sasuke's mother invested some of that wealth to purchase the houses surrounding their own, preparing for the potential revival of the Uchiha clan. Upon learning of this, Naruto was filled with envy. Prior to becoming a genin, although the village provided a substantial monthly allowance, much of it was spent on ninja tools after enrolling in the ninja academy. Furthermore, Naruto was incapable of taking proper care of himself. Thus, even the desire to indulge in a bowl of Ichiraku ramen necessitated frugality, often seeking ways to have Irika-sensei treat him instead. Most crucially, during Naruto's early childhood, due to various circumstances, he lacked access to vendors willing to sell him goods, forcing him to catch fish to cook for sustenance. It was only as he matured and explored more shops that he became aware of which establishments would cater to him. Had he been as affluent as Sasuke, he would have dined out daily, and the proprietors of the village's finer restaurants would have regarded him with amiable familiarity. Finally, after Naruto and Sakura settled Sasuke, the image in the sky began to play. The scene depicted a rainy day. As one gazed into the distance, recognition dawned upon them. This must be the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, upon the distant Hokage rock, only a solitary visage could be seen, the face of the first Hokage. Upon witnessing this image, the third Hokage was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "It appears to be the early years of the leaf." As the scene drew closer, it focused on a modest house with a quaint little courtyard. At that moment, Jiraiya, who was making his way back to the Leaf Village, felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing this house. Finally, a voice resonated through the imagery. "Wow, wow, wow." Everyone present was momentarily stunned, as it seemed someone had just been born. The scene then shifted to a fair-skinned man cradling an infant in his arms, while a young woman reclined on a nearby bed, resting against the headboard. "Haha, I have a child. I have a child. Keiko, look, our baby, this is our baby." The woman, though appearing quite frail, wore a warm smile as she gazed at the child in the man's embrace. She then spoke, "Darling, you haven't named the baby yet. What shall we call him?" Hearing this, the man fell into contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, he handed the child to the woman and approached a table, where he picked up a book titled The Tales of the Great Heroes of the Child Raijin. The man then spoke while gazing at the book, I heard that Lord Hokage's child has been born, named after this book, Tsunade. Although I am acutely aware of the vast disparity between our family and the Senju clan of the Hokage, I hold great expectations for our child. After much thought, I have decided on a name. At this juncture, he paused, leaving the spectators in a state of astonishment. They had not anticipated that the name of one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, had originated in such a manner. Curiosity gripped everyone as they wondered what the child's name would be. Our child shall be named Orochimaru. Upon uttering these words, the entire shinobi world fell silent. And at that moment, Orochimaru, who had just emerged from the forest of death, was equally stunned. Having lost his parents at a tender age, his memories of them were scant. Yet now, even the most naive could discern that the figures in the image were indeed his parents. For a brief moment, Orochimaru's gaze became entranced. Then, the scene faded to black, only to illuminate once more. In the image, a child was seen running through the Hidden Leaf village, his laughter echoing throughout. Though he appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, nearly every elder recognized him as Orochimaru. With exuberance, he dashed home, exchanging greetings with neighbors along the way. Orochimaru slowed down. Come over to my house for dinner later. As he continued to run, Orochimaru called back, Uncle Boo. My parents are coming home today. I must hurry back. However, Orochimaru, who had anticipated this moment, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The scene revealed a young Orochimaru joyfully running home. It was evident to all that the child version of Orochimaru was cheerful and endearing. Even Mitarashi Anko was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this really Orochimaru as a child?" Even the usually stoic Sai was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the illustrious Orochimaru had once been so innocent. Then, the scene shifted, the image darkened, though not entirely. It was clear to everyone that night had fallen. We saw young Orochimaru seated on the steps of his home, his arms wrapped around his knees, a look of despondency gracing his features. I clearly saw the uncle returning from a mission with my parents. When will they come back? Just as young Orochimaru sat there, waiting at the threshold, a sudden knock echoed on the door. His expression changed instantly, excitement flooding his face as he hurried to open the gate. As he swung the door open, he was met by a throng of neighbors gathered outside. The young Orochimaru, perplexed by the gravity of the situation, discerned the solemnity etched on their faces. Everyone at that moment, from the crowd, a figure emerged, adorned with the forehead protector of the Hidden Leaf village. Young Orochimaru clearly recognized this individual. Uncle Yoshino, what's wrong? The man, referred to as Uncle Yoshino, opened his mouth several times, yet no words emerged. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon young Orochimaru, his complexion draining of color, inheriting his father's fair skin. The pallor on his youthful face was stark. As a member of the ninja village, Orochimaru had often encountered death, and at such a tender age. He had already grasped many harsh realities. Finally, with tears streaming down his face, the man known as Yoshino spoke. Orochimaru, I am sorry. I could not protect my subordinates. Your parents have perished. Like a bolt from the blue, young Orochimaru stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, rain began to pour in the scene. The downpour intensified, and the focus shifted to the sky. When the camera returned to the courtyard, young Orochimaru remained seated on the steps, arms wrapped around his knees, his head buried deeply between his legs. Though sheltered from the rain by the eaves, droplets cascaded beneath the steps where he sat. Mom and Dad want to be coming back, he uttered, his voice trembling. In that instant, a profound silence enveloped all who bore witness to this poignant moment. As Jiraiya returned to the village, he was rendered speechless by the sight before him. To his knowledge, Orochimaru had not shed a tear during the burial of his parents. At that time, Jiraiya believed that although Orochimaru was grieving, he presented a facade of strength. However, in this moment, it became clear that he had already exhausted his tears upon receiving the news of his parents' demise. Indeed, in the next instant, the scene shifted once more, revealing the memorial stone. Young Orochimaru stood silently before the memorial, observing the villagers who came to pay their respects. His face marked by a subtle sadness, but devoid of tears. The imagery soon transitioned to the Ninja Academy, where Orochimaru appeared little older than he had just moments before, indicating that not much time had elapsed. Within the classroom, he sat in a daze, while not far from him, a white-haired boy was fast asleep. Upon seeing this boy, the third Hokage smiled and remarked, Jiraiya has truly not changed a bit since childhood. At the front of the class, a teacher was engaged in lecturing when suddenly, The classroom door swung open. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, gestured for the teacher to step outside. Shortly thereafter, voices of contention could be heard from the hallway. They are merely 6 or 7 years old. Do you truly intend to send them to the battlefield? Remember, the first Hokage established Konoha so that children could grow up in safety. Yet you are aware of the village's current predicament. With the sudden passing of the first Hokage, war has erupted unexpectedly. Now, over 80% of our ninjas have been deployed to the front lines, leaving the village virtually defenseless. Even so, we cannot send children as young as 6 or 7 to the battlefield. I'm not suggesting they go to battle. It's merely a matter of them performing logistical tasks within the village. Moreover, there will be assessments, and those who do not meet the standards will not be granted ninja status. Most importantly, participation is entirely voluntary. You need only distribute the forms, and those interested may take the assessments. But there are no buts. Chunin Tomo, carry out the orders. After a brief silence, the response came, understood. Moments later, the teacher returned, and Jiraiya, who had been peacefully asleep, awoke with excitement. As soon as the teacher entered, he exclaimed, "Tomo-sensei, does this mean we can become ninjas?" The teacher, however, ignored Jiraiya's enthusiasm and instructed the students to pass out the forms. If you wish to participate, please complete the form and submit it to me by tomorrow. The remaining time is for self-study. With that, the teacher exited the room. As soon as the teacher left, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter, resembling a bustling market. Orochimaru regarded the application form for ninja qualification. After examining the document, he did not immediately begin to fill it out. Instead, he directed his gaze out the window. Suddenly, a hand reached out toward him. With heightened alertness, Orochimaru swiftly evaded the hand just as it was about to make contact. Orochimaru turned his gaze and found Jiraiya looking at him with palpable excitement. "Ah, Orochimaru, I am on the verge of graduating. What are your plans?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru picked up the form in his hand, momentarily lost in thought and silence. The scene shifted to a classroom bustling with children aged between 6 and 10, animatedly conversing. It was evident that Orochimaru and Jiraiya were the youngest among them. Each child wore a headband symbolizing their identity as a ninja. The lively discussions within the classroom reached the ears of the observers. "Finally becoming a ninja. I'm so thrilled," exclaimed one child. "Indeed, if it weren't for this opportunity to graduate early, who knows how long we would have to stay in ninja school." As the chatter continued, the conversation turned to the trio of Orochimaru. "Did you see those two? I heard they're the only 2 first graders graduating this year. Incredible. They've become ninjas at just 6 years old," remarked another. "Yes, that girl is said to be the granddaughter of the first Hokage, while the other 2 are commoners. Yet they have succeeded as well." Naruto, overhearing this, was taken aback. He never imagined anyone could become a ninja at the tender age of 6, while he himself had failed his graduation examination at 12. If it hadn't been for mastering the shadow clone technique later, he might not have graduated at all. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open. Entering was the middle-aged ninja who had previously summoned Orochimaru and his companions. As he stepped into the room, an immediate hush fell over the students. The middle-aged ninja held a piece of paper, scanning the classroom before beginning to speak. "Now, we shall commence the class assignments. Fujiwara Go, Hatake Yasu, Canberra Keru, Class 1. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Class 9. Upon hearing this, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru were taken aback. What did this mean? Why were there only 2 of them? Wasn't a team supposed to consist of 3 members? Without hesitation, Jiraiya raised his hand and exclaimed loudly, "Teacher, why does our team only have 2 members? Shouldn't a squad have 3? The teacher glanced at Jiraiya and offered a brief explanation. "Oh, your remaining teammate will be introduced to you by your guiding instructor tomorrow." Although Jiraiya seemed inclined to ask more, Orochimaru seized his arm, compelling him to relent. Thus, Jiraiya reluctantly lowered his hand. As the scene progressed, the class assignments concluded, and the students awaited the arrival of their guiding ninja. Given the wartime context, the majority of the guiding ninjas were merely elite Chunin, with only a handful of teams led by Jonin. The moment a strikingly handsome ninja, appearing to be in his 20s, entered the scene, many were left in awe. Although it feels as though a great deal of time has passed, many of Konoha's elite shinobi have recognized the identity of the individual, Shimura Danzo. Kakashi gazed at the image of the youthful Danzo, reflecting with a hint of nostalgia, awe, I never anticipated that the young advisor Danzo would possess such striking features. The third Hokage nodded in agreement, adding, indeed. I recall that in his youth, Danzo had many admirers trailing behind him. Ha! After Danzo departed with his 3 subordinate genin, the scene shifted to reveal the younger version of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even the third Hokage himself expressed a tinge of reminiscence upon seeing his youthful visage. Upon entering the classroom, the young Hiruzen surveyed the newly minted ninjas with a warm smile and said, Team 9, please follow me. The villagers of Konoha erupted in cheers upon witnessing the youthful Hiruzen, indicating his enduring popularity among the people. The scene continued, transitioning to where the young Hiruzen led Orochimaru and Jiraiya to a rooftop. Once they were all seated, Hiruzen commenced with his introduction. Well then, let us begin with self-introductions. I shall start. My name is Hiruzen Sarutobi. I prefer to keep my likes and dislikes private, and as for dreams, I aspire to become Hokage. I have many interests. That concludes my introduction. Now it is your turn. Upon hearing this, the young Jiraiya smirked and remarked, You didn't really say anything at all. I also wish to become Hokage. Can that be considered a dream? Jiraiya then recalled something and quickly inquired, Wait, weren't we supposed to have another teammate? Where are they? The young Hiruzen pondered for a moment before responding. In that case, let us proceed directly to the training ground. I have already informed your final teammate to wait for us there, so let us head over together. The scene shifted again, showing Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya arriving at Konoha's training ground. After a brief wait, they spotted a blonde-haired girl running towards them. Once the girl came to a halt, Hiruzen began to introduce her. This is Tsunade, who will be joining your trio. Upon hearing her name, Orochimaru seemed to recall something but remained silent. Jiraiya, however, did not wait for Hiruzen to finish and approached the girl directly, introducing himself as he walked. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Jiraiya. I look forward to working with you. This seemed perfectly normal until the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Jiraiya leaned forward, wearing a mischievous expression, and said, As for love letters, you can hand them to me later. At this, Tsunade erupted in fury, throwing a punch towards Jiraiya. Stop joking around. Immediately, the young Jiraiya was sent flying by a punch from the young Tsunade. Witnessing this scene, all the spectators could not help but smile. Few had anticipated that the childhood version of Jiraiya could be so entertaining. Of course, those who truly knew Jiraiya understood that he had remained unchanged over the years. At this moment, as he walked along the path, Jiraiya observed the event with a nostalgic expression, reminiscing about his lost youth. Soon, the traditional Konoha exercise of snatching the bells commenced. This enduring tradition had been experienced by every Hokage, from the third to Naruto. Unsurprisingly, there were only 2 bells. And Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly explained the rules. The young Orochimaru seemed to ponder something, pondering whether this implied that one individual would inevitably be eliminated. However, Jiraiya paid no heed to this and instead turned his gaze towards Tsunade, asking, If I secure a bell, will you agree to go on a date with me? This declaration left the audience momentarily speechless. It was evident that the Jiraiya depicted on screen, appearing no older than 6 or 7, was already preoccupied with thoughts of dating. In response, Tsunade waved him off dismissively, stating, If you lose, do not pursue me any further. Very well, it is settled then. At this point, many in the audience began to anticipate whether Jiraiya and Tsunade would indeed end up on a date. Even the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, directed a glance towards the third Hokage, his eyes conveying a clear message. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly. Naturally, that will not happen. Tsunade was stronger in her youth, and ultimately, it was Orochimaru and Tsunade who obtained the bells. As expected, the next moment revealed a battle between the young Sannin and Sarutobi Hiruzen. One could only remark on their youthful naivety, as they were still quite immature. However, under Hiruzen's leniency, the bells ultimately fell into the hands of Tsunade and Orochimaru. Yet at that moment, just as everyone was marveling at the amusing childhood antics of Jiraiya, the screen suddenly froze, followed by the emergence of a question. Question: What did Jiraiya call Tsunade when the Hiruzen class was first established? Upon hearing this question, the atmosphere fell into a hush. The third Hokage appeared to know the answer, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, yet he refrained from speaking. The second Hokage assessed the extent of the barrier, noting that it seemed to emanate from the forest of death, reaching nearly to the edges of the Hokage building. A mysterious entity once again announced the rules, identical to those before. Following this, the reward was revealed, Reward: 1 card drawing opportunity. Observing that there was only a single reward, everyone understood that the question should not be too difficult. At least someone was likely to know the answer. Unbeknownst to them, Sasuke had awakened and, seeing that there was a question, chose to remain silent. As Naruto and his companions pondered the answer to their question, they were suddenly interrupted by the mysterious entity's voice proclaiming, "Correct answer." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage, present in the Hokage Tower, comprehended the implication. At that moment in Konoha, the only individuals privy to the answer were himself, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. With Jiraiya and Tsunade currently absent from the village, it was evident that the one who had answered correctly was Orochimaru. However, it remained uncertain what reward Orochimaru had received this time. The scene transitioned swiftly. One could see young Jiraiya bound to a post, while nearby, a young Tsunade immediately began to mock him. "Jiraiya, I won the bet." Upon hearing her words, Jiraiya's expression darkened with fury. "Enough already, you flat-chested, washboard Tsunade." This exchange prompted the entire village of Konoha, indeed, the entire shinobi world familiar with Tsunade, to fall into deep contemplation. It was remarkable. Gazing at the youthful Tsunade, none could have anticipated the remarkable breadth of her character in the present day. The screen faded once more before revealing a now grown-up Orochimaru and his companions. They appeared in a classroom at a ninja academy. As they beheld this scene, both Jiraiya, who was returning to the village, and Tsunade, who was similarly on her way back, fell silent. They recalled that day, the day they became teachers. The image depicted Jiraiya speaking first. "Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, follow me." Subsequently, 3 children, appearing to be around 10 years of age, were seen trailing behind Jiraiya. Naruto, observing 2 of the figures on the screen, felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Sakura, in a daze, remarked, "Wait, is that the 4th Hokage as a child? He looks even younger than." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Sasuke on the ground, only to discover that he had awakened at some point and was now watching the scene. "Sasuke, you're awake," Naruto exclaimed, finally noticing Sasuke's consciousness. As Sasuke regained awareness, he observed that Orochimaru's team had passed their test, yet he was unaware of the preceding events. "What is going on?" he queried. In response, Sakura briefly recounted the recent occurrences to Sasuke. Upon hearing about Orochimaru's childhood experiences, Sasuke fell into silence, feeling an uncanny similarity between his own past and that of Orochimaru. Meanwhile, the scene continued to unfold. Soon, Tsunade prepared to depart with her team of lower-ranking ninjas. Before leaving, she specifically cautioned one young boy in the image. "Shinju, remember to heed Orochimaru's words. While his character may be questionable, his strength is assured." The boy named Shinju promptly responded, "Don't worry, sister. Teacher Orochimaru is so good to me, I will definitely listen to him." Upon witnessing this scene, Tsunade's heart involuntarily sank into a profound sadness. Although it was merely a visual recollection, the opportunity to see Shoju once more was truly heartwarming. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Orochimaru observed the young boy and murmured, "Shoju." At this moment, Orochimaru's spirits began to dwindle. Within the Hokage building, Senju Tobirama gazed at the boy, who bore a resemblance to his nephew. He then turned to the 3rd Hokage and inquired, "Is this the child of Mugen?" The 3rd Hokage nodded and replied, "Indeed, he is Mugen's posthumous child, Tsunade's younger brother." Upon hearing this, Senju Tobirama nodded, having deduced the implications. This child, too, had not grown up. The scene continued, showing Shoju and his 2 companions successfully passing Orochimaru's test. "Do you have any dreams?" Orochimaru asked his 3 disciples after the assessment. Without hesitation, Shoju spoke first, declaring, "I aspire to become Hokage and surpass both my grandfather and great-grandfather." At that moment, Orochimaru seemed indifferent to the title of Hokage, merely offering Shoju some encouragement, reminding him of the arduous journey ahead. For becoming Hokage was no easy feat. The imagery then transitioned to a dense forest, where it became evident that this was within the land of grass. Orochimaru gestured, and in an instant, the ninjas behind him surged forward, with Shoju leading the charge. Observing Shoju's bravery, Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. "Shoju, it seems you are quite valiant." However, before Orochimaru could fully express his admiration, a sudden and violent explosion erupted ahead. Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed towards the source of the chaos. Upon arrival, he was met with the horrific sight of Shoju. his body mangled by the explosive tags. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Orochimaru's demeanor turned frantic as he called out, "Are there any medical ninjas? We need assistance here." Unfortunately, there were no medical ninjas available. The current Konoha lacked sufficient medical personnel. Once it became clear that Shoju could not be saved, Orochimaru's visage clouded with sorrow. "Life is so fragile," he lamented, tears streaming down his face. As he spoke, he removed the necklace from around Shoju's neck. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, hidden in the shadows of Konoha, murmured to himself, "Indeed, humanity is such a fragile existence." In the scene, Shoju's voice emerged faintly. "Orochimaru-sensei, it seems I cannot become Hokage." Orochimaru remained silent, his expression growing even more somber. Shoju continued, "However, I believe there is still hope for you, Orochimaru-sensei. If you become Hokage, you would undoubtedly be a great one." Orochimaru still did not respond. Ultimately, Shoju tilted his head to gaze at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru promised me that he would surely become Hokage, taking my aspirations along with him." In the scene, the voice of Shosuke gradually faded until it was no more. After a moment, Orochimaru sealed Shosuke's lifeless body. "Shosuke, I vow to you. From this day forth, I shall strive towards the goal of becoming Hokage, alongside your spirit." The subsequent scenes depict Orochimaru undertaking numerous perilous missions in pursuit of the Hokage title, often enduring severe injuries in the process. It is evident that during this period, Orochimaru was diligently growing, seemingly in fulfillment of a promise. As the narrative unfolds, we witness Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya engaged in a fierce battle against Hanzo of the Salamander in the Rain Village. Many spectators discerned that this was the fabled battle that would etch the names of the three ninjas into history. In the imagery, Jiraiya summoned Fukisaku, Orochimaru summoned Manda, and Tsunade summoned Katsuyu. Yet, despite their combined efforts, they still could not vanquish Hanzo. Indeed, the summoned beasts of the trio were rendered powerless, and they themselves were left breathless, clearly unable to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Hanzo remained unfazed, a stark contrast to their exhausted state. It was apparent to all present that the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The entire ninja world fell into silence witnessing this moment. The three ninjas were already regarded as formidable masters by the majority, raising the question of how formidable Hanzo must be to defeat them united. Observing the figures on the screen, even Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage Tower bore a grave expression. Senju Tobirama, unfamiliar with Hanzo, could infer the latter's might from his disciple's demeanor. Noticing Tobirama's gaze upon him, the third Hokage elucidated, "Hanzo of the Salamander is of similar age to me. He rose to prominence after your sacrifice. By the age of 30, he had already become the leader of the Rain Village, and by 40, his strength reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. He has successively defeated the second Kazekage and Chiyo of Sunagakure, followed by the third Raikage of Kumogakure, and even triumphed over the army of Awagakure led by the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. At that time, Hanzo was indeed invincible across the land. In fact, Shikomo once faced him, but fell swiftly. According to the reports submitted by Shikomo, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, Hanzo's strength is undoubtedly the mightiest since the death of the first Hokage. Thus, the Rain Village was lauded as the sixth great ninja village, a feat accomplished solely by Hanzo's singular prowess. Nodding in acknowledgement, Senju Tobirama reflected on the earlier confrontation between the three ninjas and Hanzo. It can be said that Hanzo's swordsmanship surpasses that of the renowned general specializing in blade techniques from the Land of Iron. His water-style ninjutsu rivals that of the legendary first Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Most notably, his summoning beast, the Salamander, is arguably the most suitable for conducting large-scale military operations. Coupled with the extraordinary water body technique displayed by the Salamander Hanzo moments ago, it becomes evident that even the speedster's second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, would struggle to defeat him. This illustrates just how formidable Hanzo truly is. In the scene, the three legendary ninjas are being forced into retreat, while Hanzo remains unscathed. He stands atop the head of the Salamander, gazing down at the trio below. "You three are formidable. From this day forth, I, Hanzo, shall refer to you as the legendary three ninjas of Konoha." Upon hearing this, many of the younger inhabitants of Konoha exhibit expressions of shock. Most were unaware of the reason behind the title of the three ninjas, but at this moment, the answer is revealed. It is a title bestowed upon them by an adversary who recognizes their strength. However, Jiraiya, depicted in the scene, appears somewhat defiant. "We don't need your pity. We can still fight." Yet, Tsunade, portrayed in the same scene, maintains a calm demeanor. "Enough, Jiraiya." Unfazed by Jiraiya's words, Hanzo leans slightly forward, stating, "As the price for survival, let each bear their own honor." Yet, those watching understand that for the three ninjas, this cannot truly be considered honor. Having their lives spared by the enemy is more akin to a disgrace. In the scene, Orochimaru observes the departing Hanzo. If Hanzo, known as the demigod of the ninja world, is so powerful, how much stronger must the god of shinobi, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, be? It seems that humans can attain such strength. Although everyone hears this voice, Orochimaru does not move his lips, leading all to realize that it is his inner thoughts. The scene shifts again to reveal Orochimaru sprinting swiftly toward a location. Tsunade's team must be safe. However, upon his arrival at the scene, he finds Tsunade desperately tending to Kato's injuries. "Stop the bleeding," Tsunade urges, while her teammate exhibits signs of agony. "Stop, Tsunade, he is already dead." Upon hearing this, Tsunade cries out in anguish. At that moment, Orochimaru stands on a nearby tree, observing the heartbreaking scene below, his face reflecting sorrow. Humans truly are fragile. At this juncture, everyone comprehends that Orochimaru's life has been marked by loss and death. Through these repeated experiences of loss, it seems he has come to understand the essence of life. He no longer aspires to the position of Hokage. Subsequently, Orochimaru joins the Root organization, becoming an underling of Danzo. Under the support of Danzo, Orochimaru embarked on his research into forbidden techniques and genetics. It is evident that Orochimaru's mindset has undergone a profound transformation. He is no longer the same Orochimaru of the past. Now, his heart is consumed solely by research and the quest for the meaning of life. Subsequently, in order to acquire power, Orochimaru began clandestinely studying forbidden jutsu, and, due to his role as a bodyguard for Danzo, commenced human experimentation under Danzo's financial backing. Upon witnessing this scene, the third Hokage's expression darkened instantly. Although he had his suspicions, seeing the reality of Orochimaru's human experiments funded by Danzo evoked a surging anger within him. Danzo, the third Hokage, felt a surge of frustration. The footage revealed that, following the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru was unable to procure a substantial number of enemy ninjas, and as the supply of experimental subjects dwindled, he approached Danzo regarding this matter. Within a few days, Danzo dispatched individuals to deliver experimental subjects. At this moment, Orochimaru recognized that these were indeed Leaf Village ninjas. The sight of this incited an overwhelming fury among the Leaf's inhabitants. While they were somewhat aware of Orochimaru's activities, it was only now that they understood the shocking truth that the Leaf ninjas in Orochimaru's laboratory had been captured by Danzo. How could this not provoke outrage among all? Meanwhile, in the secret base of Root, Danzo's countenance had darkened to an extreme. He had never anticipated that his actions would be exposed by a mysterious entity. From this moment on, his dreams of becoming Hokage were irrevocably shattered. To provide an explanation to the villagers of the Leaf, it was highly probable that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would take action against him. In the past, Danzo might have thought that Hiruzen would overlook the matter out of old ties. However, ever since the resurrection of the second Hokage, such leniency was no longer an option. At this moment, suppressing his fury, the third Hokage instructed, "Summon Danzo to the Hokage's office." An Umbu operative, upon receiving the command, vanished instantly from the room. The scene continued, depicting the third Hokage accompanied by two Umbu, swiftly advancing through a sewer. At last, they arrived at a tightly closed door at the end of the passage. With a wave of his hand, the third Hokage signaled to the two Umbu, who understood immediately. The trio silently approached the door, from which they could hear faint sounds emanating within. Following a gesture from the third Hokage, the Umbu promptly breached the door. What they discovered inside was a room filled with corpses and individuals suspended against the walls. One figure was engaged in some activity at a table in the center of the room, where a corpse lay displayed. This individual was none other than Orochimaru himself. As the camera swept across the bodies within the room, the villagers of the Leaf were consumed with uncontrollable rage. It was Uncle Fujiwara from the Fujiwara tofu shop, who had suddenly vanished, with rumors circulating in the village that he was a spy. Little did we know it was the vile Danzo and the detestable Orochimaru behind it all. "Father, why? Was it not said that he perished during a mission? How is he here?" The villagers of Konoha, witnessing their lost loved ones on the screen, were overwhelmed with emotion. Most of these individuals had been declared sacrifices, yet shockingly, they were subjects of inhumane experiments conducted by the heartless Danzo and Orochimaru. Regardless of the villagers' sorrow and fury, the images continued to unfold. Ha ha ha. So I was ultimately discovered? What a pity. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed the scene before him, seething with rage. Orochimaru, what is the meaning of this? The screen displayed Orochimaru turning to face the third Hokage, licking his lips with a sinister grin. I have set numerous traps outside, yet you managed to approach without triggering any. Truly, you live up to your reputation, Sensei Sarutobi. However, I must admit, it surprises me that you have come in person. One of the Umbu explained the situation to the third Hokage. Recently, there have been reports of missing Chunin, Chunin, and even Umbu members. Simultaneously, we have received suspicious reports concerning you, Lord Orochimaru. Why? Before the Umbu could finish, Orochimaru shot him a glance. Ha ha ha. Do you wish to be eliminated by me as well? This remark led the Umbu members to become increasingly vigilant. Those in the know understood that the typical Umbu member possessed elite Chunin strength, while only team leaders and above had Jounin capabilities. Such prowess was indeed formidable. However, Orochimaru had nearly become the fourth Hokage, which made the Umbu members feel uneasy regarding the threat he posed. Finally, the third Hokage spoke. Orochimaru, it was indeed your doing. Speak. What are you doing here? At that moment, the third Hokage still harbored a glimmer of hope. Yet, Orochimaru's words shattered that hope entirely. Since I have been discovered, there is no need for further concealment. With that, Orochimaru gestured broadly. I am doing this to develop ninjutsu. The Umbu members exchanged incredulous glances. Orochimaru, you would conduct human experiments for such a purpose? Upon hearing this, the last vestige of hope faded from the third Hokage's heart, and he slowly closed his eyes. You are indeed developing forbidden techniques. As he spoke, the third Hokage's eyes opened, filled with murderous intent directed at Orochimaru. What do you ultimately seek? Everything. Everything. I yearn to master all forms of ninjutsu and grasp the profound truths of this world. The first individual to blend yellow and blue, naming the new hue green, serves as my inspiration. At this juncture, Orochimaru paused, his gaze steady upon the third Hokage. I am merely pursuing the same objective. If blue symbolizes chakra and yellow embodies hand seals, then green represents ninjutsu. He continued, the spectrum of colors is infinite. Similarly, ninjutsu should, in theory, be boundless. Yet, the ninjutsu we possess today is far from achieving such heights. To attain this, one must possess an eternal life to comprehend endless truths. Only with prolonged existence can one attain omniscience and the potential to be regarded as the ultimate individual. The third Hokage appeared to contemplate this revelation, but refrained from interrupting Orochimaru. Orochimaru pressed on, for one like me, aspiring to become the ultimate life form. The corporeal lifespan is woefully brief. Even the strongest Hokage faces oblivion upon death. At this moment, the third Hokage's suspicions were confirmed. Orochimaru, are you implying that the ninjutsu you are experimenting with here? Upon realizing that the third Hokage had discerned his intentions, Orochimaru smirked. Indeed, you are correct. It is the technique of immortality. With this proclamation, an uproar erupted throughout the ninja world. How could such a ninjutsu exist? The cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death is a natural aspect of life. The notion of immortality is utterly implausible. After a brief silence, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, erupted in fury. You will not succeed. As he spoke, he lunged forward with extraordinary speed. Orochimaru barely had time to react, or perhaps he chose not to evade. The third Hokage's actions were swift, yet after landing a blow, he realized something was amiss. The image of Orochimaru had transformed into countless snakes. The third Hokage's expression darkened at this sight. A snake clone? His true self must have fled. The scene shifted, revealing Orochimaru atop a mountain, gazing down at the hidden leaf village, ultimately departing without a backward glance. It was evident to all that this marked the moment of Orochimaru's defection. The following scenes illustrated Orochimaru's solitary existence as he continued his inhumane experiments in hiding. Subsequently, he received an invitation from a mysterious organization, joining their ranks. Shortly thereafter, another rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village also became a member of this organization. Upon witnessing this individual, a frail Sasuke experienced a surge of emotions. It was Itachi. The majority of Leaf Ninjas were equally astonished to discover that the two had united under a single organization. This organization paired Orochimaru and Itachi together. And after a subsequent battle, Orochimaru uncovered Itachi's possession of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Instantly, a sense of greed welled within Orochimaru, as he coveted the power for himself. However, due to Orochimaru's research into the forbidden technique of reincarnation, his soul became incomplete, leading to his defeat at the hands of the illusionist Itachi Uchiha, who struck him down with a single use of Tsukuyomi. From that moment onward, Orochimaru harbored an unquenchable fascination for the Sharingan. Subsequently, during a gathering of the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru discovered that the leader possessed the legendary eyes said to be granted only to sages. As the scene focused on the Akatsuki leader, all within the ninja world held their breath in astonishment. Such eyes should belong solely to myths. Why did they truly exist in the world? Just as the major factions of the ninja world sought to gather information about these eyes from Orochimaru's vision, he attempted to attack the Akatsuki leader but was swiftly defeated. Fortunately, he managed to escape and sever his ties with the organization. In the following days, Orochimaru journeyed to the land of rice, where he established the Sound Village and began to gather and train young ninjas from various clans within the ninja world. This sequence of events was but a brief overview. And as the screen faded to black, it illuminated once more to reveal the hidden Leaf Village. The scene depicted the ongoing Chunin Exams, where a young ninja, with multiple shuriken in his mouth, was making an announcement. Suddenly, the fourth Kazekage, seated in the observation area, sees the third Hokage, catching him off guard with this unexpected turn of events. The fourth Kazekage declared, "The tiresome game of competition ends here. The wheels of history are about to turn." The third Hokage, however, remained remarkably composed. "Do you intend to incite war?" This unexpected scene left the audience in shock, as no one anticipated such a development. The villagers of Konoha recalled the participants in the recent matches of the Chunin Exams, realizing that the individuals involved were all candidates for this very examination. In an instant, a chilling realization swept over them. Could it be that this Chunin Exam was merely a prelude to chaos? Without the third Hokage's command, the Umbu began to intensify their patrols throughout Konoha. Even the inns where foreign ninjas resided were placed under stricter surveillance. The third Hokage calmly urged the fourth Kazekage, "Lord Kazekage, I believe we should resolve our issues peacefully to avoid the outbreak of war. It is not too late." Yet, before he could finish, the fourth Kazekage closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. "Huh, have you become senile with age, Sensei Sarutobi?" Upon hearing this, both the third Hokage in the scene and the one observing in his office were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. They both deduced the true identity of the fourth Kazekage. At that moment, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, seemed to have also arrived at a realization. This battle marked the inaugural confrontation between him and his elder brother, summoned through the technique of impure world reincarnation. In this instant, previously obscure information was elucidated by Senju Tobirama. "So this is how it is. I comprehend now," declared the third Hokage with certainty. Meanwhile, the fourth Kazekage became increasingly agitated. "Your foolishness has led Konoha into a position of vulnerability. I have already triumphed." The third Hokage's gaze shifted to the viewing platform below, where all present had succumbed to the effects of the Genjutsu and had fallen into slumber. Nevertheless, the third Hokage maintained his composure and spoke calmly. "Humph. I recall having taught you that until the final moment, the outcome remains uncertain." Upon recognizing his identity, the fourth Kazekage calmly discarded his disguise. At that moment, the third Hokage's voice resonated. "Orochimaru." Indeed, as the third Hokage's words echoed, Orochimaru's visage finally materialized. In this instant, even the shinobi of Sunagakure were taken aback. Among those who had come to Konoha for the Chunin Exams, some were aware of the plot, but had not anticipated that the fourth Kazekage was merely a guise of Orochimaru. Instantly, all Sunagakure ninjas speculated about the whereabouts of the true fourth Kazekage. At this juncture, Orochimaru revealed his authentic self. If this fourth Kazekage was a mere impersonation, then where had the real fourth Kazekage disappeared to? Within Sunagakure, the true fourth Kazekage, Raza, pondered this very question. According to the plan he had previously discussed with Orochimaru, he was to detain the third Hokage and lead him to Kikyo Castle, where he and Orochimaru would jointly confront the third Hokage. However, it seemed that events had not unfolded as intended. Where, then, had he gone? In the scene, the third Hokage regarded the familiar face, seemingly prepared for this encounter. I knew this day would inevitably arrive. However, taking my head will not be an easy feat. Hearing the third Hokage's words, Orochimaru displayed no concern. I have long suggested that you should have considered the candidates for the fifth Hokage sooner. At this juncture, Orochimaru's voice escalated in intensity. For you are about to perish here, third Hokage. This proclamation sent ripples of astonishment throughout the ninja world. The implication of Orochimaru's words suggested treachery against his mentor. As Senju Tobirama observed this scene, his thoughts drifted back to that fateful day. He and his elder brother, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, had been summoned by Orochimaru through impure world reincarnation to battle the third Hokage. Ultimately, the third Hokage, at the cost of his soul, executed the Reaper Death Seal, sealing both his and his brother's souls within the body of the Shinigami, until they encountered Orochimaru once more. Yet, on that occasion, they had become allies. When the impure world reincarnation was lifted, they were meant to return to the Pure Land, but unexpectedly, upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves once again before the initial summoning. Although Senju Tobirama remains oblivious to the reasons behind these occurrences, might they not also be regarded as a gift from a mysterious existence? Especially upon encountering his long-lost brother, Wakana, once more. In this moment, Senju Tobirama harbors a grand ambition, a hope that his brother may flourish, grow to adulthood, and ultimately lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. The scene continues to unfold. Within the frame, Orochimaru's body begins to tremble ever so slightly. The third Hokage seems to sense Orochimaru's unusual demeanor. Are you so pleased, or is it that? The third Hokage's words remain unspoken, as Orochimaru swiftly thrusts a kunai into his other hand. In this instance, the third Hokage appears to have grasped something significant. To think you would feel sorrow at the thought of killing your teacher? As the scene progresses, a few droplets of water emerge from the corner of Orochimaru's eye, suggesting he has shed tears. As Jiraiya, hastening towards the Hidden Leaf Village, witnesses this moment, he falls into a contemplative silence. He has always perceived Orochimaru as a heartless individual, devoid of emotion and incapable of expressing any. Yet, today, within the images he observes, he seems to glimpse a more compassionate side of Orochimaru. It turns out that when Orochimaru's parents perished, he too wept. He shed tears upon the deaths of Rope Tree and Kato Dan. Now, the imagery appears to depict a future event. In the impending moment before he is to take his teacher's life, Orochimaru, too, sheds tears. It becomes clear that he has never truly understood the essence of Orochimaru. However, the Orochimaru depicted in the scene feigns composure. No, I am merely a bit tired. These tears are simply a result of yawning. Observing this, Naruto, situated in the forest of death, scoffs, how utterly insincere, just like that fool Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's forehead veins bulge, and he delivers a swift slap to Naruto's head. You dimwit, what did you just say? Idiot Sasuke, do you dare strike me? I will not back down. Bring it on. Witnessing the impending confrontation between the two foolish brutes, Sakura Haruno can only facepalm in exasperation. The scene shifts, revealing Orochimaru releasing his grip on the third Hokage, stepping aside. The third Hokage gazes at Orochimaru. You are not one to act out of resentment. What is your purpose? Your motive? In response, Orochimaru smirks slightly. If we speak of purpose, there is indeed one. A non-turning windmill holds little value to observe. Yet there are times when one finds that which remains still possesses its own unique charm. As he speaks, Orochimaru once again turns his gaze toward the third Hokage. Therefore, I wish to utilize this gale of destruction upon Konoha to set the windmill in motion. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage chuckles softly. Humph, you truly have not changed at all. Subsequently, the expression on the third Hokage's face shifts to somber as he removes his Hokage robe. After shedding the cumbersome attire that obstructed his combat, the third Hokage revealed himself clad in a sleek ensemble. He then cast his gaze upon the four purple flames formation surrounding Kikyo Castle, a variant of the forbidden technique, the Four Crimson Suns formation, documented within the Book of Seals. The execution of the Four Crimson Suns formation necessitates the combined might of four Hokage-level warriors to succeed. Although the Four Purple Flames formation does not require such an extravagant assembly, even with the combined efforts of four elite Chunin, breaching it remains an arduous endeavor. Even for those of Hokage caliber. Most critically, the third Hokage must also contend with Orochimaru, a formidable opponent who, while not his equal, certainly possesses strength rivaling that of a Hokage. Thus, the path to escape lies solely in overcoming Orochimaru first. It seems that escaping will not be an easy task. At this remark, Orochimaru on the screen let out a light chuckle. Do not express it so, for if we allow those outside to enter, it would hinder your full potential. Upon finishing his statement, the two locked eyes, first sharing a light laugh, which soon gave way to an increasingly serious demeanor. The audience could sense that the battle was on the brink of erupting. In an instant, the third Hokage charged at Orochimaru, and as he lunged forward, a shuriken swiftly hurtled towards Orochimaru. Shadow clone technique of shuriken. In an overwhelming flurry, countless shuriken filled the air, all aimed at Orochimaru. Given the confined space atop Kikyo Castle, these myriad shuriken rapidly enveloped the entire area, leaving Orochimaru with no avenue for escape. However, Orochimaru finally completed his hand seals. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. As he finished the seals, the screen depicted a coffin emerging from the ground, followed by a second, and then a third, though the third coffin descended back before it could fully manifest. Yet, the moment the lid of the coffin opened, the third Hokage's expression darkened considerably. It appears the real trouble is just beginning. I did not anticipate he could summon these two. Curiosity swept through the entire ninja world as they pondered what Orochimaru had summoned, and why the third Hokage appeared so tense. Then, the two coffins slowly creaked open. When the figures emerged from within, the entire ninja realm gasped in astonishment. What? It was the first and second Hokages. Unbelievable. If these two were to appear, who could possibly withstand Orochimaru? This must be the impure world reincarnation technique conceived by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. How ironic that the second Hokage's own creation would ensnare him. In that moment, the reactions across the ninja world varied greatly. However, for Tsunade, who was on her way back to Konoha, witnessing this scene ignited a fierce rage within her. That scoundrel Orochimaru dared to toy with the souls of her grandfather and great-grandfather. He would pay dearly. As she spoke, Tsunade delivered a powerful punch, shattering a nearby tree. Shizune could only comfort Tsunade, urging her to calm down. Meanwhile, in the scene, the first and second Hokage, having been resurrected, surveyed their surroundings and soon spotted the third Hokage. Ah, Sarutobi. It seems quite some time has passed. You've aged. The third Hokage's expression was grave. I never imagined I would meet you two in such circumstances. It is indeed regrettable. However, I must ask you both to brace yourselves. First Hokage, second Hokage. Just moments later, the second Hokage, summoned from the afterlife through the reanimation jutsu, sensed something amiss and turned to look at Orochimaru behind him. Reanimation? The one who summoned us using this forbidden technique must be this young man. Quite impressive indeed. Meanwhile, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, realized that he no longer had control over his own body. Sarutobi, it appears we may have to take action. Orochimaru, observing the three elders reminiscing, grew impatient and produced two cursed kunai. You three old men, stop chatting and get to it. With that, Orochimaru plunged the cursed kunai into the bodies of the two Hokage. Before being completely controlled, the first Hokage couldn't help but lament. It seems that, regardless of the world, war can never truly come to an end. As the cursed seals entered the bodies of the two Hokage, they lost all sense of autonomy. The third Hokage, now appearing exceedingly calm, yet with a grim countenance, spoke out. How dare you desecrate the dead? The souls are not so easily toyed with. Despite the third Hokage's fury, Orochimaru began forming hand seals after placing the cursed seals. With his seals, the bodies of the two Hokage increasingly approached their living states, and the once-aged figures gradually regained their youthful forms. Witnessing this, Tobirama Senju, who was watching the scene in the Hokage office, exhibited a look of surprise. This was an improved version of the reanimation jutsu. It could restore the reanimated to their peak state. Upon reflecting on the scene, Tobirama shook his head. No, it was not their peak state. At that time, my brother and I were only at about 20% of our prime strength. He then recalled that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, his own reanimation had been nearly at his full strength, while his brother, Hashirama Senju, had maintained over 80% of his peak power. It seemed the difference lay in the sacrifices. The first time he was reanimated, the body used was constructed from an ordinary ninja, while the second reanimation utilized a body formed from white zetsu. Thus, during the Fourth War, the power of himself and his brother was so formidable According to the later words of the Sage of Six Paths, White Zetsu is the remnant of humanity drained by the god tree a millennium ago, having undergone transformation to exhibit remarkable adaptability. Furthermore, through its unique metamorphic ability, White Zetsu can flawlessly imitate any ninja. Theoretically, White Zetsu possesses the capacity to seamlessly merge all bloodline limits. Thus, when the Hokage of that time utilized White Zetsu for resurrection, aside from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who was immensely powerful during his lifetime, it can be said that the remaining three, Tobirama Senju, surpassed their former strengths to some extent. Only Tobirama, due to his overwhelming power in life, could not return to his peak form. In the scene, Orochimaru appears to take delight in witnessing the furious expression of the third Hokage. Can you comprehend the sense of achievement and joy derived from harming a teacher from one's past? At this juncture, Orochimaru's demeanor gradually shifted to one of tranquility. To ensure you grasp such joy, I have meticulously orchestrated this spectacle. The third Hokage, now engulfed in rage, charged towards Orochimaru while beginning to form hand seals. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. In an instant, a colossal fire dragon surged towards Orochimaru and his companions. However, Orochimaru made no move, merely wearing a calm smile. Immediately after, the second Hokage began to form his own seals. Water style, Water Barrier. In a flash, a torrent of water erupted from the second Hokage's mouth, swiftly coalescing into a protective wall of water around the trio. Witnessing the second Hokage's ability to unleash such a water technique in a location devoid of water left all spectators momentarily stunned. But the spectacle did not end there. The second Hokage continued forming seals, executing only 4. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Naruto, Sasuke, and their companions were momentarily speechless at this display. If memory served them correctly, their teacher Kakashi had used over 40 hand seals for this technique during his battle with Zabuza. They were astonished by the prowess of the second Hokage. Observing this, the third Hokage was undeterred and promptly began forming seals. Earth style, Earth Wall. In an instant, a formidable earthen wall rose, shielding against the oncoming Water Dragon Bullet. Just as the third Hokage successfully deflected the second Hokage's water attack, the first Hokage initiated his own seals. Wood style, Advent of the Trees. Instantly, an abundance of trees began to grow wildly upon the earthen barrier summoned by the third Hokage. In a moment of carelessness, the third Hokage found himself ensnared by the suddenly emerging trees, bound tightly. Orochimaru, witnessing this turn of events, could not help but mock, "Sensei Sarutobi, you have been captured." However, despite being restrained, the third Hokage did not relent. Instead, he began forming seals. Ninjutsu, Summoning Technique. With a puff of smoke, an elderly-looking monkey appeared in the clearing. Observing this in the Forest of Death, Naruto exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, the third grandpa's summoning beast is a monkey?" Sasuke was evidently more knowledgeable, as he scoffed and remarked, "Humph, an ignorant laggard. This is the summoning beast of the Sarutobi clan, a monkey unlike any ordinary one." To Sasuke's surprise, Naruto refrained from retorting and instead listened intently to his explanation. According to Sasuke, the Sarutobi family could indeed be regarded as one of the prominent clans in the ninja world. Furthermore, the Sarutobi clan had forged a summoning contract with the monkey tribe for generations, much like the Inuzuka clan's Ninkin or the Uchiha clan's felines. Moreover, as noted in the Uchiha clan's records, the summoning beast of the Sarutobi lineage was a rather unique type of auxiliary creature. In terms of combat prowess, this summoning beast was merely average. However, its remarkable ability lay in a special transformation technique, allowing it to morph into weapons, thus aiding the Sarutobi clan significantly. The origin of the Sarutobi name is partially derived from their summoning beast, the Magic Ape. As the scene unfolded, upon the summoning of the King of Magic Apes, the distant figures of Orochimaru and the first and second Hokage appeared, leading the former to let out a cold snort. "Orochimaru, it seems, events have indeed taken this turn." As he spoke, the King of Magic Apes gazed at the trapped third Hokage. "Sarutobi, how tragic. It appears your decision back then was misguided." Subsequently, under the third Hokage's command, the King of Magic Apes transformed into the Rui Jingu Bang. Witnessing this spectacle, Orochimaru drew forth the Kusanagi sword. In an instant, a probing encounter ensued, The third Hokage seized the moment to place explosive tags on the legs of the first and second Hokage. However, it was evident that although the explosive tags had injured the legs of the two predecessors, they quickly reverted to their original state due to the nature of the Edo Tensei. The sight of this caused the third Hokage's heart to sink. Then, it appeared that the third Hokage had resolved to make a significant decision. In the Hokage office, Tobirama Senju observed his seemingly contemplative disciple, realizing that his student had likely reached some form of enlightenment. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, in the scene, seemed to have discovered something rather amusing. How ironic it is that you, once hailed as the doctor of ninjutsu and a formidable ninja, have now become incapable of contending with me due to your advancing age. As he spoke, Orochimaru extended his hand to his face and pulled, revealing a visage that appeared remarkably youthful and somewhat feminine. The newly unveiled countenance seemed to belong to someone merely in their teens or early 20s. Observing this face, the third Hokage scrutinized closely yet found no traces of transformation techniques. Instantly, he inquired in disbelief, "Who exactly are you?" Orochimaru, noticing the third Hokage's reaction, chuckled softly before adopting a serious expression. Are you struggling to comprehend this sudden revelation? I am Orochimaru." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's pupils constricted slightly, and it seemed that the third Hokage, watching the scene in the office, began to connect the dots. Could it be that his technique has truly succeeded? Senju Tobirama gazed at the unfolding scene, reflecting on the images that had just been displayed, and drawing connections to the earlier words of Izumi. He found himself pondering something profound. Meanwhile, Izumi, situated in the residence arranged for him in Konoha, observed this spectacle with a smile playing on his lips, murmuring, "It seems that Lord Orochimaru was indeed correct. The former version of him was truly unlikable. We must extend our gratitude to the 7th Hokage and Sasuke for transforming Lord Orochimaru." The scene continued, revealing a shadowed corner where a figure, wrapped in bandages, narrowed his pupils in disbelief. That fellow has truly succeeded. Upon his appearance, the higher echelons of Konoha were momentarily left speechless. This individual, coupled with that voice, was unmistakably Danzo. In an instant, an unquenchable rage surged within Tobirama. At long last, he managed to suppress his fury and commanded, "Monkey, ensure that Danzo is closely monitored. Once this matter is resolved, I shall personally cleanse the house." The anger of the second Hokage was palpable to all present in the Hokage office. The third Hokage, wishing to interject, recalled that his once favored disciple, Orochimaru, had only strayed after his association with Danzo, and thus, all his words coalesced into a heavy sigh. The scene progressed, and after further dialogue, Orochimaru seemed to confirm the death of the third Hokage. "You shall perish here, while I will acquire a stronger, younger vessel. Konoha has indeed provided me with much amusement." The third Hokage appeared to grasp Orochimaru's true intention for visiting Konoha, a sudden flash of insight illuminating his mind. "I understand now. You seek Uchiha Sasuke, do you not?" Hearing this, Sasuke, far away in the forest of death, paused, recalling the words of Izumi, who was related to Orochimaru by blood. Orochimaru's purpose in coming to Konoha was to implant a curse mark, the ultimate goal being to seize his body. The scene depicted Orochimaru affirming this notion. Sasuke felt a twinge of relief, but simultaneously yearned to comprehend why Orochimaru coveted his physical form. Regrettably, that aspect remained unaddressed. Following a fierce confrontation between the third Hokage and Orochimaru, the former found himself at an impasse. Ultimately, the third Hokage appeared resolute, beginning to hand sign. Snake, boar, goat. Just as the audience's curiosity piqued regarding the jutsu that Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to execute, that long-awaited mysterious voice reemerged. Upon hearing it, the entire village of Konoha fell into a hushed silence. The enigmatic voice continued, posing a question. What jutsu did the third Hokage employ to confront Orochimaru, along with the reanimated first and second Hokages, and what was the cost? The scene unfolded with the third Hokage poised to complete the third seal, yet complications arose. At this moment, no one could discern what the third Hokage intended to invoke. However, within the confines of the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, having transitioned from mere speculation to certainty, especially with the appearance of the so-called Death God mask, had arrived at a conclusion. The second Hokage, fully aware of the answer to this conundrum, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the third Hokage. After a brief moment of silence, the third Hokage spoke. It is the Shiki Fujin. The cost is the soul of the caster. Upon uttering these words, the second Hokage's lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, the next moment revealed. Correct answer. Fireworks erupted above the third Hokage's head, and shortly thereafter, the space warped, revealing a mask upon the desk before him. The second Hokage, recognizing this mask as reminiscent of one he had encountered before, began to piece together the implications. Before the third Hokage could react, an announcement echoed. Reward 1 has been dispensed. Commencing distribution of Reward 2. Instantly, a box appeared before the third Hokage, identical in appearance to the previous lottery box. Aware that only he could interact with this box, he reached inside. Upon the box's disappearance, he beheld a card. This card was blue, and its contents sent a shiver through the third Hokage's heart, for it was a character card. In an instant, a thought crossed the third Hokage's mind, and the card radiated with brilliance before vanishing from his grasp. Character card successfully used. Sarutobi Bawako is in the process of revival. The moment this announcement resonated, the attendees raised their eyebrows in unison. As the mentor of the third Hokage, Senju Tobarama was already familiar with this name. Within the office, a tremendous vitality began to coalesce. At last, a woman, appearing to be in her 20s, emerged before all present. The third Hokage stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the transformation of his wife into a youthful figure upon her revival. Sarutobi Bawako, equally perplexed, opened her eyes to the scene around her. First, she noted her husband, now appearing considerably older, followed by the sight of Lord Senju Tobarama, who appeared to be in his 20s. In that moment, doubt crept into Sarutobi Bawako's mind, leading her to question whether she had fallen victim to an illusion. She recalled that she had been assisting Kushina in childbirth when a masked man intruded upon the birthing scene. In an instant, her world went dark. Now, upon regaining consciousness, the surreal tableau before her led Sarutobi Bawako to wonder if she had indeed been ensnared in a jinjutsu. However, she attempted to disrupt the flow of chakra, striving to break the illusion, yet it was evidently an impossible feat. The third Hokage, upon seeing his long-lost wife, smiled as he held her close and explained the circumstances. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama gazed thoughtfully at the recently resurrected Sarutobi Bawako, considering the earlier revival of Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Kagami, among others. It appeared that all those brought back by a mysterious entity, if they exceeded a certain age, would revert to a youthful appearance of approximately 20, not quite 30, like myself, Bawako, and Kakashi. Conversely, those who were resurrected and had not surpassed this age at the time of their demise would return at the age they were when they died, such as Wajima, Kagami, and Uchiha Miyuku. The third Hokage took note of this observation. Just as the discussion unfolded, the previously paused imagery resumed its playback. The hand seals in the third Hokage's grasp were finally completed. As the final seal was formed, a terrifying figure emerged behind him. Upon witnessing this figure in the imagery, everyone was momentarily taken aback. What could this be? It appeared exceedingly fearsome, resembling the deities worshipped in temples. The third Hokage, within the scene, turned to face the grim specter behind him. Is this the Shinigami that the fourth Hokage spoke of, visible only to those who have made a pact with this technique? This thought echoed in the third Hokage's mind as all eyes fixated on the Shinigami depicted in the imagery. In an instant, everyone pondered in silence. So, this is what the Shinigami looks like. The third Hokage regarded Orochimaru and his companions with a solemn gaze. To me, Konoha is not merely an organization. It is a village that nurtures countless ninjas each year. With the third Hokage's reflections, the imagery began to shift, resembling a recollection. From the establishment of Konoha, Senju Tobarama guided his young disciple, leading to the third Hokage and his 3 students, and then to the interactions of his 3 students with their own respective disciples. Ultimately, the scene transformed to encompass all the inhabitants of the Hidden Leaf Village. They live and fight to protect what they hold dear, even those in the village who share no blood relation. Following this, the imagery displayed the 4th Hokage alongside his 3 students. Upon realizing that Kakashi was indeed a disciple of the 4th Hokage, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were visibly stunned. They could hardly fathom that their seemingly despondent teacher, Kakashi, was a student of the 4th Hokage. The imagery continued, revealing Naruto as an infant. Sasuke witnessed himself sitting alone by the river after the night of the massacre, while Sakura saw her younger self when she was still friends with Ino Yamanaka. Each ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village saw themselves, their comrades, and the bonds they shared. Yet, to me, they are all cherished family. Ultimately, the scene shifted to the third Hokage. With a steadfast gaze ahead, he began to weave hand signs. I am the third Hokage. Regardless of your covetous intentions towards this village, the new generation of Hokage, who has inherited my will, shall undoubtedly become a pillar of strength, continuing to safeguard our beloved Konoha. Upon uttering these words, the hand signs of the third Hokage were finally completed. In response to his movements, Orochimaru and his faction would not remain passive. The third Hokage, having ascertained the enemy's location, summoned the Shinigami behind him into action. The previously separated clones firmly grasped two adversaries, while the Shinigami's hand began to coalesce with a cursed seal. This seal then penetrated the third Hokage's body and emerged from the clones, seizing the first and second Hokage. As the Shinigami's grasp enveloped the two former Hokages, their consciousness was restored. I apologize, Sarutobi, they declared almost instantaneously. The souls of the two Hokages were swiftly extracted from the sacrificial vessel. As the third Hokage sealed the souls of the two predecessors, the true form of the sacrificial offering was revealed. Observing the two Sound Village ninjas, the third Hokage turned to Orochimaru with a pained expression. You dare toy with the lives of your subordinates. The scene then transitioned abruptly to a childhood memory of the third Hokage. All viewers recognized this recollection. On screen, the middle-aged first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, regarded the youthful third Hokage. The people of Konoha are also a part of me. The villagers believe in me, and I believe in them. This is the essence of the Hokage. The focus then shifted to the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Monkey, you must protect the village, trust in its people, and nurture those who can carry the next generation's hopes, starting tomorrow. The second Hokage's words hung briefly in the air before the scene returned to Konoha. However, his voice continued. You are the Hokage. The third Hokage's expression hardened with resolve. He then seized the Rui Jingu Bang, transformed from the Monkey King, and charged toward Orochimaru. Despite being 69 years of age, the third Hokage's prowess remained formidable. As he approached Orochimaru, none of the latter's tactics proved effective against him. Soon, he closed the distance and grasped Orochimaru's body tightly. It is all over. As the third Hokage secured Orochimaru, the Shinigami's arm lunged towards him. In that moment, as Orochimaru was seized by the Shinigami, he grasped the gravity of the situation. This feeling is unsettling. As someone deeply versed in the study of souls, Orochimaru was well acquainted with their essence. The moment before a soul is wrenched from the body was all too familiar to him. At that instant, Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically. Moreover, it is not only the Orochimaru depicted on the screen who is taken aback. The real Orochimaru, lurking in the shadows, is equally astonished by this scene. The fact that the third Hokage possesses techniques targeting the soul should not be underestimated. Subsequently, a thought crossed his mind. The Shinigami summoned by the third Hokage first captured his soul before proceeding to seize the souls of the first and second Hokages. It stands to reason that the cost of executing this technique must be the caster's own soul. However, extracting the soul from a human body, especially for the third Hokage, who has already sealed two souls, poses significant challenges. Thus, this attempt to capture the soul is far from the ease with which the first and second Hokage souls were taken. The Orochimaru on screen seized the opportune moment to summon the Kusanagi sword and launched an assault against the third Hokage. Although the king of the forest managed to grasp the Kusanagi in the final moments, it was regrettably too late, as the sword had already pierced the chest of the third Hokage. Upon witnessing this scene, the entire populace of Konohagakure gasped in disbelief, covering their mouths in shock. Yet, the third Hokage, resolute, had made up his mind. Even if it meant surrendering his soul to the Shinigami, he would ensure Orochimaru was taken down. Your ambitions end here. At that moment, the soul of Orochimaru was completely extracted from his body, rendering him incapable of utilizing ninjutsu. Nevertheless, Orochimaru was not one to capitulate easily. He immediately began to taunt the third Hokage, seeking to provoke him into releasing his grip. How could my ambitions possibly cease here? Look around you. Aside from my subordinates, the people of Sunagakure have already infiltrated Konoha. We will slay every last one of you, be it woman or child. Ultimately, a smirk crept onto Orochimaru's face as he seemed to mockingly declare, with such words, the annihilation of Konoha is assured. However, the third Hokage remained unfazed by Orochimaru's provocations. Orochimaru, you fail to grasp the true strength of this village's ninjas. As the words of the third Hokage echoed, the scene shifted to the distant forests of Konoha, where a colossal toad, wielding a short sword, charged towards a gigantic raccoon. Those witnessing this spectacle were taken aback. Kakashi appeared to recognize their identities. The opponent was the one-tailed Jinchuriki from Sunagakure, accompanied by the summoned Gamabunta. It became clear that Jiraiya had returned. Yet, as the scene zoomed in, it revealed that standing atop Gamabunta was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, the crowd was astounded. However, before their astonishment could subside, the scene transitioned once more, showcasing Shino Aburame defeating the Sunagakure ninja Kankuro. The scene shifted again, revealing Jiraiya summoning Gamaken, who swiftly pinned a massive white serpent to the ground. The screen transitioned once more, this time focusing on Kakashi and Might Guy as they engaged the ninjas from Otogakure and Sunagakure. Following them were the Hyuga clan's ninjas battling their foes, alongside the Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Nara clans, all fiercely engaged in combat. The Oil Woman clan, the Sarutobi clan, and the Inuzuka clan each presented vivid scenes that ultimately converged before the third Hokage. The third Hokage spoke. The ninjas of Konoha fight to protect their village. He continued, true strength in this world is not discovered merely through mastering all ninjutsu. I should have conveyed this to you earlier. At this moment, the third Hokage gazed intently at Orochimaru. Only when one wishes to protect those they hold dear can a ninja unleash their utmost power. As he spoke, the third Hokage cast a cold glance at Orochimaru. Since you desire to learn all techniques, today I shall take away all your abilities. Perhaps aware of his current limitations, the third Hokage recognized that he could not slay Orochimaru. However, at that moment, the Shinigami behind him stirred to action. As the third Hokage's words fell, the Shinigami, wielding a short blade, struck downwards. Seizing this opportunity, the third Hokage propelled himself backward. In an instant, the Shinigami's blade severed Orochimaru's hands from his spirit. At that moment, as the sealing succeeded, the third Hokage resembled a flickering candle in the wind. Orochimaru felt an overwhelming heaviness in his hands. To articulate this accurately, it was not merely a sensation of weight. Rather, his arms could no longer move, as if his hands were burdened by their own weight. The third Hokage looked at his former disciple and remarked, "With this, your hands are rendered useless. Without hands, you cannot form seals, and thus cannot utilize ninjutsu." Orochimaru's fury erupted, and he bellowed at the third Hokage, "Damn you, old man. Return my hands." In his final moments, the third Hokage regarded his disciple with serene composure. "Orochimaru, you are truly foolish. Though we cannot perish together, my disciple, there will come a day when we shall meet again in another realm." As he lingered on the brink of death, the third Hokage envisioned a younger Orochimaru. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the flame of life endures, illuminating the village and nurturing the budding of new leaves. In that moment, silence enveloped the entire village of Konoha. This epitomized the will of fire. The youth embody the hope of the future, and the elders must trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the older generation are not in vain. They inspire the young to become the pillars of tomorrow. Though generations of ancestors have perished for the village's existence, Konoha continues to grow steadily. The youth, having absorbed the teachings of their forebears, evolve into ninjas who surpass the previous generation. As the leader of Konoha, each Hokage embodies this principle. The first Hokage, in pursuit of peace for the village, resolutely battled Uchiha Madara, only to succumb to old wounds mere years later. The second Hokage sacrificed his life to protect his comrades. The fourth Hokage placed his faith in the youth, believing in the future generations, and at the cost of his own life, successfully sealed the Nine Tails. Now, the third Hokage has made the same choice. In an instant, the entire village of Konoha fell into silence, while the other ninja villages in the shinobi world, regardless of their feelings towards the third Hokage, could only express their admiration at this moment. Then, the screen darkened, leading everyone to believe that the scene had concluded. However, in the next moment, the image brightened again, revealing what appeared to be a dark chamber underground. A voice echoed, "I must go to the battlefield. I cannot allow the village and Itachi to be lost." Finally, everyone could see the scene clearly. A man clad in the Uchiha clan's attire spoke to several others. Upon seeing this figure, Naruto's eyes widened, and he quickly turned to Sasuke beside him. "Sasuke, is that you?" Sasuke, too, was taken aback. struggling to comprehend the meaning behind the words spoken by his future self. He mentioned Itachi, yet there was no hatred in his eyes. Why was that? For a moment, Sasuke was engulfed in confusion, uncertain of what events had transpired in the future. Meanwhile, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, in the Hokage office, seemed to grasp something. Oh, so it was at that time, he mused. Noticing that his mentor appeared to understand, the third Hokage turned to Tobirama and asked, "Master, do you know something?" Tobirama smiled faintly and replied, "Let us continue to watch." Although Tobirama did not speak explicitly, the third Hokage seemed to have an inkling of the truth. In the next moment, the scene shifted to another location, gliding over various faces. Orochimaru, a boy with orange hair, a youth with white hair, followed by the first, second, third, and fourth Hokages. Upon witnessing this moment, especially when the blackened scara became visible, everyone understood that this must be the impure world reincarnation technique previously used by Orochimaru. However, it appeared that the four deceased Hokages showed no signs of being controlled. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, spoke first, exhaling as if relieved. "It has been decided," he proclaimed. Subsequently, he turned to the second Hokage and said, "In that case, let us proceed, Tobirama. Prepare the flying thunder god." In an instant, the four former Hokages appeared outside. The first Hokage then proposed, "Hokages, let us stand atop these guardian statues of the village and engrave everything about the village into our minds." The four Hokages leapt directly to the summit of Hokage Rock. And before landing on the statues, each of them spoke. "Fourth Hokage, at last, I can see my son. Until now, I have not fulfilled my duties as a father. This time, I shall present him with a grand gift." The third Hokage reflected, "It has been ages since we last faced a great battle. We must not allow ourselves to be complacent." The second Hokage declared, "Madara, this time I shall defeat you once and for all." The first Hokage added, "Though my words may seem ill-timed, I find myself looking forward to reuniting with old friends." Each Hokage stood upon their respective stone likeness, gazing down upon the entirety of Konoha. Wars will inevitably arise in every era, yet this shall be the final confrontation. Let us proceed. The scene shifted to a colossal sphere of chakra, ominously hurtling towards the forefront of the frame. Suddenly, a uniquely shaped kunai materialized from thin air, followed by the emergence of a figure cloaked in a mantle inscribed with the title of the fourth Hokage. As this figure appeared, the scene gradually faded to black. However, even as the visual dissipated, a voice resonated, "I hope I haven't arrived too late." This voice, unmistakably belonging to the fourth Hokage, was soon accompanied by a stranger's voice. "The timing couldn't be more perfect, Dad." In that moment, not only the inhabitants of Konoha, but also many across the ninja world were taken aback. Whose voice could this be? Upon hearing it, Naruto felt an unsettling familiarity. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged bewildered glances with Naruto, having recognized the voice. Although it seemed somewhat more mature, they could not be mistaken. It was undeniably Naruto's voice, nearly indistinguishable from his own. Instantly, their attention converged upon Naruto. The last image before the darkness had been that of the fourth Hokage appearing in what appeared to be a battlefield. Following that, the voice of the fourth Hokage, who had mentioned seeing his son soon and bringing him a great gift, resonated alongside another voice strikingly akin to Naruto's, calling out "Dad." In that instant, realization dawned. Sasuke gazed at the bewildered Naruto, noting the identical golden hair and blue eyes. Could it be? Just as Sasuke contemplated this, a peculiar whimper echoed from afar. The trio of Naruto exchanged glances, deciding to investigate. At that moment, within the Forest of Death, a squad of grass village ninjas, composed of 2 men and 1 woman, was present. Although a day had passed since the second Chunin exam, they had yet to yield any significant results. The female member of the team, with her striking red hair, had also been watching the events unfold, but with limited information, they had gleaned little. Following the conclusion of the viewing, they commenced a search for other teams, but their own squad proved too weak, suffering defeat in 2 consecutive encounters. Fortunately, the adversary's strength was not significantly superior, allowing them to escape with their lives. At that moment, 2 male grass ninjas had a hold on a girl's arm, their mouths biting down on her 2 arms. The girl was in excruciating pain but dared not cry out loudly, emitting only sounds akin to a wounded creature. Though her cries were soft, they reached the ears of Naruto and his companions, who were not too far away. Curiosity piqued, They stealthily approached and witnessed the scene before them. Upon seeing this, Naruto's heart tightened, and he asked his companions with a trembling voice, "What are they doing? That girl seems to be in great pain." Sasuke, equally baffled, and Sakura, utterly shaken by the sight, stood in shock. Soon, Sasuke seemed to sense something, furrowing his brow in contemplation. In an instant, he appeared resolute, stepping out from the bushes without further concealment. Observing this, Naruto hurriedly followed suit, while Sakura, feeling somewhat at a loss, had no choice but to trail behind her two bold companions. Although the two male grass ninjas were biting into the red-haired girl's arms, they remained vigilant of their surroundings. Upon noticing Naruto and the others, they immediately recognized the Uchiha clan insignia adorning Sasuke. One of the grass ninjas promptly released the girl's arm, regarding the approaching trio with caution. "Ah, it's the Uchiha." Upon hearing this, the other ninja also relinquished his hold on the girl, drawing his weapon and eyeing them warily. The sight of their apprehension ignited a sense of pride within Sasuke. The name Uchiha resonated deeply with him, and the adversary's fear of his clan filled him with a sense of honor. However, he was soon reminded of Itachi Uchiha, the man who had buried the glory of their clan. In that moment, an unquenchable anger flared within him. Without hesitation, 3 shuriken were released from his grasp, flying with remarkable speed across the distance to the 3 grass ninjas. Although the 2 male ninjas, lacking Sasuke's prowess, managed to evade the shuriken for unknown reasons, the girl, too weak to react, was struck by one of them. Seeing this, Naruto shouted, "Damn it, Sasuke, what are you doing?" Ignoring Naruto's outburst, Sasuke coldly addressed the 3 grass ninjas, "Hand over the scrolls you possess, and you may spare your lives." At this moment, the girl, already frail, appeared even more weakened from the shuriken strike, struggling for breath. The 2 grass ninjas, evidently terrified, quickly drew a multitude of kunai and shuriken, launching an attack towards Naruto and his companions. However, what transpired next would utterly shatter Naruto and his friends' perceptions of the world. At this moment, Naruto and his companions were fully prepared for battle, yet to their surprise, the enemy scattered after hurling a multitude of shurikens. Sasuke could not allow them to escape. He swiftly appeared before one of the fleeing grass village ninja, rapidly forming hand seals. Fire style, grand fireball technique. However, the 2 male grass ninja displayed a level of incompetence that was truly remarkable, as they were effortlessly dispatched by the formidable fireball technique. After dealing with the 2 grass ninja, the trio approached the girl. Just as Sasuke was about to speak, he suddenly noticed that the girl's body was trembling slightly. For a moment, he was taken aback. How could this be? Sasuke was certain that the shuriken had indeed struck the girl. Moreover, although he had merely glanced at her, he could tell that this red-haired girl was struggling for breath. Yet, at that moment, the shuriken that had embedded in her body fell to the ground, and her heartbeat became noticeably stronger. Observing this, Sasuke coldly remarked, "Stop pretending, get up if you're fine." Seeing that the red-haired girl on the ground remained unresponsive, Sasuke kicked her lightly. Witnessing this, Naruto immediately expressed his discontent, saying, "Damn it, Sasuke, be a bit gentler with the girl." He then crouched down and gently patted the girl on the ground. Although she was somewhat frightened, Naruto's voice seemed to possess a healing quality. Upon hearing his words, the girl timidly opened her eyes and looked at Naruto and his companions with a shy demeanor. Naruto, smiling at the girl, inquired, "What is your name?" The girl hesitated for a moment before turning her gaze towards the golden-haired youth, as if recalling something, and replied, "My name is Karen." At that moment, Karen felt Naruto's chakra was warm and comforting. However, when she caught sight of the lifeless bodies of the 2 grass village ninja, she found herself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Although the grass ninja had not treated her well, they had been, in a sense, her nominal companions. Now, she realized she had lost even those. With this thought, Karen's spirits sank. Sasuke, uninterested in Karen's plight, discovered a scroll on one of the fallen male grass ninja. Upon examining the text on the scroll, he remarked, "It seems our luck has turned." Hearing this, Naruto and Sakura turned their attention to Sasuke's hand. The scroll bore the symbol for Earth. Instantly, both of them were filled with excitement. They possessed the Heaven Scroll, and now with the Earth Scroll, they had completed a pair of scrolls. This meant they could proceed to the second round of the exam. At this moment, Karen timidly extended her hand and asked, "What are you going to do with me?" Upon hearing this, Naruto and his companions were uncertain how to respond. They had ventured several kilometers into the forest of death, making it impossible to return the girl to her starting point. However, judging by her earlier demeanor, it seemed she possessed little to no combat capability. If she were to be cast directly into the forest, it is highly probable that she would meet her demise. After some deliberation, the group ultimately decided to bring the girl along. Thus, they set forth towards their destination. Fortunately, the sky had begun to darken by this time. Throughout their journey, Naruto and his companions encountered few individuals. Although they faced some who sought to seize their scrolls, Sasuke, with his Sharingan, proved formidable even among the Chunin. Moreover, their party, bolstered by an additional member, led many who crossed their path to believe they harbored ill intentions, prompting them to retreat. Finally, as the night approached, Naruto and his companions arrived at the conclusion of the second examination. While Naruto successfully validated the Heaven and Earth scrolls and reminisced with Iruka-sensei, the previously dimmed imagery re-illuminated. Within the vision, a scenic mountainous region revealed itself, adorned with unique edifices. Among the visuals, a high platform loomed, from which a multitude of heads could be discerned surging below. The camera glided over the faces of numerous ninjas, many of whom were astonished to find that they all donned identical forehead protectors emblazoned with the same emblem. At this moment, many realized they were witnessing the land of lightning. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "The captain has arrived." With this announcement, the camera began to shift. It traversed from the high platform down to the ground. Though there had been glimpses earlier, the impact was now profoundly different. The view transitioned from a distant perspective to a closer examination, ultimately revealing the entirety of the formidable assembly. A vast procession extended for thousands of meters, organized into rows. Each unit comprising dozens lined together, forming an indescribable sea of extraordinary numbers. The 5 units were distinct yet cohesively arranged. Most notably, all observers recognized that the composition of this force consisted of ninjas from various prominent nations, rather than a singular entity. That vest belongs to a Konoha ninja. That one is from a Wagakure. I know that person. And there are ninjas from Kirigakure of the Land of Water. I even spotted a ninja from Kusagakure. Observing this spectacle, the nations collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Even among the 5 great ninja countries, assembling 10,000 ninjas was a formidable challenge. The imagery they had just witnessed indicated that this force numbered nearly 100,000. Clearly, such a multitude of ninjas could not have been amassed by any one nation alone. It was evident that these ninjas were affiliated with all the ninja villages. Even the combined forces of the 5 great ninja villages cannot possibly match this number. The most plausible explanation is that all ninjas from every corner of the shinobi world have congregated here. But why are all the ninjas of the shinobi realm gathered at this moment? As time progresses, more and more teams arrive at the second Chunin exam, prompting a flurry of discussions among them. In the midst of this, Inuzuka Kiba scoffed, glancing at the group from the Sand Village, and remarked, "What are you Sand ninjas doing among our Leaf team?" Hearing this, Temari retorted indignantly, "It's clearly your Leaf ninjas who have infiltrated our Sand team. Don't get it twisted. We're not even sure how this happened." Shikamaru, observing the situation, yawned and stated, "What a hassle. Just look at their forehead protectors. This must be the ninja allied forces. If I'm not mistaken, our opponent should be that Uchiha Madara who declared war in the previous footage." Then, recalling something, Shikamaru continued, "Also, those former Hokages summoned by that jutsu in the footage must have come for this war." Nara Niji nodded in agreement. Indeed, their forehead protectors only bear the symbol of shinobi, indicating that there is no distinction of ninja villages. As the scene zoomed in once more, the features of the ninjas became clearer. Their hairstyles remained unchanged, yet their faces and physiques appeared more mature than they are now. The 2 figures standing side by side were none other than Temari and Shikamaru, who had just been speaking. Both of them were momentarily taken aback by this revelation. "What does this mean? Why are we standing together?" Temari questioned. "How should I know? Women are just so troublesome," Shikamaru replied. They exchanged glances, both clicking their tongues in annoyance and turning their heads away. Meanwhile, at home, Shikamaru's father, Narashikaku, displayed a knowing expression. As time passed, the footage shifted from a bird's eye view to one that rose from below, presenting the vast army of ninjas from their perspective, establishing a grand platform atop a rocky cliff. Upon this platform, 5 figures slowly ascended. To the exhilarating backdrop of stirring music, the allied ninjas erupted in cheers. Recognizing that these 5 individuals were likely the leaders of this formidable army, the camera panned across the 5, simultaneously introducing them. At long last, as time progressed, the faces of the five became discernible. First, there was a robust male ninja from the Yatsuki clan, characterized by his typical skin tone, who coldly surveyed the allied forces below with one eye visible. A voice then rang out, announcing, "Captain of the 1st Division, known as the right hand of the Reikage, Darui from the Cloud Village." Upon hearing this voice, Nara Shikaku immediately thought of his son. This voice belonged to Shikamaru, indicating that the young man was indeed maturing well. Meanwhile, at the finish line of the 2nd exam, Shikamaru merely scoffed, "What a hassle." Naruto gazed excitedly at Shikamaru, exclaiming, "Shikamaru, Shikamaru, it's your voice." Shikamaru cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, feeling only an increase in his troubles. Ino approached and gave Shikamaru a pat on the back, remarking, "It seems you are destined to become a formidable character." Shikamaru sighed, "What a hassle, could you all spare me?" Meanwhile, in the village of Kumogakure, a voice echoed, "Darui. It is Lord Darui." Truly, the right hand of the Reikage exuded an impressive aura. Following Darui's appearance, a tall figure donned in a red ninja hat, sporting a prominent nose and a scruffy beard, stepped forward. Clad in a snug red combat uniform adorned with brown armor from a Wagakure, this imposing individual had a stern countenance. Upon seeing this man, the crowd could not help but exclaim, "What a robust figure. This is the captain of the 2nd Division, Loam from a Wagakure." In the Hokage's office in Konoha, the 3rd Hokage recognized the newcomer immediately. This was none other than the son of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki. The 3rd Hokage glanced at the 2nd Hokage, Tobarama Senju, who subtly remarked, "It appears this is in preparation for a certain enemy." Having experienced the 4th Great Ninja War, the 2nd Hokage could not speak plainly, for the threat of Kagaya's influence loomed, and it was essential to remain discreet. Conversely, in a Wagakure, the atmosphere mirrored that of Kumogakure. "It is Lord Loam," they murmured, observing that he bore a striking resemblance to his current self, suggesting this was a vision of the near future. The enemy must surely be the one who claimed to be Uchiha Madara in the earlier footage. With the entire ninja world uniting, it was time to see how that individual would assert his dominance. Soon after, the 3rd figure made his entrance. As he appeared, all eyes in the central building of the 2nd Chunin Exam turned toward a particular enclosure. Indeed, the 3rd participant was a silver-haired ninja, whose face was partially concealed by a mask, with only his right eye visible. His forehead protector, bearing the emblem of Konoha, was pulled down to obscure his left eye. And yet the symbol of the hidden leaf was unmistakably altered to reflect the word shinobi. It took no time for everyone to recognize him. This was none other than Kakashi Hatake, the guiding instructor of Team 7. A voice resonated perfectly at that moment, announcing, "Captain of the 3rd Division, Kakashi Hatake from Konoha." Sasuke exclaimed, "Kakashi." Naruto shouted, "Kakashi-sensei." Sakura added in disbelief, "Is Kakashi-sensei truly the captain of the 3rd Division of the Ninja Alliance? Could this really be Kakashi-sensei?" In their minds, Kakashi was known for his laid-back demeanor, and they had never anticipated that such a character would be entrusted with such a significant role. Was there truly no one else in the Ninja Alliance to take on this responsibility? At that moment, Naruto burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Kakashi-sensei has become the captain of the 3rd Division. What about Sasuke and me? Could it be that I have become the Hokage, much like Gaara?" Upon hearing this, everyone scoffed and shook their heads, declaring it utterly impossible. Even Gaara from Sunagakure uttered a resolute, "Impossible," while the opinions of others bore little weight. Naruto felt a surge of anger upon hearing Sasuke echo the same sentiment, nearly provoking a fierce argument, only to be quelled by Sakura's formidable punch. Soon after, the image revealed a 4th figure, an elderly man previously seen in another clip, who appeared to be rather uncharacteristic of a ninja. Sasuke recalled a detail. It seemed that Kakashi-sensei had mentioned this individual, named Mifune, the general of the Land of Iron. Indeed, the next moment, the commentary commenced. "Captain of the 5th Division, General Mifune of the Land of Iron." The warriors of the Land of Iron erupted in fervent discussion, astonished that Mifune had become the captain of the so-called Ninja Alliance's 5th Division. Following this, the final figure emerged, revealing tightly wrapped calves in the imagery, suggesting he stood prominently at the center. As the silhouette gradually took form, Shikamaru's voice resounded once more. "And here is our 4th Division captain, as well as the overall commander of the combat forces, Gaara, the 5th Kazekage." No sooner had the words left his lips than a seemingly 17 or 18-year-old boy appeared. Indeed, It was Gaara. When Gaara's visage graced the screen, it was evident he was a strikingly handsome male ninja, his expression serene, devoid of fear towards war and lacking any morbid intent to kill. He had emerged from the depths of solitude. In that instant, all eyes in the Chunin Exam arena turned towards Gaara of Sunagakure. Yet, Gaara gazed at the older version of himself depicted in the image, perplexed about what he had endured and why he had transformed into the figure displayed. Consequently, the once formidable aura surrounding him seemed to dissipate, as though he were ensnared by a binding jutsu. At that moment, the scene within the Chunin Exam remained a mystery to all. However, the villagers of Sunagakure were left speechless. Having already learned from the previous imagery that Gaara had ascended to the position of the 5th Kazekage, no one anticipated that his transformation would be so profound. What had catalyzed his growth into a composed, rational, and formidable leader over the span of 3 years? Setting aside all else, why would the ninja world appoint someone who appeared to be merely in his teens as a leader? The inhabitants of Sunagakure began to question the authenticity of the imagery. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, despite his verbal expressions of concern, remained attentively engaged with the scene. It was then that he discerned a peculiar detail. The imagery featured himself, Ino, Sakura, and others, even catching glimpses of upperclassmen like Lee, Niji, and Tenten. Yet, conspicuously absent were Naruto and Sasuke. Although Shikamaru was puzzled by their omission from the imagery, he remained certain that both Naruto and Sasuke were very much alive. Initially, in the preceding imagery, Sasuke arrived at the battlefield accompanied by the 4 reincarnated Hokages. Furthermore, the voice resembling Naruto's at the conclusion of the previous scene is highly likely to indeed belong to him. Based on earlier visuals and the information Shikamaru possesses, it appears that Naruto is most probably the child of the 4th Hokage. It is said that the 4th Hokage's wife bore the surname Uzumaki. As Shikamaru pondered this, the imagery shifted to a high vantage point, surveying the entire ninja alliance. Observing this sight, Tobirama Senju, seated in the Hokage office, remarked with a sense of awe, "This is truly unprecedented. A force of nearly 100,000, representing the entirety of the ninja world's might, is gathered here." However, what Tobirama did not voice was his understanding that by the time he nullified the Edo Tensei, it would be fortunate if half of the ninja alliance remained. Such is the nature of war, the very scourge that his elder brother sought to eradicate throughout his life. Even their adversary, Madara, was contemplating an alternative resolution to this conflict. With this in mind, Tobirama sighed heavily. At that moment, the imagery depicted Temari advising Shikamaru with a few words. "Gaara is our 4th Division's captain, but he also serves as the overall commander of the alliance. Although you are merely acting in his stead, you are effectively the captain of the 4th Division, so do your best." Shikamaru, upon hearing this, displayed an air of lethargy. Being assigned to this troublesome division is truly unbearable. Witnessing this scene, Shikamaru and Temari, present at the Chunin Exam venue, exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the familiarity exhibited by the individuals in the imagery. Regardless, as they were currently at odds, they both huffed and turned their heads away. Meanwhile, Naruto, observing this unfold, squatted down in frustration, muttering to himself, "Gaara becoming the Kazekage and the overall commander of the alliance is one thing. But even that guy Shikamaru has been appointed as the acting captain. Where do I fit into all this?" The imagery once again fixated on the commanding figure of the alliance, Kazekage Gaara. A familiar voice resonated from the scene. It was none other than the laid-back Jonin teacher, Kakashi Hitaki, perpetually clutching his little yellow book. "All right, Gaara, as the overall commander of this grand alliance, why don't you say a few words after everyone settles down?" At this juncture, it became apparent to all that this was likely the oath-taking ceremony prior to the Ninja Alliance's departure. In unison, everyone turned their attention to the mature, confident, and authoritative figure of Gaara, and then shifted their gaze back to the sullen boy in the examination venue, who was wrapped in an air of aloofness. Curiosity piqued. They wondered what words he might utter. Kakashi's nonchalant voice broke the silence. What will he say? Uniting the powers of the 5 great nations, rife with animosity, is no simple task. Meanwhile, far away in the Hokage office, Tobirama's curiosity was likewise stirred. He too was eager to hear what Gaara would convey. When he arrived at the battlefield, he witnessed the unity and cooperation among the various nations' ninja alliance, yet he remained unaware of how this remarkable feat was accomplished. As Kakashi prompted Gaara to utter a few words to rally the troops, The striking red-haired sand ninja remained expressionless, gazing down at the allied shinobi forces below as if at a loss for words. A palpable silence enveloped the scene for a moment, causing the candidates in the examination hall to grow increasingly tense. In this tableau, Gaara surveyed the ninja coalition, who, in turn, scrutinized him. Among the 5 captains of the allied forces, the eldest was the general of the Land of Iron, Mifune, who was over 60 years old. Apart from Mifune, the captain from Awagakure, Anoki, was already in his 40s, and with a future projection, he would be at least in his mid-40s. Kakashi, meanwhile, was a mere 27 at present, and in the future, it was likely he would surpass 30. Even the youngest among them, Darui of Kumogakure, would certainly exceed 25 at that time. Yet, astonishingly, a youth who appeared to be in his teens had been appointed as the commander of the allied shinobi forces. At this moment, it was evident to all that a great battle could erupt at any moment, and during such a critical time. The leader of the ninja coalition would bear the weight of decisions that could determine the fates of thousands, if not tens of thousands, of shinobi. After a brief silence, a ninja from Awagakure finally spoke. Is it truly acceptable to have such a young brat as our commander? Upon hearing this, a sand ninja standing beside him instantly bristled. Gaara is no mere child. You should refrain from speaking nonsense. This retort only served to deepen the Awagakure ninja's skepticism toward Gaara. Given that not long ago you were our adversaries, I see no reason to be well informed about you. The sand ninja, enraged by this remark, shot back. We are the ones who should be wary. We can hardly trust you. Mind your words. Nearby, others either nodded in agreement or expressed their concerns as they observed the unfolding scene. It was undeniable that the atmosphere within the ninja coalition was rife with animosity. Setting aside the prospect of uniting against a common foe, this ongoing discord risked igniting an internal conflict. In the Chunin Exam hall, all those awaiting the conclusion of the second round watched the unfolding imagery with expressions ranging from anxiety to schadenfreude. Meanwhile, the tension escalated on screen as the 2 ninjas exchanged increasingly heated words, prompting the sand ninja to become visibly incensed. What did you say? Do you wish to fight? The Awagakure ninja, equally incensed, retorted, Fine. My father was killed by someone from your village, and I will avenge him now. With that, both could no longer contain their rage and rolled up their sleeves, ready to engage in combat. Witnessing this, a leaf ninja stepped forward to intervene. There's no need for fighting. We are all comrades now. In response, a nearby ninja from Kumogakure could not resist mocking the situation. Humph. How dare you pretend to be the good guys, Konoha? It was your rogue ninjas who attacked our Lord Killer Bee and disrupted the 5 Kage summit, resulting in Lord Raikage losing his left hand. Facing the angered ninja from Kumogakure, who seemed ready to exact revenge on the Konoha ninjas, a branch member of the Hyuga clan joined the fray. You still have the audacity to speak. If it weren't for your attempts to steal the secrets of our Byakugan and leverage war as a threat, Lord Hisashi Wuunti have met his demise in such a tragic manner. The atmosphere at the rally grew increasingly tense. In the Hyuga clan's territory, silence enveloped the room upon witnessing this scene. Niji Hyuga, upon hearing these words, was rendered speechless by his fury, casting a fierce glance towards Hinata. Although Hayashi Hyuga's expression remained unreadable, his hand was clenched tightly into a fist within his sleeve. The death of Hisashi weighed heavily on him, symbolizing the profound sorrow of a brother, revealing his inadequacies as both a clan leader and an elder sibling. At that time, Konoha had just endured the Third Shinobi World War and suffered the loss of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, due to the Nine-Tails incident. This was followed by the tragic deaths of his brother and beloved Tsunade, who developed a fear of blood and subsequently left Konoha. As if that weren't enough, Orochimaru's secret human experiments were exposed, leading to his betrayal. All these calamities compounded the already devastating losses Konoha faced during the Third Shinobi War, leaving them unable to withstand further conflict. Conversely, while Kumogakure lost the 3rd Raikage during the war, his sacrifice allowed their forces, surrounded by Awagakure, to escape. Subsequently, the 4th Raikage's brother, Killer Bee, emerged as the perfect Jinchuriki. At that juncture, Kumogakure had reached its zenith, surpassing Konoha in strength. Had a war erupted between Konoha and Kumogakure then, it would likely have resulted in mutual destruction. The remaining 3 great nations would have seized the opportunity, reigniting the recently concluded war. Consequently, Konoha, faced with Kumogakure's despicable tactics, could only swallow its indignation and bow its head to sign one unequal treaty after another. even at the cost of Hisashi's life. Meanwhile, in the Chunin Exam arena, Niji Hyuga's body tensed, his teeth grinding audibly in frustration. At that moment, a scene unfolded. Niji and a girl with long hair and Byakugan appeared on the screen. Although her hair had grown longer, everyone present recognized her as Hinata Hyuga. Niji's reaction was unexpected for those who knew him well. Amidst the incessant strife between nations, a state of enmity has persisted for years, with each side bearing the blood debts of the other, rendering trust an elusive ideal. This rift, at least for the time being, seems insurmountable. Witnessing this scene, Hyuga Niji found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Is this what the future holds? The future self, so nonchalantly facing the discourse surrounding his father's fate. Is this to be the destiny of our branch family? The thought filled Niji with a sense of revulsion. As he observed the imagery, it became apparent that quarrels, escalating even to physical confrontations, were not isolated incidents. Similar occurrences were transpiring throughout the ranks of the ninja coalition. Moreover, this discord was not confined to the footage. Even in the present ninja world, discussions were rife among the various ninja villages. I have long held a disdain for the brutes of the Lightning Village, one voice echoed. Indeed, it was due to their treachery that our second Hokage met his demise. This is Konoha, another voice chimed in. How could we possibly ally with them? My parents and kin perished in the war against the Sand Village. An alliance is utterly inconceivable. This is Awagakure, yet another voice added. Cursed Mist Village. How could we ever unite with those people? This is Kumogakure, another interjected. Regardless of whether in the imagery or in the current ninja realm, the prevailing sentiment was one of disbelief and disdain. In the eyes of all, an alliance among the 5 great nations seemed utterly unattainable. At that moment, the footage continued to unfold. Observing the chaos among the ninja coalition, Kakashi let out a resigned sigh. Suddenly, a small mass of sand began to coalesce amidst the bickering ninjas. In an instant, the sand erupted, successfully separating them without inflicting any harm. This was merely the beginning. More and more sand masses formed around each quarrelsome ninja, effectively dispersing all those who were on the verge of violence. This miraculous act was orchestrated by none other than Gaara, the 5th Kazekage. Faced with the escalating tensions and mutual accusations among the ninja coalition, Gaara finally spoke. For the sake of our individual nations and respective villages, the ninja world has endured 3 wars, during which we have harmed and despised one another. As Gaara's words resonated, the entire assembly of the ninja coalition fell into a hushed silence. Those present at the Chunin Exam venue also turned their attention to the unfolding events, occasionally glancing at Gaara. His words contained an undeniable truth. The emergence of war has bred hatred, and this hatred, in turn, has given rise to further conflict. The motivations behind war have evolved over time, transcending mere interests. Continuing without pause, Gaara lowered his hand that had wielded the sand and continued his narrative. This hatred has led humanity to venerate power, ultimately culminating in my own existence. I too was once a Jinchuriki swayed by hatred and the pursuit of strength. Upon hearing this, not only those in the imagery, but also Gaara's 2 relatives present at the Chunin Exam exchanged worried glances, their concern for him palpable. The words of Gaara in the imagery resonate deeply with all the ninjas of the allied forces. Those familiar with Gaara cast glances filled with compassion and concern. At that moment, Naruto, too, was struck by a thought, his hand instinctively resting upon his abdomen. The voice of Gaara grew fervent. Indeed, I was once the Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, Shikaku. I possessed a power that even I could not contain, whether seen as a weapon or regarded as a monster. It matters not. Gaara paused, his voice heavy with emotion. I harbor a deep-seated hatred for this world and all its inhabitants. I yearn to annihilate everything. In that instant, the gazes directed at Gaara shifted to one of apprehension. Much like the Akatsuki of today, at this juncture, Naruto lowered his head, seemingly reflecting on his own tribulations, his body beginning to tremble slightly. Sasuke was the first to notice Naruto's distress, recalling the harrowing information he had inadvertently overheard. The villagers' malice towards Naruto was undeniably profound. In the Chunin Exam arena, Temari's pained expression betrayed her. Though she feared Gaara, she was among the rare few who had not considered severing all ties with him. The anguish, sorrow, and hatred that Gaara felt were laid bare in the imagery. Only when the entire world comprehends suffering and empathizes with it can true peace be achieved. At that moment, Naruto collapsed to the ground, utterly overwhelmed, as he deeply empathized with Gaara's torment, despite his lack of understanding about being a Jinchuriki. Sasuke, who had refrained from belittling Naruto, now saw his companion in such a state, his thoughts drifting back to the night of the massacre. He realized for the first time that pain knows no distinction, and there is no merit in the folly of claiming one cannot comprehend another's suffering. Though Naruto's experiences differed from his, the essence of their anguish was identical. In the imagery, Gaara's words captivated the attention of the entire allied forces, and no one was preoccupied with their own suffering any longer. The emotional connection elevated their perspectives, compelling them to contemplate the collective pain of humanity, of being ninjas treated as mere tools or weapons. This bore the weightiest tone in Gaara's discourse, signaling a pivotal turn. Indeed, the next moment revealed, however, a leaf ninja intervened. At this instant, not only the ninjas in the imagery, but also everyone in the ninja world watching were rendered speechless. In the Chunin Exam arena, many pondered the identity of this person. It was evident that Gaara, being a ninja from Sunagakure, had some connection to the leaf ninja, likely due to this Chunin Exam. A wave of speculation washed over the crowd regarding the identity of this individual. Yet, Shikamaru, at that moment, had already begun to piece it together. Earlier in the imagery, during the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru, there had been a fleeting glimpse of Naruto standing atop a colossal toad, engaged in combat with a creature resembling a raccoon. If that is the case, then the so-called Shajin Shikaku must be that raccoon-like creature, and the one who prevented Gaara must undoubtedly be Naruto. Contemplating this, Shikamaru glanced at Naruto, then cradled his head in his hands, leaning against the wall, muttering, "What a hassle." Meanwhile, several individuals in the Hokage's office were also pondering this possibility. The only one capable of thwarting a Jinchuriki would be another Jinchuriki, after all. Senju Tobirama, recognizing this potential, felt a surge of admiration, quietly affirming, "It must be that kid. Truly remarkable, even at such a young age. He possesses the power to change hearts." In many respects, he was indeed a superior ninja compared to his elder brother. Soon after, the scene shifted to Gaara, who fell into deep contemplation, and the entire atmosphere transformed. Everyone could discern that this was a reflection of Gaara's inner thoughts. Within the recesses of Gaara's mind, an image of a golden-haired youth gradually solidified. Upon witnessing this, Naruto, who had been visibly despondent, was momentarily taken aback. The figure on the screen, with golden hair, azure eyes, adorned with the Leaf Village headband, sporting cat-like whiskers on his cheeks and a beaming smile, stood in stark contrast to Gaara's demeanor. In that instant, every participant in the Chunin exams was left astounded. They recalled that during the first round of the Chunin exams, although the mysterious viewing of answers had abruptly emerged, Naruto's unexpected voice had restored everyone's confidence. Such a transformative ability to sway hearts was certainly not possessed by just anyone. At that moment, even Gaara gazed in astonishment at Naruto on the other side of the examination hall. However, as onlookers compared the image of Naruto on the screen to the Naruto seated on the ground, silence enveloped the room. Naruto, staring at his own image, bewilderedly remarked, "So, I look this cool." Although Sasuke also found the image of Naruto quite handsome, he immediately shook his head, saying, "No, this must be that guy's memory embellishing you. You fool." Provoked by Sasuke's words, Naruto's frustration ignited, and he prepared to duel with him. Observing this scene, Sasuke couldn't help but smile. Naruto, no longer despondent, felt a wave of relief. Unbeknownst to Naruto, the moment his face appeared on the screen, an investigation into him began across all ninja villages. The one capable of thwarting the future 5th Kazekage should not be underestimated. Suddenly, a melancholic melody echoed through the image, revealing Gaara lying in a forest. While not far away, another figure was struggling to crawl toward him. Subsequently, all candidates noticed that the Gaara depicted on the screen bore an uncanny resemblance to the present Gaara. Without a doubt, this was the Gaara of the near future. However, questions lingered. What had transpired to bring about such a transformation? At this moment, even Gaara pondered the events that led to his current state, a blend of warmth, confidence, and authority. To Gaara, this scene appeared profoundly dissonant. In the imagery, he observed Naruto crawling towards him, and to his astonishment, he recoiled in fear. "Don't come any closer," he stammered. Witnessing this, Temari and Kankuro were rendered speechless by shock. Meanwhile, within the confines of Sunagakure, the villagers were equally bewildered. Gaara's ascension to Kazekage was one matter, and his defeat by that enigmatic Deidara was another. After all, Deidara was a disciple of the third Sasuke, an S-rank rogue ninja from Iwagakure, and had teamed up with the Akatsuki member who assassinated the third Kazekage. Thus, it was not entirely unfathomable that he could vanquish Gaara. However, the golden-haired youth in the imagery appeared even younger than Gaara himself, which seemed utterly implausible. Naruto, undeterred by Gaara's admonitions, continued to inch closer like a determined insect. Sasuke, observing this spectacle, cast a glance at Gaara, then pressed his lips together before redirecting his gaze back to Naruto. At that moment, Naruto, having just triumphed over such a formidable adversary, caught Sasuke's eye and exclaimed with renewed vigor, "What are you staring at, you fool? One day, I will become Hokage and earn everyone's recognition." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression soured, and he turned away, sneering. "Idiot, always trailing behind." Gaara watched as Naruto engaged in a quarrel with Sasuke, then shifted his gaze back to the figure in the imagery, Naruto Uzumaki. At that moment, the portrayal of Naruto had crawled within close proximity to Gaara, who lay on the ground, incapacitated, with blood streaming from his wounds, trembling slightly as he clenched his teeth. The image of Naruto slowly lifted his head. "Being alone is painful, isn't it? I understand your feelings." At this instant, not only was the Gaara in the imagery taken aback, but the Gaara present in the Chunin Exam arena was equally stunned. The imagery depicted Gaara's eyes widening as he stared at Naruto. The Gaara in the Chunin Exam, too, gaped at the distant figure of Naruto. "But I have found those I cherish, and I will not allow you to harm my most precious ones." As he uttered these words, Naruto's eyes brimmed with crimson veins of determination. "Even if it means killing you, I will stop you." In that moment, silence enveloped both the imagery and the Chunin Exam arena. Finally, Gaara in the imagery broke the stillness. Why are you so willing to fight for others?" Hearing Gaara's question, Naruto in the Chunin Exam arena grasped the answer within his heart. Subsequently, Naruto's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. "Because they liberated me from the hell of solitude and accepted me, they are my most important comrades." As Naruto's words echoed through the air, a palpable sense of suffocation enveloped all those present. Suddenly, the scene transformed, revealing a parched expanse of land where a young boy, seemingly 5 or 6 years old and burdened with a gourd, crouched sorrowfully upon the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Who am I?" he pondered. In that instant, a hand gently rested upon his shoulder. It belonged to another boy, also appearing to be 5 or 6, with golden hair and 6 whisker-like markings adorning his face. Instantly, recognition dawned upon all. These were none other than the childhood versions of Gaara and Naruto. The two youths on screen shifted, first morphing into their current forms within the Chunin Exam arena, and then transforming again into their adult selves. Naruto gazed intently at Gaara. "Gaara," he called. Meanwhile, Gaara, engulfed in a blinding light, looked around to find himself surrounded by the ninjas of Sunagakure. Among them were Temari, Kankuro, and even some unfamiliar faces from his village. As the camera rose, it became evident that more ninjas were hurrying to join the gathering. At that moment, not only did the Gaara within the image appear astonished, but even the Gaara present in the Chunin Exam arena was equally captivated by the unfolding scene. The image flickered once more, returning to the Ninja Alliance's oath ceremony. The Gaara in the vision raised his hands in fervor. "That person wept for me, his enemy, viewing even one who had caused him harm as a friend. He is the one who saved me." In contrast to the Gaara present in the Chunin Exam arena, the Gaara in the image radiated vitality and possessed an unparalleled spirit. "Though we were once adversaries, we were also both Jinchuriki. He bears the same suffering as I do, yet he has not allowed hatred to consume him." At this juncture, the image of Gaara emphatically struck his chest. Observing him were Mifune and Kakashi, their gazes filled with admiration. In this moment, there are no enemies. We have all endured the pain brought by Akatsuki. Here, distinctions between Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Konohagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure are rendered meaningless. The scene shifted to encompass everyone within the Ninja Alliance. At this opportune moment, Gaara's voice resonated throughout the vision. "What remains is the Ninja Alliance." Before he could finish his impassioned declaration, he continued, "If you still cannot forgive Sunagakure, then please, after the war, behead me." As Gaara uttered these words, the collective gaze of everyone in the ninja world transformed. Kakashi, within the vision, regarded Gaara with quiet admiration. The expressions of the crowd have changed. not only in the vision, but even within the Chunin Exam arena. The expressions of all those present shifted as they regarded Gaara. In this moment, malice was absent from their eyes. As a Jinchuriki, Gaara was acutely aware of hostility. At this moment, he stood frozen, captivated by the image of himself on screen. Now, the friend who saved me has become a target for our enemies. Should they succeed, the entire world would face ruin. Upon hearing this, the entirety of the ninja world found itself in a state of bewilderment. The future Gaara, as the Kazekage, uttered these words even after uniting all the ninja from various nations, which speaks volumes of the formidable strength possessed by the so-called Akatsuki. The imagery continued to unfold. I wish to protect my friends, to safeguard this world. In this moment, everyone listened intently to Gaara's heartfelt declarations. Yet I remain too young, too naive. With my current self, the notion of protecting the world feels utterly beyond my reach. The young Kazekage bowed his head deeply on screen, his voice imbued with sincerity. Thus, I implore you all to lend me your strength. At this moment, the ninja coalition's demeanor shifted, their gazes transformed. Soon, they erupted into cheers, many vocally proclaiming Gaara's name. Even those who had been bickering and on the verge of conflict moments before exchanged apologies, achieving mutual understanding. In the imagery, Temari looked on at her brother with a sense of pride. How remarkable, Gaara! Not only the ninja coalition on screen, but the entire ninja world suddenly found itself with a multitude of Gaara's admirers. Simultaneously, curiosity blossomed regarding the ninja who had redeemed Gaara. Who was this individual, whose act of salvation in youth compelled the leader of the Wind Country's ninja, the Kazekage, to bow his head, even declaring that should there be dissatisfaction with Sunagakure post-war, one could take his head. As this scene concluded, the visuals gradually faded to darkness. Within the Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama applauded appreciatively. Observing this, the third Hokage smiled and joined in the applause. It seemed that Naruto had made a truly wonderful friend. Unbeknownst to them, far away in the Wind Country's Sunagakure, a woman with shoulder-length hair and striking blue eyes gazed at the image of Gaara with a sense of contentment. Just when everyone assumed the viewing had concluded, the image reignited. On screen was the previously shown battle between Gaara and the rogue ninja Deidara from Iwagakure. The rogue ninja unleashed colossal explosive clay from the skies, enveloping countless vibrant lives and their village in a cacophony of explosions and flames. The smirk on Deidara's face signified their success in capturing the one-tailed Jinchuriki. In a bid to protect the village and his comrades, the young Kazekage Gaara conjured a tempestuous sea of sand as an impenetrable defense. The village ultimately remained unscathed. Yet the village leader, the Kazekage, found himself ensnared like a trophy in the hands of the enemy. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Sunagakure appeared utterly powerless within the imagery. Witnessing this scene, all in the examination hall cast anxious glances towards Gaara. Though this was not the first time witnessing such a scene, the nerves of all present were inevitably stirred. The image then shifted to a dark, dank sewer, where the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Yujito Ni, was pinned high against the wall with a long pole, her long hair cascading down, leaving her fate uncertain. Below, 2 figures clad in Akatsuki attire came into view. One of them bore the forehead protector of a rogue ninja from the Takigakure, and upon seeing him, the leader of Takigakure could not help but rise abruptly from his seat. It was Kakuzu. The other figure was a traitor from the land of rivers, identified as Haiden. Could it be that this man had truly succeeded? Following this, the screen revealed a colossal creature, half bull and half octopus, engulfed in unquenchable black flames that seared its body, writhing in agony. Witnessing this, the fourth Raikage, A, was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he slammed his fist onto the table, his entire being radiating fury. How dare they harm his brother? Such transgressions were unforgivable. A's fist shattered the wall as he prepared to rush to the Raijin Gorge in search of his sibling. Fortunately, he was restrained by his secretary. Yet, the mere thought of Killer B being so grievously harmed inflicted an unbearable ache upon his heart. Immediately, A commanded his subordinates to compile all intelligence regarding the Akatsuki. Next, the focus shifted to Iwagakure, where a large portion of the village lay in ruins. The four-tails Jinchuriki, Yagura, was hoisted over the shoulder of the Akatsuki member, Kisame Hashigaki, as they exited the village. Soon after, within a forest, the five-tails Jinchuriki, Han, was seized by 6 shadowy figures, dragging him away into the depths of the woods. Upon witnessing these 6 figures, Jiraiya, who had just arrived at Konoha, felt a tightening in his chest. He recognized them. All possessed the Rinnegan. This was entirely implausible. Moreover, he immediately identified one of the figures as Yahiko, his former disciple from Amagakure. But why had Nagato's Rinnegan transformed into Yahiko's? In Iwagakure, Inoki, witnessing this scene, slammed his fist onto the table in indignation, then swiftly turned to his side. Despite the tumultuous relationship between the Jinchuriki and the village, as the third Tsuchikage, he regarded all within the village as family. The abduction of these 2 individuals by the Akatsuki, compounded by the fact that his most promising disciple, Deidara, had also joined their ranks, filled him with rage. Instantly, the Wagakure's intelligence network began to operate at full speed. Inoki needed to gather all information concerning the Akatsuki. The scene then shifted once more, this time to the land of water's Kirigakure. As the image materialized, everyone recognized it as the Hidden Mist Village. The 4th Mizukage, Kuratsuchi, appeared on screen, his expression blank, clearly under the influence of a Genjutsu. Behind him, a shadow emerged, dark as night, its left eye opening to reveal a crimson pupil adorned with a black tomo, the infamous bloodline of the Sharingan. The newly appointed 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, sighed at this sight, acknowledging, it seems that Ao was indeed correct. The 4th Mizukage is truly under the influence of Genjutsu. Rising from her seat, she retrieved a letter from her cabinet, an official correspondence from the village hidden in the leaves in the Land of Fire, announcing the convening of a new 5 Kage summit. Gazing at the letter, Terumi Mei murmured, it appears participation in this summit is unavoidable. Soon after, the scene shifted to the Hidden Leaf Village. A figure clad in the attire of the Akatsuki floated thousands of meters above the village, surveying the entirety of Konoha from his lofty perch. In the distance, the statues of the previous Hokages continued to guard the village's prosperity and peace. Feel the pain. Contemplate the pain. Embrace the pain. Understand the pain. Those who do not comprehend suffering cannot truly grasp peace. Let the world experience pain, starting now. As these ominous declarations echoed, the frame momentarily froze. Before the man in Akatsuki garb spoke again, Shinra Tensei. A close-up of his face revealed the legendary Rinnegan, said to be possessed solely by those of the Sage of 6 Paths. As he unleashed his jutsu, an invisible force radiated outward from a single point, sweeping through Konoha as if it were refuse, transforming the once thriving village into a vast wasteland in an instant. At that moment, the entire ninja world stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. The sheer destructive power displayed was beyond anything even the tailed beasts could achieve in a single strike. Panic and dread rippled through the nations of the ninja world. Even within the Akatsuki, members were left in awe. While they were aware of their leader's strength, none had anticipated such overwhelming might. Konoha, the largest of the 5 great ninja villages, with nearly 100,000 inhabitants, had been obliterated by a single command from their leader. How could one not be astonished by such devastation? In this instant, even those within the Akatsuki who harbored ulterior motives concealed their thoughts. The leaders of the 5 great nations, witnessing this calamity, initially fell silent, only to be reminded of the invitations to the 5 Kage summit that had arrived in recent days. Those who had intended to disregard the summons now hastily began preparations. Thus, everyone comprehended the necessity behind the formation of the Ninja Alliance and the formidable enemy they were destined to confront. As this segment concluded, the imagery in the sky faded into darkness, ultimately vanishing. All present realized that the display had come to an end. Though the images had temporarily dissipated, the entire ninja world was now set into motion. From the previous images, it is evident to all that the so-called Akatsuki's intention is to gather the tailed beasts. Moreover, it has been confirmed that the captured tailed beasts, despite the destruction brought upon Konoha by the leader of Akatsuki, have left Gaara still proclaiming his desire to protect his friends from Konoha. Could it be that even after Konoha's devastation, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki remained uncaptured? Meanwhile, the tumult of the outside world fails to sway the participants within the Chunin Exam arena. Time passes quietly, and in the following days, no new images emerge. However, sporadic questions arise. As these inquiries multiply, the ninja hawks dispatched between the various hidden villages convey news. At this moment, the higher echelons of the great nations have come to realize that the images are circulating throughout the shinobi world, and the questions are similarly widespread. Ultimately, as the second Chunin exam nears its conclusion, The third Hokage summons the leaders of the prominent clans and the high-ranking officials within Konoha for a meeting. In attendance, besides the original clan heads and the Hokage along with the elders of Konoha, are the resurrected Uchiha Kagami, Kakashi Hitaki, and the first Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Additionally, Jiraiya and Tsunade have returned to Konoha in these past days and are present at the meeting as well. Yet, upon arriving at the meeting venue, all discover the conspicuous absence of Danzo. Reflecting on the earlier images, the attendees remain silent, awaiting the third Hokage to speak first. Once everyone is seated, the third Hokage glances toward the second Hokage, who, displaying no reaction, makes his stance clear. He is no longer Hokage, and certain matters must still be observed. Observing this, the third Hokage clears his throat. As he does so, the previously murmuring crowd falls into an immediate hush. The third Hokage then addresses them. Before we commence the meeting, I must announce an important matter. After scanning the assembly, he continues, Konoha's advisor, Shimura Danzo, has secretly colluded with the rogue ninja Orochimaru to conduct inhumane experiments, resulting in grave repercussions for our village and irreparable damage to Konoha's international reputation. Following a thorough investigation, the evidence is incontrovertible. Consequently, after deliberation by the Elder Council, it has been decided to revoke his status as advisor and disband Root. From this day forth, Root will be integrated into the Umbu, and Danzo will face a life sentence in confinement. Following this declaration, the attendees maintain their composure. This decision was anticipated by all. Truthfully, were it not for Danzo's unique position, it is likely that anyone else would have simply vanished without a trace. Noting the absence of dissent, the third Hokage proceeds. Very well, let us continue with the meeting. Shikaku, please present the summary you have compiled. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku rises and bows to the assembly. Subsequently, Nara Shikaku retrieved a document from the table and began to speak. He commenced with the topic of mysterious entities, explaining that both the question and answer sessions and the subsequent viewings were instigated by the appearance of these enigmatic beings. Based on the current intelligence, the rewards for the questions varied significantly, generally adhering to the differing degrees of their importance. It can be concluded that the most bountiful rewards were associated with questions that yielded visual presentations afterward, followed by those that provided rewards during the projection of images. Conversely, questions that did not result in any visual output typically offered meager rewards, often granting revival opportunities primarily to ordinary citizens and lesser ninjas. At this point, Shikaku cast a glance at the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who nodded in agreement, affirming the accuracy of this observation. Indeed, those revived from questions lacking visual presentations, such as Muku and Wakken, possessed compatibilities comparable to mere genin. In contrast, many individuals resurrected following visually accompanied questions boasted strengths at the level of Kage. For instance, after Naruto correctly answered an initial question, he revived Uchiha Mikoto. Although Mikoto's prowess was merely that of an average jounin among her contemporaries. Even if we exclude the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, Kushina Uzumaki was undoubtedly a formidable warrior with Kage-level strength. Following this, during the lottery segment, Naruto drew the Nine Tails. While others may have been unaware of the Nine Tails' identity, Tobirama was well informed, though he remained oblivious to the events that would unfold in the future. Including the demise of the strongest tailed beast, it was evident that any question that culminated in a visual presentation yielded substantial rewards. The second Hokage nodded and gestured for Nara Shikaku to continue. Shikaku proceeded, stating that beyond the question and answer content, the viewing segments had also provided a wealth of critical intelligence. As he spoke, Shikaku picked up a file folder from the table and extracted a stack of photographs and illustrations. He then raised each photograph in turn. According to the intelligence gathered, the Akatsuki organization originally emerged from the Land of Rain, a fact corroborated by the headbands worn by its leaders. Presently, or at least previously, the core members of the Akatsuki comprised 11 rogue ninjas, each an S-rank criminal sought by their respective villages, all possessing Kage-level combat capabilities. As he held up each photograph, he introduced an individual along with pertinent information. The leader, Pain, was not a singular entity, but rather a collective of 6 individuals, each wielding the legendary Sage of the Six Paths Rinnegan. Aside from confirming that one among them possessed the power to obliterate a village with a single strike, the remaining details remained obscure. Uchiha Itachi, the principal architect behind the tragic massacre of the Uchiha clan, possesses the illustrious Mangekyo Sharingan of his lineage. Deidara, a rogue ninja from a Wagakure and a disciple of the third Sasuke, exhibits exceptional talent, particularly in the art of explosive clay. The Scorpion of the Red Sand. Along with the likes of Kisame Hashigaki from the village of Kirigakure, Kakazu from the village of Ronin, and Haiden from the village of Takigakure, gather as the higher-ups of Konoha convene. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions receive notice to assemble at the meeting point for the second phase of the Chunin exams in 2 hours. This second phase of the Chunin exams spans 5 days, with Naruto and his team arriving on the evening of the second day, while the trio from Sunagakure had arrived by noon on the first day. These days serve as a period for all participants to rest and recalibrate. At this juncture, all candidates are informed that, due to an excessive number of participants passing the second phase, an additional preliminary round will be held. Consequently, everyone is diligently adjusting their states to regain peak performance for the forthcoming challenges, which will also see the presence of the third Hokage. As preparations continue, the meeting among Konoha's upper echelons nears its conclusion. It is at this moment that the third Hokage recalls something and turns to the second Hokage, inquiring, "Teacher, the child associated with Orochimaru still resides in Konoha's guest house. Regarding the intelligence, during these past few days, both the second and third Hokage have engaged in multiple discussions with the child named Mitsuki, thereby acquiring a wealth of information, including details about the fifth Hokage Tsunade, the sixth Hokage Kakashi Hatake, and the seventh Hokage Naruto Uzumaki. Moreover, the third Hokage learns that his grandson Kinomaru Sarutobi is blossoming into an exceptional ninja, poised to lead a team comprising Mitsuki, Naruto's child, and Sasuke's child. The third Hokage feels a sense of satisfaction at the growth of these young ninjas. At this moment, he queries the second Hokage regarding the potential disclosure of this information. The second Hokage simply shakes his head, and, respecting this, the third Hokage refrains from insisting, allowing everyone to disperse. He must now accompany the second Hokage to the venue of the second phase of the Chunin exams. As the two enter the examination arena, the chief examiner for the second phase, Mitarashi Anko, is about to announce the conclusion of the examination when an intangible energy suddenly permeates the air. In an instant, all those who were prepared to speak fall silent. Although the rules for the subsequent question have been altered due to Naruto Uzumaki, no one dares to assume that they won't be changed back. Thus, with a prudent mindset, everyone remains quiet. Finally, the question is revealed. From where does Gaara's absolute defensibility derive? Upon hearing this question, all present, except for those from Sunagakure, are left bewildered. At this moment, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, appeared to recall something significant. The one-tailed Jinchuriki did not possess an absolute defensive capability, or rather, Shikaku of the Sand had little regard for such matters. Nevertheless, Senju Tobirama was privy to certain information. During the climax of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Sage of Six Paths summoned the souls of all past Kage, while Naruto and his comrades battled against Kagaya Otsutsuki. At that time, the fourth Kazekage, the third Raikage, the second Mizukage, and the second Tsuchikage shared their observations of the battlefield, including details concerning Gaara. As the second Hokage pondered, the rules of the question had been fully proclaimed. Following this, the rewards were announced. Reward 1, Substitute Card. Upon seeing this reward, a wave of confusion washed over the crowd. What could this possibly entail? Before anyone could comprehend, the second reward followed swiftly. Reward 2, 1 lottery chance. At this juncture, Senju Tobirama began to surmise the implications. It was highly likely that new imagery would be revealed. It had been previously stated in the meeting that ordinarily, in the absence of any imagery, a reward would be issued, and if 2 rewards were presented, it was almost certain that accompanying footage would ensue. Contemplating this, Senju Tobirama prepared to answer the question, yet suddenly, a thought struck him, causing him to pause. In an instant, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, utilizing the mark left on Naruto to materialize before him. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki was tightly covering his mouth, refraining from making a sound. Upon the sudden appearance of the second Hokage, Naruto's eyes widened, yet he was unable to voice his astonishment, his face contorting with suppressed emotion. Senju Tobirama then inscribed a few characters in chakra on one hand and displayed them to Naruto from a vantage point only he could perceive. Just then, a mysterious voice resonated. Incorrect answer. Initiating penalty draw. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama's pupils constricted, yet he did not detect the presence of any lottery wheel around him. Subsequently, he sensed that something had seemingly vanished in the vicinity of the Chunin Exam arena. However, he had no time to dwell on this. He once again presented his hand to Naruto. Observing the inscriptions, Naruto appeared puzzled. Yet, upon receiving a nod of encouragement from the second Hokage, despite his confusion, he finally spoke. "It's the power of my mother, Karura." Although it was the second Hokage's prompting that led Naruto to respond, Sasuke internally berated him 100 times over for his recklessness. It was truly too impulsive. Yet, at this moment, there was no opportunity to intervene. The next instant, response arrived. Everyone felt as though time was dragging on interminably. Some awaited Naruto's incorrect answer, while the villagers of Konoha fervently hoped for his success. As tension filled the air, a moment of uncertainty enveloped the gathering. Correct. In an instant, a brilliant firework erupted above Naruto's head. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Before Naruto could fully comprehend the situation, a card abruptly appeared before him. He grasped the card, and in an instant, understood its purpose. However, being more experienced now, Naruto did not hastily use it. Instead, he handed the card to the second Hokage. Upon seeing this, the second Hokage chuckled and said, "It's all right, you keep it. I have no need for such things." Delighted by his words, Naruto promptly stowed the card in his ninja tool pouch. A mysterious voice echoed once more. "Reward 1 has been issued, commencing issuance of Reward 2. In an instant, the familiar lottery box reappeared before Naruto. He reached inside, and when he withdrew his hand, everyone beheld a golden card in his grasp. Naruto, a bit perplexed, read the card's name aloud. Death Note? What is this? As his voice faded, the card radiated a brilliant light before vanishing, replaced by a peculiar piece of paper in Naruto's hand. Staring at this strange paper, he was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama fell into deep thought. If his memory served him correctly, the card just now had been golden, and the mysterious entity had mentioned that all cards were categorized into 5 levels: gold, red, blue, green, and white. Judging by the previously drawn resurrection cards, the golden card represented individuals who would die in the future. The red card signified past deceased beings of shadow-level power, blue denoted fallen jonin, green represented chunin, and white indicated genin and ordinary people. Among these, the golden card was the most precious and rare. Reflecting on this, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but glance at the bewildered Naruto. It must be said that although he was the reincarnation of his elder brother's chakra, their luck differed vastly. His brother, Senju Hashirama, was known to lose in gambling against Tsunade, while Naruto's luck could only be described as extraordinary. To date, the worst card Naruto had drawn was blue, and he frequently managed to obtain golden cards. As for the so-called Death Note, though it appeared to be merely a sheet of paper, it undoubtedly held great significance. Immediately, Senju Tobirama scrutinized the paper, which had already inscribed some details. On the front, it contained the following information: name, appearance and identity description, time of death, manner of death. After noting these details, he flipped it over. The reverse side detailed the usage of the paper. Firstly, only the recipient could utilize this paper, which possessed the characteristics of being indestructible, unlosable, and non-transferable. The method was straightforward. One must inscribe the name of the person they wish to eliminate upon the paper, along with a detailed description of their appearance and abilities. For instance, if one were to inscribe the name of Senju Tobirama, detailing his physical characteristics, and further note that he is the second Hokage, the younger brother of the first Hokage, and the teacher of figures such as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo, the Death Note would not make an erroneous selection. Conversely, if only a name such as Taro were known, a name shared by countless individuals in the ninja world, the Death Note would randomly choose one of the many Taros to meet their demise. As for the remaining 2 entries, they are optional, should they be filled in. The targeted individual would perish in accordance with the described time and manner of death. If omitted, the individual would succumb immediately upon the completion of the writing process. The activation method involves the user grasping the paper with both hands and mentally reciting the word activate 3 times. A dark glow emanating from the paper signifies successful activation, whereas a white light followed by the paper's disappearance indicates failure. After each successful activation, the paper undergoes a 10-year cooldown period before it can be utilized again. In that fleeting moment after grasping the usage instructions, the second Hokage comprehended how to wield this Death Note. His gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes upon Naruto, who appeared somewhat flustered under the intensity of Tobirama's stare. Upon hearing the title's second Hokage, Tobirama frowned and remarked, "You should refer to me as Lord's second Hokage." Naruto, visibly disheartened, responded, "But I call the third Hokage Grandpa too," and he never objected. Tobirama merely regarded him with a stoic expression, remaining silent. Naruto scratched his head and called out, "Hey, Lord's second Hokage." Subsequently, Tobirama chose to overlook these trivialities, recognizing that more pressing matters awaited. With a swift use of the Flying Thunder God technique, he transported himself and Naruto to the Hokage's office. Upon arrival, Tobirama drew the curtains and retrieved a pen and paper from the desk, promptly inscribing certain information before handing it to Naruto. Observing the contents on the paper, Naruto inquired curiously, Lord's second Hokage, who is the Sage of Six Paths' youngest brother, Kurizetsu?" Though exasperated, Tobirama succinctly replied, "That is of no concern to you. Simply write as instructed." Heeding this directive, Naruto began to write. Name and title, Kurizetsu. Physical description and identity. A being entirely enveloped in darkness, the youngest sibling of the Sage of Six Paths, and a manifestation of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will. The remaining 2 entries were left unfilled. The word count was minimal, and it did not take long for Naruto to complete his writing. After Naruto completed his task, he followed the guidance of Senju Tobirama, clasping the paper between his hands and silently chanting 3 incantations. Almost immediately, a dark radiance began to emanate from the paper, indicating that it was indeed activated. Meanwhile, in a shadowy underground chamber, a figure cloaked in darkness, seemingly instructing several white Zetsu, suddenly felt a pang of trepidation. In an instant, he transformed into a puddle of mud, leaving behind a profound silence. Observing this scene, one of the white Zetsu gazed at the puddle and involuntarily remarked, "What just happened? Could it be that Black Zetsu is expelling something?" Unbeknownst to those in the cave, on the other side in the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama, after witnessing the events unfold, regarded Naruto with a hint of admiration and declared, "Uzumaki Naruto, in matters of fortune, I would proclaim you the foremost." Naruto, somewhat perplexed, since that Tobirama had no intention of elaborating further. At that moment, within Naruto's body, in a vast cage located in a sewer, 2 Ninetales and a Shikaku were engaged in a game of poker. Sensing the commotion outside, they peered through Naruto's form to glimpse the unfolding spectacle. The young Ninetales, appearing somewhat bewildered, inquired, "What is going on? Does the old man have a brother named Black Zetsu?" Meanwhile, Shikaku, observing the 2 Ninetales conspiring against him during their card game, felt a mix of indignation and helplessness. He cast down his cards and exclaimed, "Isn't the Ninetales supposed to know everything? Can't we just compare our strengths to find out?" Upon hearing Shikaku's words, both the young Ninetales and Kurama paused momentarily. The intelligence of the tailed beasts was not inferior to that of humans. However, disparities among individuals existed. While Kurama often boasted that a tailed beast's power correlated directly with the number of tails, more tails equating to greater strength, Shikaku seemed to defy this notion. As Kurama understood, among the 9-tailed beasts, aside from himself and the 8 tails, Shikaku could at least hold his own against any of the others, even if he could not claim victory. Yet, it was undeniable that Shikaku possessed the least chakra of all the tailed beasts. Did this imply that Shikaku held the highest intelligence among them? Pondering this, the 2 Ninetales exchanged glances, both refusing to acknowledge such a notion. Instantly, their 4 fox-like eyes fixated on Shikaku, causing him to freeze in place. Utterly bewildered as he faced an unexpected beating, after enduring the punishment, Shikaku felt a deep sense of injustice. Was it not enough to contend with 1 Ninetales? Now, a second had appeared. When Shikaku first entered Naruto's body, he discovered that Kurama had already been diminished to half his original self. Intent on avenging the bullying he had suffered, he soon realized that he, too, was only half intact and had no choice but to submit, planning to strategize for the future. Little did he know that it would not be long before another complete Ninetales emerged, plunging Shikaku into a life of daily beatings. The circumstances are indeed more formidable than any individual, leaving Shoha feeling both angered and voiceless. As fate would have it, he found himself inexplicably battered once more. However, after the altercation, Gyolama extended both fists towards young Jue and Shoha, who reciprocated the gesture. In that fleeting moment of connection, The three of them comprehended the entirety of the preceding events. A heavy silence enveloped them as Yang Juwei and Shoha realized the reason for Jiu Lama's presence and his resurrection. They also grasped the terrifying adversaries that awaited them. Opponents like Uchiha Madara and even Kagaya Otsutsuki were merely recent threats. As long as Naruto could perform to his potential, confronting them would not prove overly daunting. Yet, according to the intelligence brought back by Jiu Lama, even the Otsutsuki clan members who had never consumed chakra fruits, such as Otsutsuki Momoshiki, were far mightier than Senju Hashirama. Kagaya, too, had only partaken of a single chakra fruit. The number of such beings within the Otsutsuki clan remains an enigma. But reports indicate the existence of a near-divine entity, Otsutsuki Yum, who has consumed dozens of chakra fruits. The prerequisites for acquiring chakra fruits are formidable, notably. These fruits can only grow on planets that nurture life, requiring the essence of the entire planet as a sacrificial offering. Though the cosmos is vast, most Otsutsuki clan members may traverse eons without encountering a life-bearing planet, while Otsutsuki Yum has already consumed numerous chakra fruits. In other words, countless planets have served as the sustenance for Yum's ascension. As for the tailed beasts, they are but creations, mere pets of the Sage of Six Paths, derived from the Ten Tails chakra. If the Ten Tails are mere pets, then what does that make them? In an instant, the three-tailed beasts became pensive. Regardless of the thoughts swirling within the tailed beasts residing in Naruto, the second Hokage escorted him back to the arena of the Chunin exams. At that juncture, the second stage of the Chunin exams reached its conclusion as time elapsed. A total of 7 teams, comprising 21 individuals, successfully passed the examination. Typically, the third stage of the Chunin exams is attended by feudal lords and leaders from other villages, necessitating a cap of 16 participants to maintain the event's spectacle. Clearly, the current number far exceeded this limit, resulting in the need for preliminary rounds. With Yakushi Kabuto withdrawing from the competition, all awaited the drawing of lots. At that moment, a new image appeared in the sky, compelling an immediate pause in the examination until the imagery had concluded. Though this did not cause any actual delays, both the examiners and participants recognized the significance of the content being displayed in the heavens. In fact, when the phenomenon of viewing the exam began to emerge, some suggested that the third Hokage should simply cancel the Chunin exams. However, the third Hokage believed that the joint Chunin exam was a crucial diplomatic endeavor for Konoha. Moreover, the participating feudal lords had already been informed in advance to attend the event, making it impossible to cancel at such short notice. Thus, the competition had to proceed. Given the significance of the imagery being presented, the matches could only be temporarily halted during the visual segments, resuming once they concluded. The previous day's second round of the Chunin exam demonstrated that the presence of imagery did not significantly disrupt the competition. Hence, the matches continued in an orderly fashion up to this point. At this moment, the imagery reappeared. Before the spectators lay a vast desert. On a wind-eroded sand dune stood Gaara, the previously seen figure, with a throng of ninja behind him, all wearing forehead protectors inscribed with the character for ninja. Clearly, these were likely members of the Ninja Alliance. Yet, who was the enemy? Just as the audience pondered this question, Gaara spoke. Here they come. As the words left his lips, a figure materialized in the distance, gradually becoming more distinct. Upon recognizing this silhouette, the people of Awagakure were taken aback. It was the second Tsuchikage. How could it be the enigmatic Mu? Suddenly, someone seemed to recall something. Look at Mu's eyes. Could it be Edo Tensei? Almost immediately, everyone noticed that the second Tsuchikage's eyes were black, confirming that he had indeed been brought back through the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. Witnessing this scene, the Awagakure residents were filled with fury. Could it be Orochimaru? That damned Orochimaru. One exclaimed, no, it is the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Who should bear the blame for inventing this jutsu? Indeed, that cursed second Hokage. Meanwhile, far away at the Chunin exam venue, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, inexplicably sneezed. Could it be that I have caught a cold? Suddenly, the figure of Mu in the imagery trembled and began to perform hand seals. As he completed the seals and struck the ground, 3 coffins emerged instantaneously. As the lids of the coffins opened, the figures within were revealed. In that moment, shock and trepidation gripped everyone in the ninja world as they beheld the imagery before them. They saw their own village's Kage. Indeed, besides the summoner Mu, the other 3 figures were the second Mizukage from Kirigakure, the third Reikage from Kumogakure, and the fourth Kazekage from Sunagakure. How is this possible? How can it be that esteemed leader? The ninja from various villages watching the imagery found it hard to believe what lay before their eyes. Many even took a step back, subconsciously expressing their physical and mental denial of the reality they were witnessing. Though merely a projection, it has become evident to many that this imagery likely represents the future, or rather, the visions that ought to have emerged prior to the advent of the answer-seeking viewing. This implies that the major ninja villages will, with considerable probability, confront the specters of their predecessors. The mere suggestion of such a scenario left many in a state of disbelief. Shortly thereafter, the figures of the various village leaders began to speak. The first to break the silence was the third Reikage, who, with a bewildered gaze, surveyed his surroundings before noticing the others present. The second Mizukage, upon observing this, expressed no surprise. It seems that misfortunes truly do bring acquaintances together, he remarked, turning his attention to the other three individuals nearby, ultimately landing on the fourth Kazekage. Gaara. Yet it appears there is an unfamiliar face among us. In response to this observation, the fourth Kazekage remained silent, enveloped in contemplation. Meanwhile, the second Tsuchikage disregarded the reactions of others and gradually rose from the ground. This despicable technique is the handiwork of the second Hokage, capable of summoning the deceased from another realm and binding them. I am compelled to have summoned you all, he stated. At that moment, the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, watching the scene unfold from within Konoha, felt a sense of injustice regarding his reputation. However, there was little he could do. After all, engaging in a futile struggle against the deceased figures on screen was not a viable option. Meanwhile, chaos erupted across the major ninja villages, as they vehemently denounced the second Hokage for having developed such a technique, particularly lamenting its inadequate safeguarding, which allowed it to be pilfered and wreak havoc upon the ninja world. Amidst the cacophony of outrage within the ninja realm, the imagery shifted to reveal Gaara, seemingly on a reconnaissance mission, accompanied by the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. On the opposite side, adversaries were gradually encroaching. The audience, now aware that these foes were the former village leaders, collectively swallowed hard. For figures advanced, engaged in conversation. The second Mizukage spoke first. While I can overlook the presence of ninja from other villages, battling our own comrades is indeed a heavy burden on my conscience. Upon hearing this, the second Tsuchikage nodded in agreement. Though you are insufferable, I must concede that I share your sentiment on this matter. As the imagery continued, within the land of Water's Kirigakure, Ao reflected on the scene, expressing his surprise that the second Mizukage would be seen alongside the second Tsuchikage of Awagakure. Considering they had perished together in the past, if these two were still alive, they would surely be nearing the twilight of their years. This moment evoked a sense of nostalgia and affirmation, as it became clear that, in the future depicted, the adversaries were overwhelmingly formidable, necessitating a united front. At this moment, while some felt a twinge of resentment, a greater sense of acceptance prevailed. The imagery persisted, and the third Reikage resumed speaking. There is no need for such pessimism. I believe the younger generation in our village will gradually grow and eventually surpass us, the predecessors. However, the fourth Kazekage beside me seems to hold a different opinion. If that is truly the case, then it would be splendid, he remarked. Upon hearing this, the third Reikage cast a glance at the fourth Kazekage, revealing that the two leaders harbor divergent views regarding the younger generation. At this moment in Kumogakure, the fourth Reikage observed the scene, feeling a profound sense of sorrow. His father had placed immense expectations upon him. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, quietly watched the unfolding spectacle. Beside him stood a gentle woman with short hair, smiling as she gazed at the imagery before them. Within that imagery, the second Tsuchikage seemed to sense something amiss. The fourth Tsuchikage turned his gaze in a particular direction. Here they come, first two of them. Suddenly, in the once tranquil desert, waves of sand surged forth like a colossal tsunami, crashing towards the four previous Kages. The second Mizukage couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Truly a magnificent display. Which village or ninja has summoned this sandstorm? Meanwhile, the fourth Kazekage remained serious as he observed the unfolding scene. This is the power of Shikaku, the one-tail. Upon uttering this, the fourth Kazekage's expression turned grave. Has he already resorted to the technique of feigned dormancy? As the fourth Kazekage formed hand seals, the sand beneath his feet began to shimmer with a golden hue. This was a ninjutsu he had specifically developed to combat his transformed son, Gaara, utilizing magnetic manipulation to control the gold within the sand, which possesses a far superior quality to ordinary sand. He intended to dilute Shikaku's control over Gaara's sand and thus subdue the rampaging child. In an instant, as the fourth Kazekage exerted his will, two massive waves of sand collided with one another. The sound of their clash resonated like thunder, reverberating through the air. Witnessing this moment, all present were left in stunned silence, gazing at the imagery. Was this the extent of the Kazekage's power? A confrontation between leaders? Such a sight was indeed rare. It must be noted that even during the previous Ninja World War, the Kages of the various villages seldom engaged in direct combat among themselves. After all, the primary role of a village's leader ultimately lies in commanding battles. Consequently, despite the ninja villages having been established for over 60 years, such clashes remain a rarity. At this moment, the ninjas of various hidden villages fell into a contemplative silence. Were they truly on the brink of a life-and-death struggle against their own Kage? Setting aside the question of victory or defeat, these individuals were the most revered figures within their respective villages. Though the great ninja nations were filled with a myriad of thoughts, they understood that this was an opportune moment to gather intelligence on the imagery displayed. The information regarding Edo Tensei had been previously demonstrated by Orochimaru. Yet the third Tsuchikage had not paid it much heed. Although he never engaged in combat with the original Hokage, Hashirama Senju, he did face off against Uchiha Madara. Logically, one would expect that the one capable of defeating Uchiha Madara, namely Hashirama Senju, would possess even greater strength. However, from previous footage, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, could almost ascertain that, although the two Hokage resurrected through the impure world reincarnation were indeed formidable, they were by no means as powerful as Uchiha Madara. Considering various factors, it became evident that those resurrected through impure world reincarnation did not retain their full strength from their living days. Hence, the third Tsuchikage could observe the unfolding imagery with a sense of reassurance. Yet, just as Inoki entertained this thought, the battle depicted in the footage took an unexpected turn. The clash between the second Kazekage and his opponent appeared evenly matched, but more critically, the fourth Kazekage's prowess clearly surpassed that of the first and second Hokage presented in earlier scenes. At this moment, the third Tsuchikage found himself at a loss for explanations. It was improbable that the fourth Kazekage was stronger than the first Hokage. The most plausible explanation was that the technique of impure world reincarnation had been refined and enhanced in the future. This realization caused Inoki to adopt a more serious demeanor. Finally, the confrontation between the two Kazekage came to a brief conclusion. Even though it was merely a visual representation of their battle, everyone could sense the immense power radiating from both combatants. The fourth Kazekage, Gaara, regarded the imagery before him with the understanding that, according to the previous footage, the current Gaara lacked the power of Shikaku. This implied that even without Shikaku, his strength over the next 3 to 4 years would undoubtedly rival that of his predecessors. For a moment, Gaara fell into silence. After a while, he turned to the woman beside him and said, "Karura, it appears I was mistaken." As the vast sea of sand settled, all present gradually discerned the details of the imagery. In the footage, the fourth Kazekage, Gaara, slowly raised his gaze towards a particular direction. In that direction, a mass of sand floated in the air, upon which stood a figure, Gaara's own child. Meanwhile, in the hidden cloud village, the fourth Raikage, observed this scene and reflected. It seems the strength of the great nations is not as feeble as one might have imagined. It is noteworthy that, in the current shinobi world, Sunagakure is widely recognized as the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages. Yet, even so, the power exhibited by Sunagakure's Hokage instilled a sense of pressure upon him. The fourth Raikage. In the next moment, the scene shifted to reveal a diminutive old man, the third Tsuchikage of Awagakure, engaged in a ninjutsu duel with the previously depicted second Tsuchikage. Dust release, heavenly subjugation of the earth. Dust release, heavenly subjugation of the earth. The footage showcased the third Tsuchikage launching a cone-shaped technique, while the second Tsuchikage unleashed a cylindrical one. The two forms of milky white light collided in an instant, producing a silent yet immensely powerful impact. In an instant, a colossal and resplendent white light erupted, causing the areas it touched to vanish from sight. As the brilliance faded, an enormous circular crater emerged at the scene. Witnessing this spectacle, Inoki, the the third Tsuchikage residing in Iwagakure, wore an expression of grave seriousness. It appeared that his conjectures were correct. The reanimation jutsu had indeed been enhanced. From the visual evidence, the power of the second Tsuchikage had seemingly been preserved in its entirety. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter, as he knew. Those summoned through the reanimation technique were immortal and could only be sealed away. If they were to face the second Tsuchikage in the future, how would they respond? In that moment, Inoki fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, within the ninja world, everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their thoughts. The battles of Kaga-level ninja were something most shinobi would never witness in their lifetimes. Now, whether regarding the prior clash between the second Kazekage and his son or the current confrontation between the second Tsuchikage and his disciple, the understanding of all within the shinobi realm was being profoundly transformed. Moreover, many commoners had previously believed that ninjas were merely slightly more powerful than ordinary folk. But the current events shattered these misconceptions. Additionally, the nobility from various nations, though aware of the might of ninjas, were now realizing the true extent of human potential for strength. Silence enveloped the entire ninja world. Was this the power of ninjas? How terrifying indeed. Were they still merely human? It dawned on everyone that the Kage from the great nations possessed such formidable power. At this moment, all recalled the earlier imagery of Pain's Shinra Tensei obliterating Konoha, juxtaposed with the current duel among Kage. All these occurrences underscored the formidable nature of ninjas. Furthermore, the most critical point was that such destructive forces were not singular, but rather numerous. The daimyo of the 5 great nations began to reflect on whether their previous attitudes towards their Kage were somewhat lacking. Perhaps, when they next sought budgets, they might consider being more generous. In contrast to the common populace and the daimyo of the various nations, the ninjas, while also wielding chakra, could discern nuances in the display of Kage-level prowess. As the saying goes, outsiders marvel at the spectacle, while insiders grasp the intricacies. It was precisely this understanding that allowed the ninjas to truly comprehend the extraordinary capabilities exhibited by the Kage in the imagery. At this moment during the Chunin Exam in Konoha, all the examinees stood in shock, their mouths agape. Although these genin were aware of the strength of their respective village Kage, they had not anticipated such a formidable level of power. Among the most scrutinized was Gaara from Sunagakure. Based on the imagery, it appeared that within 4 or 5 years, Gaara's strength could reach that level. Therefore, although the current Gaara might not yet possess the capabilities displayed in the vision, he should not be too far off, one would presume. In that fleeting moment, everyone fervently prayed not to draw Gaara in the impending battle. Meanwhile, the imagery persisted, revealing that neither the 5th Kazekage Gaara nor the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki gained any advantage in their confrontation against the previous Kages. The 3rd Tsuchikage observed in dismay as his attacks were effortlessly neutralized by the 2nd Tsuchikage. Indeed, the power of the 2nd's dust release remains formidable, he mused, before returning to Gaara's side. The 2nd Mizukage, Kisame Hashigaki, gazed at the floating form of the 3rd Tsuchikage, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he turned towards his companion, Mu. With a dust release akin to yours, could he possibly be your disciple, Inoki? How time flies, and how swiftly the years slip by, he remarked, observing the 2nd's whimsical demeanor. The elder of the Mist Village could not help but exclaim, truly, the 2nd remains unchanged. The battle did not endure for long, as both sides were at a stalemate. At length, Gaara spoke first. Father, it has been a while. His tone was notably flat, devoid of the emotional response one would expect from a child encountering a parent after a long separation. The 4th Kazekage's reaction was direct. Gaara, where is Shikaku? Upon hearing this, the Gaara in the imagery displayed little reaction, while the Gaara present at the Chunin exams wore a grim expression. The image Gaara continued. Shikaku is no more, and I am no longer the Jinchuriki you created. Naruto's pupils contracted in shock as he turned his gaze towards Gaara. Though he was unfamiliar with the nature of Shikaku, he had come to understand that he too housed a creature within him, akin to the one within Gaara. This entity was known as a Jinchuriki. However, Naruto was taken aback to learn that Gaara's current state was a consequence of his own father's actions. This realization stirred memories within him. He remembered that he too was a Jinchuriki, created by the 4th Hokage. Yet for him, the notions of father and mother had always been sacred and beautiful. Why then did Gaara's father inflict such a fate upon his own child? In that instant, Naruto's heart began to waver. Sasuke, having noticed Naruto's distress, grasped his shoulder and inquired, "Naruto, what troubles you?" Naruto merely shook his head, withholding his thoughts. The fourth Kazekage, upon hearing Gaara's declaration, was initially taken aback, then immediately questioned, "You are no longer a Jinchuriki? How is that possible?" As the leader of the village, he naturally prioritized its safety, and Shikaka's power was a vital component of Tsunagekyu's strength. The most crucial point is that once a Jinchuriki has the tailed beast extracted from their body, they will inevitably perish. So, why does Gaara not grasp this truth as he converses with the fourth Kazekage? Gaara spoke. "Currently, the one manipulating events is extracting Shikaku from my being, claiming the power of the One Tail for himself. To speak candidly, I have already faced death once." As he uttered these words, Gaara's voice momentarily faltered, and an image materialized. Present at the scene were only Naruto and Chiyo of Tsunagekyur. As Gaara contemplated this, he continued, "Fortunately, with the help of Granny Chiyo and my friends, I was able to return to life." The assembled participants of the Chunin Exam involuntarily turned their gazes toward Gaara. While the previous image depicted Gaara's abduction, it did not showcase his demise. Reflecting on it now, the earlier declaration before battle, where Gaara stood upon a desolate earth, seemed to portray the moment he was rescued. Yet, the notion of truly resurrecting the deceased is utterly astonishing. Who would have thought Tsunagekyur possessed such a ninjutsu? Upon hearing Gaara's words, the fourth Kazekage was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Chiyo is capable of such feats? At that moment in Tsunagekyur, upon hearing the Kazekage's remark, Chiyo cast a fierce glare at him. Is there something wrong with that? I, too, can entrust the future to capable successors. Hearing this, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, merely smirked. Meanwhile, Karura, witnessing the exchange, hastily intervened, stating, "Indeed, Elder Chiyo is a selfless individual, one who has transcended base desires, embodying noble ideals." At this, Chiyo let out a huff and turned her attention back to the image. Suddenly, the fourth Kazekage seemed to recall something and directed his gaze toward Gaara. "You mentioned you have made friends?" Upon hearing this, Naruto erupted into laughter, wrapping his arm around Gaara's shoulders, exclaiming, "Ha! Indeed, we are friends." Yet, Gaara stood there, utterly bewildered, as were Temari and Kankuro. How could absolute defense have failed? This was inconceivable. They understood better than anyone that it was impossible for anyone to breach Gaara's absolute defense. Yet, here was Naruto, who had apparently achieved the impossible. What on earth had he done? In that moment, Kankuro unconsciously moved closer to Gaara, only to be obstructed by a sudden surge of sand. Although this sand posed no offensive threat, Kankuro had confirmed that Gaara's absolute defense remained intact. Gaara, too, was in a state of confusion, gazing at the golden-haired boy who had thrown his arm around him. The image continued to unfold, and upon hearing the Kazekage's statement, the second Mizukage expressed his displeasure first. "That little brat hasn't been alone all this time, has he? At his age, having a friend should be quite normal, wouldn't you agree?" Yet, the expressionless Gaara in the image spoke once more. "Father, you have attempted to take my life 6 times. In those moments, I felt both hatred and fear towards you. However, I no longer harbor resentment." At this moment, as the world absorbed these words, expressions of subtle complexity adorned the faces of all. In the Chunin Exam venue, Naruto gazed in astonishment at the image, abruptly turning to Gaara and inquiring, "Your father tried to assassinate you?" In that instant, the last vestiges of reverence Naruto held for the term father dissipated. How could a father contemplate the assassination of his own child? Meanwhile, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, sighed and remarked, "Jinchuriki are vital assets to every village. Yet, due to the instability of most Jinchuriki's powers, they often cannot control the tailed beasts, leading to frequent rampages. Thus, nearly all ninja villages share a similar stance towards Jinchuriki." Hearing the second Hokage's words, Naruto fell into a momentary silence. He reflected on his own experiences and, in conjunction with Gaara's plight, recognized that the attitude of nearly all ninja villages towards Jinchuriki was consistent. However, as a parent, why would one treat their child this way? The image continued to reveal Gaara's words. "At the same time, I can empathize with your predicament." Upon hearing this, Naruto was taken aback. How could such a despicable father be so easily forgiven? For a moment, Naruto found it difficult to accept. He then exclaimed, "What a fortunate man he is. If my father treated me like that, even in the afterlife, I would still want to give him a good punch." The second Hokage's expression turned peculiar. caught between a smile and a frown, while Kakashi merely rolled his eyes, remaining silent. After I became the Kazekage, I understood your actions at that time. It was your responsibility as a leader to protect the village from threats, Gaara continued. Naruto struggled to grasp this concept. Yet, the third Hokage and the second Hokage comprehended the gravity of the situation. The leaders of the various villages within the ninja world also understood. As the head of a village, one often faces the harrowing choice between suffering and greater suffering. The fourth Kazekage, upon learning that Gaara had indeed become the Kazekage, wore a look of sheer astonishment. Clearly, the third Sasuke, appearing in the image, felt this revelation was still insufficient, promptly adding, not only that, he is now the supreme commander of the Ninja Alliance's Grand Battle Team. Although he is young, he has earned the respect of the other village leaders, including myself. Upon hearing the third Sasuke's words, the second Sasuke in the image nodded in understanding. No wonder I sensed something unusual earlier. Why were the chakra types of the ninjas behind you so different? It turns out you all have united. The second Mizuki, witnessing this, offered praise. The one without eyebrows certainly looks like a leader, though I must say, I lack eyebrows as well. To which the second Sasuke retorted, Mizuki, does that mean those with little mustaches are also leaders? Instantly, the second Sasuke began to argue with the second Mizuki. Meanwhile, the image of the third Raikage gazed at Gaara, then cast a sidelong glance at the fourth Kazekage beside him. Is this your son? He truly is an exceptional ninja. Upon hearing such commendations from the Kages, the fourth Kazekage seemed to fall into deep contemplation. An exceptional ninja, indeed? It was evident to all spectators that these words echoed the thoughts of the fourth Kazekage. Suddenly, the image flickered into darkness, and soon after, the figure of the fourth Kazekage began to fade, revealing a gradually discernible silhouette behind him. A small child was curled up in the hands of a medical staff member. Witnessing this scene, everyone understood that this was either a memory of the Kazekage or a figment of his imagination. Shortly thereafter, the image displayed the fourth Kazekage's younger self. So small, a premature infant. Is this truly alright? Opposite the fourth Kazekage stood Chiyo, who also appeared significantly younger than her current self. In the image, Chiyo examined the child in the doctor's arms. He is the most suitable one. At last, we have found a third suitable candidate. You must nurture this child with great care. Chiyo's words bore little emotional weight, indicating that she spoke as if assigning a task. Upon seeing the image of the tiny child, Naruto instantly recognized that this infant was none other than Gaara. A surge of anger welled up within Naruto. While Gaara's expression mirrored sorrow, he recalled that he was born on the anniversary of his mother's death, and that she had died giving birth to him. Furthermore, the words of Yashimaru, who had attempted to assassinate him, echoed in his mind, claiming that his mother had never loved him. In that moment, Gaara resembled a wounded creature, pitiful and helpless. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Let me see the child." The image displayed a mother, recently delivered, appearing utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, her breaths rapid, and her face pale from fatigue. Upon recognizing the woman's features, Temari and Kankuro gasped in unison, "Mother." At Gaara's birth, Temari was merely 3 years old, and Kankuro was only 2. The two young children had lost their mother at such a tender age, knowing only that she had passed away during Gaara's difficult birth, never having had the chance to see her one last time. In this moment, they beheld their mother's final visage and smile through the image. Hearing his wife's voice, the youthful fourth Kazekage rushed to her side. "Are you alright, Karura?" Ultimately, the medical ninja placed the infant Gaara beside Karura, who, despite her exhaustion, wore a smile of happiness. At this moment, Gaara was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his mother could smile so beautifully upon seeing him for the very first time. Suddenly, the medical ninja in the footage sensed something amiss. Lord Gaara's heart rate is plummeting. Upon hearing this, the fourth Kazekage became instantly anxious. We must find a solution, quickly. Meanwhile, Gaara, amidst the Chunin Exam arena, was utterly bewildered. This was his first encounter with the living visage of his mother. Although his birth had claimed her life, why did she appear so blissful and content? In a fleeting moment, Gaara's mind was a chaotic tangle of thoughts. The mere recollection of his mother's desperate desire to see him before her death pierced his heart like a dagger. At that moment, Gaara felt an excruciating pain within his chest. Naruto, witnessing this scene, also felt a sharp pang in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. He was unsure why such emotions surged within him, but instinctively, He recalled the mysterious entity in the first Chunin exam that had compelled him to choose someone to revive. And the image of the red-haired woman surfaced in his mind. At this instant, Naruto's heart ached even more profoundly. The scene froze as Gaara's mother ceased to breathe. Subsequently, the imagery shifted to a young Gaara clutching a teddy bear, his expression one of serene indifference, while a man's lifeless body lay nearby, blood pooling around it. The crowd stood at a distance, silently observing him, their whispers filling the air. The scene transitioned again, revealing a conference room filled with the higher-ups of Sunagakure, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. Granny Chio turned to the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and spoke. It appears that child is already spiraling out of control, a failed experiment. Raza, visibly troubled, sighed deeply. Another high-ranking official chimed in. If we continue to diminish our military strength, Sunagakure will be in jeopardy. The discourse continued. We must gather materials for trade with other nations. Furthermore, we cannot neglect Shikaku. The Jinchuriki is of no use to sustain the village. We must rely on the new jutsu developed by the Kazekage and trade with gold dust. As for Gaara, the official statement trailed off, and the fourth Kazekage seemed to resolve himself, turning to a man beside him. Yashimaru, please stay after. I have matters to discuss with you. Yashimaru acknowledged the request. At this juncture, Gaara appeared to have some inkling of the unfolding situation. However, for the time being, he was reluctant to accept this reality. Yet, in the next moment, a voice proclaimed, I know that Gaara deeply loves his mother, Karura, but it is precisely for this reason that he must be stimulated in such a manner. Only by mastering oneself can one truly be a worthy Jinchuriki, declared the fourth Kazekage, Raza, with a resolute tone. However, it was evident that Yashimaru held a differing opinion. But Lord Gaara is still merely a child. Despite this, the fourth Kazekage remained undeterred and continued, up to this point, I have assessed the value of many things. Now it is time to evaluate that individual's worth. Tomorrow, I shall determine Gaara's value, evacuate the villagers, and force Gaara into a corner. Upon hearing this, Yashimaru seemed poised to speak, yet ultimately refrained. His inner turmoil was palpable. The fourth Kazekage, however, was unwavering. Inform him about his mother, mentally provoke him. If he does not lose control even then, we can postpone dealing with Gaara. Yashimaru's expression faltered further, uncertainty clouding his features. Would my sister approve of such an approach? After a moment of silence, the fourth Kazekage fixed his gaze upon Yashimaru. I understand that he harbors a profound love for his mother, Karura. Thus, this course of action is necessary. Only by repressing his rage can he unleash the true potential of a Jinchuriki, correct? At the Chunin exam venue, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, observed the scene with a sigh. Even as a Jinchuriki, one must acknowledge that Gaara is still fundamentally a child. He recalled the experiences of his sister-in-law, Uzumaki Mido, who faced numerous trials after becoming a Jinchuriki. If an adult could grapple with such complexities, how much more challenging would it be for a child? Having witnessed the Fourth Great Ninja War, Tobirama understood that achieving reconciliation with the tailed beasts to become a perfect Jinchuriki requires an understanding of their suffering, a feat attainable only by those who become Jinchuriki in their youth. However, various factors during the childhood of ninja make it exceedingly easy for these Jinchuriki to succumb to rage. Conversely, if an adult were to become a Jinchuriki, while the likelihood of losing control diminishes, the possibility of becoming a perfect Jinchuriki would be virtually non-existent. All previously recognized perfect Jinchuriki had been those who assumed their roles at a tender age. Be it Otsutsuki's fourth-tailed Jinchuriki, the five-tailed Jinchuriki Han, or the eight-tailed Jinchuriki. Killer Bee, including the former Shikaku Jinchuriki, Fu, from Sunagakure, their perfect status stemmed largely from their early transformation into Jinchuriki, allowing them to empathize with the tailed beast's pain, ultimately gaining their acceptance. With these reflections in mind, the second Hokage cast a glance toward Naruto. This child is destined to become the most perfect Jinchuriki of the future. Suddenly, as the second Hokage pondered, Naruto approached Gaara, tears welling in his eyes, and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. This is wonderful. Gaara, perplexed by Naruto's exclamation, responded, what is so wonderful about it? My father seeks to kill me. How can that be good? At this moment, Gaara's brow twitched violently. However, shortly thereafter, Naruto remarked, that Yashimaru, he is your uncle, isn't he? He cares for you deeply. Upon hearing these words, the three from Sunagakure all narrowed their eyes in disbelief. and Gaara staggered momentarily. Meanwhile, Yashimaru, currently at the Konoha Inn, gazed at the images in the sky with a hint of worry, murmuring, "Lord Gaara." The vision depicted yet another moonlit night. As the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, Gaara found himself unable to sleep. The young Gaara watched as a youth from Sunagakure lay before him, weeping inconsolably in the night. The voice of Gaara echoed through the vision, trembling with emotion. Why Yashimaru? Why? It was evident that Yashimaru, severely wounded, turned slightly to gaze at the sobbing child beside him. Though his lips did not move, a voice resonated from the vision. Love is the desire for those we cherish to sacrifice for us, and the gentle wish to protect them. And you are the most important person to me, Lord Gaara. Yet, Gaara in the vision, clearly unaware of Yashimaru's sentiments, continued to cry out, "It's always you, Yashimaru." However, Yashimaru did not allow Gaara to finish. "This is an order. Someone has commissioned me to kill you. It is your father, the Kazekage." Upon hearing this, Gaara's body froze. "Why does father want to kill me?" Yashimaru's expression turned impassive. "You, born as a vessel for Shikaku, have been protected as an experiment until now." Gaara listened quietly to Yashimaru's words. "However, due to the influence of Shikaku's power and your inability to control the sand, you have become too dangerous. This poses a threat to the village sooner or later." In order to prevent this, Gaara seemed to grasp something, a glimmer of hope appearing on his face. So, Yashimaru had no choice but to obey father's orders. Yet, Yashimaru swiftly dashed Gaara's fleeting optimism. "No, if I wished to refuse, I could have. Deep down, I harbor resentment towards you. You were born from the life taken from my beloved sister, and I have regarded you as her legacy, striving desperately to care for you. Yet I cannot." In that moment, it was clear to all that the youthful Gaara appeared utterly stunned. Yashimaru's words continued unbroken. "My sister sacrificed herself for this village, thus cursing it in her death. Perhaps from that moment, an unhealable wound was etched into my heart. Unlike physical wounds, those of the heart require no salve, and may never mend throughout a lifetime. Your name was given by my sister. This child shall be named Gaara, who loves only his own Shura. To love oneself and to fight for oneself is the key to survival. This was her dying wish. Yet, it was not born out of love for you, but rather a desire to leave her resentment etched in this world forever. She does not love you." Upon uttering these words, the image of Yashimaru revealed his explosive tags concealed beneath his outer garment. His tone remained gentle, yet the gravity of his words was resolute. "Everything has come to an end. Please die with me." However, in the imagery, the sand surrounding Gaara instinctively shielded him from the impending explosion, leaving him unharmed. Observing the sand as automatic defense, Yashimaru smiled softly. "The sand protects you instinctively. Perhaps it is imbued with your mother's love." The scene then shifted dramatically. Beneath the moonlight, the colossal figure of Shikaku howled at the night sky, while the fourth Kazekage, Raza, stood at a distance, witnessing everything through the eyes of the sand. Indeed, it is futile. Gaara is a failure. Memories cascaded back to that fateful night when Gaara's aura had grown ominous. Yet, at the moment Yashimaru's final thoughts emerged, Gaara froze. He realized that his uncle Yashimaru still cherished him, and perhaps his mother had also loved him when he was born. But what of his father? In the realm of shinobi, individuals stood on varying sides of this matter, passionately exchanging their views in clusters of 3 or 5. Could it be that the fourth Kazekage sent Yashimaru, believing that Gaara's most significant bond was with him? Perhaps he hoped that Yashimaru's value would keep Gaara calm and prevent him from killing him. Upon hearing this, another scoffed. Is it not possible that because Yashimaru is Gaara's most important person, the impact on him is substantial? If you, as an adult, were told by your beloved that she was only with you due to her master's orders and that the child is not yours, I believe your reaction would be even more intense, assuming you possess strength. The initial speaker bristled at this retort. You may speak your mind, but do not bring up irrelevant examples. Moreover, I don't even have a girlfriend, let alone a wife. A lament of a single man echoed through the conversation. The scene shifted once more, returning to the battlefield where Gaara stood shoulder to shoulder with the third Tsuchikage. The resurrected fourth Kazekage spoke. This Edo Tensei technique may hold some merit. I shall personally assess your worth. Come, strive to surpass me. Immediately after, the second Tsuchikage directed his words at the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. Anoki, stop me. To one who wields dust release, numbers bear little significance. Only you can halt my advance. The third Tsuchikage nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Yet, the second Tsuchikige's tone shifted abruptly. And after the war concludes, you know what must be done, do you not? To seize as much plunder as possible is essential to grasp the initiative in the aftermath of battle. Upon hearing this, the second Mizukage and the third Reikage in the projection were instantly enraged, pointing fingers at the second Tsuchikage. You despicable wretch, Tsuchikage, you shall not succeed. Meanwhile, the various ninja villages in the shinobi world, witnessing this scene, began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, the second Tsuchikage was exceedingly treacherous. The scoundrels from Awagakure. They contemplated the division of spoils even before the battle had commenced. How could one achieve anything alongside such vermin? Regardless of the external commentary. The third Tsuchikage in the projection calmly interjected, I had no intention of such a course of action, Lord Danzo. Hearing this, the second Tsuchikage appeared somewhat relieved. Is that so? It seems you are not a stubborn old fool after all. Subsequently, the second Mizukage and the third Reikage exchanged a few words before the battle commenced in earnest. In the projection, the sand emerged from Gaara's gourd, while the fourth Kazekage, Raza, summoned a torrent of gold sand behind him. The two streams of sand collided with the force of a mighty river, each resisting the other fiercely. Astonishingly, the sand transformed into the shapes of women. Beside Gaara, a colossal hand of sand shielded him from the fourth Kazekage's assault. Witnessing this, Raza displayed a sorrowful expression amidst the swirling sands. Karura, you still fight for this child. He lowered his hand, relinquishing his attack. Most crucially, he momentarily withdrew from control through the power of his spirit. You have truly grown, Gaara. As parents, we need only to believe in our children. That is the essence of parenthood. Both in the projection and at the Chunin Exam venue, Gaara was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for Raza's words. However, Raza continued, I have not erred, have I, Karura? It seems I truly lack the ability to discern the value of things. To Gaara, Raza's sudden mention of his mother was perplexing. What are you saying? At that moment, the fourth Kazekage's mood appeared somewhat morose. These sands will always protect you, not because of Shikaku, but because of your mother Karura's power. At this revelation, Gaara stood frozen in place. Simultaneously, Raza and Sunagakure felt a similar heaviness in his heart. Hesitating to meet the gaze of the woman beside him, he finally spoke, Karura, I am not a worthy father. Hearing this, Karura replied gently, Raza-kun, that is not true. In fact, you were the first to make our child Gaara feel love. In that moment, Raza finally spoke once more in the projection. Your mother has always cherished you. At this revelation, Gaara was left utterly stunned. In the midst of the Chunin exams, Gaara murmured softly to himself, so, my mother did love me. My mother did love me. In that moment, it appeared as though Gaara had discovered something dear to his heart. A flicker of joy danced within him. Yet the fluctuations of his emotions began to manifest. Across the ninja world, discussions regarding Gaara's mother permeated the air. His tone, as captured in the imagery, bore a hint of disbelief, trembling slightly with each word. But, at that time, Yashimaru, before Gaara could finish his thought, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, abruptly interrupted him. It was I who commanded Yashimaru to deceive you. Raza seemed poised to unveil the whole truth. If Yashimaru harbors any hatred, it should be directed at me rather than you. After all, it was I who sealed Shikaku within his sister, Karura, while she was with child. At this juncture, Gaara's expression reflected a sense of injustice. However, Raza's revelation was far from over. Yet, as a ninja, as my right hand and a member of the Umbu, he was bound to obey my orders. How lamentable. The scene shifted back to Gaara, whose face now bore the sorrow of newfound truths, intertwined with the joy of realizing that someone loved him. It seems I have erred in all my actions. I imposed too much upon you, foolishly denying the value of your existence. I transformed you into a Jinchuriki, robbing you of your life, your mother, your longing for her, and even your connections with others. Ultimately, I sought to take your very life. In the end, as your father, I bestowed upon you but one gift, the scars upon your soul. In that moment, the imagery shifted to a memory of Gaara as a child, standing before Yashimaru with a knife in hand, clutching his heart. Though there is no bloodshed here, it hurts so much. Meanwhile, Naruto, present at the Chunin exam, resonated with this feeling, having experienced a similar ache in his heart despite being uninjured. Yashimaru's voice then emerged in the vision, comforting Gaara. While physical wounds may bleed and appear painful, they heal swiftly with medicine. However, no pain is harder to mend than that which resides in the heart. Sometimes, it may never heal. Upon hearing these words, not only did Naruto and Gaara fall silent, but even those Jinchuriki, now grown, were enveloped in a profound stillness. The Jinchuriki bore the weight of misfortune, most having endured hardship since childhood. Some managed to heal their lives with the innocence of youth, while others spend a lifetime attempting to mend the wounds of their childhood. Yet, the vision continued, revealing Yashimaru gazing at a photograph upon the table. There is but one remedy for the wounds of the heart, and it can only be received from others. Gaara, filled with anticipation, looked towards Yashimaru. What is it? In response, Yashimaru turned to Gaara, offering a gentle smile. That is love. Upon hearing this, Gaara immediately inquired with eager anticipation, how can one attain love? The image of Yashimaru met Gaara's gaze as he responded, you have already received it, Lord Gaara. Upon hearing these words, a hint of confusion flickered across Gaara's face. Yashimaru continued, I believe your sister loves you dearly. Although Shikaku exists solely for the purpose of destruction, it instinctively protects you, which must stem from love. I believe your sand encapsulates your sister's affection for you. As the image began to shift, the voice persisted. Even in death, she wishes to safeguard you. The vision revealed Gaara standing atop a mound of sand, suspended in midair, with the grains transforming into the likeness of Karura. Her hands were clasped together, enveloping Gaara in a protective embrace. Meanwhile, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, lowered his head in guilt, oblivious to the fact that the Gaara, completely shielded, was weeping profusely. Yet, it was not only the Gaara within the vision who wept. The Gaara present at the Chunin Exam was similarly cradling his head in anguish. Mother is truly magnificent. Even in death, she steadfastly believes in and protects you, accompanying you to this day. She made you Kazekage, granted you friends, and restored the bonds I had taken from you. As your father, I have only taken away. Perhaps I am unworthy of being your father. In that moment, the Gaara in the vision wiped away his tears. Indeed, my mother is remarkable, but it was my father who first provided me with the means to heal myself. Upon hearing Gaara's words, Raza's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Gaara, you. Ultimately, Raza, with a smile of contentment, was entirely sealed away by Gaara. In truth, you have already surpassed us, the predecessors. The village is entrusted to you, Gaara. At last, the imagery reached its conclusion. Meanwhile, on the path, both Sasori and Deidara halted their steps. Suddenly, Deidara produced a piece of clay, scrutinizing it before turning to Sasori with a seemingly nonsensical question. Sasori, what shape do you see in this clay? Sasori pondered. Is it possible that, to others, my clay resembles my mother, much like Gaara's sand? What does my mother truly look like, brother Sasori? Sasori reflected mother? His mother was a gentle and serene woman. Did she love me like Karura did? Always concerned for me. How would she react if she knew I became a rogue ninja, aware of all my transgressions? Would she forgive my assassination of the Kazekage? Would she be disappointed in me? Although the vision had faded, the weight of these thoughts lingered heavily upon everyone. Yet, despite their unresolved feelings, the competition must continue. A total of 7 teams, comprising 21 individuals, advanced to the second round of the Chunin Exam. Among them, aside from Kabuto's withdrawal, the remaining participants began to engage in matches determined by a computerized lottery. The first match featured Uchiha Sasuke against Chojuro. This time, unencumbered by the curse mark, Sasuke decisively vanquished Chojuro with remarkable efficiency. Following this, Yamanaka Ino faced off against Sakan of the Sound Village. It must be said that although the oil techniques of the Yamanaka clan may falter against true powerhouses, they are undeniably overwhelming against average Genin and Shunin. Consequently, Ino swiftly triumphed over her opponent using the parasitic insects she had nurtured. The subsequent battle showcased Kankuro of the Sand Village against Kenjutsu Misumi. Due to previous footage, all eyes were keenly fixed on this potential adversary. Despite Kenjutsu Misumi's inflated expectations regarding Kankuro's abilities, the disparity in their strengths proved too vast, leading to an effortless victory for Kankuro. At that moment, the spectators began to acknowledge this seemingly fearful yet formidable opponent of Gaara. Leaning against the wall, Kakashi observed the combat below before shifting his gaze towards Gaara and Temari. Were it not for Gaara, both Temari and Kankuro, given their demonstrated prowess, would have likely achieved Chunin status long ago. At 16 and 15 years of age respectively, Temari and Kankuro found themselves constrained by Gaara's status as a Jinchuriki, leaving them no choice but to form a team with their brother. According to Kakashi's observations, Kankuro's strength had reached the level of Chunin, perhaps even elite Chunin. Although Temari had yet to engage in battle, her prior performance during the second exam indicated she possessed at least elite Chunin capabilities. From the previous footage, it became evident that the Sand Village's decision to send their Jinchuriki to the exams was motivated by ulterior motives. However, the current state of Konoha was significantly bolstered, not only by the resurrection of the second Hokage, but also by the return of Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo. With the re-emergence of Jiraiya and Tsunade, Konoha had reached an impressive level of strength. Even if Orochimaru were to initiate the Konoha Crush plan as seen in earlier footage, it was likely that only he would face ruin. Fortunately, Kakashi dismissed such troubling thoughts. Next, the internal strife of Konoha unfolded, with Haruno Sakura battling Yamanaka Ino. In this encounter, the two young women adhered to their respective ninja paths, ultimately resulting in a stalemate, thus eliminating both from the advancement. However, this duel allowed the childhood friends to reconcile at that moment. Following this was the fifth match, where Konoha's Tintin faced Temari of the Sand Village. Through this bout, Kakashi validated his suspicions regarding Temari's formidable abilities, which were undoubtedly of elite Chunin caliber, if not bordering on Jonin. Tintin, proficient in utilizing ninja tools, found herself unable to pose any significant threat to Temari, ultimately succumbing to defeat. The sixth match that followed featured Nara Shikamaru pitted against the formidable Gaara of the Sand Village. To the untrained eye, this battle may have appeared rather dull. However, the instructors from various teams observing from the sidelines expressed immense admiration for Shikamaru's performance. Throughout the contest, he exhibited remarkable tactical intelligence, ultimately securing a decisive victory with ease. Shortly thereafter commenced the seventh match, where Uzumaki Naruto faced off against Inuzuka Kiba. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Naruto, whose presence, although scarcely captured on screen, was enough to command attention. The mere fragments of his prowess hinted at the achievements of the fifth Hokage's ally, who had previously triumphed over Gaara and reclaimed him. Such feats undeniably underscored the formidable nature of this blonde-haired boy, who did not disappoint. Thanks to earlier accolades, Naruto's chakra reserves were unprecedentedly vast. Moreover, with the arrival of Kurama, the Ninetales, the beast no longer disrupted Naruto's chakra flow. Consequently, his once ordinary chakra control experienced a remarkable enhancement. So much so that he remained oblivious to the fact that his control had surpassed that of an average Chunin. In the heat of battle, he executed the shadow clone technique with such finesse that he could produce dozens of clones simultaneously. Yet, the most unexpected ninja lived up to his reputation, as Naruto secured victory in a rather comical fashion by incapacitating Kiba with a mere fart. Witnesses to this spectacle were left speechless. The ensuing battles maintained a steady course, starting with Hinata against Neji. From the sidelines, Naruto enthusiastically cheered for Hinata, while the third and second Hokage exchanged knowing glances, sharing a quiet chuckle. They contemplated engaging in a discussion with Hisashi after the preliminaries, having gleaned much intelligence from their conversation with Mizuki, particularly regarding Naruto and Hinata, as well as Sasuke and Sakura. Predictably, during a critical moment, the second Hokage intervened, declaring Neji the victor. Hinata, though injured, did not sustain severe harm. However, Naruto was incensed, vowing to teach Neji a lesson in the third exam, to which Neji responded with disdain. The climax of the preliminary rounds was marked by the showdown between Rock Lee and Gaara. Lee's talent in taijutsu was indisputable, and it could even be argued that he possessed a higher aptitude than Might Guy. In just over a year, he had mastered the 8 gates, reaching the 5th gate, a level of talent that, in the entirety of Konoha, was unparalleled. Yet, it was evident that his opponent was Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, who, at the tender age of 6 or 7, could effortlessly eliminate Jonin, and was even more formidable now. Ultimately, Lee Rock exhausted his strength and was defeated, while Gaara's heart, once hollow, was now filled, leading him to refrain from further violence and simply depart. The final battle was between Choji Akimichi and Toss. As expected, Toss emerged victorious with ease. Thus, the preliminary round concluded successfully, and after drawing lots to determine their opponents, it was announced that the third exam would take place a month later, prompting everyone to disperse. Upon returning to the office, the third Hokage noticed a crow perched on the windowsill. The day after the preliminaries, Naruto, feeling somewhat inadequate in his abilities, sought out Kakashi, hoping for guidance. After a moment's consideration, Kakashi decided to take Naruto to find someone who would train him over the next month. Although puzzled, Naruto followed Kakashi's lead. Soon, they arrived at a house where Kakashi knocked on the door. Moments later, a figure clad in a black combat suit, wearing sunglasses and a headscarf, opened the door. Upon recognizing the individual, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, "What? It's that pervert." Hearing Naruto's remark, Kakashi turned to Ebisu with a deadpan expression and asked, "Ebisu-sensei, a pervert?" Unfazed by Ebisu's reaction, Naruto continued to shout, "Why do I have to train with him? He is even weaker than I am." Before Naruto could finish, Ebisu swiftly covered his mouth, not wanting his reputation tarnished, especially with Kakashi around. Kakashi did not press further and simply requested Ebisu to mentor Naruto. Upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, Ebisu had formed a team with Asuma Sarutobi and Might Guy. His connection with Kakashi was strengthened by their shared experiences as contemporaries and having completed various missions together. Moreover, since Ebisu primarily served as a tutor for Konoha, the grandson of the third Hokage, he had ample free time. Consequently, when Kakashi accepted Sasuke's request to train him for the upcoming month, he immediately thought of Ebisu. Seeing Naruto, Ebisu recalled Konohamaru's recent efforts, inspired by Naruto, and readily agreed to take him on. Though Naruto held a low opinion of Ebisu, the explanation from Kakashi made him realize that Ebisu was indeed a Jonin. Despite being defeated by Naruto's harem technique, he understood the context. After all, the formidable third Hokage had also been bested by a harem technique, and the fact that Ebisu required a higher-level technique to prevail illustrated his strength. Thus, Naruto ultimately decided to follow Ebisu. Soon, the two arrived at a hot spring bathhouse. Naruto was perplexed, questioning why he had been brought here. Is it necessary to soak in a hot spring before training? Ebisu remained silent and led Naruto directly into the men's bath. He adjusted his sunglasses and declared, "This is our training ground. Let us proceed here." Naruto, filled with 100 doubts, struggled to comprehend the motives of his rather dubious instructor. He promptly inquired, "Here? What are we training for?" Ebisu, no longer withholding information, replied, "I want you to walk on water." Naruto was taken aback, recalling the mission in the Land of Waves when Kakashi-sensei demonstrated the ability to walk on water. Following that, Naruto had trained by climbing trees, and he surmised that walking on water must be an advanced version of that skill. Without delay, Ebisu leaped onto the water's surface, showing no signs of sinking. After a brief explanation of the essential techniques, Naruto, though somewhat confused, grasped the general concept. He concentrated his chakra and stepped onto the water's surface. Fortunately, unencumbered by Orochimaru's five-element seal, and with the nine tails no longer interfering with his chakra, Naruto successfully stood firmly on the water on his first attempt. Ebisu, witnessing this feat, was astonished. He had not anticipated such remarkable talent from Naruto. "Not bad," he remarked. "You succeeded on your first try, but there is still much further to go." As he spoke, Ebisu squatted down, channeling chakra to disturb the once calm hot spring. The tranquil waters erupted into chaos. However, without the interference of the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto found it easy to manipulate his own chakra. Even as the water churned and he swayed from side to side, he managed to maintain his balance without falling in. Minutes passed, and Ebisu finally ceased his actions. He stroked his chin and remarked, "It seems I underestimated you." Just then, as Ebisu contemplated what to teach Naruto next, Naruto's eyes widened. He pointed behind Ebisu and shouted, "Ah, there's a pervert." Confused, Ebisu turned to see a suspicious figure with white hair lurking behind the hot spring, occasionally emitting ambiguous chuckles. Noticing the scene, Ebisu adjusted his glasses and declared, "Though I do not know you, I cannot condone such shameless behavior." With that, he charged toward the white-haired individual, who seemed to sense Ebisu's approach and turned to look back with curiosity. In almost an instant, the individual sealed the imprint, and immediately, a large toad adorned with a character for loyalty around its neck appeared. Upon this toad's sudden emergence, Hibisho recognized the identity of the person. You are, however." Before Hibisho could finish speaking, the toad swiftly flicked out its tongue, knocking him down. Naruto hurried forward to assess the situation and discovered that Hibisho had fainted. Thereupon, Naruto pointed at the person seated upon the toad and inquired loudly, "What is the situation with this toad, and who are you?" Upon hearing this, the man immediately struck a pose and began his self-introduction while maintaining his stance. While asked, "I am the sage of the Mayaboku mountain toad spirits." known as the Toad Sage. A pleasure to meet you. Hearing this lengthy introduction, Naruto was taken aback. Although he found the name Myaboku Mountain somewhat familiar, he did not ponder it further. He pointed at the unconscious Hebe Sho and exclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey, lecherous sage, what are we going to do now? He was supposed to teach me cultivation, and look what you've done to him." In truth, the moment Jiraiya defeated Hebe Sho with a single move, Naruto had already contemplated switching allegiances. Subsequently, Naruto employed a technique to persuade Jiraiya to agree to mentor him for the following month. After testing him, Jiraiya discovered that, for some reason, Naruto currently was not influenced by the power of the tailed beast. However, to be cautious, Jiraiya decided to teach Naruto how to control the chakra of the nine tails. They then agreed to meet at the same location the following morning. On the next day, upon their reunion, Jiraiya took Naruto to the back mountains of Konoha. Jiraiya began, "In fact, you possess two types of chakra within you. Have you not felt a special chakra residing within yourself?" Upon hearing this, Naruto pondered for a moment and replied uncertainly, "I have felt it before. A surge of chakra that suddenly emerged, greatly enhancing my strength, but I can't recall it too clearly." Jiraiya nodded, understanding that this indicated Naruto had previously experienced a state of rampage. Then Naruto continued, "However, I do remember that it did not feel like ordinary chakra. If I were to describe it by color, my chakra is yellow, while that chakra is red." Hearing this, Jiraiya contemplated for a moment before saying, "Then let me see that red chakra of yours." Upon attempting to summon it, Naruto found that no matter how he tried, it remained ordinary chakra. Observing this, Jiraiya realized that Naruto's emotional stability and the lack of stimuli might be the reasons for this. He surmised that during moments of danger, Naruto would likely be able to access this chakra. With this in mind, Jiraiya decided to have Naruto exhaust his own chakra first, after which he should be able to utilize the chakra belonging to the nine tails when faced with peril. Upon contemplating this, Jiraiya instructed Naruto to walk upon the surface of the water until he had completely exhausted his chakra. However, despite having overestimated Naruto's chakra reserves, the truth was that Naruto's chakra, thanks to a previous reward, seemed virtually inexhaustible. Ultimately, Jiraiya observed that even as the young women frolicking beneath the waterfall returned home for their meals, Naruto continued to play upon the water's surface, showing no signs of depleting his chakra. Realizing that this could not continue indefinitely, Jiraiya resolved to impart some knowledge to expedite Naruto's chakra consumption while simultaneously assessing his aptitude for ninjutsu. "All right, kid, come here," Jiraiya called out. Naruto, somewhat puzzled, stepped away from the water and approached Jiraiya. The elder ninja retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Naruto, taking another for himself. "Do you know how many chakra natures there are?" Jiraiya asked. Naruto, bewildered, confessed his ignorance, having been lost in thought and slumbered during lessons. Sighing, Jiraiya began to explain. Chakra is typically categorized into 5 elemental natures: water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. These elements possess a mutual relationship of dominance, with wind overcoming lightning, lightning overcoming earth, earth overcoming water, water overcoming fire, and fire overcoming wind. Each individual tends to be naturally attuned to one or two of these chakra natures, making it significantly easier to cultivate the chakra they are aligned with. However, this does not imply that one cannot learn ninjutsu associated with other natures, with diligent effort. One can master techniques outside their natural affinity. Upon hearing this, Naruto inquired, "Then what about the pervy sage? What is his nature?" Jiraiya, with a hint of pride, replied, "I am a prodigy, naturally attuned to both fire and earth natures, and through rigorous training, I can now wield techniques from 4 natures: earth, fire, wind, and water." Disregarding Jiraiya's self-praise, Naruto, brimming with excitement, asked, "How can I discover my own nature?" With a smile, Jiraiya lifted the chakra test paper he had previously shown. "Behold, this is chakra test paper, crafted from a special material that is highly sensitive to chakra attributes." As he began to channel chakra into the paper, it underwent a remarkable transformation. The paper first became damp, then began to emit steam, ultimately splitting in two, with the left side igniting in flames while the right crumbled to pieces. Naruto stood in astonishment as Jiraiya elucidated. "Observe the transformation of this test paper. Its dampness indicates the presence of water chakra. If the paper splits in two, it signifies wind chakra, while burning denotes fire chakra, and shattering indicates earth chakra. The absence of lightning chakra would cause the entire paper to crumple. Upon hearing this, Naruto understood and promptly infused chakra into the test paper. The moment Naruto's chakra permeated the paper, it split down the middle. Seeing this, Jiraiya smiled and remarked, "Ah, wind affinity. A commendable attribute indeed." He pondered for a moment before stating, "In that case, I shall teach you this technique." With that, Jiraiya began to form hand seals slowly for demonstration. In a deliberate manner, he executed the seals: rat, rabbit, boar. Following his lead, Naruto observed closely. Then, Jiraiya opened his mouth wide and forcefully expelled toward an empty space. Wind release, gale palm. In an instant, a chakra-infused sphere of wind surged forward, covering dozens of meters before striking a tree, causing it to tremble momentarily before coming to a halt. After completing the demonstration, Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a sense of pride, exclaiming, "What do you think? Impressive, right?" However, he was taken aback by Naruto's subsequent reaction. Instead of responding, Naruto contemplated for a moment, mimicking Jiraiya's hand seals and channeling his chakra. Without waiting for Jiraiya's response, Naruto's cheeks puffed up rapidly, and he forcefully exhaled, unleashing a wind sphere even larger than Jiraiya's, which struck a distant tree with a resounding impact. The commotion was far greater than Jiraiya's previous demonstration. Jiraiya stared at Naruto in disbelief, contemplating how this boy, who was once deemed to be at the bottom of the class and struggled with basic techniques, could exhibit such remarkable talent. Wind release, gale palm is a B-rank ninjutsu, and typically, even a Chunin would require over a day of practice to achieve such proficiency. To reach this level on the first attempt would necessitate the skill of an elite jonin. Given that Naruto had only recently graduated as a genin, Jiraiya could hardly fathom that his chakra control might rival that of an elite jonin. In truth, both Jiraiya and Naruto were unaware that Naruto's ability to control chakra, hindered by the Nine-Tails influence, demanded far greater effort than that of an average ninja to attain the standard level of control. For instance, while an average person would require a chakra control level of 10 to perform tasks such as tree climbing or water walking, Naruto, under the Nine-Tails interference, would need to achieve a control level of at least 30 to accomplish the same feats. Consequently, when the Nine-Tails ceased to interfere with Naruto's chakra, his control over it experienced a remarkable enhancement instantaneously. Much like during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Naruto required the assistance of 2 shadow clones to execute the Rasen Shuriken. He was able to harness the power of the Nine-Tails after defeating it. This newfound ability allowed him to perform the jutsu single-handedly, without the need for clones. Following his reconciliation with the Nine-Tails, he even achieved the extraordinary feat of utilizing the Rasen Shuriken with both hands simultaneously. Although Jiraiya was perplexed by Naruto's sudden mastery of a B-rank ninjutsu, he considered it a positive development. Subsequently, Jiraiya instructed Naruto to practice the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, until his chakra was completely depleted. While Naruto was unsure of Jiraiya's intentions, he complied and diligently practiced the technique. As he continued to employ the wind release, his proficiency in the jutsu deepened significantly. However, given Naruto's already immense chakra reserves, which had tripled in potency, and the absence of the Nine-Tails interference, most of his chakra was now accessible for use. Thus, under Jiraiya's increasingly astonished gaze, nearly an hour passed before Naruto's chakra was finally nearing exhaustion. Meanwhile, the surrounding trees bore the brunt of the devastation. The forest within a radius of several hundred meters was nearly stripped bare. Witnessing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What a fearsome little brat. Judging by his chakra reserves, he possesses at least 6 or 7 times my own. It's no wonder he is the heir of the Uzumaki clan." Nevertheless, Jiraiya did not delay any further. Since Naruto had exhausted his chakra, it was time to proceed with the next steps. Jiraiya turned to the somewhat fatigued Naruto and said, "Next, I shall demonstrate for you. Pay close attention." With that, Jiraiya bit his finger and smeared the blood upon his other hand. He then began to form hand seals: boar, dog, bird, monkey, and snake. In order to ensure Naruto could follow along, Jiraiya deliberately slowed his pace. Once the seals were completed, he struck the ground with his hand, invoking the summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a thick cloud of smoke erupted, and as it dissipated, Jiraiya was revealed standing atop a massive toad. Naruto exclaimed in delight, "Ah, it's that giant toad from yesterday." Before he could say anything further, Jiraiya tossed a large scroll to him. Upon examining the scroll, Naruto felt a sense of familiarity. As he opened it, he cast a curious glance at Jiraiya. Noting Naruto's reaction, Jiraiya found it somewhat peculiar but continued, "This is the summoning contract. Write your name on it and press your handprint. That will finalize the contract." To which Naruto replied, "Ah, perverted sage, I believe I've already signed this contract before." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. He had only recently returned to the village and was unaware of certain developments. However, to his knowledge, he was the sole individual within the ninja world who had established a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku. Furthermore, he had only retrieved the summoning contract from Mount Myaboku just yesterday. Thus, how could Naruto have possibly signed a contract? Before Jiraiya could unravel the intricacies of the situation, he observed Naruto unfurling the scroll, and indeed, the signature at the end was unmistakably Naruto's. For a moment, Jiraiya was left astounded. He could not fathom how Naruto had entered into such a contract. Instinctively, he voiced his confusion. Naruto replied, "Previously, I answered a question correctly, and as a reward, I was granted the summoning contract from the 3 great sanctuaries. I remember there was a slug, an old toad with a white beard, and a beautiful lady dressed in a ruffled outfit, all presenting a scroll for me to sign." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya stared at Naruto, dumbfounded. What incredible fortune! To simultaneously establish contracts with the 3 great sanctuaries was enough to incite an acute sense of envy within him. Acquiring a contract from even one of the 3 great sanctuaries was a monumental challenge for an ordinary individual, yet Naruto had managed to secure all 3 at once. How infuriating! Nevertheless, since Naruto had already signed the contract, there was no need for further agreements, and Jiraiya promptly stored the summoning scroll away. "Did you remember the seal from earlier?" Jiraiya inquired, to which Naruto nodded vigorously. Jiraiya then urged Naruto to attempt to summon forth the red chakra he had mentioned. Naruto began to concentrate. Shortly thereafter, he utilized all of his chakra, bit his finger, and formed the seal for the summoning technique. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and a modest cloud of smoke enveloped the area. As the smoke dissipated, an orange toad clad in a blue vest appeared on the ground. Seeing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but rub his forehead. Although it was indeed remarkable that Naruto could summon a small toad so swiftly after exhausting his chakra, that was not his primary objective. He aimed for Naruto to draw forth the chakra of the 9 tails. At that moment, the small toad spoke. "Who are you, kid?" Jiraiya was momentarily stunned by the toad's speech. He glanced at the creature on the ground. I don't recognize you." With thousands of toads residing in Mount Myaboku, it was impossible for Jiraiya to know them all. Nonetheless, a toad capable of speech at such a young age must possess exceptional talent. As Jiraiya understood, among the 3 great sanctuaries, aside from the Wetbone Forest, any summoning beast that could inherently grasp human language in the other 2 sanctuaries was likely to be of notable quality. Typically, such toads or snakes acquired the ability to speak human language only upon reaching the size of a human. Such an early ability to articulate signifies one paramount truth: an extraordinary affinity for natural energy. This spirit beast typically evolves in 2 distinct directions, the first being an ascension towards the realm of immortals. In this path, its size remains constant, yet its combat prowess is formidable due to the mastery of mystical arts, akin to the likes of Sage Fukusaku and Sage Shima. The second evolutionary trajectory leads to a colossal war-type spirit beast. Regardless of its form, this companion will undoubtedly serve as an exceptional ally in battle for Naruto's future. Moreover, according to Naruto's claims, he has forged contracts with the 3 great sage territories. However, the first spirit summon happened to be a diminutive toad from Mount Myaboku, indicating a profound affinity with that place. Unaware of these intricacies, Naruto gazed in astonishment at the small toad on the ground, exclaiming, Why is it such a tiny toad?" The little toad, hearing this, became indignant and retorted loudly, "Hey, you polite little brat, don't underestimate me." In response, Naruto scoffed, thinking that even if he were to summon a toad the size of Jiraiya's revered toad, Gamabunta, it should at least be comparable to his own size. Instead, he found himself facing a creature scarcely larger than his palm, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Jiraiya chuckled and inquired, "What is your name, little one?" The tiny toad, upon seeing Jiraiya, recalled something and responded, "The white-haired fellow. You must be Jiraiya. As mentioned by my father, I am called Gamakichi." Jiraiya, taken aback by Gamakichi's words, paused for a moment, then seemed to connect the dots and asked in surprise, "Are you the child of that rascal Wanta?" After scrutinizing Gamakichi, he nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, you must be Wanta's offspring. Your skin tone is identical, and your attire is of the same style. No wonder your potential is so remarkable." Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Ero-sennin, could it be that I have succeeded?" Jiraiya looked at Naruto, somewhat speechless, and then noticed that, in such a brief span of time, Naruto's chakra appeared to have replenished considerably. Realizing that this was not a sustainable path, Jiraiya had initially contemplated a gradual approach, intending to observe over the next few days and resort to more daring methods only if necessary. However, he had not anticipated that Naruto not only possessed an abundance of chakra, but also exhibited an extraordinary rate of recovery. Merely minutes after expending chakra, he had already regained enough to perform another wind release, Rasengan. This could not continue. Perhaps perilous measures were required to help Naruto harness the power of the Nine Tails. Consequently, Jiraiya declared, "Follow me. We shall find a more suitable location." As they walked, Jiraiya silently reflected on the fourth Hokage, inwardly lamenting, "Do not blame me, fourth." After some time, Naruto appeared to be increasingly invigorated, prompting Jiraiya to marvel at the unfolding scene. Before long, the two arrived at the edge of a precipice. Jiraiya once again urged Naruto to expend his chakra. Complying with Jiraiya's request, Naruto unleashed a series of 3 wind release, air bullets, depleting his remaining chakra completely. At this moment, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words to describe Naruto. The boy's chakra recovery rate seemed almost unfair, combined with an immense chakra reserve. It was as if he possessed an inexhaustible wellspring. What kind of creature was this? However, at this point, Jiraiya had no time to ponder such matters. The instant he confirmed Naruto's chakra was fully spent, he swiftly positioned himself before Naruto. The training had reached its conclusion. If Naruto wished to survive, he would have to figure it out for himself. Without waiting for Naruto to comprehend the situation, Jiraiya pressed a finger onto Naruto's forehead. Still bewildered, Naruto was abruptly pushed off the cliff by Jiraiya's gesture. At that moment, panic and confusion surged through Naruto's being as he could not fathom why the lecherous sage had cast him into the abyss. Meanwhile, atop the cliff, the toad Gamakichi also reacted with alarm. "Jiraiya, are you trying to kill that kid?" Hearing this, Jiraiya glanced at Gamakichi and smiled, remaining silent. He was prepared. If Naruto did not succeed before reaching a safe altitude, he would invoke the summoning technique to save him, though he hoped he would not have to resort to that. As Naruto plummeted, he contemplated various strategies, yet none proved effective. He realized that if he did not devise a plan soon, he would perish. At that instant, he sensed a sudden deceleration in his descent. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto's consciousness transitioned to an extraordinary realm. In a sealed space, a dimly lit corridor was illuminated by a warm orange glow. The walls were adorned with old, neglected pipes, and droplets of water occasionally fell to the ground, creating ripples across the surface, which was entirely submerged beneath water to the height of his ankles. At a certain moment, a figure emerged, traversing the narrow, shadowy corridor. Naruto was oblivious to the nature of this place, yet he could distinctly feel that the crimson chakra he had sensed earlier originated from here. Following the sensation, he discerned that the source of the red chakra lay ahead. Thus, Naruto ventured deeper along the solitary passage, ultimately arriving at its terminus. Before him stood a grand door, adorned with a note inscribed with the character for seal. Peering through the darkness, Naruto seemed to glimpse something, and in an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. Oh, why are there 2 enormous foxes and a very familiar raccoon? The more he gazed at the colossal figure, the more it struck him as recognizable, until he finally pointed at the raccoon in shock. "Ah, I remember now. You are the Shikaku that Gaara transformed into in that previous vision." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Shikaku expressed his displeasure, retorting, "Enough with the nonsense. What are you doing here, you little brat?" At this moment, Naruto suddenly recalled that he was still suspended in midair. One misstep could lead to a fatal fall. Consequently, he declared, "I do not care why you are in my body, but I believe if I die, you shall not survive either." However, before Naruto could finish his sentence, the largest of the 9 tails flicked his finger, unleashing a surge of crimson chakra. Instantly, a bubbling red chakra enveloped Naruto's form. Subsequently, Naruto's consciousness detached from this realm, and faintly, he could hear the voice of the 9 tails. "Kid, I eagerly await the day we can spar once more." At this juncture, Naruto was oblivious to the implications of these words. Upon returning, he discovered his body was still plummeting. In a moment of urgency, he bit into his recently healed fingertip, staining another palm with his blood, and swiftly formed a seal. Summoning technique. As Naruto completed the seal, an enormous cloud of smoke erupted beneath him, and his body materialized atop the figure that emerged from the smoke. Meanwhile, Jiraiya atop the mountain sensed the commotion. However, as the smoke dissipated, the outcome exceeded Jiraiya's expectations. The entity that Naruto summoned was not a toad, but an extraordinarily massive slug. The instant he beheld the slug, Jiraiya seemed to have an epiphany. Naruto had mentioned that he had contracts with all 3 great summoning lands. Theoretically, he could summon any being from those lands. Clearly, Naruto had summoned the slug in this instance. Jiraiya's objective had been achieved, regardless of whom Naruto summoned. His aim was solely to facilitate communication with the Nine Tails. Once the slug appeared, it spotted Naruto on its back. Immediately, the slug surveyed its surroundings and queried, "Is that you, Naruto? I do not perceive any enemies nearby." Naruto hastily recounted the events that had transpired. Being a sage, the slug was well aware of the tailed beast sealed within Naruto, although it found the nature of this beast somewhat peculiar. Logically, the tailed beast of Konoha should be the Nine Tails, yet at that moment, it sensed both wind and earth attributes emanating from Naruto's being. Nevertheless, the slug chose not to delve deeper. Since Naruto's situation had been resolved, it bid farewell and departed. Following the summoning of the slug, Naruto, having depleted his chakra, could no longer endure. Consequently, he collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Jiraiya, having observed this scene from the mountaintop, promptly leaped down to Naruto's side and, lifting him into his arms, transported him to the Konoha hospital. The day following Naruto's unconsciousness and subsequent transfer to the Konoha hospital, he awoke early in the morning. Despite having expended a considerable amount of chakra, after a night of rest, Naruto found himself rejuvenated. Upon leaving the hospital, he intended to seek out Jiraiya for training when the projection that had vanished for several days suddenly reappeared. At that moment, everyone in the ninja realm paused their activities to gaze at the images in the sky. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, who had just departed from Konoha, seemed to recall the question he had answered moments earlier and halted in his tracks. As the projection illuminated the scene, a child who appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old ran alongside a middle-aged man, heading forward. Along the path, scattered corpses lay on the roadside. Observing the forehead protectors on these bodies, it became evident to all that they were likely ninjas. Upon seeing the visage of the middle-aged man, many within the ninja world recognized his identity. In the village of Mist, a middle-aged man, upon witnessing this scene, immediately recalled something. It was Uchiha Fugaku from Konoha, and the child beside him. This must have occurred during the Third Great Ninja War. In Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke was engrossed in training his lightning-style transformations. Upon witnessing this scene, his expression turned ominous. That bastard. Meanwhile, the projection depicted the Third Great Ninja War, a landscape strewn with corpses and the remnants of battles littering the forest. Uchiha Itachi, observing the devastation and remnants of war, finally heard the first voice emanating from the projection. What is the meaning of life? As his gaze swept over the death surrounding him, the young Uchiha Itachi seemed to have an epiphany. The meaning of life is war, is death. This 4-year-old child began to ponder the significance of existence for the first time, simultaneously grasping its essence. With the conclusion of the war, the child accompanied his father back to the village, yet he felt that the meaning of life should encompass more than just death. It must entail something else. The projection depicted Uchiha Itachi strolling through the streets of Konoha, ultimately entering a shop selling dango. There, he encountered Orochimaru, who was purchasing dango for his student, Mitarashi Anko. As a formidable force within Konoha, Orochimaru, although not the Hokage, was still held in high regard within the village. Despite his youth, Uchiha Itachi recognized him. In a moment of confusion, Itachi posed a profound question to Orochimaru. What is the meaning of life? Orochimaru, taken aback by such a profound inquiry from a child so young, paused momentarily. However, having endured the brutalities of war and having lost nearly all his loved ones, friends, and students, his voice emerged with a haunting calm. Life has no meaning. At this moment, Orochimaru, who was preparing to lay an ambush on the road to Konoha, found himself reminiscing about the past, a faint smile creeping across his lips. In the imagery, a young Itachi Uchiha seemed to grasp something from Orochimaru's words. As the scene shifted, Itachi was seen perched precariously on the edge of a cliff, his body leaning forward. In that instant, everyone realized what he intended. He was contemplating suicide. However, in a desperate yearning for life, Itachi grasped the rocky surface of the cliff, ultimately thwarting his attempt to end his life. Having survived, Itachi returned home, where he sensed a surprisingly pleasant atmosphere. Observing the scene from the ninja world, Itachi appeared to have a revelation. The imagery showed Mikoto Uchiha announcing Itachi's impending role as an older brother upon his return. "Itachi, you are about to become a brother. Do you want a younger brother or a sister?" she inquired. Without hesitation, the young Itachi responded, "Of course, a brother." Mikoto was taken aback, pondering why it couldn't be a sister. But Itachi insisted, "It has to be a brother because I am the older brother." As fate would have it, a son was indeed born, and Uchiha Fugaku named him Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke gazed in astonishment at the unfolding events, unaware of the circumstances surrounding his birth, nor of Itachi's previous thoughts of ending his own life. A surge of anger welled up within Sasuke as he reflected on the possibility that had Itachi succeeded in his suicide, the Uchiha clan's massacre may never have occurred. In the imagery, Itachi looked upon his newborn, slightly wrinkled brother with excitement. Taking Sasuke from their mother, his eyes sparkled with affection, as if this brother was the most precious treasure to him. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke felt a tumult of emotions within him. Yet, recalling Itachi's past actions, he was once again engulfed in hatred as he cast a fierce glance at the figure in the imagery. The vision continued, revealing the young Itachi gazing at his sibling, seemingly gaining a new understanding of the meaning of life. "Life begins at birth," he mused. The scene shifted again, and the still youthful Itachi had begun to form his own bonds. However, during a mission, tragedy struck when his teammate perished, severing that connection. This immense sorrow awakened his Sharingan. Upon returning home, while the presence of young Sasuke offered some solace to Itachi's heartache, he sat on the steps beneath the eaves, cradling his brother, grappling once more with the profound meaning of life. Life is fragile, and at the same time, it brings greater suffering to those who live. Although Uchiha Itachi appears quite youthful in the imagery, the maturity he exhibits far surpasses his years. At this moment, the content depicted evokes a sense of oppression among all within the ninja world. In the Senju clan's territory of Konoha, Senju Tobirama, who is watching the footage alongside his brother, reflects, "The Uchiha clan is one of love, yet their hearts are small, unable to contain much affection. However, when this love is lost, it leads to the evolution of the Sharingan. To protect what one cherishes, strength is required. Yet the Uchiha source of power comes at the cost of losing what they hold dear. This paradox ultimately drives the Uchiha clan to appear mad in the eyes of outsiders." Upon hearing Tobirama's words, his brother, Kawurama, seems to grasp only part of the meaning. Tobirama refrains from elaborating further and simply states, "All right, let us continue watching. I believe valuable information will emerge." As the footage progresses, Itachi grows older and forms new bonds. He remains a member of the Uchiha clan, yet he is distinct from others, embodying the essence of Uchiha Shisui. Although Shisui is older than Itachi, their age difference does not create a rift. Instead, their relationship deepens with time. Shisui regards Itachi as a younger brother, and Itachi perceives Shisui as his closest friend and elder brother. Unbeknownst to them, several years pass. In the imagery, Itachi begins to take little Sasuke to school. And as Sasuke observes this scene, his heart tightens. He realizes that the night of the massacre is drawing near. In the footage, everything seems idyllic, with everyone diligently striving for growth. Yet, fate can be cruelly unjust. Under Danzo's persecution, Shisui's right eye is seized by him, dragging his battered body. Shisui manages to meet Itachi one last time and entrusts his remaining eye to him. In his final moments, Shisui entrusts to Itachi the unfulfilled tasks he leaves behind. "Itachi, at this juncture, you are the only one I can rely on. Please, above all else, protect this village and uphold the name of the Uchiha clan." With those words, Shisui approaches the edge of a cliff, and all who are watching recognize this as the very place where a young Itachi once contemplated ending his own life. Itachi seems intent on halting Shisui's actions. However, despite having lost both eyes, Shisui, sensing Itachi's thoughts, speaks once more. "Do not stop me, Itachi. You understand me. If we are indeed friends." With that, Shisui leaps off the cliff. Shisui. In that moment, Itachi is engulfed in profound anguish. A pain so deep that it awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan within the heart of a 12-year-old boy. However, the youth who has acquired power discovers that what he once sought to protect has dwindled to almost nothing. In this moment, Sasuke, the observer, seems to grasp the anguish of Itachi Uchiha. Although he still cannot comprehend why Itachi chose to annihilate their clan, he acknowledges, as previously stated, that despite differing experiences, pain is a universal connection. Within the imagery, it becomes increasingly evident that Konoha's vigilance against the Uchiha clan intensifies. Simultaneously, the Uchiha, as a notably sensitive lineage, becomes acutely aware of this anomaly. Consequently, the temperament of the Uchiha members deteriorates. Even Itachi is dispatched by Danzo to surveil the Uchiha clan. It is clear that a conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha is inevitable. Soon after, the imagery reveals Itachi entering a dim underground space. Finally, as he steps into a room, Danzo is seen seated, initiating dialogue. Have you made up your mind? If you personally eradicate the Uchiha clan, I can ensure your brother's survival. The moment Danzo utters these words, a collective gasp reverberates through the ninja world. The imagery depicts Itachi, initially calm, experiencing a fleeting change of expression upon hearing Danzo's words. Are you threatening me? Everyone notices that after perceiving Danzo's threat, Itachi gradually fades into the shadows. No one knows the extent of actions one may take when their boundaries are challenged. In Itachi's view, Konoha outweighs the Uchiha clan, yet for Sasuke Uchiha, his brother is of greater significance than the entire village. The imagery shows Danzo continuing in a monotonous tone. Should a coup arise within the Uchiha clan, it will inevitably lead to complete annihilation, including your oblivious brother. The Uchiha, stripped of honor, will vanish from the annals of the ninja world. Is this the outcome you desire? I now present you with a choice. Eradicate the Uchiha clan yourself, and I assure you, your brother's safety will be guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Itachi remains silent, and simultaneously, the entire ninja world falls into silence. No one is aware that the Uchiha clan's extermination harbors such hidden depths. Now, reveal your choice to me, Danzo presses. Itachi remains mute. The scene then shifts, showing Itachi alone in a location where, after a distortion of space, a masked figure appears before him. Upon seeing this individual, everyone realizes that although this masked man differs from the one who declared the Fourth Great Ninja War, the manner of his entrance is strikingly similar. In an instant, all comprehend that this figure is the future masked man. The two engage in an exchange of words, the content of which remains unknown. However, as the scene shifted, the masked man appeared before the Konoha guard. His form was as elusive as a specter, with no structure capable of obstructing his passage. At that moment, everyone took notice of the blood-red moon suspended high in the sky. Finally, the presence of the masked man drew attention. Who are you? Yet, the masked man offered no response and immediately launched into action. Enemy attack. You ugh. A frenzied slaughter commenced, centered around the Konoha guard. In the footage, members of the Uchiha clan, each possessing the three-tomo Sharingan, fell effortlessly to the masked man. In that instant, all viewers felt the overwhelming power of this masked figure. The three-tomo Genjutsu proved utterly ineffective against him. When the Uchiha utilized fire release techniques to assault the masked man, he absorbed them into the space within his eyes, only to return them to their assailants. At that moment, the masked man resembled the Grim Reaper, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Uchiha. Everyone understood that this individual was likely the aid sought by Itachi Uchiha. In the Senju clan's territory, Senju Tobirama witnessed this scene, his blood boiling with evident rage. Meanwhile, Naruto, observing the unfolding events, seemed to recall something and dashed toward the training field, his concern for Sasuke's well-being intensifying. In the footage, a youth clad in the Konoha Umbu uniform, adorned with the village's forehead protector and wielding a short blade, walked the path of the Uchiha clan on this moonlit night. With each swift step, he dispatched an Uchiha clansman, leaving a trail of death in his wake. Across the ninja world, onlookers could scarcely bear to witness the harrowing scene. It was apparent to all that Itachi Uchiha's expression had grown somewhat numb. This individual, with eyes devoid of emotion, appeared as if he were submerged in an abyss. Concurrently, viewers also beheld the previously encountered masked man, now wreaking havoc within the Uchiha territory. A young girl dashed from an alley, and upon seeing Itachi, cried out, "Itachi! Someone is killing our clan members." Please, save them. Yet, in the next instant, an iron chain shot forth from the alley, dragging the girl back, and all understood that her fate was likely sealed. Meanwhile, within the training field, Sasuke stared intently at the footage, recognizing the girl who seemed to be named Izumi. The massacre continued unabated. As Itachi entered a grand residence, Sasuke's eyes widened in realization. This was his home. In the footage, Itachi opened the door to find Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto kneeling within the room, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Prior to stepping into the room, thoughts swirled in Itachi's mind. The esteemed figure of my father undoubtedly stands as my greatest adversary. This is a clash between two ninjas, each possessing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, compelling me to exercise utmost caution. As the moonlight streamed through the door, the observers finally discerned the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku. What is this? Meanwhile, in the training grounds, Uchiha Sasuke was equally perplexed. Having learned from Uchiha Itachi that beyond the three-tomo Sharingan lies an even more profound level, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Undeniably, the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku were indeed the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Sasuke had never before realized that his father possessed such eyes as well. Yet, soon after, the imagery of Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo faded away. Witnessing this scene, Itachi seemed to have anticipated the unfolding events. Father. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku finally spoke within the imagery. I do not wish to engage in fratricide with my own son. It appears you have aligned yourself with the village. Itachi, please grant me one final request. Fugaku's words carried a weight of undeniable sincerity, and Itachi remained silent as Fugaku continued. I entrust Sasuke to you. This is your chosen path. Compared to you, our suffering lasts but a fleeting moment. Despite our differing views, I remain proud of you. Although Fugaku's statement was left unfinished, it was evident that Itachi's eyes were now brimming with tears. It was apparent that as Itachi raised his blade, he hesitated to strike, a realization dawning upon Fugaku. In the imagery, Fugaku spoke his final words with a smile. You are truly a kind-hearted child. In the scene, Itachi's trembling hand gripped the knife. Father, mother. At this moment, Uchiha Mikoto finally found her voice within the imagery. Itachi, I know this is all too painful for you. Itachi's voice was now choked with emotion. Mother. Large tears fell to the ground, and everyone present could feel the depth of Itachi's anguish. Upon reaching this point, all present understood the circumstances that had transpired. Due to various reasons, the village no longer trusted the Uchiha clan, which was under close surveillance. Even Itachi, a member of the Uchiha, had been given orders to monitor his own clan. The Uchiha were sensitive to such situations and could not remain oblivious. Consequently, the rift between the Uchiha and the village widened. Ultimately, unable to endure the village's malice any longer, the Uchiha clan resolved to instigate a coup. However, having experienced the brutalities of war and fully aware of the strengths of both the village and the Uchiha, Itachi was unwilling to witness this outcome. He sought to collaborate with his friend Shisui to avert the impending conflict, but following Shisui's demise, Itachi understood that a confrontation was inevitable. The most favorable outcome of such a battle would be mutual destruction, and at that juncture, other ninja villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to wage war against Konoha. However, the village that had endured all this had undeniably diminished in strength. By that time, a conflict exceeding the scale of the previous three great ninja wars was poised to erupt. In pursuit of peace within the ninja world, Itachi Uchiha, after profound anguish and contemplation, resolved to take action against the Uchiha clan. Many might argue that had Shisui and Itachi supported their clan, the coup might have succeeded. Indeed, such was the case. Yet, at that juncture, the other villages were not oblivious. Should a clash ensue, the village would inevitably suffer a loss of at least half its combat prowess. Would the other four great nations simply stand by and watch? The Land of Fire can be deemed the most prosperous region in the entire ninja world, possessing the most conducive environment for habitation. This fertile land nurtured the formidable Hidden Leaf village. During the preceding Warring States period, only the most powerful Senju and Uchiha clans thrived in this territory. At that point, the Hidden Leaf would become a tantalizing prize, a piece of meat lacking any means of self-defense. In that moment, all who understood these truths fell into silence. Nevertheless, the imagery did not cease due to their quietude. It continued unabated. As the blade flashed, Sasuke, observing the scene, seemed to foresee what was to come. The tomo within his pupils began to spin frantically at that instant. The Sharingan, originally adorned with merely 2 tomo, manifested a third in that moment. It dawned upon him that his father cared for him. Indeed, in Sasuke's memory, his father, Fugaku Uchiha, seemed to prioritize Itachi over him. Yet, at this moment, Sasuke realized that the reality was far more complex. Itachi had borne so much weight. The Sasuke of now was no longer the child of years past. He had come to comprehend many truths. He understood what his brother, having survived the ravages of war and gained deeper insights into the essence of life, was truly endeavoring to accomplish. He also recognized that should the Uchiha clan instigate a coup, whether it ended in success or failure, it would ultimately be the clan's honor that would be lost. In that moment, Sasuke found himself engulfed in confusion. Upon grasping all this, he could not judge Itachi's actions as right or wrong. The scene shifted to a dimly lit cave, where a man sat upon a chair, seemingly awaiting someone. At last, footsteps echoed. As the figure drew nearer, all present finally discerned the identities of the 2 individuals. It was Itachi and Sakura, who gasped in astonishment. "Ah, it's Sasuke-kun." Meanwhile, the Sasuke in the training ground took notice of his future self within the imagery. In the vision, when the 2 brothers met, an extraordinary battle of Jinjutsu unfolded. Although no movement occurred in reality, within the illusion, they had already engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Following the Jinjutsu, a fierce confrontation of taijutsu ensued. Shuriken assaults were exchanged, followed by shadow clones and wind-infused shuriken. In a dazzling display of combat, an array of shuriken surged from all directions toward the brothers. Yet, neither brother showed any sign of being affected. The fierce battle between the 2 brothers rages on. Meanwhile, the intelligence analysts of Konoha, observing the footage, have discerned that the combatant's prowess has transcended the realm of mere jonin. Astonishingly, the 16 or 17-year-old Sasuke exhibits a fighting capability that rivals that of a Kage. Sakura, witnessing this spectacle, cannot help but exclaim, "No wonder it's Sasuke-kun. With such strength, he must be regarded as a jonin." Forgive Sakura, for her understanding of power is limited. At this moment, Naruto finally arrives at the training ground and exhales in relief upon seeing Sasuke, quietly watching the images. He approaches Sasuke's side, gazing up at the sky where the battle unfolds. Following the physical confrontation, the duel transitions to ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Their hand seals are executed with a speed that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, rendering the motions nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Another clash of equally matched fire techniques ensues, and then, to the astonishment of all, marks begin to appear on Sasuke's body, culminating in the emergence of grotesque, demonic wings from his back. Sasuke, momentarily taken aback, quickly realizes that this is the power bestowed upon him by the cursed seal planted by Orochimaru. Seemingly catching Sasuke's train of thought, Naruto calls out, "Sasuke, snap out of it. Didn't you hear that guy named Mitsuki? Orochimaru is after your body." Sasuke glances at Naruto and scoffs. "Humph, I already know that. Even without this power, I will undoubtedly surpass what is depicted in the images." As Sasuke harnesses the power of the cursed seal, Itachi's eyes begin to undergo a transformation. This is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. What had initially seemed to bolster Sasuke's power and even suppress Itachi's fire technique is suddenly overshadowed as the black flames swiftly engulf Sasuke's fire, burning fiercely against the grotesque wings on his back. The cursed wings, engulfed in black flames, prove impervious to extinguishment. In a moment of clarity, Sasuke, gritting his teeth against excruciating pain, severs the cursed wings, yet the black fire continues to consume everything in its path. All the shinobi watching the footage observe this scene with grave seriousness. The third Hokage, after a moment of silence, solemnly states, "The unquenchable black flames must be the manifestation of Itachi's Mangekyo abilities." Meanwhile, in the Senju clan's domain, Tobirama Senju immediately recalls something upon witnessing the black flames. Flames akin to Sasuke's? It seems this moment draws parallels to the technique named Scorch Release. Light Wheel Gale Black Arrow Zero by the 4th Hokage on the battlefield of the 4th Great Ninja War. It appears that Sasuke's black flames stem from his brother, Itachi Uchiha. This thought leads Tobirama to reflect upon the striking resemblance between Sasuke and Izuna Uchiha. Reflecting upon the matter, one might ponder how Sasuke could resemble Izuna. In truth, it is Itachi Uchiha who bears a closer resemblance to Izuna. Both are of that ilk who sacrifice for the sake of their brothers. Contemplating this, Tobarama Senju could not help but exhale a sigh, observing his elder brother's demeanor. Kawarama inquired with concern, "Brother Tobarama, is something amiss?" In response, Tobarama donned a smile and directed his gaze towards Kawarama, saying, "Naught is wrong. Pay close attention to these images. Many of the battles depicted will prove beneficial for you." Thus, the two brothers resumed their observation of the celestial tableau. At that moment, the image of Itachi Uchiha began recounting the tale of brothers Uchiha Madara and Izuna to Sasuke. Employing Jinjutsu, he conveyed the story to Sasuke. Within the illusion, Madara, having frequently wielded the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, found his vision increasingly compromised due to the erosion of his ocular strength. Much like the current Itachi, he could see only a vague silhouette of his long-absent brother, Sasuke, standing just a few meters away. Madara exhausted numerous methods, yet could not restore his sight. At this juncture, Itachi paused momentarily, casting his gaze towards Sasuke in the distance. Driven by his obsession with the Mangekyo's power, Madara reached towards his brother's eyes. The Sasuke within the vision seemed to grasp something, his expression betraying an unparalleled shock. "What do you mean? What does reaching for his brother's eyes signify?" Regardless of the reaction of the Sasuke in the image, the observer Sasuke had begun to piece together the truth. From prior depictions, it was evident that Itachi's actions were solely to preserve himself. Such a deed was inconceivable for him. At times, circumstances unfold in such a manner that one can only grasp fragments of the truth, rendering it impossible to form a complete judgment. However, in that moment, Sasuke Uchiha began to comprehend. Itachi desired not his eyes, but rather. At this realization, an overwhelming agony enveloped Sasuke. Yet, regardless of Sasuke's tumultuous thoughts, the imagery continued to unfold. In the vision, Itachi extended his hand towards Sasuke's eye sockets. "Forgive me, Sasuke." In that instant, the Sasuke within the illusion was rendered motionless by Itachi's imposing presence. Just as the tension peaked, the Sasuke in the vision activated the cursed seal upon him. In that fleeting moment, the unique natural chakra of the seal surged forth, shattering Itachi's Jinjutsu, Tsukuyami. It was only then that the Sasuke in the image realized his eyes remained intact. It appeared that the prior events were merely an illusion. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, Tsunade seemed to perceive something amiss. "This fellow has exhausted all his strength." Upon hearing her words, the third Hokage was taken aback and turned his gaze towards Tsunade. Tsuna, upon hearing the words of Tsunade, remarked that although she had not observed the situation up close, even through the mere imagery, a medical ninja could discern that this individual, known as Uchiha Itachi, had overexerted the powers of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Based on the state depicted in the visuals, it was evident that even without further reliance on the Mangekyo abilities, he would at most have a year or two left to live. If he continued to engage as he had just done, it could be feared. Though Tsunade did not finish her thought, the third Hokage had already grasped the implication. In the next moment, the image revealed Uchiha Itachi suddenly collapsing to the ground without warning. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, standing outside the village of Konoha, observed this scene with an expression devoid of emotion, having already charted his path. Yet, beside him stood a young man of similar age, his face etched with sorrow as he witnessed the unfolding events. "It matters not," Itachi responded with a faint smile. "I have anticipated this day. Were it not for Sasuke, I believe I would have perished long ago." The young man fell silent for a moment. Itachi turned to him again and said with a smile, "By the way, I owe my gratitude to this enigmatic force behind the viewing of this spectacle, for it has allowed Shursui to be revived." Next to Itachi stood a young man characterized by a round nose, clad in a black high-collared short-sleeved shirt and black trousers, adorned with brown armor on his right shoulder and his legs wrapped in white cloth. The Uchiha clan emblem was embroidered on the back of his attire. Indeed, this was Uchiha Shursui. The imagery continued to play. Sasuke remained oblivious to Itachi's condition, vowing to avenge their clan. His singular purpose was to eliminate Uchiha Itachi, to honor the spirits of his fallen kin. A fierce confrontation ensued, with neither side willing to yield. At that moment, both combatants struggled to maintain their footing, their chakra reserves nearly depleted. At this juncture, Sasuke spoke, "This is likely my final technique." Upon hearing this, Itachi paused momentarily, then replied with certainty, "You are well aware of the capabilities of the Sharingan. There is no need for you to force yourself. I can see clearly that your chakra is nearly exhausted. Yet, The image portrayed Sasuke slowly rising to his feet. Unbeknownst to them, what was once a clear sky had transformed into a tempestuous storm. Sasuke, with a light chuckle, declared, "This technique is akin to Amaterasu. It is utterly unavoidable. I shall now manifest your demise." As thunder roared and dark clouds enveloped the heavens, torrential rain began to pour. Lightning release. Kirin. At that moment, the scene captivated all eyes, as if 1,000 birds were singing in unison. Sasuke's lightning and the wrath of the heavens achieved a harmonious unity, an exquisite amalgamation of human prowess and nature's might. In this instant, the thunder seemed tamed by Sasuke's will. The sound of numerous birds echoed against the thunderous roars, resembling a colossal beast from the primordial chaos, bellowing towards the man clad in a robe of red clouds and black fabric. In an instant, the thunder consumed him. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "No." At that moment, the three tomo in his gaze spun frantically. Unbeknownst to him, an immense chakra of Ein release surged within his eyes, converging towards them in a wild frenzy. Just as it neared its critical point, a crimson skull materialized upon Itachi, ultimately shielding him from the cataclysmic thunder. Seeing this unfold, Sasuke, within the training grounds of Konoha, inexplicably sighed in relief. What he did not realize was that had the preceding vision persisted for merely 2 or 3 seconds longer, the world before him would have transformed dramatically. However, some matters were not meant for Sasuke to confront at this juncture. Meanwhile, Shisui, standing beside Itachi, also exhaled in relief upon witnessing the event. Turning to Itachi, he remarked, "It must be Susanoo, right?" Itachi nodded in silence. Shisui, with a smile, continued, It seems that Itachi's heart is brimming with passion. It is said that the color of Susanoo can reflect its master's spirit." Hearing this, Itachi remained silent, refraining from a response. As the vision unfolded, Itachi's Susanoo emerged like an ancient giant, taking shape as bones appeared first, followed by muscles. Eventually, skin enveloped the Susanoo, adorned with armor, wielding a shield and a colossal sword. This sudden surge of power startled the Sasuke within the vision, causing him to retreat repeatedly. At that moment, a figure emerged within the imagery, exclaiming, "Let me lend you my power." The instant that voice resonated, everyone was momentarily stunned. Those aware of Sasuke's curse mark understood that this was likely Orochimaru attempting to seize his body. However, they recalled Orochimaru's earlier actions of summoning the 4 former Hokage. Evidently, he had either failed or chosen to abandon his endeavor this time. It was even conceivable that Orochimaru later reached an accord with Sasuke. Before Sasuke within the vision could utter a word, a large mass suddenly emerged from the curse mark on his neck, transforming into the 8-headed serpent. Just as everyone anticipated another shift in events, the scene transitioned back to Itachi. At last, Orochimaru has appeared. Itachi, without uttering a word, seemed to convey this thought through his heart. The orange-red giant thrust its sword directly toward the serpent, effortlessly severing several of its heads. In that moment, Itachi, in his Susanoo form, emanated the majesty and might of a celestial deity. When the sword in Susanoo's grasp pierced the body of the 8-headed serpent, Orochimaru's image exhibited a flicker of trepidation. It is the Kusanagi sword. Upon hearing this, the majority of onlookers were left bewildered, yet some began to grasp its significance. Naruto, in a state of confusion, turned to Kakashi, who was also present in the training ground. "Kakashi-sensei, what is the Kusanagi sword?" Kakashi, upon hearing the question, elucidated, "The Kusanagi sword is a legendary artifact, also known as the Sword of Sealing." At this juncture, Kakashi seemed to attain an understanding, and he addressed Sasuke and Naruto. "Do you recall the mysterious inquiry posed during your second exam?" With Kakashi's words, Sasuke began to comprehend, promptly remarking, "I see. The question pertains to who is the most difficult individual to kill in the Forest of Death. The answer is Orochimaru, if he is indeed so hard to vanquish. We must employ sealing techniques." However, it was at this moment that Sasuke recalled the words of that individual named Mitsuki, who had mentioned that sealing techniques are largely ineffective against certain unique entities, including Orochimaru. It can be asserted that Orochimaru's curse marks allow him to summon back any soul that has been sealed. Coupled with the previous imagery of Orochimaru, it became evident that Itachi Uchiha's sealing had ultimately permitted Orochimaru's escape. As the scene unfolded, Orochimaru was at last sealed by Itachi Uchiha's Kusanagi sword. At this moment, It was clear that Sasuke Uchiha had no chance of victory. The two brothers found themselves at their final juncture, observing the desperate struggle of the brothers in the imagery. Mikoto Uchiha could no longer contain her tears. Itachi, Sasuke. Meanwhile, Mewtwo watched in silence. Rationally, he ought to harbor hatred for Itachi, the one who had decimated his clan. Yet, in this moment, Mewtwo was inevitably reminded of his own brother. If given the opportunity, he too might act similarly for the sake of his own brothers. In that instant, Mewtwo's emotions became intricately woven. Unbeknownst to him, a tomo began to manifest within his once pitch-black eyes. Though he too observed the imagery, the moment that peculiar chakra emerged was swiftly captured by Kagami Uchiha. Kagami found himself gazing at this young lad, who was technically of his generation. At that moment in the imagery, Itachi Uchiha, clad in Susanoo, extended two fingers, advancing step by step towards Sasuke. All who watched understood the unfolding events, and naturally, they recognized that Itachi did not intend to gouge out Sasuke's eyes. The imagery then shifted to Itachi's perspective. Before him lay a blurred vista, allowing him only a faint glimpse of a figure in the distance. At long last, the distance between them shrank to less than a meter, and in that instant, Itachi's eyes barely managed to discern Sasuke's form. Sasuke, you have grown. This was Itachi's inner thought. As the distance between them diminished, the terror in Sasuke's eyes deepened, for he believed Itachi was truly poised to take his eyes. At last, a crisp sound echoed as Itachi's image pressed his finger against Sasuke's forehead. In that fleeting moment, Itachi revealed a warm smile, one that Sasuke had not seen in a long while. At this juncture, Itachi's body seemed to falter, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Yet even as he lay there, a smile graced his lips. Was it joy at having resolved the lingering threat left by Orochimaru on Sasuke? Or was it a happiness born from witnessing his brother's growth? In the training grounds of Konoha, Sasuke's eyes widened, immobilized as if ensnared by a binding jutsu. After witnessing Itachi's life unfold before him, his mind became a blank slate. At that moment, he felt utterly lost. His singular aim since that fateful day had been to avenge his clan by killing Itachi. However, now, grasping the entirety of the circumstances, he found himself engulfed in confusion. The three tomo in his eyes whirled frantically, yet they could not surmount the final barrier, as if something were impeding his eyes from advancing further. Observing Sasuke's current state, Naruto promptly placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, calling out loudly, "Are you all right, Sasuke?" This sudden exclamation roused Sasuke from his stupor. He shut his eyes, and then turned to Naruto with fury, exclaiming, "What do you know, you dead last?" In response, Naruto lowered his head slowly before glancing sharply at Sasuke, retorting, "What's wrong? I just don't understand, you jerk." Unbothered by Naruto's words, Sasuke shouted back, "Do you want to fight, dead last? Come on, bring it on." Kakashi, who had intended to intervene, paused and allowed a smile to form on his lips. It seemed that Naruto possessed a special power, one that always seemed to redeem others at the right moment. Having previously redeemed Gaara, it appeared that he might also save Sasuke in the future. Reflecting on this, Kakashi thought of himself, his teammates, and his mentor. Returning his focus to the training ground, he noticed that Sasuke and Naruto had already engaged in combat. It was evident that both were exercising restraint, so Kakashi chose not to interfere. However, as the clash continued, he was taken aback to discover that Sasuke was being overpowered. It was important to note that Sasuke now possessed the three-tomo Sharingan, even if he was not fully committed. The sight of their battle left Kakashi momentarily speechless. Based on their prior encounters, Sasuke should have been the stronger of the two. Could it be that he truly lacked teaching aptitude? Nonetheless, it seemed he would need to host a banquet for Ebisu in the near future. For in just a few days, Naruto's strength had seen such remarkable growth. Just as the two engaged in their fervent exchange, the previously dimmed image suddenly reignited. Within the frame, Uchiha Itachi donned a black cloak, his shoulder bearing the weight of a seemingly youthful man, whose hair was as white as snow, and whose emaciated form resembled little more than skin stretched over bones as they traversed the path. A meticulous observer would discern the unmistakable marks of the Edo Tensei technique upon both figures captured in the image. Concurrently, all attention gravitated towards the man beside Uchiha Itachi. Was that the Rinnegan? At that moment, every viewer who beheld the man's eyes was struck with astonishment, for from earlier images, the one who had brought ruin to Konoha was indeed a man with striking orange hair and a pair of Rinnegan. Yet, few could identify him. However, it was evident that some recognized him. Nagato. Indeed, it was Jiraiya who, without hesitation, identified Nagato's true identity. In the high tower of Amigakure, Nagato and Konan were also watching. Upon witnessing this scene, Konan instantly grasped the implications. Nagato, maintaining his composure, remarked, "It matters not. Every person must face death eventually. I am merely curious as to who managed to defeat me." Meanwhile, in the training grounds of Konoha, Sasuke found himself momentarily stunned. Gazing intently at Nagato's eyes on the screen, irritation bubbling within him. How many more possessed the Rinnegan? It was no wonder Sasuke reacted this way. In the prior image, there were 6 pain bodies, each endowed with Rinnegan, and with Nagato now revealed, that amounted to 7 pairs of Rinnegan. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the 6 pains were merely puppets controlled by Nagato. Sasuke felt no surprise at Itachi being resurrected through Edo Tensei. From previous images, it was evident that the summoner had called forth formidable figures from the past. It was inconceivable that Itachi's prowess would not warrant his summoning. The imagery persisted, revealing that Uchiha Itachi seemed to have sensed something. At that moment, the sun had just begun to rise. After the dawn, we have indeed traveled quite a distance. It appears we are destined to battle, Nagato mused without a hint of surprise. But who shall we confront? As they continued to advance, step by step, Nagato suddenly seemed to perceive something. Could it be? Uchiha Itachi, intrigued, wondered what Nagato had detected. Is it nearby? At that moment, Nagato's face broke into a smile. What a nostalgic feeling. I never anticipated encountering him again. The scene then shifted, revealing 2 figures emerging into view, who in the blink of an eye rushed towards Nagato and Uchiha Itachi. Among them was a robust man with dark skin, unmistakably embodying the characteristics of the Hidden Cloud Village. Simultaneously, the individual bore ash-blonde hair, adorned with dark sunglasses, and was equipped with 7 blades, while a large sword was slung across his back. If my observation serves me correctly, he is none other than the second of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, known as Samahata. Moreover, on his right shoulder, he displayed the iron symbol representing the iron armor seal, while his left cheek bore the marks of horns. In contrast, the other figure radiated a resplendent orange-golden glow, as if enveloped by an immense chakra. Upon the sight of these 2, the villagers of the Hidden Cloud were astonished, exclaiming, "Is that not Lord Killer Bee?" Without a doubt, it is indeed Lord Killer Bee, but who accompanies him? Are you blind? The fellow beside Lord Killer Bee wears a Leaf Village forehead protector. He must be from the Hidden Leaf. Doesn't he look somewhat familiar? At last, someone appeared to recollect. I remember now. This individual seems to be the one mentioned in the footage who rescued Gaara. As the imagery unfolded, the inhabitants of the Hidden Leaf had already recognized the other person. Sasuke glared, somewhat irked, at Naruto's new appearance on the screen, and truth be told, it was indeed striking. Upon witnessing this, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, those in the Hidden Leaf Village who shared a close bond with Naruto began to deduce that this was indeed Naruto. However, they still hesitated to confirm it. The moment the 2 figures in the footage caught sight of the individuals before them, the one suspected to be Naruto spoke up, "Itachi Uchiha? Brother Nagato?" Killer Bee seemed perplexed by Naruto's familiarity with the 2 individuals. "Naruto, do you know them?" Upon utterance of this question, everyone realized that this individual was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. Yet, the source of such power remained a mystery to them. Some speculated it might stem from the 9 Tails' influence, but the vast majority, even those who had encountered Jinchuriki, had never seen one in such a form. In other words, the 9 Tails was indeed exceptional. At this juncture, the Naruto in the footage responded to Killer Bee's inquiry. "Yes, I know both of them." Upon hearing this, the entire Hidden Leaf Village was rendered speechless. Is it truly Naruto? However, at this moment, Naruto was grappling with a particular conundrum. It seemed quite normal for my future self to recognize Sasuke's brother. Yet why would I know that individual with the Rinnegan? Sasuke immediately retorted, "You fool, that's the Rinnegan." Naruto waved his hand dismissively, stating, "That's not important. What truly matters is why I know him and even refer to him as brother." Sasuke fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Naruto appeared to have an epiphany, saying, "Could it be?" Sasuke, looking at Naruto with anticipation, inquired, "What have you thought of?" Naruto began to muse aloud, "Sasuke, do you think this person named Nagato might have been one of Kakashi-sensei's former students?" Upon hearing these words, Kakashi found it impossible to continue playing the role of a scarecrow in the rice field and spoke up directly. "That's impossible. Firstly, I do not know this person at all, and secondly, This individual is likely older than I am. Upon hearing this, both Sasuke and Naruto fell silent, resuming their viewing in tranquility. Meanwhile, the figure of Nagato in the imagery finally began to speak. I never expected my opponent to be you, Naruto. Before Naruto could respond, Nagato continued, it has been quite a long time, hasn't it? However, for someone like me, who is technically deceased, it feels rather brief. Yet, you do seem somewhat different now, Naruto. At these words, Naruto appeared somewhat pleased, a sense of pride swelling within him. The image of Naruto raised his hand to examine his chakra, and then spoke. What you refer to is the chakra manifestation I displayed after gaining control over the Nine Tails. In that instant, the entirety of Konoha trembled. The Nine Tails? Chakra manifestation? What was he saying? He has control over the Nine Tails? He meant he could manipulate the chakra of the Nine Tails, which indeed marked him as an extraordinary individual. Within the office of the third Hokage, the third looked on with a sense of gratification. Fourth Hokage, your choice was not in vain. The image of Itachi, upon hearing this, expressed surprise. What? Yet Nagato remained composed. I see. No wonder you appear so different. At this moment, the image of Naruto bore an even brighter smile, radiating newfound confidence. In response, Itachi commended Naruto, acknowledging his significant growth. However, the atmosphere remained calm as a voice interjected. As expected of my junior brother, I am not the least bit surprised. Hearing this praise, the image of Killer Bee immediately burst into rap. All thanks to my efforts, he stands no chance. Naruto, witnessing Killer Bee's rap, felt a surge of defiance. That is not the case at all. In the Rain Village, Konan watched the scene with a hint of worry, struggling to comprehend how Nagato had met his end. Meanwhile, in the Lightning Village's Thundercloud Gorge, Killer Bee observed the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, who seemed to be quite familiar with him. Only Jinchuriki can truly be friends, yo. Simultaneously, various ninja villages intensified their information gathering on Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. After all, considering Naruto's displayed speed and prowess in the imagery, merely labeling him as a shadow-level powerhouse sufficed. An intelligence on a shadow-level powerhouse was undoubtedly of paramount importance. However, within the village of Konoha, while some rejoiced at Naruto's control over the Nine Tails chakra, others remained cautious. Could that boy truly manage the Nine Tails? As this thought circulated, uncertainty enveloped everyone. At that moment, Nagato in the imagery spoke once more. It seems you have broken free from the shackles of darkness and triumphed over the shadows within your heart, Naruto. Upon hearing these words, all those acquainted with Naruto were taken aback. Did Naruto harbor darkness within him? To everyone's perception, Naruto had always been cheerful, optimistic, and full of vitality. Indeed, on many occasions, his demeanor had the power to uplift those around him. In the training grounds of Konoha, Sasuke and Kakashi's gazes inevitably drifted towards Naruto, who was seated on the ground. Naruto, however, scoffed at the notion he possessed no darkness. He was Naruto, the little sun, brimming with positive energy, destined to rescue even more souls in the future. Contemplating this, Naruto turned to the image and pointed at the figure of Killer Bee, exclaiming, Kakashi-sensei, do you think this gentleman from the Hidden Cloud Village could also be someone I saved? Ha! Upon hearing this, Kakashi covered his forehead, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the Naruto depicted in the image, upon receiving a message from Nagato, was filled with elation. Brother, thanks to you, I have come to understand my pain. An uncle has aided me in my true waterfall training. In that moment, Naruto's smile was infectious, radiating enthusiasm and fervor. And also my dad and mom, too. Ultimately, it is thanks to everyone's support that I have arrived at this point, liberated from the darkness within me, and embraced my current chakra mode. At this moment, Naruto in the Konoha training grounds was momentarily stunned. Father and mother, how distant those terms felt. For Naruto Uzumaki, they were words that echoed from a far-off realm. Yet now, he gleaned information about his parents from the image of his own self. In that instant, the once unreachable figures of his parents seemed to draw remarkably close. However, the image of himself spoke in half-truths, leaving him in the dark regarding the specifics of their circumstances. Naruto felt a surge of frustration. Had it not been for Kurama's presence, given his current state, the continuous interference of the Nine Tails chakra would have certainly led him to succumb to madness. No matter how desperately Naruto yearned to learn about his parents, the images remained indifferent to his desires. Meanwhile, the individuals in the image, who had been reminiscing, suddenly paused as Uchiha Itachi and Nagato exchanged glances. In the next moment, Itachi swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a great fireball technique directed at Naruto and Killer Bee. The spectators were initially perplexed, only to recall that both individuals were under the control of the Edo Tensei technique. It seemed the puppeteer behind the scenes could no longer bear to watch the two engage in such leisurely banter. In the image, as Itachi's attack approached, Killer Bee's massive sword, Semihata, instinctively defended against Itachi's strike. At that moment, Itachi noticed the formidable blade behind Killer Bee. That is Semihata. Does this mean Kisame has? Itachi pieced together the fate of Kisame. Concurrently, Kisame himself witnessed this scene, a wave of emotions washing over him. Kisame is aware that Itachi Uchiha is an undercover agent, and conversely, Itachi knows that Kisame has been dispatched by Madara to surveil him. However, certain matters elude clear articulation. Perhaps the prolonged companionship has led both to genuinely regard one another as comrades. Nevertheless, Kisame seems rather indifferent to the prospect of his own potential demise. Born in the land of water's Kirigakure, often referred to as the village of the bloody mist, the fate of a ninja is inevitably entwined with the act of killing or facing death themselves. The footage continues to unfold, yet what follows elicits a sense of absurdity. It is evident that neither party is holding back in their confrontation. Both are fully committed to the fray. Itachi and Nagato find themselves as the controlled entities, and each of their ninjutsu and taijutsu strikes poses a significant threat. Although Nagato is hindered physically and currently operates only a few pain puppets, he possesses the Rinnegan, which allows him to perform at a level far exceeding that of an average Kage. Itachi's prowess, on the other hand, is unquestionable, as he embodies the very essence of a Kage-level ninja. Consequently, faced with the onslaught from these two formidable opponents, Naruto and Killer Bee are compelled to exert their utmost effort without reservation. Intriguingly, amidst the chaos of battle, the two sides engage in conversation. However, the most pivotal aspect is that before each of Itachi and Nagato's assaults, they forewarn Naruto and Killer Bee of their intended targets, allowing them to prepare in advance. The image reveals Itachi striking Naruto with a powerful punch, only to inquire about Sasuke. How is Sasuke faring? Naruto deftly evades the blow and responds to Itachi's query. After your demise, he joined the Akatsuki and is now plotting revenge against Konoha. Before anyone can contemplate resolving the issue of Sasuke beforehand, Itachi appears visibly taken aback. Why hasn't Sasuke returned to the village? This question reveals Itachi's internal dialogue. Having killed me, one of Konoha's top 3 S-rank rogue ninjas, Sasuke should have been able to return in glory. However, Naruto swiftly provides an explanation. That masked man found Sasuke and revealed the truth about you. Now, Sasuke harbors hatred for the village and has resolved to destroy it in his quest for vengeance against Konoha. In an instant, Itachi comprehends the entire situation. Damn that Madara. Although the masked man had previously proclaimed himself as Uchiha Madara, skepticism still lingered among many, for if Madara were alive, he would be at least a century old. Yet, at this moment, all are aware that the Konoha operative embedded within the Akatsuki harbors no doubts regarding this identity. A multitude of events indicates that even if that masked figure is not truly Madara, his strength has undeniably earned the recognition of Itachi Uchiha. Following the preceding footage, everyone has garnered a general understanding of Itachi's combat capabilities, which undoubtedly rank him among the more formidable within the realm of Kage. Such an individual would hardly mistake someone's identity, would they? At this moment, the image of Naruto, disregarding Itachi's reaction, immediately began to question him. Is what Madara said truly the case? Is the Uchiha clan really planning a coup? And you? Before Naruto could finish his inquiry, Itachi abruptly interrupted him. Enough. Naruto. Nagato seemed to grasp the underlying implications. So there were such hidden truths. Meanwhile, within the towering structure of the Rain Village, Konan felt a surge of anger upon witnessing this revelation. How dare Madara conceal so much? He was well aware of Itachi's role as a spy, yet had never uttered a word about it. Nagato, however, appeared oblivious, remaining utterly silent. His thoughts were consumed with the question of why he would meet his demise in the future, especially considering that he had unleashed Shinra Tensei to obliterate Konoha. Yet, from the images he had seen earlier, the Leaf Village's shinobi within the Allied forces seemed to be largely intact. Given Nagato's understanding, it was improbable that anyone could survive such a cataclysmic force. This situation raised a perplexing question. Why were so many individuals able to endure the devastation wrought by Shinra Tensei? After much contemplation, Nagato concluded that there were two possibilities. First, the power of his Shinra Tensei was not as formidable as he had presumed. However, as someone well aware of his own abilities, Nagato swiftly dismissed this notion. Even ordinary civilians, let alone average jonin, would hardly stand a chance against such an attack. Thus, the only remaining possibility, though seemingly improbable, now appeared most plausible. As the saying goes, once all impossibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. With this thought in mind, Nagato fell into silence for a moment before turning to Konin and declaring, "Let us depart for Konoha." He wished to uncover the true nature of the one called Naruto and the magic he possessed. Returning to the unfolding events in the image, Naruto began to engage Itachi in a verbal duel. "Itachi, you sacrificed your own life as a traitor to protect Konoha and Sasuke. I believe Sasuke can comprehend your anguish. Yet he has not followed your path to uphold peace. Instead, he seeks to destroy Konoha. I think he wishes to annihilate Konoha as a tribute to you." Upon hearing this, all fell silent. Itachi, having absorbed the content of the image, realized with clarity that his intentions had evidently failed. Or rather, as long as Madara existed, his plans were doomed to failure. Meanwhile, Sasuke, training in the field, contemplated the dire implications of killing Itachi only to discover the truth afterward. With Madara's deliberate manipulation, it became evident that the events depicted in the image were indeed actions he could conceive, even resorting to betraying the village and potentially destroying it. However, the circumstances had irrevocably changed. Upon this reflection, Sasuke cast an unbidden glance at Naruto beside him, who remained oblivious to his scrutiny. At this juncture, Sasuke had already come to terms with the revelations regarding his brother. Indeed, even their mother had been resurrected. It was conceivable that, in the future, other clan members might also return to life. In this moment, Sasuke had transcended trivial concerns. Just as Naruto was engrossed in an animated conversation with Itachi, Nagato suddenly unleashed an attack. Shinra Tensei. Despite Naruto's forewarning, he was effortlessly drawn towards Nagato, colliding with him. Following this, Nagato employed the same technique to draw a massive boulder from the opposite direction, and the image depicted Naruto perilously close to a collision with the rock. Witnessing this scene, the audience collectively inhaled sharply, their breaths quickening with tension. When the distance between Naruto and the boulder dwindled to less than a meter, a colossal orange-golden hand, composed of chakra, materialized around Naruto, forcefully pushing the boulder aside at the last moment. Observing this spectacle, over 99% of the spectators in the ninja world fell into silence. Within the confines of the Konoha Ninja Academy, Konohamaru gazed in awe at his brother Naruto, who appeared as a divine being descending from the heavens. Overcome with excitement, Konohamaru raised his hand to inquire of Irika-sensei at the podium, "Teacher, when will we learn to use chakra in such a manner?" Irika, taken aback by the question, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How could he respond? To him, it was evident that both Naruto and Killer Bee were Jinchuriki of tailed beasts, while Itachi and Nagato belonged to the realm of bloodline limits. Such complexities were clearly beyond the grasp of the average ninja in the world. The ninja realm was divided into 5 great nations and numerous smaller ones, with populations ranging from millions in larger nations to mere hundreds of thousands in the smaller ones. The 5 great nations not only possessed vast territories, but also housed the majority of the population. Indeed, it could be said that over 70% of the entire population of the ninja world resided within these 5 nations. Even so, among the leaders of the great ninja villages, how many possessed the prowess depicted in the images? Nevertheless, Irika understood that he could not remain silent or dampen his student spirits. He turned to his eager pupils in the classroom and smiled. "I believe that with diligence, each of you can master such chakra techniques." Although Konohamaru felt somewhat dissatisfied with this answer, he refrained from voicing his discontent. The battle unfolding on the screen was about to intensify further. Witnessing Naruto's response, Nagato, as his senior, expressed admiration. Upon hearing the praise, Naruto swelled with pride. Haha, naturally, I've grown significantly since my battle with Pain. This time, within the ranks of the Akatsuki, all members have come to comprehend that this lad named Naruto is highly likely to defeat the leader, Pain, in the future. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. It was Itachi Uchiha. "Naruto, I entrust Sasuke to you." This unexpected declaration left both Naruto and Sasuke, who were watching the scene unfold, momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances and simultaneously scoffed, turning their attention elsewhere. However, Naruto on the screen soon spoke. I have thought this way from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, the Naruto watching couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Arrogant Sasuke, from now on, I'll protect you. This is what your brother said." Ha ha ha. Witnessing Naruto's triumphant demeanor, Sasuke's fury ignited. "You fool, how dare you say that? Once the scene is over, don't you dare leave. Choose your weapon, shuriken, ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu." Yet, Itachi's next words struck a nerve with Sasuke. Indeed, entrusting Sasuke to you was the right decision. At this moment, Sasuke was teetering on the edge of embarrassment and anger. What is this guy Itachi rambling about? Meanwhile, Naruto was oblivious to Sasuke's reaction, indulging in self-praise and occasionally taking jabs at Sasuke. At this juncture, Nagato also decided to make his move. The image depicted Nagato swiftly forming hand seals, summoning two colossal beasts, each towering several meters high, exuding an overwhelming presence just by standing there. Naruto, now adept in summoning techniques, felt no surprise at this display. Just then, a voice resonated. "So, you came here. I was worried about you." Upon hearing this, Naruto joyfully exclaimed, "Perverted sage." Although Kakashi was already aware that Jiraiya had returned to Konoha, this was the first time the two had met since his return. Kakashi greeted Jiraiya while subtly nudging him regarding his new book. Suddenly, Naruto pointed at the image, his excitement palpable, asking, "What is that? So cool. It resembles that wind shuriken." Hearing this, everyone turned to the screen. In that moment, the image revealed Naruto leaping into the air, wielding a massive shuriken, which clearly was not a mere tool, but a form of ninjutsu. At that instant, the enormous shuriken emitted a deafening roar. Jiraiya's expression shifted in astonishment. This is wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Just as everyone was taken aback, the Naruto in the image hurled the shuriken. Consequently, one of the summoned beasts by Nagato was directly suppressed by the wind release, Raisin Shuriken. In that moment, the spiraled shuriken, initially comparable in size to the wind shuriken, completely enveloped the three-headed canine summoned beast within its grasp. The tale does not end here. The Azure Wind-style ninjutsu, renowned for its cutting prowess, manifests as the spiral shuriken. Within it, countless wind chakra transform into fine, high-velocity wind needles, launching a dual assault on the three-headed hellhound. As the creator of the spiral sphere, Jiraiya is intimately familiar with its genesis. Yet, at the moment the spiral sphere is imbued with elemental properties, he finds the technique somewhat unfamiliar. Nevertheless, he resolves to teach Naruto the spiral sphere. Given that the Naruto in the imagery can wield the spiral sphere, having even mastered its complete version, the wind-style spiral shuriken, it is evident that Naruto possesses a remarkable aptitude for learning this jutsu. This thought brings to mind Jiraiya's proud pupil, which inevitably leads him to a moment of melancholy as he reflects on Naruto. Meanwhile, the battle between Uchiha Itachi and Killer Bee continues unabated. Itachi seems to notice a change within his body and issues a warning. "Do not gaze into my eyes, or you shall fall into illusion." However, this warning arrives too late. In the instant their eyes meet, Killer Bee is ensnared by Itachi's jinjutsu. The scene shifts to reveal a colossal, bull-headed octopus. One tentacle grasping Killer Bee while the other strikes him rapidly. At this moment, everyone witnesses the inner world of a Jinchuriki for the first time, observing the interaction between the host and the tailed beast within. As Killer Bee is struck by the 8 tails, he abruptly breaks free from Itachi's illusion. This is the reason why a perfect Jinchuriki can remain immune to the effects of Jinjutsu. The imagery shows Killer Bee, upon liberating himself, swiftly drawing his 8 swords to fend off Itachi's assault. Subsequently, Itachi's Sharingan begins to undergo a transformation. Naruto immediately takes note of this change and warns, "Be careful, uncle. If you fall victim to Amaterasu or Tsukuyami, it would be disastrous." That is the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is clear that Itachi, while rotating the Mangekyo within his eyes, speaks with an inscrutable intent. And what would happen then? In the next instant, Naruto's form quakes violently. Witnessing this, Sasuke, in the training ground, shouts at Naruto, "We've been told not to make eye contact with the Sharingan. How could you fall for it so easily?" In response, Naruto scratches his head, perplexed. "I don't know why my future self didn't evade. Just moments ago, he said not to make eye contact." Sasuke scoffs, "Humph, that's the Mangekyo Sharingan. It's not something you can simply avoid by overthinking." Within the imagery, it becomes evident that Naruto has indeed fallen victim, and he begins to retch violently. At long last, with a violent retch, a raven, nearly the size of a human, emerged from Naruto's mouth. To be candid, the scene was rather grotesque, prompting Naruto, who was watching the unfolding events, to swallow hard. The raven was immense. Had it resided within Naruto's stomach, it may well have ruptured it. However, one might contend that chakra is truly omnipotent. Perhaps the raven retained a form of chakra while within Naruto. After witnessing this unsettling spectacle, Naruto, eyes wide with trepidation, turned to Sasuke and queried, "Sasuke, could this be the power of your brother's Mangekyo Sharingan? It is truly formidable, though devoid of any mocking intent." A hint of fear tinged Naruto's tone. Yet, Sasuke interpreted his words as a veiled taunt. With a disdainful huff, Sasuke refrained from responding. Naruto continued, "But how did this raven enter my future self's body? With such a large frame, how could it possibly be swallowed? I, Naruto, would rather perish in battle than consume something of that magnitude." Meanwhile, within Naruto's being, whether it was Kurama, the Nine Tails, or Shikaku, they all shared a knowing smirk at his words, fully aware that Naruto needed to access the storehouse to lift his seals, something understood by those in the know. Regardless of Naruto's musings, the imagery persisted. The raven, having emerged from Naruto's mouth, revealed its eyes, those of the previously seen Mangekyo Sharingan. Anyone familiar with Shirsue's visual prowess recognized them as his. Yet the entire shinobi world remained largely ignorant of the true capabilities held within Shirsue's eyes. Not far from the village of Konoha, Shirsue gazed at Itachi with surprise, exclaiming, "Itachi, why have you bestowed my eyes upon a raven?" Itachi, after a moment of silence, replied, "Because it was the optimal choice." Shirsue began to piece together the implications. This was his left eye, and its associated power. As the imagery shifted, Naruto was reminded of something upon beholding the raven, and the scene transitioned once more. Everyone understood that memories were about to resurface. Indeed, clad in the garb of the Akatsuki, Itachi stood not far from Naruto and inquired, "Why do you cling to my traitorous brother?" At this juncture, Itachi, who was also watching the scene unfold, regarded it with utmost seriousness. He realized that he had entrusted his significant brother to Naruto, indicating that Naruto had profoundly moved him. Furthermore, that very Mangekyo Sharingan of Shirsue had likewise been entrusted to Naruto, suggesting that his future self also placed his trust in Naruto. In this moment, Itachi found himself lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, upon hearing Itachi's question, Naruto's expression transformed into one of unwavering resolve. The words Naruto would utter next were akin to a public execution, rendering both Sasuke and Naruto, who were training in Konoha's training grounds, somewhat embarrassed to meet each other's gaze. "Compared to you, I regard Sasuke more as a brother." Upon hearing Naruto's declaration on the screen, Sasuke, who stood in the training ground of Konoha, gazed at Naruto with a face full of questions. He had never anticipated that Naruto would perceive him in such a light. "A brother, you say?" As Naruto caught Sasuke's glance, he initially felt a twinge of embarrassment, but then suddenly grasped an insight, turning to glare fiercely at Sasuke. "What are you trying to say? Do you not see me as a brother?" With these words, Naruto had already begun to roll up his sleeves, seemingly ready to throw a punch at Sasuke if he dared to retort. Seeing this, Sasuke merely scoffed and replied, "Umph. How could a bottom dweller possibly belong to the Uchiha clan?" For a moment, Naruto was taken aback, uncertain of what this insinuation meant. What did it imply that a bottom dweller could never be an Uchiha? However, upon further contemplation, the meaning became clear. "Ah, Sasuke, are you suggesting that no Uchiha has ever been a bottom dweller? Ha ha, that is quite amusing." Naruto's words trailed off as he fully processed the implication. The Uchiha clan had never been associated with being at the bottom, and considering Sasuke's previous remarks about Naruto being a bottom dweller, it indicated that he, as a bottom dweller, could never ascend to the ranks of the Uchiha, and thus could not be regarded as Sasuke's brother. Realizing this, Naruto's anger surged. Meanwhile, Kakashi found himself lost in contemplation. Had there truly never been a bottom dweller among the Uchiha? At that moment, Obito, who lurked in the shadows observing Kakashi, felt a sense of offense. However, he quickly dismissed it. He was no longer that person, and now he was no one. On the other hand, once Naruto grasped the situation, he immediately shot back. "Who are you calling a bottom dweller? Weren't you just the one I was suppressing?" As he spoke, Naruto seemed to remember something joyous, although he couldn't quite understand why. But lately, Everything he learned seemed to come easily. Whether it was water walking, wind release techniques, or summoning jutsu, he mastered them all in a single attempt, something previously unimaginable. Moreover, Naruto discovered that, apart from the shadow clone technique, he could now also execute the basic clone technique with remarkable proficiency. Though he was unaware of the reason, it was undoubtedly a blessing for Naruto. Thus, even though Sasuke had already acquired the three-tomo Sharingan, he still found himself overwhelmed by Naruto during their previous sparring session. Incensed, Sasuke retorted, "I was just holding back. Once the footage ends, you're not allowed to leave. We must train." Regardless of what Sasuke said, Naruto was already lost in fantasies of easily defeating Sasuke, and this thought made him chuckle aloud. Sasuke, momentarily taken aback, then seemed to ponder something before inquiring, "What are you laughing at?" Naruto quickly suppressed the grin that had crept onto his face and replied calmly, "I wasn't laughing." Sasuke scrutinized Naruto for a moment, seemingly convinced that he indeed wasn't laughing, and thus thought little more of it. Yet, for reasons unknown, Sasuke always sensed that Naruto was subtly smiling. At that moment in the imagery, Naruto was reminiscing, having regarded Sasuke as a brother, and upon seeing Itachi Uchiha, he immediately launched an attack. However, in his fervor, Naruto seemed oblivious to the fact that Itachi, while Naruto considered Sasuke a brother, bore a slightly relieved smile. Soon after, Itachi merely narrowed his eyes and drew Naruto into the realm of Tsukuyami. Within this world, Itachi's form flickered amidst a landscape of black and red, rendering Naruto's attacks futile. Even when Naruto's strikes connected, Itachi's figure dissolved into mere crows. It was evident that Naruto was the one attacking, while Itachi had no intention of striking back. "I merely wish to converse with you," he stated. In the imagery, Naruto seemed to realize his inability to land a blow on Itachi, and thus halted his assault. Itachi then posed a question to Naruto. "In the process of bringing Sasuke back to Konoha, you are bound to encounter numerous obstacles. How do you intend to address these?" Hearing this query, Itachi, watching from outside Konoha, anticipated Naruto's response. Without hesitation, the Naruto within the imagery answered, "By any means necessary, I shall bring Sasuke back." Itachi appeared to have foreseen this answer. "Does that include the use of force?" he inquired. "If Sasuke is willing to return with you, that would be ideal. But what if he refuses? You claim to regard Sasuke as a true brother. Thus, if he wishes to annihilate Konoha, what will you do?" The Naruto watching the scene, merely 13 years old, had not experienced much. Although he had matured significantly since the mission in the Land of Waves, at this moment, confronted with such a question, he found himself at a loss for words. He opened his mouth several times, as if to articulate something, but ultimately sighed. It seemed he truly struggled with expression. In that moment, Sasuke gazed in astonishment at Itachi's image. He had previously believed that Itachi aimed for him, as a rogue ninja, to return to Konoha as a hero after defeating an S-rank renegade. Yet now, he realized that Itachi had even contemplated the possibility of him wishing to destroy Konoha in the future. Everything appeared to be within Itachi's meticulous control. Had he not witnessed Itachi's entire journey, he would have surely thought that Itachi was one who would go to any lengths to achieve peace. For the sake of Konoha. For himself, it all seemed merely a means to fulfill Itachi's vision of peace. He felt like a mere pawn, ensnared in Itachi's intricate schemes. At this moment, Sasuke felt a sense of absurdity wash over him, accompanied by an overwhelming feeling of powerlessness. His brother is truly a formidable yet pitiable individual. In this moment, an inexplicable feeling surged within Sasuke. He yearned to transform his brother. Almost imperceptibly, unbeknownst to him and unnoticed by others, the three-tomo in his eyes began to whirl frantically, ultimately converging into a singular form. In that fleeting instant, a pair of eyes adorned with a six-pointed star emerged, only to swiftly revert to the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan as Sasuke felt his chakra depleting rapidly. Unlike the Naruto of the present, the one depicted in the vision had evidently endured much more. His words were not clumsy. He refuted Itachi's assertions, firmly believing in his brother and rejecting the notion that Sasuke would ever contemplate annihilating Konoha. The Itachi in the vision fell silent for a moment before speaking earnestly. "Sasuke is quite naive. He is akin to a blank canvas, easily tinted with any color." Upon hearing this, the individuals in the training ground turned their peculiar gazes towards Sasuke. Naruto, ever the loudmouth, immediately burst out laughing. "Sasuke, your brother means to say you're foolish and easily deceived, right? Haha." At that moment, having just returned from a profound state of contemplation. Sasuke trembled with rage at Naruto's words, feeling an icy chill despite the summer heat. Though the others comprehended Itachi's underlying message, they tacitly refrained from voicing it. Only Naruto, oblivious to the unspoken understanding, blurted it out without restraint. Infuriated, Sasuke glared at Naruto and retorted, "You little underachiever, I've had enough. Let us settle this with a fight right now." Without waiting for Naruto's consent, he launched an attack with a punch aimed at him. Naruto, not one to back down, immediately retaliated, and thus ensued an intense battle between the two. Jiraiya, initially intending to intervene, observed the exchange and realized that, despite its ferocity, neither side was truly exerting their full strength. Kakashi, on the other hand, showed no intention of interference. By this point in the footage, they had clashed multiple times, and he chose to remain uninvolved, confident that both were holding back. Moreover, through careful observation, Jiraiya and Kakashi noted the rapid advancement in their combat prowess. If the two had exhibited the capabilities of average Chunin before the Chunin exams, the earlier skirmish between Naruto and Sasuke upon his arrival had already showcased a level equivalent to elite Chunin or special Jonin. Presently, the strength they displayed undoubtedly reflected a solid Jonin level, which surprised Kakashi. It was understandable that Sasuke, possessing the three-tomo Sharingan, could attain such a level, as nearly all Uchiha clan members with this ability had at least Jonin strength. However, Naruto's prowess was something that left Kakashi in disbelief. From the display of Naruto's chakra control during battle, it is evident that he has reached the level of a Jonin. However, even if Kakashi were aware that Naruto had been instructed by Jiraiya over the past few days, such a tremendous progress should not be expected. Momentarily, Kakashi found himself lost in contemplation. At that very moment, the imagery of Naruto's memories concluded. Meanwhile, Itachi's eyes were now bleeding. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. In an instant, Nagato in the imagery sensed something amiss and shouted, "Naruto, be careful. It's Amaterasu." Yet, as Itachi's eyes burst open and the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan activated, the Raven's gaze sharply turned towards Itachi. Everything transpired in a flash. Everyone noticed that there was no apparent change taking place. Observing this scene, Nagato felt a twinge of confusion. The chakra fluctuation he had sensed was undeniably the power of Amaterasu. Could it be that it wasn't Amaterasu? The Raven then returned to rest on Naruto's shoulder, while Uchiha Itachi descended to the ground. Has it come to this? In that moment, Itachi appeared to be caught in a whirlwind of emotions, neither joy nor sorrow, seemingly reflective. Subsequently, Itachi shot a piercing glare towards Naruto, activating his ocular technique. Amaterasu. Naruto seemed to sense Itachi's movement and immediately leaped aside, as the black flames of Amaterasu instantly scorched the three-headed dog that had been standing where Naruto once was. The imagery of Naruto appeared somewhat perplexed. I actually dodged Amaterasu? No way. The Naruto in the imagery seemed visibly astonished. At that moment, Itachi, who was observing the scene, comprehended what had unfolded. Amaterasu is activated instantaneously, and coupled with the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, it appears exactly where the user intends it to. There should be no possibility of evasion. Yet, Naruto had evaded it. This could only imply one possibility. The Naruto depicted in the imagery, or rather the one resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, was actually targeting the three-headed dog. Thus, Itachi deduced that the Raven, bearing Shirsue's eye, had been manipulated by him. Regardless of others' thoughts, Itachi, after attacking the three-headed dog, turned his gaze towards Nagato. Nagato seemed to have a realization. That Raven is yours, isn't it? What did you do to it? Itachi looked at Nagato and spoke. It appears to be proceeding quite smoothly. In the next moment, Amaterasu was unleashed once more. At that instant, Nagato grasped the situation. So it is like this. The next moment, several black flames erupted around Nagato. Concurrently, Itachi's attack also struck the colossal bird beast beneath Nagato. After completing his actions, Itachi immediately leaped in front of Naruto. Upon seeing this, Naruto promptly braced himself. Whoa, he's coming. However, Itachi offered an explanation. Calm down. I am no longer a puppet of manipulation. I have transcended the enemy's ninjutsu, and at this moment, the control of the Edo Tensei has been lifted. Subsequently, Uchiha Itachi elucidated the sequence of events. It turned out that the Raven's eye belonged to Shisui, and this eye possessed the power of a super genjutsu known as Kodoamatsukami. Itachi had set the timing for the activation of this Jinjutsu to coincide with the encounter of the wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, at which point the raven would emerge from Naruto's body. When the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan unleashed their ocular technique, the Mangekyo within the raven's eye would activate the Kodoame Tsukumi. Itachi had conditioned this Jinjutsu to release based on his predetermined directive to protect Konoha. Thus, the victim of the Jinjutsu would unconditionally strive to safeguard the village. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke, who had ceased combat, was consumed by fury. He had grasped the entirety of the situation. Itachi had orchestrated everything. If Sasuke were to return to Konoha after killing him, that would be ideal. However, if he intended to destroy Konoha, Naruto would inevitably become his adversary, at which point the conditions for the Jinjutsu's activation would be met. Hidden in the shadows of the Konoha training ground, Uchiha Obito was also drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, his future self had not utilized the Mangekyo's ocular technique against Naruto before Itachi, or he would have fallen prey to it himself. According to Itachi's calculations, if the victim of the Jinjutsu were Sasuke, it would be the best outcome. Yet, if he could control Madara, it would be a surprising boon. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was watching the scene unfold, was utterly baffled, failing to comprehend the implications of Itachi's actions or how he managed to free himself from the control of Edo Tensei. This eye was not supposed to be used against Sasuke. Observing Naruto's confusion, Sasuke, who was covering his eyes, could no longer contain his irritation and exclaimed, "Do you not understand? Given the circumstances at that time, my brother was already deceased, and there were only two individuals possessing the Mangekyo. However, what my brother did not anticipate was being summoned by Edo Tensei. After all, he too possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan." Upon hearing Sasuke's explanation, Naruto seemed to grasp the situation, clapping his hands in realization. So that's how it is. The Mangekyo Sharingan can indeed break free from the control of Edo Tensei. That is impressive. In the previous footage, both the second Hokage and the first Hokage were completely under Orochimaru's control. At this, Sasuke swelled with pride, scoffing, of course. The Mangekyo Sharingan is a power that surpasses even the three Tomo Sharingan. Meanwhile, Naruto fell silent, his throat occasionally convulsing. Noticing this, Sasuke couldn't help but feel puzzled and promptly inquired, "What is wrong with you, dead last?" Naruto, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, Initially, when your brother asked me to swallow a raven, I already felt quite nauseated. Now I discover that the raven's eye belonged to that fellow named Shursui. Does that mean I ingested a human eye?" As he uttered these words, a wave of revulsion washed over him. The others were rendered speechless. After a moment of silence, Sasuke snorted and remarked, "Your brother's request for you to swallow Shursui's eye signifies his trust in you. Do not take it lightly. Others desire such an opportunity, yet it is not easily granted." Upon hearing Itachi's words, Naruto straightened his demeanor. "Itachi, I am grateful for your trust. You need not worry any longer. You have already contributed enough to the village. From this point onward, I shall take it upon myself." Upon hearing this, Itachi seemed to recall Naruto's earlier statements and smiled. "It is truly wonderful that my brother has a friend like you." At these words, Naruto puffed up, a proud smile gracing his face. Sasuke, observing this, could not help but emit a disdainful snort. Kakashi, watching the interaction between Naruto and Sasuke, felt a hint of humility wash over him. He understood all too well the sentiments of being left behind. Yet, Naruto accepted such a responsibility with grace, indicating that he still had a long journey ahead. It was indeed unexpected to be educated by his own disciple today. One cannot deny that Itachi's assessment of Naruto was entirely accurate. Not only Naruto, but everyone who counted him as a friend was undeniably fortunate. In that moment, all those watching the scene were reminded of Gaara, of Sasuke, and also of Nagato from the previous footage. Meanwhile, Nagato, who was tidying up in preparation to return to Konoha after the viewing, realized that although he was unaware of the events transpiring, he would likely be changed by Naruto as well. This thought deepened his curiosity about this yet-to-be-met junior. Just then, an invisible force enveloped the entire Rain Village, and Nagato, aware of the mysterious entity that posed questions, understood that this was indeed the enigmatic quiz. However, he wondered how vast the reach of this inquiry was, as the entire Rain Village lay under the cover of Nagato's Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. He quickly grasped the extent of the barrier. Then, a question materialized. In an instant, the entire Rain Village fell into silence. The mysterious question-and-answer viewing entity had been present for some time, and thus the entire ninja world was aware of the rules governing the enigmatic quizzes. Therefore, when the question emerged, all were rendered mute. Finally, the question was posed. What was the cause of Nagato's death? In the present ninja world, the name Nagato was widely known, yet few truly understood who he was. In the present day, within the Rain Village, including the Akatsuki organization, only Konin, Obito, and the deceased Jubi are aware that Nagato is pain. Consequently, when this question was posed, a perplexing sensation enveloped everyone present. Upon hearing the query, Nagato had already surmised the answer. Subsequently, the enigmatic entity continued to recite the rules, which bore no distinction from before. There remained merely 3 opportunities to answer. And after these chances, regardless of correctness, the barrier would be lifted, followed by the announcement of rewards. Reward 1. A healing scroll. Upon glimpsing this reward, Nagato instinctively cast a glance at his own legs. Shortly thereafter, the second reward was revealed. Reward 2. For each correct answer, 5 deceased individuals from the corresponding village will be randomly selected. The individual answering correctly may choose one to resurrect. Upon hearing this reward, even Nagato fell into a moment of silence. In truth, had he desired, he could easily resurrect Yahiko. However, he pondered the futility of such an act if the world remained unchanged. Yet, after witnessing the visions of the future, Nagato seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope, as if the peace he envisioned could indeed be realized through this newfound aspiration. After a brief hesitation, he spoke resolutely. My answer is that he died due to the use of the outer path, samsara technique. With Nagato's declaration, Konin, who had been pondering who could possibly defeat such a formidable Nagato, momentarily froze in thought, her expression laden with concern as she gazed at him. She was uncertain of the correctness of his answer, yet she fervently wished it to be true. For when Nagato resolved to employ that technique, it signified that he had come to terms with his past. Conversely, should his answer prove incorrect, Nagato would find himself in peril. At this moment, he was her sole remaining support. Response. Finally, as Nagato's voice resonated, the mysterious entity began to assess the validity of his answer. Correct. The vision unfolded, depicting Uchiha Itachi breaking free from the influence of Kotoame Tsukumi and ultimately uttering, I am truly fortunate that my brother has a friend like you. Following this, the imagery gradually faded. However, not long after, the scene illuminated once more, revealing that this was no continuation of the previous vision. As all present felt a sense of bewilderment, the image displayed a desolate wasteland. The devastation was so profound that even familiar faces could not discern the location. In this moment, all viewers were engulfed in confusion regarding their surroundings. Just then, the scene began to shift, and finally, it focused upon a mountainside, revealing that this was indeed the Hidden Leaf Village. In that moment, the ninjas of the Leaf Village erupted in fury. Damn it! Who could have done such a thing to Konoha? Don't let me catch you, or else. It seemed that someone had suddenly come to a realization. Do you recall the man with the orange short hair from the previous footage? It was said that he is the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, the images displayed during the Ninja Alliance's presentation mentioned that this individual could execute a particular technique, to which another person promptly responded, Shinra Tensei. Immediately following this, the scene shifted, revealing a young girl with cherry blossom-colored short hair emerging from the protection of a slug. This individual is recognized by all who have viewed the footage and is affectionately referred to as Sakura due to her fierce persona. However, upon closer inspection now, her disheveled appearance is indeed quite astonishing. In the footage, Sakura gazes at the utterly transformed Hidden Leaf Village, her eyes wide with disbelief. What has happened? Why is it like this? Not only is she unable to fathom the scene before her, but the villagers of the Hidden Leaf, who are watching, share the same incredulous expressions. Since the founding of the Hidden Leaf Village by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, over 60 years have passed. Yet, during this span, no conflict has ever ravaged the village to this extent. In truth, the damage inflicted by other ninja villages pales in comparison to that of the Nine Tails, which once rampaged through the Hidden Leaf. Consequently, the sight of the entire village in ruins is unprecedented. Although the previous footage showcased Pain's destruction of the village, witnessing the devastation firsthand evokes a profound complexity of emotions among the viewers. As Sakura observes the scene, her composure shatters. Despite her earlier display of strength, she remains merely a teenager. Faced with the obliteration of the village she has called home for over a decade, it is no surprise that anyone, including Sakura, could succumb to despair. In the depths of her crisis, the girl clings to a singular hope. Naruto, Naruto, please come back. At this moment, Sakura appears utterly helpless and frantically desperate. Yet, the villagers of the Hidden Leaf are no less affected. Naruto, training in the village, watches in astonishment, his eyes widening as a surge of anger begins to swell within him. Meanwhile, Sakura's cries persist. I beg you, Naruto. With her plea, a sudden cloud of smoke erupts in the now desolate center of the village. Bang! Witnessing this spectacle, all viewers gaze in astonishment. The civilians erupt into excited discussions. Is this summoning technique? Indeed, it is the smoke of a summoning. Sakura is incredible. She can initiate a summoning merely through her voice. A leaf ninja passing by the villagers raises an eyebrow, having never heard of summoning being activated by voice alone. As the smoke in the footage gradually dissipates, a figure clad in a crimson ceremonial robe, with short golden hair, stood majestically atop a colossal toad's head, embodying an aura that seemed capable of invoking miracles. At the moment one beheld this silhouette, the ancestral myopia of the Leaf Village began to manifest. It was none other than the fourth Hokage. This was a person who had participated in the Third Great Ninja War, much like the fourth Hokage himself. However, as the imagery shifted to reveal the newcomer's face, all were taken aback to discover that this individual was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Regardless of the bewilderment that enveloped the crowd, the Naruto depicted in the vision donned athletic attire beneath the scarlet ceremonial robe, and on his back rested a massive scroll. At that moment, Naruto stood with his arms crossed, emanating a sense of command. Yet, as the image focused on Naruto's visage, uncertainty began to ripple through the onlookers. Could this truly be Naruto Uzumaki? If so, what could be said about the striking orange markings above his eyes? Moreover, the differences in the pupils were stark compared to those of an ordinary person. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiraiya, filled with elation, patted Naruto on the shoulder and exclaimed, Haha, truly, you are my remarkable disciple. Naruto, you have mastered the sage mode of Mount Myaboku. As he scrutinized the intricate patterns on Naruto's eyes, Jiraiya's joy intensified. Splendid. This sage mode is virtually indistinguishable from your appearance. It is the epitome of perfection. Hearing this, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. The epitome of sage mode? Observing Naruto in the vision, a sense of urgency began to stir within him. From the previous imagery, it was evident that Itachi had not unleashed his full power in their battle. What, then, could be said about Naruto's strength at that time? Setting aside the matter of Jiraiya, a legendary Sannin, holding Naruto in such high regard only underscored the bright future awaiting him. Furthermore, the earlier mention of Naruto being referred to as the seventh Hokage resonated with Sasuke. In his understanding, the Hokage represented the most formidable individual within a village. Did this imply that Naruto might surpass him in the future? In that moment, a peculiar thought crossed Sasuke's mind. Perhaps he should also set his sights on becoming Hokage. If he were to achieve that, would it not signify his own superiority? Contemplating this, Sasuke unconsciously glanced at Naruto, who was gazing intently at the vision, his eyes shimmering with determination. With a slight smirk, Sasuke resolved to put aside his inner turmoil and continued to observe the unfolding imagery. As the vision progressed, the scene became increasingly clear. Naruto stood atop the head of a gigantic toad, beneath which lay an elderly toad that Naruto had encountered previously. However, as the view expanded, it became apparent that beneath the colossal toad were three extraordinarily large, warlike summoning beasts. At this moment, the assessment of Naruto by all the hidden villages has ascended to a new level. It must be acknowledged that, under normal circumstances, one who can forge a contract with a war-type summoning beast is likely to ascend to the rank of a Jonin. The prowess of figures such as Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade stems from their contracts with what are known as the Three Great Sage Lands. Within these lands, the toads are not solitary beings, but rather a collective. It could even be said that, should the summoner possess sufficient chakra, they could summon the entire array of summoning beasts from the Sage Lands to engage in battle at once. What most are unaware of, however, is that Naruto has now established summoning contracts with all three Great Sage Lands. Thus, one could argue that, if he so desired, he could constitute an army all on his own. Regardless of the astonishment displayed by others, Naruto, engrossed in the vision, suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the toad beneath him and the elder Shinsaku. Immediately, he turned to Jiraiya and inquired, "Perverted sage, Do you not find that toad beneath me in the vision somewhat familiar? In response, Jiraiya did not answer directly, but instead, with a spark of realization, suggested, "Since you find it familiar, why not test your hypothesis?" Jiraiya's intention was clear. Although Naruto had mastered the summoning technique, the novice Naruto had yet to comprehend how to precisely summon the specific toad he sought. Thus, Jiraiya began instructing Naruto on how to accurately summon the desired beast, all while continuing to observe the unfolding imagery in the sky. "Where's this place?" The Naruto in the vision appeared somewhat perplexed, surrounded by a haze. The toad, Wenta, also surveyed the environment, but could not discern their exact location. No traces of the enemy have been detected. At that moment, a somewhat feminine small toad leaped beside Naruto. The elder Shinsaku, standing next to Naruto, inquired, "What is the matter, old woman? Were you not supposed to summon us to the Hidden Leaf Village?" At this juncture, a melancholic melody began to resonate within the vision, evoking a poignant atmosphere. The Leaf Village ninjas, watching the scene unfold, felt a lump form in their throats. As the imagery gradually pulled back, Naruto finally beheld the iconic Hokage rock, emblematic of the Hidden Leaf Village. Atop this rock rested 5 faces. Upon encountering the 5th visage, the villagers of the Leaf could not suppress their exclamations. "Ah, the 5th face is Lady Tsunade. Could it be that the 5th Hokage is indeed Lady Tsunade? There could be no mistake. She was undoubtedly a fitting choice." Yet at that moment, as Naruto gazed upon the scene, he felt his heart skip a beat. Upon recognizing the distant Hokage rock, he was compelled to concede that this was indeed the Hidden Leaf Village. The image of the elder Shizen continued to speak forth. "Do you not know who is responsible for this?" At that moment, Naruto in the image appeared momentarily stunned, followed by the resonating voice of Tsunade. When Jiraiya was on that little rascal's shoulder, he too experienced a similar sentiment. In an instant, Naruto's expression transformed from bewilderment to fury. Although Pain's almighty push possessed tremendous power, obliterating Konoha, it was evident that ninjas, particularly those of formidable strength, were not so easily vanquished. The image revealed Konoha's ninjas, wrapped in protective slug shells, emerging from the ruins one by one. After a brief moment of confusion, Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, slowly rose from the debris. "To desecrate the cherished legacies of our ancestors, to trample upon their dreams, is utterly unforgivable." Her tone unmistakably conveyed her unbridled wrath. In this moment, every inhabitant of Konoha could empathize with Tsunade's anguish. Upon seeing her, Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but before he could utter a word, Tsunade charged fiercely toward Pain. Just then, a female Pain appeared from the sky, her hands forming seals with remarkable speed. Summoning technique. As she completed her seals, clouds of smoke erupted, and 5 figures materialized before the Pain who had just unleashed the almighty push. At that moment, the orange-haired Pain spoke. "It seems you have come to understand the nature of pain." She directed her gaze at Tsunade and continued indifferently, "However, you are not the one I seek." A Pain, adorned with various ninja tools, surged towards Tsunade with great speed, simultaneously declaring, "What I am looking for is..." Just as this Pain was about to strike Tsunade, no one perceived how Naruto acted. In the blink of an eye, the boy clad in a crimson robe appeared above the Pain. Immediately, a Rasengan materialized in Naruto's hand, aimed at the adversary below. "It is I." In a mere heartbeat, despite the unknown strength of the oncoming Pain, Naruto effortlessly defeated the foe that was about to attack Tsunade. At that moment, gazing at Naruto's silhouette, everyone in the ninja world was left in awe. Clad in his crimson robe and in sage mode, Naruto's furious gaze was a tempest of rage. With a single blow, he obliterated one of the Pain bodies. After a considerable time, the 4 or 5 individuals present in the Konoha training grounds silently reflected, so powerful. Indeed, while the previous images lacked direct comparison, it was clear from Naruto's technique that in sage mode, his strength far surpassed that of the individuals present. In the imagery, the feeling of being rescued left a dazed gaze upon the figure before him. At that moment, Naruto's silhouette seemed to merge with the forms of the 4th Hokage and Jiraiya. Within the village of Konoha, all eyes were fixed in astonishment upon Naruto's figure on the screen. Suddenly, a villager inquired, "Do you think that Naruto resembles the 4th Hokage a bit?" Upon hearing this, some fell silent for a moment, then shook their heads, replying, "That can't be possible, right?" Yet, they pondered why the 4th Hokage would have his child serve as the Jinchuriki to seal the tailed beasts. It then dawned on them that, seemingly, All Jinchuriki were related to the village leaders. The one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, was the son of the fourth Kazekage. The eight-tailed Jinchuriki was the brother of the fourth Reikage. Thus, it seemed quite reasonable for the nine-tailed Jinchuriki to be the son of the fourth Hokage as well. However, contemplating this possibility left everyone at a loss for words. Meanwhile, in the imagery, after Naruto vanquished one of the pain, he turned his back to Tsunade. A mere lackey does not require the intervention of the Hokage, Granny. You may leisurely sip your tea over there. Tsunade gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar Naruto in a daze. Naruto, at that moment, the pain, clearly in a position of authority, stared at Naruto with an impassive expression. Uzumaki Naruto. In contrast, Naruto's countenance reflected profound anger as he glared fiercely at Pain. Let us settle this. The next moment, the remaining 5 Pains sprang into action. 3 Pains positioned themselves in front, while the one who had been speaking stood at the center. And at the rear stood a robust man with short hair, also a Pain. Observing this, Naruto too sprang into action. Frog Gigi. As Naruto's voice echoed, Frog Gigi appeared instantaneously at his side. Take Tsunade Baba to a safe place. Frog Gigi promptly agreed. Understood. Subsequently, Naruto instructed Tsunade to refrain from letting the villagers act rashly. Tsunade comprehended this, having gained an understanding of Pain's strength, and was aware that any reckless actions by ordinary ninjas could hinder Naruto. Thereafter, Tsunade produced a slug and handed it to Naruto, informing him that the slug possessed certain intelligence about the opponent, which could be of assistance. Naruto placed the slug in his bosom and suddenly spoke again. Perhaps now is not the appropriate time to ask this, but due to my mastery of natural energy, I can sense the chakra of everyone within a considerable radius. As he voiced this, it appeared that Tsunade in the imagery had already grasped what Naruto was about to say, her expression falling into a thoughtful silence. Finally, Naruto posed his question. Is Kakashi-sensei out on a mission? Throughout, Naruto had not turned around, and after a prolonged silence, he had already surmised something. Although the actions were not overt, all the viewers noticed that at that moment, Naruto's shoulders visibly slumped. For a brief moment, some seemed to have guessed what was amiss, while others remained perplexed, wondering what had transpired. Meanwhile, in the training ground, Jiraiya reflected upon the words spoken by Sister Shima moments ago, correlating them with Naruto's change in expression and the current circumstances surrounding Kakashi. Jiraiya had come to a realization. Kakashi, being a remarkably astute individual, also grasped the situation. As for the remaining 2 or 3 individuals on the scene, they were still in a state of confusion, utterly bewildered. In the footage, Naruto appeared to have come to an understanding. Is that so? Very well, go forth, Fukasaku. The opposing Pain, of course, would not allow them to act unimpeded and immediately initiated his own actions. One of the long-haired Pain began to perform a summoning technique. Thanks to the introduction by the small toad, everyone recognized that this was the beast path among Pain, capable of summoning various creatures for battle. With the summoning technique of the beast path, a colossal rhinoceros beast materialized, charging towards Naruto's position. At this moment, Naruto, who had been bowing his head, abruptly lifted it. In an instant, all viewers sensed the immense aura emanating from Naruto. As the rhinoceros creature drew nearer, Naruto finally made his move. A violent cloud of smoke erupted. Once the smoke dissipated, the footage revealed Naruto, with all his might, halting the charge of the rhinoceros beast. In that moment, Naruto's muscles began to bulge, and he seized the rhinoceros by its horn, flinging it into the sky. However, it was evident that his adversary had more tricks up his sleeve. The beast path Pain continued to summon creatures, soon bringing forth another gigantic bull and the 3-headed dog that had appeared earlier in the footage. Seeing this, the 2 sages beside Naruto were not inclined to remain idle any longer. They leaped into the air. Sage Art, Frog Song. As the 2 from Mount Myaboku began their assault, Naruto charged towards Pain while forming hand seals. Shadow Clone Technique. Instantly, 2 clones of Naruto emerged, while the original's hands were positioned behind his back as the clones began to mold chakra into spheres. Ultimately, each clone held a massive Rasengan, while Naruto's original continued his advance towards Pain. The clones hurled their gigantic Rasengan towards the 2 summoned beasts affected by the sage's frog song. Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan. Upon witnessing this immense Rasengan, Jiraiya, who was watching, couldn't help but widen his eyes. A genius. A genius indeed. How could he have developed the Rasengan in such a manner? In that moment, Jiraiya's eyes were fixed intently on the footage, knowing that Naruto was bound to deliver an even greater surprise. In the realm of imagery, as the three summoned beasts were sent soaring into the sky by Naruto, the three colossal toad summons that accompanied him sprang into action. First, Fukasaku unsheathed his short blade and plunged it into the side of the three-headed canine. Following suit, Jiraiya wielded his nunchaku and launched an attack against the rhinoceros beast. Lastly, Gamabunta brandished twin swords and struck fiercely at the final bovine summoning. Meanwhile, Naruto, having been alerted by the Slug's council about his opponent's ability to absorb ninjutsu, devised a clever strategy. With a decisive punch, he aimed just past Pain's head, seemingly missing him. However, to everyone's astonishment, Pain was suddenly struck down, collapsing onto the ground. This fluid and seamless battle reached a temporary halt at this juncture. The three summoned creatures invoked by Pain, with the exception of the previously mentioned three-headed dog, had dispelled their summoning and returned to their realms. Witnessing this, many were left utterly speechless. Naruto's displayed prowess was extraordinarily formidable. At that moment, even the civilians, who were oblivious to the concepts of sage techniques or ninjutsu, were captivated by the spectacle before them. How astonishing! Naruto is remarkable. In an instant, the emotions of the entire ninja world were stirred. Everyone was enamored by Naruto's performance. Even the feudal lord of the Land of Fire was in awe of the magnificence of those toad summons. Moreover, some astute merchants began planning to produce a line of figurines modeled after the toads featured in the imagery, anticipating substantial profits from this venture. The entire ninja realm was abuzz with fervent discussions about Kakashi's Team 7. Among them, Sakura Haruno, possessing exceptional medical ninjutsu and the extraordinary strength inherited from Tsunade, was affectionately referred to as Sakurane by the ninja community. Following her was Sasuke Uchiha, the last scion of the Uchiha clan, whose prowess was evidently formidable. As seen in the previous imagery, regardless of whether Itachi had held back, Sasuke's displayed capabilities were undoubtedly on par with that of a Kage. Lastly, there was Naruto Uzumaki, in Sage mode, utilizing the Rasengan and the Wind-style Rasen Shuriken previously showcased, coupled with the earlier appearance of the Nine Tails Chakra mode. All evidence pointed to Naruto's power being equally at the Kage level, and indeed, a remarkably formidable one at that. In a moment of collective realization, everyone turned their thoughts to Kakashi, the Jonin leading the team. It seemed that Kakashi was indeed an intimidating figure, capable of guiding such a talented squad. It is no exaggeration to assert that this quartet alone could effortlessly annihilate any nation outside of the 5 great hidden villages, and even pose a challenge to them. In an instant, all minds were drawn to the overwhelming strength of Konoha. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions in the training grounds remained oblivious to the thoughts of the outside world, intently focused on the unfolding imagery. Naruto gazed intently at the unfolding imagery, his eyes gleaming with determination. Within the vision, Pain revealed to Naruto that he too was a disciple of Jiraiya, thus making him Naruto's elder brother in the art of ninjutsu, and that all his actions were aimed at realizing the peace that Jiraiya had spoken of. However, Naruto remained unmoved by these assertions. With the assistance of 2 shadow clones, the original Naruto conjured a Rasengan, reminiscent of the one seen earlier in the vision. Silence. At that moment, memories of the Akatsuki's malevolent deeds flooded Naruto's mind. Which of the 5 great shinobi villages had not been assaulted by the Akatsuki? Furthermore, they had exacerbated conflicts between smaller nations to fund their endeavors. The thought of this fueled Naruto's rage. How can your actions be even remotely associated with peace? Pain, unfazed by Naruto's outburst, retorted, "You see only the leaves, not the forest. It appears you have yet to grasp the true meaning of peace. Surrender. Your demise is intricately linked to peace." Meanwhile, the sage Fukasaku and Shima observed with astonishment as Naruto concentrated the Rasengan in his hand. In that moment, Naruto was consumed by fury. "Be silent," he declared, forcefully hurling the Rasengan. "I warned you." Shima was visibly shocked. "He actually threw it?" Fukasaku's eyes widened in disbelief. Both Naruto and Jiraiya, engrossed in the vision, were riveted to the scene before them. Jiraiya discerned that Naruto's Rasengan was a technique achievable only through the dual mastery of Chakra's form and nature transformations. Typically, attaining mastery in either aspect would bestow a ninja with the strength of a Jonin, but mastering both would likely place one at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Although he had speculated that Naruto was the prophesied child, He had not anticipated such extraordinary talent. It was remarkable, considering that the Naruto depicted in the vision appeared to be no older than 16 or 17. As the Rasengan swiftly approached Pain, it began to expand rapidly, enveloping one of the Pain bodies within its attack radius. Subsequently, Naruto utilized the dust created by Shima to direct Gamakichi to swallow one of the Pains. Capitalizing on the darkness that obscured Pain's vision, while he could perceive chakra through Sage Mode, Naruto successfully subdued yet another Pain. Although Naruto's Sage Mode eventually waned, he swiftly re-entered it thanks to a pre-prepared Sage Mode clone. Upon re-entering Sage Mode, Naruto unleashed the Rasengan once more, only to have it absorbed by the enigmatic Pain, who had inexplicably resurrected and possessed the ability to absorb ninjutsu. Naruto evidently possessed an extraordinary combat intuition. He understood that as long as he did not defeat the Pain standing behind the others, the enemies would continue to revive incessantly. In a moment of strategic brilliance, he unleashed a series of feigned attacks, seizing the opportunity to vanquish that particular Pain with a spiraling sphere. Subsequently, utilizing the unique properties of Sage Mode chakra, he overcame the Pain capable of absorbing chakra. Thus, only the final Deva Path Pain remained. As the onslaught concluded, Pain surveyed the battered forms of his companions and regarded Naruto with a solemn expression. "I must admit, you are the first to bring Pain to this state, Uzumaki Naruto." This title evoked a sense of dissonance among all present. Seldom does one refer to oneself in such a manner. At that moment, the image of Pain began to reveal his true power. As the leader of the Akatsuki and the possessor of the Rinnegan, he could not possibly be so easily defeated. "I have had enough." Universal pull. With this command, the image of Pain swiftly ensnared Sage Fukasaku, piercing his body with a black rod of chakra amidst the shocked gazes of Naruto and Fukasaku. Witnessing this, Naruto was consumed by rage and prepared to retaliate against Pain. However, he found himself pinned to the ground by Pain's black rod. In that instant, it became evident to all that Naruto was on the brink of defeat. At that moment, the survivors, being somewhat distant from Naruto, struggled to comprehend the full extent of his plight. Yet, for those observing the unfolding battle, every detail was crystal clear. Pain's displayed might transcended mere strength. It was overwhelmingly formidable. It was essential to recognize that Naruto's prowess had already eclipsed that of many village leaders, yet Pain's power was evidently superior. In the imagery, Pain plunged a chakra rod into Naruto's palms, leaving him in a humiliating position on the ground. Observing this scene, Uchiha Sasuke instinctively activated his Sharingan, while Kakashi and Jiraiya exhibited palpable unrest. In a separate training ground, Gaara, watching Temari and Kankuro practice, felt the sand stirring restlessly. Within the Hyuga clan's territory, a short-haired girl with white eyes felt the veins at her temples bulging, her fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, Pain's assault did not cease. He continued to drive the black rods into Naruto's body. Although some individuals remained steadfast in their beliefs, a collective fury surged through the onlookers, fixating their gaze upon Pain. Despite some referring to Naruto as a demon fox and harboring animosity towards him, subconsciously, all regarded him as a comrade of Konoha. This may seem contradictory, yet it encapsulated the true sentiments of the majority of the villagers from the Hidden Leaf. Although they harbor a deep-seated hatred for the fox spirits, they would not idly stand by should outsiders attempt to harm them. At this moment, within the unfolding imagery, Pain began to recount his past. In this instant, every inhabitant of the shinobi world could feel the anguish that Pain had endured. Yet, Pain's expression remained impassive, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation as he narrated his history. Ultimately, he gazed at Naruto, stating, "Thus, you too have tasted suffering, akin to mine. However, my comrades, my family, my village, all have been annihilated by your Leaf Village. The wars among the great nations have inflicted unbearable pain upon us small nations, leaving us destitute and ravaged. The sensation of losing something precious is universally shared. The pain is the same for all. I do not seek revenge. Rather, I wish for you to experience suffering, the same suffering. Only through mutual understanding of pain can one truly comprehend the anguish of others. You must despise me, and rightly so. This is the chain of hatred, past, present, and future. Hatred will never dissipate, for humanity is an inherently incomprehensible being." As Pain's words continued to resonate, Naruto, who had initially questioned him intermittently, fell into a somber silence. Meanwhile, The audience from the shinobi world remained utterly hushed. At that moment, the entirety of the world was rendered speechless by Pain's rhetoric, unable to form a rebuttal. Nagato, who was preparing to depart for the Leaf Village alongside Konan, observed this scene and remarked softly, "Indeed, in such a world of ninjas, all shall be governed by hatred." With that, Nagato's gaze deepened, as if traversing vast spaces to behold Naruto Uzumaki within the Leaf Village. Naruto Uzumaki, I am now compelled to ponder what led me to entrust the ideal of peace to you. Upon witnessing his own reanimated form, Nagato realized that his plans had faltered. Moreover, from the prior inquiry, it became evident that he had perished due to the outer path, samsara technique. As all these threads converged, only one conclusion remained, that Naruto had persuaded him, leading him to place his hopes for peace upon Naruto. At this moment in the imagery, Naruto, having absorbed Pain's words, appeared profoundly dejected. His body was ensnared by black chakra rods, rendering him incapable of channeling chakra, while his spirit was equally shaken by Pain's discourse. Just as all believed hope had been extinguished, the scene abruptly shifted to Hinata. This unexpected transition momentarily stunned all viewers. Meanwhile, Naruto, witnessing this in the training ground, felt a sense of oddity. It was then that the imagery began to change, indicating a forthcoming recollection, clearly portraying Hinata's memories. The scene shifts to the front of the Ninja Academy in Konoha, where a young Hinata gazes at Naruto, who is sitting alone on a swing in the distance. At that moment, Naruto's head hangs low, as if he seeks to isolate himself from the entire world. In those days, he was slender and small, feeling utterly out of place in this vast universe. Observing this, Naruto suddenly exclaimed, "What on earth is Hinata reminiscing about? Shouldn't she be reflecting on my glorious moments instead?" Sasuke, overhearing, scoffed, "Humph, foolish underachiever, what glorious moments do you have?" Naruto's teeth clenched at Sasuke's words, but upon reflection, he realized he truly had no remarkable moments to speak of. In the imagery, a young Hinata watches little Naruto from afar, feeling an inexplicable attraction towards him, capturing the attention of the heiress of the Hyuga clan. However, the guards protecting Hinata swiftly intervened. "Please, do not look over there, Lady Hinata," startled by the guard's words. Hinata inquired, "Huh? Why not?" The guard, with an air of authority, replied, "Such a spectacle is unworthy of your status. We must move on. Training time is approaching." Hearing this, Naruto was incensed. What does that mean? Do they look down on me? Why am I unworthy of Hinata? What is this guard's name? I will remember him. The imagery shifted once more to another memory of Hinata. Young Naruto, reviled by the villagers, bore the infamous title of the one who caused the death of the fourth Hokage and the identity of the Nine Tails. In the village, he faced indifference and neglect from the townsfolk, yet he remained unfazed. "Listen well, one day, I will earn the title of Hokage. Just wait and see." As Naruto shouted this, the surrounding voices responded, "That child is detestable. The loathsome Nine Tails. Silence. That is forbidden to discuss." Little Hinata, absorbing the murmurs around her, felt perplexed. What is a Nine Tails? The guard assigned to protect Hinata abruptly interrupted her curiosity. Lady Hinata need not concern herself with the Nine Tails. Just understand that you must keep your distance from that child. Upon hearing this, Naruto, watching from the training ground, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He now comprehended that although he was not the Nine Tails, the spirit resided within him, along with another entity, a large raccoon. Suddenly reminded of the raccoon, Naruto turned to Jiraiya and Kakashi, asking, "Hey, perverted sage, Kakashi-sensei, do you know of a large, tin raccoon?" The one that appeared earlier in the imagery. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi were momentarily taken aback by his question. Upon exchanging glances, the two felt it was imperative to inform Naruto about the mysterious entity associated with the question and answer viewing. Jiraiya then spoke, "Indeed. The large raccoon you mentioned is known as One Tail, a tailed beast possessed by the Sand Village, called Shikaku." "What of it?" Naruto, frowning at this revelation, replied, "Yesterday, I found myself in a peculiar place, where I encountered two large foxes and the raccoon named Shikaku." At this, both were momentarily taken aback. Then, Kakashi seemed to recall something. He remembered that during one of Naruto's quizzes, he had received a reward, half of Shikaku's chakra. Could it be? Instantly, Kakashi shared his conjecture with Jiraiya, who, upon hearing it, adopted a serious demeanor. This was no jest. How could a single individual harbor two-tailed beasts within them? Moreover, Jiraiya recalled Naruto mentioning that, aside from Shikaku. He also contained 2 nine-tailed foxes. He promptly inquired, "Can you describe the 2 nine-tailed foxes you encountered?" Naruto reflected briefly and responded, "One of the larger foxes was a deep orange, while the smaller one was a lighter shade of orange." Hearing this, Jiraiya fell into contemplation. He recalled the third Hokage mentioning that when Minato sealed the 9 tails, he divided it into yin and yang components. The yin aspect was sealed within him, while the yang aspect was sealed within Naruto. Based on Jiraiya's prior observations, the normal coloration of a 9 tails was orange-red, while the yang aspect was orange. Thus, it appeared that Naruto harbored a yang 9 tails along with a complete 9 tails. But what could be the reason behind this? Promptly, Jiraiya urged Naruto and Kakashi to reflect upon all the rewards Naruto had previously acquired. After methodical scrutiny, they ultimately confirmed their findings. Following this, Jiraiya began to probe Naruto's seal with his chakra. Upon investigation, Jiraiya discovered that Naruto's seal seemingly did not exhibit any chakra leakage. At this juncture, Jiraiya was certain of his hypothesis. A smile broke upon his face as he exclaimed, "Huh? Truly, my disciple, it appears that in the future, you and the 9 tails, no, the Kyuubi, will be able to coexist peacefully." Naruto, however, was utterly perplexed, failing to comprehend Jiraiya's words. Regardless of their reactions, the imagery continued to unfold. Following Naruto's recollections, it transitioned to Hinata's own memories. "Look, that pair of eyes must belong to Niji's cousin. That guy Niji is insufferable, with a contemptible personality. He thinks himself superior merely because of his noble lineage." Even in the footage, those individuals compelled Hinata to bow in apology for actions taken on Niji's behalf. Yet, with her meek and submissive nature, Hinata complied, apologizing to each of them in turn. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Niji felt a surge of indignation. He was taken aback to discover that the esteemed Hyuga heiress, Hinata, whom he had always regarded with reverence, had bowed her head in apology to those who had wronged her for his sake. Accompanying Niji in the training grounds, Tintin and Lee were incensed by this revelation. Tintin exclaimed vehemently, "How despicable! How could they stoop so low? Niji, we must not let them go unpunished." Though Niji remained silent, his emotions were tumultuous, akin to a roller coaster ride. At that moment, he suddenly felt remorse for having been overly harsh during the preliminary rounds. Hinata was but a child, unaware of the complexities surrounding the clan's affairs, and he had unjustly directed his frustration towards her. This realization weighed heavily on Niji's heart. As the memories within the imagery began to fade, the scene shifted back to the dilapidated village of Konoha, where Naruto's anguished cries echoed in the distance. While he bore the physical pain, the words of pain regarding suffering pierced Naruto's heart even deeper. Despite having just lost her husband, the sage, Shima, could not contain her fury upon witnessing Naruto's plight. "Do not heed his nonsense. You are the child of prophecy, destined by Jiraiya and your father's sacrifice. If you perish, I shall never forgive you. Stand up, Naruto." However, before Shima could finish her words, pain unleashed a devastating jutsu, sending her flying. "Annoying frog," he muttered, turning his gaze toward Naruto. "It is time to take you away to extract the 9 tails, for the sake of world peace." With that, Pain extended his hand toward the prostrate Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was powerless to resist, and none could thwart Pain's intentions. Though the onlookers were aware that Naruto would ultimately prevail, they could not help but feel anxious for his current predicament. Just as despair enveloped the viewers, the Byakugan-wielding girl, who had previously appeared, emerged from the ruins. This unexpected turn left everyone in shock. It was evident to all that Pain was formidable. Having bested even Naruto in Sage Mode, what could she possibly achieve in this moment? Given the overwhelming display of Pain's strength, even the most renowned ninjas from various villages would hesitate to confront him. Yet, in that instant, the entire shinobi world took note of the girl named Hinata Hyuga. Upon witnessing Hinata's courageous advance, Naruto could not help but cry out, "Hinata, no!" Sasuke, observing the scene, scoffed, "Your shouting is futile, the imagery cannot hear you." Meanwhile, Hinata, with unwavering resolve, charged at Pain with a palm strike. However, it was clear to the discerning eye that her strike was not aimed directly at Pain, but rather intended to drive him away from Naruto. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan allowed her to perceive that the black chakra rods could disrupt the flow of chakra. "I shall not allow you to harm Naruto-kun any further." In the imagery, Hinata's words resonate with the audience, particularly with Naruto, a ninja of this generation. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, among his peers, the majority can discern Hinata's affection for Naruto. Perhaps only Sasuke remains oblivious, preoccupied as he is with Itachi Uchiha. It is no overstatement to say that the villagers of Konoha, who are acquainted with both Naruto and Hinata, can clearly see that this girl with white eyes harbors feelings for the blonde boy. At this moment, as Hinata watches her own courageous self in the footage, a sense of yearning arises within her. If given the chance, she muses, she would likely act in the same manner. Meanwhile, Pain, observing the advancing white-eyed maiden, expresses surprise. Reinforcements? He queries, glancing elsewhere, seemingly to ascertain something. Soon after, Pain confirms that this is indeed the sole reinforcement. On the ground, Naruto sees Hinata rushing forth recklessly and is filled with anxiety. Why are you running out here? Quickly flee. You are no match for him. Simultaneously, the music in the footage shifts to a sorrowful tone. Naruto continues to implore Hinata to retreat. What are you doing in such a perilous place? Hurry and leave. At this juncture, the lower ninjas of Konoha fall into silence. Most can perceive Hinata's feelings for Naruto, yet they are taken aback by her willingness to go to such lengths for him. The once timid, fragile girl who blushes at the mere sight of Naruto now stands resolutely in front of him, embodying courage, determination, and unwavering resolve. It is my will to stand here and protect Naruto-kun, she declares. This time, it is I who shall guard him. As Naruto watches this scene unfold, he finds himself momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, Hinata continues her heartfelt speech. In the beginning, I would cry and consider giving up, often straying from the right path. Yet, each time, it was Naruto-kun who guided me back to the right way. I have always chased after him, longing to keep pace with his strides. At this moment, silence envelopes the entirety of Konoha. Many begin to reminisce. That golden-haired boy seems perpetually optimistic, forever striving towards the light, inspiring some to unconsciously follow in his footsteps. Iruka-sensei quietly observes this scene, reflecting on how he, like many villagers, once harbored disdain for Naruto. However, through prolonged interactions, Iruka discovered his own redemption and transformation. Then there is Ebisu, who initially shared similar sentiments towards Naruto. Yet, he soon realized that after interacting with Naruto, Konohamaru had become more diligent and hardworking. It was at this moment that he acknowledged Naruto's unique potential, a remarkable strength capable of transforming hearts. It is precisely for this reason that he previously agreed to let Kakashi guide Naruto's training. Subsequently, too many individuals were transformed by Naruto's influence. At this moment, everyone was plunged into deep contemplation. Within the imagery, a girl with white eyes was expressing something in simple yet profound words, which caused a lump to form in the throats of all in the Hidden Leaf Village. I wish to remain by Naruto-kun's side. A gentle statement, yet it served as the most powerful testament. It is Naruto-kun who has changed me. Naruto-kun is always saving me. When Hinata mentioned Naruto, her gaze was as tender as water. In her memories, Naruto was forever optimistic, courageous, and steadfast, in stark contrast to the Hinata depicted in the imagery. At that moment, Hinata's expression in the footage became resolute, as if she had made a significant decision. If it is to protect Naruto-kun, then even facing death does not seem daunting. Watching the girl in the footage, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. He hardly recognized this girl. Her determination and resolve were completely different from the Hinata he remembered. He had always thought she blushed around him out of disdain. However, today's viewing left Naruto with a different feeling. As Hinata continued, her gaze softened once more. Naruto-kun, I have always been watching you. Because of this, Naruto-kun, you are my favorite. At that moment, the entire world fell into silence. Naruto-kun, you are my favorite. Upon uttering these words, Naruto's blue eyes widened in disbelief, mirroring the astonishment of the Naruto in the footage. Among the few present, apart from Naruto, who stood completely frozen, Sasuke merely scoffed, appearing indifferent, while Sakura seemed to wear a knowing expression. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Obito was also lost in thought. Once it seemed, a girl had uttered similar words. Because I have always been watching you, Obito must not be reckless. The familiar words, the familiar girl. In that moment, this nameless man felt as though the girl from his memories merged with the one on the screen. Rin. Yet, in an instant, Obito's expression hardened once more. He resolved to change this world so that Rin could be reborn in a truly peaceful realm. At that moment, his demeanor grew darker. He wished to see how Naruto in the imagery would choose. What would Naruto Uzumaki decide when he lost that girl? A sense of anticipation began to swell within him, envisioning Naruto's vengeance upon the world for the sake of that girl. Not only Obito, but others too speculated on Naruto's reaction. They did not have to wait long. In the imagery, Hinata, seizing the moment while Pain is momentarily distracted, swiftly turns and delivers a kick that shatters one of the black chakra rods piercing Naruto's body. However, just as she prepares to sever the second rod, Pain regains his composure. When Hinata's palm is but a few centimeters from the rod, an invisible force suddenly manifests, sending her flying several meters away, followed by a roll that carries her a further distance. In that instant, all of the Konoha genin present widen their eyes, anxiously observing the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga estate, the veins on Hayashi's forehead throb, compounded by the shattered cup in his grasp, signaling his inner turmoil. As the imagery unfolds, Naruto, witnessing the event, shouts out, "Hinata!" Despite his urgent plea for her to retreat, the injured Hinata, though battered, maintains a resolute expression. In this moment, she unleashes her self-created martial technique, the gentle step twin lion's fist. Observing this, Hayashi pauses momentarily. Evidently, his eldest daughter's talent is commendable. In the imagery, Hinata's fists, adorned with lion heads, relentlessly assault Pain. Yet, as a wielder of the Rinnegan, an advanced ocular ability that surpasses even the Sharingan in dynamic vision, Pain perceives her movements in slow motion. Hinata unleashes a flurry of punches, but her strikes fail to connect even once. Those watching from the ninja world share a collective thought. Even a single hit would suffice. It seems to echo their sentiments when, amidst Pain's brief lapse in focus, Hinata finally lands a blow on his face. At this moment, Konan, who is observing from the Rain Village's tower, feels a tightening in her chest. As the possessor of the legendary sage's eyes, how could one make such a fundamental error? Moreover, the girl with the Byakugan is merely a jonin at best. Clearly, Nagato must have been severely drained from previous battles to err in such a manner. Yet, in the imagery, Hinata does not capitalize on this opportunity to press her advantage. Instead, she turns once more to sever another black rod from Naruto. Witnessing this, the entire ninja world erupts in cheers. However, once Pain regains his composure, he can no longer hold back. Shinra Tensei. Subsequently, all present witness the seemingly fragile, yet fiercely determined girl being propelled hundreds of meters away. As Naruto observes this, his pupils constrict in horror. It is evident to all that at this moment, the Naruto in the imagery is engulfed in fear. He is rendered motionless, helplessly watching as the girl who confessed her feelings to him crashes heavily to the ground, producing a resounding thud. Thud. In that moment, those watching, especially Naruto, feel as if they have forgotten how to breathe. At this moment, he stood frozen, utterly astonished. He had never contemplated that a girl could go to such lengths for him, nor did he realize that someone could harbor such deep affection for him. At this instant, Naruto's mind subconsciously drifted into a sealed space. Within this confinement, reminiscent of a sewer, he wandered aimlessly, until he encountered three colossal-tailed beasts gazing at him. Among them, the largest fox let out a disdainful grunt, promptly causing Naruto's consciousness to return to the outside world. Upon reopening his eyes, he found several individuals looking at him with concern. After listening to Naruto's account, Jiraiya broke into a smile. It seemed his suspicions were correct. One of the nine tails within Naruto had indeed come from the future, and this nine tails had reached an understanding with him. It is noteworthy that Naruto's previous state was the most conducive to a rampage. Under normal circumstances, the tailed beast would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity. Yet, the nine tails had expelled Naruto from the sealed space, preventing his outburst. What could be more convincing than this? Although Naruto, while watching the scene, did not go berserk, the imagery displayed was drastically different. Realizing the situation, Pain was not about to grant Hinata another opportunity, though she shakily rose once more. Attempting to extract the remarkable power from Naruto, it was evident that Pain would not allow her a second chance. In the unfolding scenes, Hinata fell repeatedly, rising time and again, but gradually, her strength waned, and she could only inch toward Naruto. Witnessing this scene, every spectator was deeply moved. Even the overly sentimental daimyo of the Land of Fire was weeping uncontrollably. Oh, what a touching love story. Surely this is love. In this moment, not only the commoners, ninjas, and nobles, but even those hidden in the shadows were silently observing this poignant spectacle. although the hidden figure was rather indifferent to it all. Meanwhile, Pain appeared puzzled, questioning why this girl persisted so tenaciously. I do not comprehend why someone so frail would continue to rise, fully aware that such actions would lead to her demise at my hands. Despite her extreme weakness, the resolute girl spoke forth, "I stand by my word and forge ahead." Upon hearing this, both Naruto in the imagery and the one watching were momentarily taken aback. Was this not their ninja way? At this juncture, Naruto instinctively lifted his gaze to the girl kneeling before him. She, too, smiled at him. "Because Naruto-kun is my ninja way." At this moment, the world fell silent, and Pain clearly lost his desire to continue listening. The scene concluded with the girl being hurled away, followed by Pain summoning a black chakra rod that he plunged downwards with force. Observing this, Naruto could not help but shout no. Yet, Pain remained unfazed, impassively driving the rod down. Then, Pain spoke in a calm manner. "Such occurrences have transpired before, and it was your Konoha ninjas who ruthlessly took my parents from me. It is precisely because of love that sacrifices are made, which ultimately breeds hatred." At that moment, everyone grew increasingly concerned about Naruto's condition. The image shifted to reveal Naruto before them. His gaze, initially vacant, soon morphed into a frenzied and chaotic state. In an instant, his pupils were engulfed by a blood-red hue. Accompanied by the powerful thumping of his heart, everyone noticed that Naruto's eyes had been completely overtaken by a vivid scarlet. Those aware of the Jinchuriki's circumstances recognized the ominous portent of Naruto's impending rampage. Conversely, the majority of onlookers who lacked knowledge of the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki were left puzzled by Naruto's transformation. What had transpired? What was happening to Naruto Uzumaki? In the imagery, the sheer force of his power caused numerous stones to levitate in the air. The dark red chakra, imbued with a sense of bloodlust and malevolence, surged skyward. Beneath this ominous chakra lay a beast poised to be unleashed, resembling a ferocious creature. Upon witnessing this, Naruto swallowed hard. This version of himself was undeniably terrifying. Pain, however, remained unfazed by the spectacle. "Do you loathe me, Ninetales?" In response, a terrifying roar erupted from within Naruto. At that moment, he had completely lost his human semblance, embodying the essence of a miniature Ninetales. Observers noted that Naruto bore 4 tails. Yet, those knowledgeable about Jinchuriki understood that in his current state, 4 tails were merely the beginning. It was likely that he would soon unleash 5, 6, or even more tails, leading to his utter annihilation. Although those who had witnessed the event were aware that Naruto would eventually master the Ninetales chakra mode, it was evident that this surge of power would be subdued in the end. However, many remained curious about how Naruto managed to restrain the Ninetales power. At this moment, the 4-tailed Naruto fought purely on instinct. His movements appeared raw and unrefined, yet were undeniably effective. Despite not employing any ninjutsu during this transformation, relying solely on the Ninetales chakra, each strike was aimed directly at Pain's vital points. Throughout this encounter, Pain found himself utterly defenseless against Naruto's onslaught. Nevertheless, he seemed impervious to pain, continuing to taunt Naruto. "Are you in agony now? Can you still utter words of mutual understanding?" At this juncture, the tailed beast version of Naruto abruptly halted. Immediately, Naruto, who initially had only 4 tails, suddenly sprouted a 5th tail, which was soon followed by a 6th. With the emergence of the 6th tail, a milky white substance began to manifest upon Naruto's body. Startled, Naruto paused for a moment, then inquired with bewilderment, "What is this?" Jiraiya cast a fleeting glance at Naruto and replied, "This is the external carapace, indicating the beginning of the tailed beast's transformation into its true and complete form." Upon hearing this, Naruto struggled to comprehend. Jiraiya continued, "Theoretically, since the concept of a Jinchuriki emerged, if the external carapace appears during the tailed beast transformation, one must immediately halt the Jinchuriki's progression into full-tailed beast form. For when the carapace transforms into a skeleton and chakra into flesh, the tailed beast will be resurrected." Horrified by this revelation, Naruto quickly turned his gaze to the image before him. At this moment, as the carapace emerged, the spine appeared first, followed by the skull, then the leg bones, culminating in the emergence of sharp claws reminiscent of a beast. Naruto stood transfixed by the scene, murmuring, "Is this the Ninetales?" In that instant, Naruto clenched his fists. The Ninetales was said to embody hatred. Even the formidable 4th Hokage met his demise at its hands. Contemplating this, Naruto's mood grew heavy. However, He soon recalled that his future self had tamed the Nine Tails and attained the Nine Tails chakra mode. In a flash, Naruto's spirit lifted once more. Meanwhile, the three-tailed beasts within Naruto sensed his thoughts and could not help but snort disdainfully. The tailed beasts were not mere embodiments of hatred. They were simply highly sensitive beings, acutely aware of malice. It was their ability to perceive hostility that led to their mischaracterization as manifestations of hatred. The three-tailed beasts chose not to comment on this perception. Observing the unfolding image, the Nine Tails turned to Kurama and inquired, "Is this the moment, fourth Hokage?" Kurama nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, it brings back memories." Shikaku, too, understood their sentiments, having acquired the memories of the Nine Tails. Yet, he remained unfamiliar with the fourth Hokage and wondered how he would greet him upon their eventual meeting. At that moment, in the image, Pain regarded the tailed beast-ified Naruto, asking, "Are you in pain?" The response was a thunderous roar. Witnessing this, Pain's expression finally shifted. "Yet, my pain surpasses yours." Tailed beast Naruto, indifferent to Pain's words, prepared to launch an attack. However, at that instant, several beams of green light suddenly erupted from Naruto's chest. Most onlookers were left dumbfounded. Then, the green light, resembling vines, swiftly ensnared tailed beast Naruto. What is this? Could it be that this has halted Naruto's transformation into a tailed beast? Many share this sentiment. However, in the next moment, the tailed beast transformation of Naruto revealed him reaching toward his chest, whereupon an exquisitely crafted pendant materialized in his hand. The instant Jiraiya and Tsunade laid eyes upon the pendant, their expressions shifted dramatically. How could they not recognize it? This was a treasured heirloom passed down from the first Hokage. Yet, should it not be in Tsunade's possession? As Tsunade observed the scene, a flicker of understanding washed over her. By her own estimation, he could never return to Konoha to assume the role of Hokage. Moreover, she was acutely aware of her own condition, her hemophobia. However, the footage she had just witnessed showed no signs of her being affected by this phobia, indicating that she had evidently been cured. Coupled with the pendant's significance, Tsunade had pieced together much of the mystery. It seemed that this golden-haired youth had indeed healed her affliction. This thought led her to recall others who had interacted with Naruto, murmuring, "It appears this individual possesses a remarkable ability to heal the hearts of others." Regardless of Tsunade's reflections, the image of tailed beast Naruto suddenly shattered the pendant in a fierce grip. In that instant, the verdant chakra enveloping his form dissipated completely. As the green chakra vanished, the six-tailed Naruto surged forward, charging at Pain with fervor. Not one to hesitate, Pain swiftly employed Shinra Tensei, attempting to repel the six-tailed Naruto. Yet, four of Naruto's tails plunged into the ground, stabilizing his stance amidst the chaos. Even as the earth beneath him fractured due to Pain's force, the six-tailed Naruto remained unwavering. Ultimately, the immense counterforce propelled Pain away. Witnessing this, Pain appeared genuinely astonished. Not only did he withstand Shinra Tensei, but he also used the recoil against me. Meanwhile, the six-tailed Naruto remained undeterred, gathering chakra for a tailed beast bomb, poised to strike. Observing this, Pain quickly summoned a massive boulder with Bansho Tenin, hurling it towards Naruto to force an early detonation of the tailed beast bomb. The explosion resonated like a colossal nuclear detonation. Even those watching from a distance felt the overwhelming destructive power. Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen, exclaiming in excitement, "Look, 7 tails. He has 7 tails now." Though everyone was anxious, they found themselves powerless to intervene. At that moment, Shikamaru and his father, who were also watching, sensed something amiss. It appeared that Pain was not only fighting but also retreating, seemingly luring the tailed beast Naruto outside the village. Within the Rain Village, Konan, who was also observing, appeared to have made a connection. She promptly approached Nagato's room and inquired, "Are you planning to use that technique?" After a moment of silence, Nagato nodded, albeit ambiguously, and remarked, "It should be." Ultimately, the image of Pain led Naruto to a forest. Shortly thereafter, Pain clasped his hands together and invoked Earth Explosion Stars. He then spread his palms, revealing a small black sphere that he hurled into the sky. Witnessing this, all the spectators grew increasingly curious. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Look, that black sphere appears to be drawing in everything around it. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama, who had participated in the Fourth Shinobi World War, wore a grave expression upon witnessing the scene. He recognized this technique from the war. Although it was merely the standard Earth explosion stars, and not the advanced six paths Earth explosion stars achieved through the mastery of yin-yang power, theoretically, sealing the current Naruto should not pose a significant challenge. With this thought, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, anxiously observed the image, eager to discern whether there existed any countermeasures against this technique. In the imagery, Naruto was increasingly ensnared by the stone spheres. Despite his attempts to escape in his tailed beast form, it was evident that the technique's range was extensive. Ultimately, with great reluctance, Naruto was sealed within the stone sphere. Upon witnessing this, people around the world felt a surge of tension. Ninetales capture complete. With Pain's voice echoing, anxiety enveloped everyone. Even Naruto, who was watching the scene unfold, clenched his fists in trepidation. At that moment, the image showed the stone sphere remaining still. However, it soon transformed, revealing a blonde youth slowly traversing what appeared to be a sewer-like passage. Everyone comprehended that this was likely Naruto's deep psychological space. Why is it like this? It hurts so much. At that moment, all could discern the sealed space within Naruto. A massive cage seemed to confine some terrifying beast. The once shallow pool of water in the image now reached Naruto's calves. Yet, this was not water. It was his tears that flowed deep within his heart. The Naruto in the imagery appeared to be engulfed in confusion. What should I do? Suddenly, a deep voice resonated. Destroy everything. Relinquish your heart to me, and allow me to rescue you from your suffering. Upon hearing these words, Naruto momentarily froze, and then his clothing suddenly parted, revealing the sealing mark on his abdomen. This mark was the 8 trigram seal utilized by the 4th Hokage. Just then, the image shifted once more, revealing a man adorned with a forehead protector, who conjured a seal in his hand. Many recognized this individual instantly. It was Yamato. Indeed, the man in the image was none other than Yamato. At this moment, the figure of Yamato appears notably anxious, hastily traversing the path, while intermittently glancing at the mark in his hand. 7 tails. No, it has already reached 8. How could Naruto advance to the level of 8 tails so swiftly? The expression on Yamato's face has now transformed into one of palpable distress. Once he reaches the level of 8 tails, there will be no turning back. Could it be that the 9 tails is poised to supplant Naruto? The scene shifts abruptly, revealing that the once intact stone sphere created by the planetary devastation technique suddenly emits a violent noise. Just when the audience is filled with anticipation, their expressions swiftly morph into fear. For what emerges is no longer Naruto, but an enormous fox. Though devoid of fur, there is no doubt that it is indeed a fox. At this sight, terror grips the hearts of all present. It is over. The demon fox has emerged. How could this happen? He is no longer Uzumaki Naruto. He has transformed into the 9 tails. Witnessing this scene, Naruto collapses to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, within the imagery, Naruto has also taken on the guise of the demon fox. Subsequently, the voice of the 9 tails reverberates. Come to me. Despite the terrifying tone, it inexplicably brings a sense of calm to Naruto within the vision. Come, tear away this sealing talisman. As Hinata gazes at the dazed and almost zombie-like Naruto in the imagery, tears stream down her face. Naruto-kun. In the vision, Naruto slowly approaches the golden cage. In the darkness, the enormous fox's face displays a malevolent triumph. As Naruto finally touches the talisman, a hand unexpectedly appears, gripping Naruto's wrist. At this moment, not only does the Naruto in the vision freeze, but so too does the entire audience. This is supposed to be Naruto's sealing space. How could there be another person here? As the scene progresses, everyone finally sees the visage of the man. He seems somewhat familiar. Naruto and his companions watching the scene are bewildered. Naruto cannot help but turn to Jiraiya and Kakashi, asking, "Who is this?" At this moment, both Jiraiya and Kakashi fall into a contemplative silence. In the imagery, Naruto is led away by this man, grasped firmly by the wrist. In an instant, the entire ninja world erupts into speculation. Who is this individual? Is this not Naruto as sealing space? Logically, aside from him and the 9 tails, how could anyone else be present? Some in the audience, upon noting the patterns on the man's garments, seem to arrive at a realization. Yet, in this moment, disbelief blankets all as they witness the unfolding scene. In the imagery, Naruto sits on the ground, utterly perplexed. At that moment, a hand reached out, and subsequently, Naruto was pulled up. Simultaneously, both the Naruto in the image and the one watching were momentarily stunned. The 4th Hokage? they exclaimed in unison. At this instant, it wasn't just the two Narutos who were perplexed. The entire ninja world found themselves momentarily dumbfounded. Silence enveloped the scene as they gazed at the man who had, during the Third Great Ninja War, turned the tide and led Konoha to victory. Known as the Golden Flash of Konoha, this title was bestowed upon him by all the ninja villages. In fact, various ninja villages had established regulations allowing their ninjas to abandon missions and escape punishment upon sighting Konoha's Golden Flash. One can only imagine the formidable prowess of Minato Namikaze at that time. Unverified statistics indicate that over 500 elite ninjas perished at the hands of Minato during the Third Great Ninja War. To put this figure into perspective, the active ninja count in each major village typically hovers around 10,000. Among these, more than 60% are Chunin, while over 90% of the remaining ninjas are genin. It can be said that having 500 elite ninjas in a single village is already considered substantial, including those of special elite rank. In other words, Minato obliterated the elite ninjas of an entire village. Such a harbinger of death is indelibly etched in the memories of the ninja villages. However, at this moment, some individuals were left in a state of confusion. While it was true that the Nine Tails was sealed by the fourth Hokage, the question lingered: why did the fourth Hokage appear in Naruto's sealing space? Yet, some astute ninjas seemed to have an inkling. They recalled the earlier battle scenes, where the previous Hokages were summoned through Edo Tensei, and the fourth Hokage had mentioned wanting to meet his son. It was then that they heard Naruto's voice, proclaiming that the timing was impeccable, Dad. Upon hearing this, those around fell into contemplation, recalling the imagery of that moment. Such perceptive individuals are not in short supply within the ninja world. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Shikamaru looked at his father, Nara Shikaku, in bewilderment. Shikaku felt a slight shiver under his son's gaze. Finally, he spoke. Regarding this matter, I am not entirely certain. The third Hokage merely stated that Naruto was a newly discovered orphan of the Uzumaki clan. Although Naruto's hair and eye color raised some suspicions for me, Shikamaru began to piece together the puzzle. Clearly, the third Hokage had kept this information tightly under wraps. Perhaps, apart from a select few in the upper echelons of Konoha, only those intimately connected with the fourth Hokage were privy to this truth. With just a little thought, Shikamaru could understand the rationale behind the third Hokage's decision to conceal such information. Previously mentioned, the fourth Hokage has taken countless lives and harbors enemies across the world. Had Naruto's identity been revealed before he attained the ability to protect himself, it is likely he would not have survived to this day. It is worth noting that the assassination of the descendants of heroes from various ninja villages has become a tradition in the shinobi world. Setting aside such thoughts, the image of Minato Namikaze elucidates why he resides within Naruto. Once the seal on the eighth tail is broken, I will emerge within your consciousness, using my last strength to help you reseal the nine tails. Upon hearing the fourth Hokage's words, Naruto remained in a state of shock, his mind seemingly frozen as he gazed at the man before him. Meanwhile, the 13-year-old Naruto, outside the image, stared intently at the scene. For this was the fourth Hokage he idolized. At that moment, the fourth Hokage spoke again. Although I am reluctant to witness this scene, and even more so to confront you, Nine Tails, I must admit Naruto continued to stare blankly at the man in the image. But the fourth Hokage smiled as he looked at Naruto. After all, seeing my grown son is quite a delightful prospect, wouldn't you agree? This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the shinobi world. Uzumaki Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage? How could this be? Why would the fourth Hokage seal the nine tails within his own son? A nearby observer glanced at the one who posed the question and remarked coolly, "It is precisely because Naruto is the fourth Hokage's son that he was made a Jinchuriki. Have you forgotten? This has been the practice among the major ninja villages." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. In the image, the Nine Tails recognized the fourth Hokage instantly and understood that his plans had unraveled. "Oh, fourth Hokage, come closer. I will tear you to pieces." The fourth Hokage chuckled at the Nine Tails' threat. "Since you wish to dismember me, I shall certainly keep my distance." After saying this, he turned to Naruto, his gaze softening. "Isn't that right, Naruto?" Naruto, momentarily taken aback, pondered aloud, "My name? How does the fourth Hokage know me?" The fourth Hokage paid no mind to Naruto's confusion and continued, "Because I named you, and you are my son." If there had been any lingering doubt among the onlookers prior to this moment, the fourth Hokage's clear statement shattered any remaining hope. Both the Naruto within the image and the one watching were left in stunned silence. Son? So, does that mean the watching Naruto muttered in disbelief? I am the son of the fourth Hokage? My father is the fourth Hokage? At this moment, Sasuke was struck by a sudden realization, his heart inexplicably tightening. He recalled the first time he encountered the question, the opportunity for Naruto's resurrection, which could indeed bring back his father. In that moment, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt towards Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto was lost in the vision, entirely oblivious to Sasuke's state. After a brief period of confusion and excitement, Naruto gradually calmed down, a smile slowly gracing his face. Yet, despite the smile, he could not conceal the tears glistening in his eyes. Witnessing this scene, Jiraiya and Kakashi fell into silence. After the initial joy, Naruto noticed Sasuke's unusual demeanor. Without hesitation, he clapped a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, startling him back to reality. Then, Naruto exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, foolish Sasuke, look. My dad is the fourth Hokage." Upon hearing this, Sasuke paused for a moment before turning to Naruto and asking, "Naruto, did you regret not reviving your father earlier?" Naruto was taken aback for a moment, but then chuckled. "It's all right. Sasuke's mother being revived is also wonderful, and besides, there should be more opportunities later, right?" Hearing this, Sasuke lowered his head, despite Naruto's reassurances. He still felt a twinge of guilt. Before Naruto could say anything further, Sasuke declared, "Naruto, I swear upon the honor of the Uchiha clan that I will revive the fourth Hokage." This declaration momentarily stunned Naruto, who then smiled broadly. However, at that moment, the vision abruptly halted. Soon after, a mysterious voice resonated. As the voice sounded, the atmosphere grew silent, and Jiraiya quickly assessed the situation. Realizing that the area covered by the vision was quite limited, encompassing only the training ground, the four individuals present, or five, became tense, uncertain of what this enigmatic entity intended to inquire. Question: who are Naruto's father and mother? Hearing this question, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Was this question difficult? For those gathered, it was not. Unfortunately, the mysterious entity proceeded to announce a rule. Rule 1. This question may only be answered by Uzumaki Naruto. 2. There is no penalty for an incorrect answer. 3. During the answering period of this question, all others except the designated respondent will be silenced. With the rules established, all eyes turned to Naruto. At that moment, he was the only one permitted to speak. Following this, the rewards were announced. Reward 1. One random deceased relative of the respondent will be resurrected. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up. His relatives meant his parents, didn't they? But that wasn't all. The mysterious entity continued to announce a second reward. Reward 2. One chance to draw a lottery. At this point, Naruto was somewhat bewildered. He knew his father was the fourth Hokage, yet he was unaware of who his mother was. As Naruto found himself at a loss, he suddenly sensed a shift in the surroundings, and he was once again transported to the ceiling space. While he stood there in bewilderment, a voice beckoned, "Come here. I shall reveal the answer to you." Naruto, somewhat dazed, felt an irresistible urge to step into the depths of the ceiling space. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the seal, where three colossal-tailed beasts were fixated upon him. Under their intense gaze, Naruto felt a dryness in his throat. Finally, with a sense of anticipation, he inquired, "Do you know who my parents are?" Upon hearing this, the Nine-Tails grinned and replied, "Your father is Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and your mother is Kushina Uzumaki." Just as Naruto began to commit these names to memory, the large tanuki, Shikaku, interjected with a sharp voice. "You were supposed to let him come and play often, yet you revealed it outright." The Nine-Tails, feeling a surge of pride, retorted, "I shall do as I please. Care to challenge me?" Meanwhile, Shikaku began to grumble on the side. Naruto, momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. "Ha! Thank you, great fox. I will come often." The Nine-Tails, with a huff, remarked, "Humph, my name is Kurama." Upon hearing this, Naruto quickly corrected himself. "All right, thank you both, Kurama, and also Shikaku." With that, Naruto's spirit began to dissipate within the ceiling space. In the outside world, Naruto, who had been seated with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. A profound confidence radiated from him as he declared, "My father is Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and my mother is Kushina Uzumaki." At this proclamation, Jiraiya and Kakashi exchanged a knowing glance, realizing that this revelation was likely imparted by the Nine-Tails. With each corroborative event, Jiraiya grew increasingly confident in Naruto's future accomplishments. As Naruto's words echoed, a mysterious presence began to evaluate the accuracy of his response. Correct answer. The moment that voice resonated, everyone except Naruto regained their ability to speak. Sasuke, relieved by the correct answer, exhaled with relief. Subsequently, the enigmatic entity began to dispense rewards. Suddenly, a spectral figure emerged. Characterized by crimson hair and clad in casual attire, Naruto gazed at this apparition in a daze. As time passed, the figure became increasingly solid. Concurrently, the immense life force emanating from this presence was sensed by the strong individuals within the Hidden Leaf Village. Almost as soon as the barrier enveloping the training ground dissipated, the second Hokage appeared beside Naruto, casting a glance at the woman in casual attire with long red hair. At last, the life force began to fade. At that moment, the woman slowly opened her eyes, gazing around in a daze, and soon noticed Jiraiya and Naruto among others. Jiraiya-sensei? Where's this place? Naruto stared blankly at the woman before him. At that instant, Kushina Uzumaki also became aware of Naruto's gaze upon her. It seemed as though a special bond between mother and son transcended their first meeting. Both recognized each other and confirmed their identities. Kushina looked at Naruto and said, "It's you, Naruto." At this moment, she was certain she had not mistaken him. With the utterance of those words, Naruto could no longer contain his emotions and rushed forward, embracing Kushina tightly. "I've always wanted to meet you, Mom." As he held Kushina, Naruto trembled with excitement. The expressions of those nearby varied. Kakashi lowered his head, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a smile beneath his mask. Jiraiya appeared genuinely pleased, although he had never taught Kushina. His connection to Minato made him more familiar with her than with many of his other students. As for Sasuke, though he feigned indifference, the smile on his face revealed his true feelings. Kushina reciprocated the embrace, affirming, "Indeed, my child." They held each other for a long time, but just then, a mysterious voice interrupted their tender moment. "Reward 1 has been issued. We shall now commence with Reward 2. Taken aback by the sudden announcement, Naruto paused. Kushina was somewhat perplexed, but Naruto understood that this was not the time for explanations. He promptly approached the suddenly appeared lottery box and reached inside. As he withdrew his hand, the rewards were deemed distributed. At that moment, the previously halted imagery resumed. Naruto glanced at the card in his hand, feeling puzzled upon seeing its title, The Door of Time and Space. As he spoke the name, the card, adorned with golden edges, transformed into radiant golden light, merging into Naruto's being. After a few seconds of astonishment, he exclaimed, "Incredible!" Although he had anticipated the card's remarkable nature, none of them were entirely certain. Yet, after all, it was a golden card. The cards that appeared before them were anything but ordinary. Subsequently, the second Hokage inquired about the purpose of this so-called Door of Time and Space. Organizing his thoughts, Naruto replied, "This card, named the Door of Time and Space, allows its holder to traverse through time with up to 5 companions." At this revelation, everyone was left in awe. Traversing through time and space. What a profound concept. Merely contemplating it evokes a sense of awe. Although the Flying Thunder God technique, devised by the second Hokage, is referred to as a space-time ninjutsu, it is, in truth, merely a spatial technique devoid of any temporal manipulation. Subsequently, Naruto elucidated the nature of this so-called gateway through time and space. Its most remarkable aspect is not the act of traversing time itself, but rather the differential flow of time between the two worlds post-transition. This phenomenon requires a charging period of 10 days, after which one may linger in the alternate time and space for an additional 10 days. Upon the user's return, however, a maximum of only 1 day has elapsed in their original time. Thus, the temporal ratio between the traversed realm and the user's original timeline stands at 110. Most critically, during the passage through time and space, the user's physical aging continues at the rate dictated by their original timeline. In essence, the possessor of this temporal gateway theoretically enjoys a lifespan equivalent to that of 2 ordinary individuals. Even a mere venture into another time and space to exploit the differing flow of time for cultivation proves exceedingly advantageous. Upon this realization, all present cannot help but acknowledge Naruto's extraordinary fortune. Although Kushina's resurrection is indeed a fortuitous event, it is not the moment for reminiscence. At this juncture, the imagery resumes, capturing the attention of all, including the newly arrived Kushina and Tobirama Senju, who have turned their gaze to the spectacle unfolding in the sky. As the visuals progress, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and, most importantly, Naruto, introduce this enigmatic entity to Kushina, along with the ensuing queries and observations. The more she learns, the more Kushina is astonished by the formidable nature of this mysterious presence. In the imagery, upon confirming that Minato Namikaze is his father, Naruto first reveals a smile, tears glistening in his eyes. The fourth Hokage, Minato, perceives his son's emotions. It appears the third Hokage has kept everything from you, concealing all your truths, he reflects. If the world were to discover you are my son, an array of dangers would inevitably follow. At this moment, Minato gazes at Naruto, who is wiping his tears with his sleeve, and a multitude of unspoken words coalesce into a single expression. I'm sorry, Naruto. In response, Naruto, having momentarily calmed his emotions, finally speaks, Dad. Minato silently regards his beloved son with a tender gaze. Then, unexpectedly, Naruto delivers a forceful punch to Minato's abdomen. This scene leaves all viewers in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Gaara, amidst the viewing, can't help but smirk, recalling Naruto's earlier declaration that if his father resembled Gaara's own, he would certainly greet him with a punch. True to his word, Naruto exemplifies his ninja way with unwavering conviction. Such determination only deepens Gaara's smile. In the imagery, the figure of Minato Namikaze appears somewhat perplexed by Naruto's outburst. Subsequently, one observes Naruto, in a fit of tears, exclaiming, Why did you seal the nine tails within your own son? Because of you, I have endured immense suffering. I cannot discern whether I should be angry or feel otherwise. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kushina Uzumaki, who is watching the scene unfold, suddenly finds her hair rising dramatically. In a swift motion, she delivers a sharp smack to Naruto's head, leaving him utterly bewildered. With fury, Kushina declares, How can you speak to your father in such a manner? Minato sealed the nine tails within you because he believed in you.